Hello and welcome to Goodwood for the season opener, the 81st Members Meeting. And here we celebrate 75 years since the first members-only event took place at this historic track, exclusive to those in the British Automobile Racing Club.
71 of these took place in the 50s and 60s before the event was reborn 10 years ago. And once again, we've got an action-packed weekend full of the world's loudest, most spectacular cars awakening this tranquil West Sussex countryside.
And we have got so much going on today. Look at this, starting off at 9:15 a.m. with the Governor's Cars Parade. We've got the Alpine Cars Parade shortly after that. And then, wow, all of this practice kicking off with the Sidecar shootout at 9:30. Let's just look down the list. The Gordon Spice Trophy, that's at 10:45, followed by the Derek Bell Cup, 11:25. And a nice demo going on with the Gordon Murray Automotive at 11:50 a.m. What's up next? The Parnell Cup. That's at 12:10. Ken Miles Cup. Wow, that's a good one. These are all practice sessions coming up to the demo, the Can-Am at 1:40. Let's look here. The demo of Niki Lauda. This is a really special tribute happening here at the members meeting. That is at 3:05 p.m. And that's going to be followed by the practice of the Grover Williams Trophy at 3:25. And then a demo that you don't want to miss is the Ferrari 640 at 3:50. And what have we got here? We've got practice at 4:05 with the Peter Collins Trophy, and our first race of the weekend, the Hailwood Trophy, featuring the Sheene Trophy. That's at 4:45. Then we've got the quality of the Sidecar Shootout. We've got that race of the SF Edge Trophy at 6:10. We're finishing off the day with the Gordon Spice Trophy, the last race of the day at 6:45. Wow, I'm loving the look of that schedule. What a day we've got planned. Hello, my name is Imi Barclay, and with me is David Green. And this is not your first time. You are used to a Goodwood Members Meeting, aren't you?
I'm used to it and I'm excited. It's sort of the season opener of the year. We've had 10 now since the Goodwood Members Meeting returned, and it's just a brilliant start to the season here at Goodwood. The cars are starting to rev. We're hearing some sounds out there. It's your first time. You're going to absolutely love this, Imi.
It's an overwhelming experience. It's actually quite surreal and can be almost hard to get your head around just the sheer beauty and the indulgence of all these historic cars.
I know, I'd say to myself, you see a car here that you would normally spend, 20, 30 minutes looking at in isolation. We just walk past it here. There's so many cars, so much to take in, so much sound. It's going to be fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it.
What do you most look forward to on a weekend like this, the season opener, like we said?
Well, we're going to have some fantastic racing. But, you look on that schedule you just read out, and the demos we've got, especially today, they really bring the demos at Goodwood. And today we've got this Can-Am celebration. These cars, these Leviathans from the 60s and 70s, huge engines, unrestricted. We're going to have a load of them out there, driven by some pretty tasty drivers, some really big names from motorsport. They're going to be taking these cars out. I'm really looking forward to that one today. That's for sure.
It all sounds so exciting. But David, there's another layer of competition going on here because we've got a house shield. Now, let's look at this explainer.
Part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 houses to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Kristensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the boar's head. Triple British Touring Car champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship, Dario Franchitti is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug of war, where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there's no I in team. The House Shield is about everyone at Goodwood.
Well, that does add some nice competition. It's not too complicated, is it? But what fun to add that extra dimension now to this weekend.
Yeah, forget Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. We've got our own houses here at Goodwood Members Meeting. It may look a little bit complicated, I have to say, on FA2. We're going to keep you updated on that all weekend on the scores. And when you look at those new captains, for the first time we've got 4 new captains, and they're smiling, they're laughing. I've seen them this morning, but they really want to win this. They're going to be intensely pushing their team on because they want the house to get there over the line and get the shield.
And they're phenomenal legends of their sports. I mean, they've all got that real competitive instinct and edge, and they don't lose it, do they?
No, you don't win IndyCar championships or Le Mans by just sitting around. These guys are really competitive, and we're gonna see that coming through. But it's also going to be a lot of fun this weekend.
From the racing through to the tug of war, we're not going to lose that spirit. But we've got more team with us here, David, and we're going to go down to our pit lane reporter, Ed Foster. I think he's just at the assembly area or just outside of it. Ed, where are you?
I am indeed. I'm just outside the assembly area, and there are sidecars already lining up in the assembly area. Now, I've got one of the best jobs of the weekend. I get to talk to the drivers and the riders just before they go out on circuit. Then I'll try and catch them, the top 3, the podium finishers. I'm going to talk to them. And then if we pan around a little bit, you can just make out the pit lane. If there's a red flag or anything like that, I'll be in the pits. I'll be talking to all the drivers. And there's also some grid walks. I get to walk amongst all the Can-Am cars and speak to the drivers, speak to some of the owners. So it really doesn't get any better. I can't wait.
All right, fantastic. Well, it's great to see what's going on down there, isn't it? I'm very much looking forward to these races starting more towards the end of the day, actually, David. And I think for me, maybe it's the Hailwood Trophy. What with it being all the bikes. I come from a MotoGP background. Wow. We're starting with some revving here. What kind of race, from looking at that schedule, what race are you looking forward to?
Well, of course, yes, the Hailwoods, the bikes, they're going to start us off with the actual racing this afternoon. For me, the race that takes us into tonight, the Golden Spice Trophy. It's those 70s saloon cars, and it's going to be fantastic. 2-driver, 45-minute race. We've got Jake Hill, who did a fantastic job last year in the Prix. He crashed in qualifying, led the race, had damaged car, came back, but Rob Huff took it in that Camaro, and we're going to have a great race today. So that's a real highlight for me, I think, and today.
Well, I think we should see who our commentators are who are going to be watching that race for us. So let's go over to Ben Edwards in the comms.
Thanks, Amy. Yeah, it's Bruce Jones who's alongside me for this one, and we're looking forward to getting this event underway. Of course, it is so exciting to be back at the members meeting, and so much history of this event, and so many amazing machines that are about to come out on track.
I mean, that's the thing. It's the diversity, and for Imi having her first visit here to this, it's going to blow her mind. When the engines start firing up, the diversity of sound. But for me, and David Green touched on it, it's the demos that really have become something super special on top. And for me, it's been about 8 years in the planning from Goodwood, and the Can-Am display, which is in the middle of today. Big bangers, big powerful cars, magnificent shapes and sounds, and 8 shadows, almost the entirety of the shadow build, and some from the tiny to the very big will be coming along. But every single visit, I learn many, many new things. It's just the unexpected that catches you by surprise, and the complexity of the day, and just so many things to do as a commentator, a fan, someone preparing the cars and bikes, but just places to eat, places, as you say, to throw axes and do tug of the war. It's an unbelievable day out, and for so many of us, it's that springboard into the racing season.
And as we're seeing from some of the pictures already, we have people at all ages enjoying this kind of experience at the members' meeting. It really is wonderful. The last members' meeting before Goodwood shut down in 1966 was the 71st, but now we're into the 81st ever members' meeting. And this is something new this weekend as well, is seeing the Sidecar shootout that's going to be going on in a little while. We'll see them coming out for a practice run fairly soon. We've got a couple of car parades coming out on track first of all, but then the sidecars will be coming out, and we have some very, very top level. I'll be going through a list of numbers of championships won by some of those riders and passengers in a little while when we get into it. They are very rapid, and it is going to be a proper competition as we go through the weekend. The first part will be practice, as I mentioned. They'll just be getting a feel for those sidecars here at Goodwood, but as we go through the weekend, it'll get pretty serious. Now, we're going to start off with a few cars out of it there at the moment, which belong to or are being driven by the governors, key people involved in supporting Goodwood over many years, and we will see some of them racing because they also have race cars, but this is just their little governors parade that they'll be doing in just a moment.
Every single shape and size of car, whatever you fancy, is down there. But for me, just look on the outside of the second row. It's low, it's dark blue, and it's got a checkered feature on the front end, actually over the back of the car as well. It's an Aston Martin Valkyrie. Never seen one in that colour. I had to go up and check what it was, but absolutely exquisite. And mind you, I don't mind that Ferrari sitting in the middle of the front row either. And as you mentioned, the governors of the meeting, Ben, of course, each of them is a patron of one of the events. And equally at the end, we've got some sponsoring the House Cup and the House Shield as well. That's Sean Lynn and Richard Mines. But it's just a chance to show the machinery they love the most. And there they are assembling down on the grid.
What a great mixture we are seeing down there on the grid. It's lovely. The Triumph Dolomite Sprint, which that's going to be racing later on today when we get into the Gordon Spice Trophy, which is going to be a wonderful mixture. And yeah, so as you can see, we've got every kind of blend of lovely cars out there. But this is not a demo of anything particular about the cars. This is, as you mentioned, the governors, key people in a whole support of Goodwood's motorsport coming back, which has been such a wonderful thing to experience since the 1990s, because motor racing just was shut down here in 1966. We used to come here for testing and other things like that, and the occasional sprint race. I came here for a sprint race when I first started competition, but there was no racing on this track until we got into the 1990s.
And you know, as a former driver, Ben, it's still special to go onto a circuit, but when you're a member of the public or a friend of a driver, it's possibly the first time you've ever been out there. And to go around the Goodwood circuit on race or practice and race day, the first of 2 days here in the revival, it is still very special. You can see the Rolls-Royce has got plenty of people on board taking advantage of that. Good to see people out around the circuit already getting ready for the first high-performance action, which is coming actually very soon. We've got an Alpine cars parade following this governor's car parade, but 9:30 we've got the sidecar shootout, their chance to get their sighter laps. Right now, they offset the governors and really pick your favourite among that field of cars. I must confess, I sort of was very, very attracted to the Aston Martin Valkyrie that's just getting going with that red nose band, but whichever shape and size of Ferrari you want there, the big Bentley at the back, and the Ferrari Daytona, top right of your screen, still an exquisite shape for me from the early 1970s.
And one of the great aspects of being here at Goodwood, it's not just the sight, but it's the sound. And that's what you're hopefully enjoying as the cars go out on track, wherever you are around the track, or if you're watching us online. The sound is a wonderful part of all this, and particularly, as you mentioned earlier, when we get the Can-Am display, those American sports cars from the late 1960s, early 1970s, the sound from those is going to be breathtaking.
There was a historic series from them sponsored by Steigenberger Hotels long ago, and I remember standing at the hairpin at Donington when the field came round, all these Can-Am cars from the early 70s by and large, and late 60s. The sound went up through my sternum as they were all just accelerating out of the hairpin there up the hill. It really is incredibly visceral, but it's also a memory, like muscle memory. The Gordon Spice Trophy, all the sort of saloon cars that used to be when I was a lad on my motorbike or my moped before going to Brands Hatch. You've forgotten those sounds. They're sealed in time, and then they're back, and you suddenly remember the bark of that Ford Capri engine, the Rover SD1 with the 3.5 litres. And again, each of the cars going around the track here will be making a different sound. V12 engine Ferraris always have a special magical mix.
As you said, actually, the Aston Martin Valkyrie you were mentioning just now, I was just listening to that accelerating down the back straight, and that's got a pretty amazing sound to it as well.
And if you get a chance to go up and take a look at that Aston Martin Valkyrie, look at it from the rear and look at the tunnels under the car. You could almost drive into them. They're so huge. No wonder the downforce they're achieving. Of course,
Audrain Motorsport.
Exactly. And of course, Aston Martin is going to take the jump and join the incredible bandwagon that's the FIA World Endurance Championship next year. So really exciting times. For me, Aston Martin's always a sports car brand.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. But of course, Audrain Motorsport was involved in the design. I know he's not involved in Aston Martin anymore, but he was involved in the design of that car. And so downforce, as we know, with Red Bull, is particularly effective.
Yeah. So
there it is. There's the Valkyrie that we're talking about. The sound of it. It's very unique. It's wonderful.
You can call that a no-compromise car. Audrain doesn't brook compromise, and the outcome is just... Listen to the sound as well, but just knowing how much aero that has on that car would be a delight to drive.
Well, as you mentioned, you can really see the back of the car. Look at the downforce you're getting. I mean, that's you got more than you would get out of a Formula 1 car. They don't get that much space to be able to use in Formula 1 cars because the rules are so restricted. But that is remarkable. Fantastic. Lovely to see the Governor's Parade as they get their opportunity to run these rather special cars. But we will see many of them, as you mentioned, racing this weekend as well. They've had entries in all sorts of different parts of the calendar, and we shall see a lot more of them. Don't forget, of course, as we mentioned earlier, that we're looking to enjoy as very much as well as the house, the honour of the houses, the 4 houses that are represented, the house shield that is represented here at Goodwood. So we have House Albini, the captain now, Andy Priaulx of that, Darnley, the captain of that is now Tom Kristensen. The Methuen house, that's Gordon Shedden, who's the boss of that, and Dario Franchitti is the captain of House Torbolton. And the way they score points in all the races, that's changed this year as well. Basically, you take the Formula 1 style of points and multiply by 10. So instead of winning and getting 25 points at this weekend's members meeting, if you win, you get 250 points.
And, of course, you get 50 points for fastest laps. That's more generous. You only get 1 in Formula 1, so multiply that by 10.
That's true.
You get 50 here and 50 points for pole. So it will become a mathematical thing. And through the course of today and notably tomorrow, when the majority of the racing will take place, we'll put the scores up on screen. And if you feel your house, every admission ticket assigns you to a house. And if you feel your one is lagging, there are plenty of places to go and bump your score up. And particularly with the previous batch of captains, Anthony Reid would be doing every exercise in between all the races just to bump up the score of his particular house. But a new crop of 4 house captains. And as I walked in yesterday, one of them already said to me, looking at my height, Bruce, would you join my tug of war team? And that was a 9-time Le Mans winner, Tom Kristensen. So they're all keen, they're all very competitive. And as you said earlier, and David said earlier, they didn't get to the top of their particular branch of the sport without being super competitive.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun to see how that competition, the house system, goes on throughout the course of the whole weekend. Now, next short display that we've got coming out now is the Alpine Cars Parade. Now, of course, these are the very current Alpine A110s, and they've got this latest version of the Alpine as well. They're going to be doing a step at Le Mans, not actually racing at Le Mans, but there's sort of a demo at Le Mans later on this year. And the Alpine is very much, of course, the sporting side of Renault nowadays, and it started out by Jean Redel in the mid-1950s with the Alpine team, and it's lovely that they've sort of brought it back into action so much more. The A110 came back in 2016, and they've developed it in all sorts of different ways. What we're going to be seeing is this is the A110R. You can see that on the back of the car, which is due to do the track parade at Le Mans this year. It's the 4th version of the A110, and it's been modified in various different ways. It's still got the 4-cylinder 1800cc mid-engine turbocharged motor, so that's sitting in behind the driver. You've got the turbocharged, but they've got a top speed now. They've managed to reduce weight on them a bit. They've got a top speed of 177 miles per hour. It's pretty impressive.
296 horsepower to play with. That's plenty of grunt for them, for the GT model and the S. But this is the carbon fibre model. This is the top of the range, the most expensive adjustable suspension as well. This is serious. But to me, it's the fact you don't have to squint too much to recognise the car from the late 60s that went on in the early 70s to win the Monte Carlo Rally a couple of times. You think of Jean-Claude Androuet and stuff. But to me, this is the epitome of what a sports car should be. Small, nimble, light, and incredibly engaging. You could call it analog versus digital, but to me, if I had the money, I would certainly be going for one of these. I think there's fantastic machines. And the fact that they've kept on tweaking it, kept on developing it since it came through in 2016, and anyone I know who sat in one has gone, oh my word, that just takes me back.
I like the way that they put it up, actually, Alpine, as founded on the 3 pillars of agility, elegance, and competitive spirit. And actually, that fits very, very well with these modern cars and this particular group, which has saved some 34 kilos thanks to the carbon fibre that you mentioned. They've got carbon fibre seats, for example. The engine cover, you can see the black is carbon fibre as well. They've reduced the ride height too, but it is adjustable suspension. You can actually lower it some 20 millimeters lower than the A110S, the road car version. It starts a bit lower and it can be adjusted on ride height. And they've got more downforce over the rear axle than they had. They're getting something like 29 kilos more downforce at the back of the car, but the reduced drag as well. So every little step is just being worked on very specifically.
I really think that the spirit that Jean Redelet founded when he started in the mid-50s out in Dieppe has truly lived on. I mean, it was sort of brought back into life. Tony Fernandez had the Caterham Formula 1 team. He tried to encourage this to happen, but they took the idea, and of course with any major motor manufacturer you've got the problem, you've got the marketing people have their period in power and they create these brilliant projects, and the bean counters take over, they try and kill them all, cull them and stop them from happening. But this fortunately got through the mill, has come out the other end, and we're all benefiting from this. Very popular as well in GT4 racing.
Yes.
Really well all around the world.
But of course, and you're very much part of this, the World Endurance Championship, they're getting much more involved in that now with the A424. They've had one event so far. They were 7th and 11th at Qatar. They've got drivers such as Mick Schumacher, Nicolas Lapierre. They're actually going to be racing next week at Imola. I think we've got a version here this weekend on display, haven't we?
In a fantastic little sort of like a see-through plastic box, glass box, if you will, and right next to it is the sort of modern iteration of the Renault 5 GT Turbo, which is a car you would have loved in youth. I absolutely adored, and it's the modern version. Go and take a look. It's down by the airfield, and the World Endurance car, low sleek, and I tell you what, blue metallic works really, really well. It's sort of corporate colour, but on a sports prototype, just looks sensational. I really would love them to go on the track, but right now, you can almost imagine the fun the drivers and the passengers are having in these fabulous A10Rs. This is the top of the range, well, it's not the most powerful. It gets its performance by being light, as we said, the carbon fibre, better performance from the independent adjustable suspension as well. Of course, around here they could get it nice and low on English country roads after the winter we've had. I think they need to crank it up to the maximum as the potholes come beckoning. But I am just so chuffed that Alpine have put these cars out for us to see, and the fact they're producing them.
Absolutely. There is an Alpine Elf Cup series of races that actually, it's a bit of a shame it doesn't come to the UK. It races in France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Belgium they go to as well. That's the race versions of the A110, and that's a good series.
It's a very good series. I got to commentate on one of their weekends down in Barcelona last year at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and it was super competitive, and it's also split. The cars are all the same, with various age group categories to give the old and the young their separate chances, but very competitive, very well promoted. So it's good for any major manufacturer to have a proper sporting arm, and Alpine is very much that to Renault.
Yeah, and as you said, when the Alpine first came out and I started reading some of the road test reports on it, I was so impressed by what experienced road testers who like you and me, we tend to know the good ones who we've read for many years. They were so positive about the handling of the Alpine. I've never driven one, but the way they've spoken about it, it sounds fantastic.
I mean, the format looked just right, because clearly the car it came from, that, as we said, was such a star in rallying, Jean-Claude Androuet and the others. It just has worked since it's come back. It had to. So we had the governors out to show their cars, and a great chance to see the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Some of the most beautiful Ferraris were produced in the mid-1960s, and here's one, V12 in the nose. Elegance from front to rear on the 330.
It is lovely seeing some beautiful road cars as well as the race cars. You don't get the drivers and their passengers all hidden up by the roll cages for a change. You can actually get a lovely view, and then we got to see the Alpines out there, and passengers also taking advantage of taking some beautiful pictures out on the Goodwood circuit. It's always a lovely place to drive.
Well, what a lovely way for them to get in the mood ahead of all the sidecar action that's coming out very soon indeed. So the track has been blessed. The horses and the hounds went round, 2 demos, and the first on-track competitive action is going to be happening very soon indeed, and that will be the sidecars coming out. This will be a practice session for them. They are low, they're powerful, and they handle. Let's see how well they handle this circuit, though. For a lot of them, it'll be their very, very first time they get to try the wonderful flowing Goodwood circuit.
Absolutely, thoroughly looking forward to it. This sidecar's getting all ready, and Ed Foster's already been catching up with one of the key pairings out there today, Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau.
Ben, Kevin, it's a brave new world, isn't it? Not only are you going around the motor circuit for the first time, you haven't got your brother with you.
I know, I feel somewhat... No, Tom's retired, and you know, I can only thank him for everything that we've achieved, and this is a fresh start this year for me and Kevin Rousseau. Kevin's a World Championship passenger, really professional, so yeah, we're so happy to be here, and it's perfect training for TT, you know, old school, bumpy, let it have it, and yeah, job's on.
Kevin, have you watched some onboard laps and kind of roughly know where it goes?
No, we did some laps yesterday with Ben with the push bike, so now we know where we're going, and then it looks like a really good track. The weather with us today, so hope it stay like that all weekend, and then we're going to enjoy it.
Looking at the entry list, it's not just a bunch of sidecar riders. They're all kind of world champions, Ironman TT winners, podium finishers. It's going to be very tight, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And there's a bit of a variation in machinery. There's some of the GP bikes and also TT bikes, but there's a bit of quality on the grid here. It's cool, and it's deserved. You know, what a fantastic place this is.
Well, look, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is going to be very interesting indeed to watch the sidecar shootout over the course of the weekend. It's going to be exciting times as they get used to the feel of the sidecars around this track. There we are, just seeing them in the assembly area, getting ready to come out onto the circuit, and we'll see just how well it goes. It could be tight. Todd Ellis and Emanuele Clement, we were just going past there as well. Multiple champions over the years, and we really have a lot of success that we can talk about. James Hayton, motorbike racer and commentator nowadays, very much on bikes, but here at Goodwood. James, it's lovely to have you back with me in the commentary box as we get ready for more the bike side of things. But it is wonderful to see the sidecars out. And I know you've been when you were your top MotoGP kind of rider on two wheels, but you've also been a passenger on three wheels in the past, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. Steve Webster, who was Webster and Hewitt, 9 times world champions. Yeah, he took me out, and it was a unique experience, I'll put it that way. You can't believe how fit you've got to be as a passenger. It's very easy to hold on too tight, as I was, I think, and with quite a bit of arm pump. But we got a little bit of mixture of these sidecars out here. We got the long bodies like we're looking at now. These are the full world championship. These are rear-engined, and you know, they're a much more rigid, stiffer sidecar outfit, so they're not suitable for something like the Isle of Man TT, for example. This, you can see the passengers, see the little holds that you can get in. This is an LCR chassis made in Switzerland, and you know, they're fantastic, you know, fantastic things. Obviously, they're going to be really interesting around here.
James, you were saying that when you were a passenger and you were holding on to those, some of those levers, there's only a couple of them. Yeah. You can see them there where your arm was on it. But your arm, you were very fit in those days because you were racing all the time. But it was hard work. Yeah, it was indeed. And I was, I was talking to Tim Reeve about it, and he said, "Yeah, well, you were holding on too tight. That was the thing. You've got to relax it." And it's like anything like that. You do. Once you know it. Once you know it. But I was just holding on for dear life at the time, and you know, but it was, yeah, so it was some really interesting sort of mix of bikes out there. Number 29, you can see that, Steve Kershaw. You know, we've got so many world championships. He's won the world championship 4 times. We've got the Birchall brothers, they've won it 3 times. We've got Tim Reeves, he's won it 8 times. I mean, guys, we've got nearly 20 world championship, you know, title winning riders out there, which is incredible. It is amazing. Sean Kershaw, who's there, so as you say, multiple champion as well, one of those. The LCR is the most common of the sidecars. Now, the LCR, the creator of the LCR, he actually first started, I gathered, creating Formula Ford chassis and built some Formula Fords, but then got into building sidecars. And then the LCR sidecar dominated sidecar racing for years and years and years and years. And it still very much does. LCR, Louis Christian Racing, the Swiss designer, and it's that really unique sort of riveted feel. There's an Adolf RS, which is run by Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes, number 77. That's a different chassis. And there's 2 of the short, what we call the short chassis, which are front engine rather than rear engined. One of those is
is run by Ben Birchall, and they're a softer, they've got slightly narrower tyres. You're allowed to tune the engine a bit more, but for something like the Isle of Man TT, it's really important. And you got to remember, he's won 14 TTs. He's the lap record holder on a sidecar round the TT at over 120 miles an hour. So there's a real mixture. Most all the World Championship bikes are run on the Yamaha R6, and the only other different engine is number 33. Sean Hegarty is also on the short chassis, and he's got a Suzuki GSXR 600 in his one.
That's unusual, as you say, because the most common is the Yamaha. As you say, we've got a Honda as well, but it is 600cc is the limit these days in sidecar racing. At one stage it was up to 1000cc, but it's been at 600cc for quite a few years now, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's right, and it's it's sort of a safety thing. I mean, back in the day, they used to run the 500 V4 two-strokes as well, and so they're going to go out in pairs at the moment. So it's sort of two at a time, and as they get halfway around that, the next two will go out.
Just watching Todd Ellis and Emanuele Clements come out. I saw Todd just briefly earlier on. Multiple champion. In fact, they are the current world champions, current British champions too. So it was lovely to see that. Emanuele Clements, she's the second girl to have taken the world championship as a passenger. That was done a few years ago, but she's very talented. They are partners, they are boyfriend and girlfriend as well. So, but they are also extremely competitive. So watch out for that number 6. There it is, just going out onto the track now. And all of them will just be getting a feel for the track at this stage and seeing how it all works. They're just going down the pit lane first before they actually go out onto the track.
That's right, and most of them have actually never been around here before. So it's, I'm speaking to them all sort of earlier. There's, I know Tim Reeves just did a couple of press laps, but at 50 miles an hour. So it's going to be very much a learning experience for them. The important thing is getting the heat into the tyres. Unlike a motorcycle as well, they're much more like a car tyre, as you can see.
They really are like a car tyre. I was looking at them when we were looking through the paddock earlier. It's I mean, it's not massively wide like a Formula 1 tyre, but it is, for a motorbike, it's a wide, slick racing tyre.
Yeah, I mean, they're an interesting mix between, even though they've got handlebars, they're that sort of mix between a car and a motorcycle. But they are really exciting things, and they are rapid as well. They're light, they're fast, they get a lot of grip, and they slide a lot as well. So somewhere around here where it's bumpy, undulating fast, and it's going to be important to, especially obviously this is untimed free practice, but when they get to their super pole lap, that out lap is going to be really important in getting the bike tyres up to temperature so they can really attack.
So just to remind you how this is going to work, they will all be going out in this session at the same time to get a decent little session in, just basically to get a feel for the bikes. But when we see them coming out for qualifying, we will see them coming out one at a time. Basically, it'll be a head-to-head knockout. They'll be up against each other to try and go into the main head-to-head, and then we'll be 4 finalists on the Sunday afternoon, which is when we'll see who comes out completely on top of the whole situation. So we're nearly ready for them to come out onto the circuit. We're just waiting for everyone to get the right words and make sure it works. We are celebrating 75 years since sidecar racing all really properly began, and we'll see how well it goes. They weigh very light, of course. They're only just over about 200 kilograms in terms of weight with that 600cc engine, so they're very rapid in a straight line. Expecting straight line top speeds of about 140 miles an hour, something around that figure, I think, around here. And we've got the bikes, the sidecars going out for the first run.
Yep, so the first 2 are going to go, and then about half a lap later, the next 2 are going to go. So they're going to go off in sort of pairs, just to give them a little bit of spread them out a little bit. We saw number 29, that was Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood. Here they come now. They'll be contesting. They were contesting the full World Championship, but unfortunately they lost their sponsor just before the start of the season. So a bit of a shame for those guys, but I'm sure they'll be able to pick up another one. And then behind them is Sam and Tom Christie on the LCR Yamaha. Both of these are the long chassis Grand Prix type sidecars. And
you're watching the passengers straight away. You see how the passengers are leading right over the right. Now this is a key part, St Mary's, because you go from the right-hander to the left-hander. So the way the passenger switches from far over the right-hand side of the sidecar to the other side, and then back over again, because you're then coming into the tight right-hander at Levant. And you look at how far they lean over the edge of the sidecar to try and give as much balance. And a good passenger, the rider who's driving it effectively, head down, very different driving position to on a two-wheel motorbike, of course.
I mean, it's so unique when you actually get in one. You're stretched out, you're almost lying flat on your stomach, your legs are well behind you, your arms are stretched out in front, and they take a bit of turning. You can imagine with that big front tyre. The passenger, as you say, is going to be super fit. It's all about the delicacy of moving without upsetting the motorcycle, but also keeping the weight over the relevant part, as you need to. So as you can see, when they're coming into the left-handers, they've got to get right over the left to keep that wheel, because otherwise that wheel wants to lift up. And it's also a very careful balance of one of the things that speaking to them earlier again, they do like to move and drift and snuggle around the track. So you've also got to just try and get it so it does it nice and progressively. The worst thing is when it kind of grips and slides and grips and slides and grips. So it's also they will be playing quite a lot with the tyre pressures on that, just to help it keep a continuous drift.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. Really, really interesting to watch and see as they start to pick it up a little bit. So our initial lap pace, 147.6 by Sam and Tom Christie. So they're number 34. There you are. That's the fastest of them so far. They're regular racers. They actually won the final round of last year's World Championship at Estoril. So that finished off very well for them, Sam and Tom Christie. They were 4th overall in the championship. But we're going to see these times changing quite rapidly because they're all getting used to it.
Absolutely, they're learning the track, they're getting a feel for it. Little wave there from James Neath. So this is Sean Hegarty, so he's a three-time British champion, and again he's on one of the short wheelbase, the Sidecar outfits are using the Isle of Man TT, front engine rather than rear engine. This is a Suzuki engine motorcycle, and he was a bit of a last moment sort of call up, so he isn't in your program, but he said he got the call on Tuesday and was like, yeah, definitely, Goodwood, love to. So he was very, very excited about coming. He just said he had a bit of a frantic week rebuilding the engine, getting everything ready, but he's here and it looks like he's enjoying it already.
I have to say, one of the things for Sidecar, and Bruce Jones is with us at the moment and in the background, but one of the things I remember, and I had to look it up the other day, Bruce, was Dennis Jenkinson's book, The Racing Driver, which is one of the greatest books on racing. I don't know if you've ever seen that book.
Yes.
And he was a Sidecar passenger for one of the all-time greats, the first champion, Eric Oliver, in 1949, and we're celebrating that 75 years. Bruce, you're back on mic.
Well, I couldn't stay away. Yeah. Any time spent with Jenks was magical because he'd always come out with the unexpected. But the thing I absolutely loved it, he autographed that book to me, which was quite special. I used to tell people my father was DSJ because that was his initials as well. I like to concoct this image. He was the one driving around Europe in an E-Type, but he went, good book, parts of it interesting, or something when we had that book. But he just did so much. And sorry, I've got to interrupt myself because the action on screen. This is the question I had this morning. How well do they stay stuck to the ground, and how much would you ever allow the passenger side wheel up? That was up by about 6 inches off the cylinder.
Yeah, and that's about as much as you want. And again, they're just getting used to the grip. Also, they've historically always run on Avon tyres. Avon have stopped making tyres, so they've changed to the Hussier tyre, and they're all still getting their bikes used to it and just understanding the pressures there, fractionally different shape, a little bit rounder.
Now, will a lot of these riders, or drivers as you call them in sidecar racing, have competed at Thruxton? Because obviously Thruxton a very similar format to this.
Yep, they will have done, and it's just that these tyres are new for this season, so this is one of the first sort of times they've had. Some of them have been out in Spain testing. The first round of the World Championship is next weekend out at Le Mans, so it's all very, very beneficial for them, any laps they do. And you can see them just getting into it. Fastest lap at the moment is Kershaw and Charlwood of 127.4. So you can see the time sort of tumbling. They're going to get 4 flying laps in their pairs, and then they'll be coming back in.
Yeah, no, we're seeing those laps coming out very quickly now. As you say, 127.4. And briefly we saw that Todd Ellis and Emanuele Clement were fastest. But it's just all chipping away, and this is exactly what we can expect to see. And
it's also that sort of circuit, especially when you first come. It is fast, some of it is a bit blind, it's bumpy, so it's not a circuit you can just immediately launch yourself at. It doesn't unlock itself instantly. It's one of the real charms of Goodwood as a circuit. So as they cross the line now, we'll have a little look and see if the time's improved to 127.5 for Clement there as well, Ellison Clement. So they're very, very close there. 127.4 for Charlwood, although and 127.5 for Ellis and Clement. So just a tenth of a second in it between those two, both on their third flying laps.
Yeah.
One more each.
Just look at the leaning across that Emanuele Clement does here, as she just tries to keep the balance on the sidecar. And Todd Ellis feeling the control, feeling where there's a little bit of bounciness. Or there has been a little clip of the chicane for the number 33, Sean Hegarty, with James Neve. James, the one who was rather close to the chicane there, the edge.
Yeah, as we look back at Todd Ellis and Emmanuel, and these guys really flying on a good lap here, getting it all tucked in now. She's going to be moving across and getting right. You want to be as low as you can. Also get over, keep that wheel down. This is one of the fastest sections, obviously, on the track as they come back down to the right hander here. And it'll be interesting to see what they can do. Kershaw and Charlwood on that last lap, 125.9. So their laps are done. 126.9 for Christy and Christie. And let's have a little look as these guys come through the final little chicane, taking that very nicely as they come out and head to the line. Let's see if they can beat that 125.9.
Okay, yeah, it's just coming over the line now. And no, it's no quicker on this lap than that. 126.4 they've done, which has put them second, but it's not quite down to that 125.9. But there's no rush. This is all practice at this stage, just trying to get a feel for machinery and for the track layout, see what works to the best. And there you just get into that real angle once again. Quick reminder as well of the track, because this is, I mean, you've ridden bikes here in the past, you've won here in the past. It's a lot of high-speed corners that you've got to play with, but you've also got one or two quite tricky bits too. Yeah, and it's part of the beauty of it. You know, the real, so much of it is flat, and you know, you've got to get the bike right, got to get it flowing, especially on the older stuff where they haven't got the torque or the power, so you've got to run that corner speed. And it'll be the same thing for these guys, also learning a little bit of where the bumps, where's really unsettling the bike, where to just run a little fraction wide or a bit tighter. So, you know, and as you say, you've got some little tight sections. You know, the final chicane is critically important to get out of it right, and also it runs to the finish line. So it's you know, that can also be a passing place. So there's lots to think about, you know, around Goodwood. I think, you know, turn one for me is one of the most difficult, because it's got quite a late apex. It's bumpy. It's blind. So getting your timing right and your corner speed on that is a really big thing. So that is the first of the four. It's split into group, and we're going to have the next 4 units coming out after these. So these guys are all coming in on their you know, on their sort of slow down lap. As we say, 125.9 was the quickest time for Kershaw and Charlwood. 126.4 for Ellis and Clement. Christie and Christie 126.9, and Hegarty and Neve 128.5. They were expecting to be a bit slower, Hegarty and Neve, on that sort of short chassis TT bike.
Okay, so then we'll get the next little group of 4 coming out, so that they can all get this first bit of practice establishment sorted out. And you're looking at number 111, Kevin Cable, Charlie Richardson sidecar. That's another of the LCRs with the Yamaha motor. They've spent some 3 years competing together in World Championship. Kevin himself started back in 1990, so a long time ago. Charlie, the passenger, Charlie Richardson started a little bit later on in 2005, but they've worked together very, very well. And he's been a British champion with Todd Ellis in the past as well. So good experience. And we've got several more joining in on this second part of the practice for the sidecar shootout as well. Here we go, starting to come out straight away. So that's Kevin Cable heading off onto the track, and the others now also making their way out there too.
Yeah, some big names again in this. You know, we've got Tim Reeves, obviously, we were speaking about him earlier, you know, an 8-time world champion, also a British champion. We've got Ben Birchall, 14 TT with 3 world championships. So it really is such a high quality. There may only be the 8 outfits, but what high quality they are.
Yeah, I've just seen Brian Gray coming out. He's been around for a little while in the form of sidecar racing. He's raced at the Isle of Man TT on 12 occasions in the past. There you are, Brian Gray. And Sarah Stocco is passenger. Sarah's actually been competing with various different people in recent years as passenger. Maria Costello, who's actually racing the 2 wheels this week. We saw her yesterday, didn't we, briefly?
On the track.
Yeah, she's going to be out in the Hailwood Trophy, but she has ridden with Sarah as her passenger on Sidecar, because she loves riding or driving Sidecar too.
Yeah, no, she does, and I think it's one of those things. When you get the bug for it, you do get the addiction, and it's. The people who love it absolutely love it. We're looking at Brian Gray. He runs his own motorcycle shop out of High Wycombe, and one of the oldest sort of license holders in the country in motorcycles. But he's there every weekend here. He's still.
And you say he's well in his 70s
enjoys
now.
It. Yes, he is indeed, and I'm looking very, very good for it as well, man.
Fantastic. In his 70s, and there he is. Bike number 7, Sidecar number 7. But very, very suitable it is indeed. And we got some onboard. This is lovely to get a very different view, some of the onboard action that we've got.
Yeah, no, it is indeed. It's great. Yeah, it's
This is Tim Reeves we're on board with.
Yeah,
and Mark Wilkes.
They are indeed, and behind them will be Birchall as well. So these guys will really be flying. Be interesting to see what they do as they just finish their outlap. And you can see, look at that, the feet dangling. It's a great shot there. You see his little hand just in that tiny little hold. You have to be so good. There's only a little cutout in the bodywork there, and you can see how busy and how frantic it is being a passenger. And I always think, wow, I could understand riding by, but I always think I don't know whether you're that bit braver or that bit crazier being the passenger, but it's, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it.
Yeah, no, it is fantastic. And it's funny actually, when I was talking about the book that Dennis Jenkinson wrote all those years ago, and he talked about the force of being a passenger. It's fantastic stuff. He's saying things like, when a Sidecar outfit takes a corner, the centrifugal force set up tries to upset the stability, and the job of the passenger is to put his weight where it will counteract the turning moment being imposed by the centrifugal force. Yeah, it all sounds very complicated. But he was a great passenger himself, and he really understood the flow of it. And that's something he talks about in the book, actually, is that, a little bit like you said, when you did it as a one-off, you've got to learn that flow so that you don't just end up using your muscle power all the time. You've got to use the sort of natural movement that you get thrown. Well, if you just pull and push all the time, you'd be so exhausted by the end of it.
Yeah, and also just knowing when to relax yourself, when to not hold on sort of so tight. And like anything, it's a skill, it's practice. These guys are world class, and they know exactly what they're doing. They've done it time and time again. They're loving it. And look how much over that foot's right in the air, because he's trying to get it anchored up. This is such an important section of the track. It's so fast, and then look at it again, he's just right over. They have little sliders on their bottoms a lot of the time, so when they do touch, they don't go through their levers.
I was just thinking that, because he's so close that he's almost on the tarmac when he's leaning over. So you need some kind of protection, because you're going to hit, and the curbs, of course, you're going to hit the edge of curbs, I would think, quite easily.
Yeah, that looked quite nice there. Yeah, they can take the curbs.
The height he can get down to.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, it's all, again, aerodynamics, as we all know, so important. So as much as the passenger can get down, some great shots here as they come in. And just have a little listen to that little engine, that little Yamaha R6. This is a long chassis Grand Prix bike, and just hear it just screaming up there in just a little bit of movement.
Let's see what this lap is. They've done so far 1:33.9.
Yeah.
So you want to get in the 20s. That's what we saw from the previous little group, but they're all getting quicker and quicker gradually.
I expect this to be probably a high 20s. Let's have a little look.
Yeah. They've done a 1:27.2.
1:27.2. So again, they're getting there. So that's their second flying lap. Everyone gets 4 flying laps. So interesting. And now we look back at number 111. That is Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson, again on the long chassis Grand Prix bike, little Yamaha R6 engine. They're doing the full World Championship this year, a few rounds of the British Superbikes Championship. Again, they're off to Le Mans next week for the first round of the World Championship. This is another LCR chassis, so they get busy there, and again, everyone's got a slightly different style. Look at that, he just puts his arm behind, doesn't hold on to anything down the straight, just leaves it behind him. And now he grips again. You see his arm moving there as he finds one of the holds, and then the next hold.
Yeah, really good to see. And just keeping that control for the moment.
Yeah.
And Kevin Cable.
That's also quite a good lap, number 33, Hegarty and Neve, because they're on these long chassis Grand Prix bikes should be quite should be quick around here than the shorter, softer TT bikes with the slightly narrower tyres. Even though they're allowed to tune their engines a fraction more, the Hegarty and Neve 28.5 on their second flying lap. So that compares quite favourably. They're all going to be getting quicker and quicker as they understand this circuit, as they get a bit more feel for it.
And actually, Tim Reeves has just gone fastest on a 1:25.4. So that is the fastest we've seen now of both pairs. So that was actually a really good lap by the number 77 bike.
Yeah, very good. Very good stuff there from Tim Reeves. Well, you don't become an 8-time world championship for nothing. And as we look back, and this is the man we're speaking about, Tim Reeves. He's just on the fastest lap, 1:25.4. And will this be even quicker again? Will we see him in the 24s on this lap? Quite possibly.
Let's watch then. Coming down into Levant corner. Getting it slowed down and then into the right-hander. Lots of sort of double apex corners here. You can see there's an initial apex. You come back for a second apex through Levant. Now you're coming out onto the straight, although there is this kink. So the passenger will be balancing the bike a little bit there. In fact, yeah, he stays down. I noticed that earlier, some of them were balancing it, but he's just stayed down to reduce the aero side of it. And now coming down into Woodcote. Again, this is a kind of double apex. That looked pretty good, bouncing around a bit.
It did. You just saw he had just a really subtle little drift there, just to finish off the line. As they come out now, we head to the line, and we're going to see him in the 24s. We'll know in a sec. Here he comes up to the start-finish line, using the barrier for, to try and get rid of some of that air. Let's have a little look. Hasn't changed yet. 1:24.5, so the first man in the 1:24s. So another great lap there.
So this was impressive. 1:24.5, and that is the fastest by 1.4 seconds. And that's no great surprise, as you say, with his remarkable background and the history of motorsport in sidecars. 8-time world champion. They are going well, and they're obviously enjoying it. They're taking a little bit of a breather now, relaxing.
Yeah,
the wave.
They've done their 4 flying laps, so everyone's done there now. So they're now coming down on their cooling down laps. So that gives you an idea of the pace. 1:24.5 for them. Kershaw and Charlwood second, 25.9. Ellis and Clermont, 1:26.4. Yeah, so obviously this doesn't count towards, obviously we've got some sort of timing later on, but this is the times they're setting in this first warm-up looking session.
Oh, good stuff. I really enjoyed that, and I hope you've all enjoyed watching it from whether you're watching at the side of the track coming in this morning nice and early, or whether you're watching it online with us, wherever you're experiencing this sidecar battling that's going on here. And that will really, the shootout will kick off more and more as we go through the course of the weekend. So they'll actually be qualifying this afternoon, and basically then it sets up the head-to-head knockout for Sunday morning, and then the final on Sunday late afternoon. So we're going to be seeing them out a total of 4 times over the course of the weekend. Let's just have a little look back at some of the fun and games, though, of the sidecars on the track and getting their first experience of Goodwood, getting a feel for it, getting the rhythm and momentum that you need to get right.
Look at that. This is where we really saw skimming the barrier, the wheel up in the air. Such a mixture of styles and sidecars, obviously. A little spit of the flames coming out there from the R6 engine.
The way that the driver and the passenger have to work together so effectively. It's a real balancing act.
Sorry, on his bottom there, you see that? Just so he can touch it down there.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, and it was a great view. Not all of them have got the same, but yeah. And getting the balance as you go through a chicane like that, very clever stuff. And Tim Reeves setting the pace.
Good morning, hello and welcome to Goodwood 2023. This is the Action Sports Arena.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
So much to look forward to over the members meeting weekend. But let's join one of the top men of the partner for the members meeting, Audrain Motorsport. Our David Green is talking to Donald Osborne.
Well, I'm here with Donald Osborne, CEO of Audrain Motorsport, the presenting partner here for Goodwood Members Meeting. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, and it's great to be back here at Goodwood. This is our 4th year as the presenting sponsor of the Goodwood Members Meeting. We've just signed up for another 3 years, so I guess it's working for both parties.
I hear a lot when I read about Audrain that you're about the passion for motor cars. I guess that's what makes you want to tie up with the members meeting over here.
That is the key point indeed. We are all about preserving, celebrating, and sharing automotive history, and that is so present here at the Goodwood Members Meeting. It's people who really get into the experiential part of ownership and sharing great cars, historic racing cars, and the spirit of using your cars and sharing it with great friends. That's what we're about as well.
And so Audrain does tours as well, I've heard, yeah?
Yes, we do tours, we do track days, we have conversations with great automotive figures. In fact, we've just spent the week here, based at Goodwood, with a special group of members, taking them all around and sharing with them some great automotive experiences, including a first visit to the brand new Gordon Murray Automotive Factory, which is a thrill.
I bet. And so you're based in Rhode Island, in America?
Newport, Rhode Island, and we have a lot of events that are in the US, including another tour coming up this fall, but we reach across the world, and you can find out a lot more about what we do at Audrain Motorsport at audrainmotorsport.com. And of course, you can watch the Audrain Museum Network on YouTube and see some of the great things that we do there too.
And I believe you've got your own magazine, Linkage, here.
Indeed, Linkage, geared for the automotive life. And it's a wonderful, thick, glossy publication published 6 times a year. And we've just launched a digital edition, especially for our great UK fans and readers. And you can find out more about Linkage, subscribe, and go to our Linkage booth, which is near the Paddock here, right near the Jackie Stewart Pavilion.
Well, you're smiling, you look happy. We're very happy to have you here. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Great to be back at Goodwood.
Thanks a lot.
Emanuele, you have driven some of the most wonderful cars around this motor circuit, but I get the impression you're more excited about this than any of those.
Definitely, I've never been not even close to that nervous that I am now. It's I never race bikes, I ride bikes, and for me to debut in such a circuit alongside all these heroes, and my teammate is Michael Rutter, can you believe it? It's very, very special. So I have a lot of respect for the circuit, for the riders, and I just try to ride with the same smile as I have when I drive a car, but I'm not sure I will manage it.
Now, you've been testing at Donington. How did that go?
Yeah, very well, because you know, a bike is a bike, but the racing bike is so weird, the body position, and they are very nervous and very rigid. So to find the right body position was already very important. So I feel a lot more comfortable after the test.
We've got Tiff Needell here. Tiff, You're a four-wheeled man. Would you get on a bike?
No, I've just tried to tell him, don't do it, Emanuele, don't do it. Look,
Life is about challenges, you know.
When it stops, a motorbike, it falls over. Therefore, there's got to be something wrong with the basic
Thanks for the warning.
design.
Thanks for the warning.
Well, Emanuele, I have to say, hats off to you. And I know when you go out of that assembly area, you'll love it.
It's a great privilege. Thank you so much.
Oh, a lovely chat there from Ed Foster with Emanuele Pirro. And I spoke to Emanuele myself last week, and he, just like that, he is so excited about getting out on the bike. Now, when we were here last year, James, he was actually here to compete in this, but unfortunately the bike didn't last after practice. They had a problem straight away, so he didn't actually get to race it. So this is still his first chance to race.
Absolutely. I mean, what a legend. And all the guys were saying how enthusiastic he's been. It's a wonderful little motorcycle he's got as well. It's a 1984 exact weld TZ250, dominated, won 64 races the year it came out. It was the first 250 to get under 90 kilograms, the weight limit, so they used to have to add lead to it to get it past. It's a really nice, nimble thing. Again, being those, it's a parallel two-stroke 350. So also, it doesn't have a lot below 8,000, so you've got to keep the thing singing. It wants to be between 8 and 12,000, but it's a lovely thing, and I can't wait to see him ride.
Now, what we're looking at here, you're talking about the 250s, we've got the 350s, which are a lot of Yamahas, but then we're also looking at some of the F750s. So there's one, and that is looking for a hat-trick this year in that part of it, what's called the Barry Sheene Trophy, part of the Hailwood Trophy. So that number 42 as well is a key one, Andy Hornby, but we're also keeping an eye on some of the others. Dan Jackson, for example, he's on one of the Yamaha TZ350. So we've got this mixture, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Two strokes and the four strokes.
Yeah, you got the early you got the 250, 350 GP bikes, which are all two strokes, mostly Yamahas. There's a mixture of chassis. You've got Spondon, Exact World, Harris, because a lot of people used to make different chassis for those engines. And then you've got the Formula 750s, and again, we've got a nice mix of those. We've got the Honda CB 750s. We've got there's Maria Costello MBE. She's on a Rob North Triumph Trident, so it's a triple 750. So there's a real variation. We've got inline fours. We've got road taxis, which are one behind another cylinders. So we've got some really beautiful mix of machines. Some a bit heavier, a bit faster.
And the sound, I mean, just listening, you can listen to the four-stroke there of Maria Costello, and you get that lovely sort of deep rumble, and then you get a very different sound from the two-stroke.
Very much. I mean, that's a triple, the Triumph triple there. They get, like you say, that obviously being a four-stroke, but also being a triple, which has that other unique flavour to it. The two-strokes don't have as much power as the 750s, but they're that little bit lighter. There is Emanuele Pirro. You can see there, number 66, looking good, getting it in, getting his knee down on the deck there, sort of coming through. And it's that bike was really ahead of its time. If you see, it's a 1984 motorcycle, but you see how aerodynamic it is, how swept in it is, and at least this time I don't even know if he managed a full lap last year, so they've really gone through that nicely, and they're looking at it. At the moment we can see it's Glenn English, so number 25, Glenn English on the TZ350G, and these 350s, so they changed the face of Grand Prix racing when they came out, the 350s, and they really did dominate for many years. They came out in 1973 until 1981. They won 11 world championships. They were just the bike to get, and you could go and buy one in from your Yamaha dealer, go and race it at the Grand Prix and be competitive. It was incredible.
This one's an unusual one. You mentioned there are some. This is the Spondon Rotax. So that's the number 8. We're just looking in the background there. That was quite an unusual bike.
Yeah, very much.
Red flag.
Red flag. So a fall somewhere on the circuit. That Spondon motorcycle you're looking at, as we look at another one of the Rob North Tridents, but that Spondon, it's obviously a Rotax engine, and that Rotax engine is, rather than the parallel twins of the TZ250s, TZ350s, it's one behind another with the carbs on one side, which makes it a very slim motorcycle. The bike's gently sort of coming back in at the moment there now, as we just have this this red flag. But yes, it's such a eclectic mix of the different motorcycles. It's what makes this race so interesting.
Yeah, I've loved watching this and being a part of the commentary on this for the last couple of years, because you get this wonderful mix between the bigger bikes and the lighter two-strokes. And as you were telling us, the power of the four-strokes, great in a straight line down towards the end of the straights, but through the corners themselves, the lighter weight of the two-strokes really help. That's a bit smoky, isn't it?
It is. That's the DKW. That's the rotary engine. So it's you can see that's just smoking a little bit there. There's always that debate on the capacity of those. Is it a 500 or is it a 1500?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Races in the you know, because you can kind of third it or treble it depending on your point of view. That's racing in obviously in the Formula 750, and it's got the most unique sound to it. It really has. I just heard it warming up earlier, and it's, I mean, rotary engines do, but that one in particular. But it looks like it might not be quite as well as it could be. As we see Pirro coming in there on that little T50 exact well bike there as well.
And wonderful to see Emanuele Pirro, 5 times Le Mans winner, but a 5 times Le Mans winner being so excited about getting on 2 wheels.
I know, it's just great, and it's love it. And if you've ridden a motorcycle, you'll get it straight away. It's a sense of freedom in the same way skiing or snowboarding or horse riding or many of these sort of things can do. And it's great to see someone also with such a legendary career getting on and enjoying it, and not, he's not worried about trying to get out there and win. He's there with a smile on his face, having fun. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, that is lovely to see. And he's on that, as he mentioned, that rather rare Exact Weld, one of 6 bikes made by Exact Weld in 1984. Very specialist frame, stiff, lightweight, aerodynamic as well. And the sister bike won the 250 GP series with Gary Knoll, so the European version. So yeah, that was lovely. It's great to see some youngsters getting some very unique views here this weekend as well.
Yeah, very much. Loving the little ear defenders.
So we've got a red flag at the moment, so the bikes and riders have all come into the pits for the moment. So let's go down and join Ed Foster, see who we can catch up with.
Well, here we are. We're in the pit lane. All the riders have got off their bikes. Who have we got here? We've got Luke here. Luke, I'm sorry, this is the last thing you probably want to do. Only a few laps. How does the track feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. We was here in September for revival, so it's nice to come back with the cooler conditions. Yeah, we had a few little problem then with the overfill, but we just got back out, and then the red flag came out, unfortunately. So yeah, should be good when we get back out on track.
I guess with the motorcycles, it's not so important to try and find space in a clean lap, because there's so much space with you guys. It's kind of okay in practice. Yeah, I mean, it's a practice and qualifying session, so sometimes you always chase the guys down in front and sort of get a toe, and I think it's the same sort of thing in cars, but yeah, there's plenty of room around here. Well, I'm sorry for interrupting. You've got more important things to do. I'll let you crack on. Right, Ian, follow me. Let's head down the pit lane and see who we can find. So obviously, we've got kind of 2 grids within one grid here. We've got the Hailwood Trophy, which is for the 250cc and the 350cc 2-strokes. And then we've also got the Sheene Trophy, which is for the 4-strokes, the 750 bikes. Number 68 here, this is Michael Russell's bike. We've actually, look, there's Emanuele. Let's squeeze in. Sorry, guys. Emanuele, you're doing more talking than riding at the moment, but how were the first few laps?
Yeah, very good. Just to feel confident on the bike, because these things are like race cars. They're very nervous, very, very stiff. And your body position is very important. So, and also your body position is important to make you look not so much as an amateur. So I'm concentrating on the racing line, on using the engine, because 250 2-stroke is a very picky engine. Concentrating on to keep the body in a decent and acceptable position to distribute the load between front and rear, and still not forgetting to have a smile in my face.
Something you said to me a while ago was that big surprise when you went out on a motorcycle was how much space there is.
Yeah, this is really, I was so surprised when I got in, because in fact the cars are 2 meters wide. So effectively, and the bike is like riding a car on its very center line. So you have 1 extra meter on your right, 1 extra meter on your left, and it's just it's a wider track. Probably the Duke should charge more to the bikers because you use more track.
I'll suggest that. Well, Emanuele, good luck. I would have thought a 5-time Le Mans winner would have someone to hold his bike for him. Speaking of which, Michael, you're running this bike. You're out on the number 68 machine. How were the first few laps?
Well, blowing the cobwebs out, if I'm honest, Ed. The circuit's in good condition. Both bikes were still running, so I see that as a success, quite frankly. Let's see where it goes after qualifying, and I hope Mike is all right, the guy that fell off. But yeah, let's see what happens.
How fragile are these 250, 350 two-strokes? Do they take a lot of work to get them kind of buzzing?
They take a lot to look after them. If you do it well, they're pretty robust. They've got to remember they did the Isle of Man. They'd go out for an hour and a half around the Isle of Man. So they're okay, but you've got to set it up right. And these are just fragile all the time.
This is starting to get quite geeky, so I apologise to everyone here. What's the power band you're working with on two-strokes?
On that, so that starts at 10, and it's all over by 12 and a half.
Wow, right, okay, so it's very busy. So you've got 2,500 revs.
If you look at the dyno chart, boring, I know, at 9.5, it's got about 30 horsepower, and then by 10.5, it's got 66 horsepower, then it goes from there. So it's like a kick.
Jeepers, well, rather you than me, mate. Enjoy. That's right. Here we go. Mr. Rutter, looking very relaxed. I mean, this is just your bread and butter for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit different. This is especially, it's a fantastic circuit here in Goodwood. And it's dry, and the Honda at the moment seems really good. We rode it first time last year, and we had a few issues with it, and they've sorted all those now, thank God. So it seems nice. We've only got 2 laps on it. So when you start going a bit quicker, that's when you find out all the issues.
All race bikes and race cars are great until you're going flat out.
Exactly. Yeah, everything changes every lap you do, and especially on a motorbike as well. It's everything changes, and it's quite bumpy in a few sections around here, and it sets the Honda off sometimes. So that was last year. It seems good at the moment. But we'll wait and see when we start and get some proper lap times in.
Slightly off topic, but how great was it seeing the sidecars out?
It's amazing. I'll tell you, I was speaking to the Birchalls, and they wouldn't get me on with them for £1 million. Going down that back straight, rather, no chance, not for me.
Well, good to chat and enjoy the rest of the session.
Thank you.
Ian, well, let's carry on down. On the subject of sidecars, Barry Nutley, who's a very well-known journalist and expert on sidecars, was saying that the passenger has this one handle that he never lets go of, kind of depending on which way he's going. I had a look. It's got like a tennis racket grip on it. You would have thought they'd sort of have something a little bit... Oh, Gordon, how are we doing? How was the start of the session?
Great, until some poor riders managed to fall off. But track was gorgeous. Hardly anything's been going around apart from those sidecars, which were amazing. Weren't they? 140 mile, 127 did one of them do? That's fast. Would you sit on this passenger seat doing that?
Thankfully, Gordon, I wouldn't fit, so I don't need to even answer the question, but no, I wouldn't.
Makes our MGBs look a bit slow, mate.
It does a bit, But so something I'm wondering, does the circuit get better over the weekend or worse here?
Well, generally it gets a bit worse because obviously we're using it with some historic cars and motorbikes, obviously. They do get spots of oil down, so it gets worse. If it rains sometimes, early rain, well, you've driven around here, it gets very slippy. But at the moment, the track is absolutely gorgeous. It's got endless grip and lovely.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, I think we're sort of getting ready to go down here, so I will say goodbye.
Thanks very much, Ed. Yes, lovely to hear from some of the riders. We're not quite ready to get the bikes back on track just yet, so we wanted to just put up some other thoughts about what's going to be going on over the course of this weekend here at the Goodwood Members Meeting. And will be coming up fairly soon is the practice for the SF Edge Trophy for the very early racing vehicles, over 100 years old. They'll be coming out for practice soon. But let's look back at what was one of the most remarkable races from those cars last year in the SF Edge Trophy race number 2. So here we are, looking forward to these wonderful ancient vehicles about to take the start of the SF Edge Trophy. The Sunbeam Indianapolis of Julian Majub starting from pole. Mark Walker, who won yesterday in the Darroch, he starts second. Ben Collins on the outside of the front row. And you're looking at cars like Mercedes, Vauxhalls, all sorts going right back to period. And we're getting ready for the start of the race. Julian Majub on the inside up front pole position makes another very good start. Good start start from Ben Collins, and once again, as yesterday, it's a dreadful start from Mark Walker in the Darragh, but he did say how difficult it is to get off the line.
Well, he only makes one gear change all race, first to second thereafter. He stays in second for the remainder of the 5 laps, but I don't mind him falling back because we know that means he's going to be fighting way back through the order, and it's fabulous, isn't it, Alice?
Yeah, exactly. We get the view of the leader from now, or from behind the leader, but you're going to see Mark charge through the field as there's a move down the inside now. The number 23 is that?
No,
yeah, that's Christian Mann.
I think it's Julian, isn't it, who's come through, who was on pole, Julian Majub earlier on, and he has grabbed the advantage.
He certainly has, and Mark Walker, I was just counting the cars down, he's back into 6th place, working his way forward, but that long pointed tail of the Sunbeam in Indianapolis heading off into the distance. And remember, when Mark Walker got up with him, Mark had all the power, but Julian had the ability to handling and the ability to brake late. Not they have much in the way of braking any of these cars.
Alice, it's amazing watching them use these handbrake things on the outside of the cockpit, isn't it? So different.
There seems to be so much going on, and as Bruce touched on, we got the Mark as well. He leads. You can see he's using every inch of his body, and the car as well, having to pump with the fuel. There's so much going on. You can already see Mark making a move now through the field. He's not hanging back. He knows the fantastic race that he had between him and Julian earlier on, yesterday, where they were swapping places going down to Woodcote Corner.
So here it is. This is Mark Walker on the Darragh. This is one of the earliest cars that is out there from 1905, but it has a 25.5 litre V8 engine. From then, it was a land speed record car. It was one of the first ever cars to reach certain speeds, some 300 horsepower. One gear he uses all the way around, doesn't he? What he's got going.
Gets off the line, brackets badly 2 days running, but look, he's coming back. But great start from Julian Majub from pole position. And Ben Collins alongside, leaning out of that glorious blitz and bends to change gear as they go down towards Madgwick Corner. Madgwick's such a tricky corner. It's 2 apexes, and let's look at the rear of the Darragh. All the power, not all of the handling, it must be said. And really, when you go down, up and down, you look for the colour of the bodywork. There is no bodywork on the Darragh, so that stands out. And Mark is nothing if not brave.
I love the fact there's no bodywork though, because you can see everything working. You can see him, not the most comfortable seat there. It's like he's sitting in a funny shaped bucket, but you can really see how he's having to lean into the corners, and he's got nothing that's strapping him in. So he's literally got to engage every muscle of his body just to make sure he doesn't fall out.
Yeah, absolutely right. And he's coming up against a couple of cars now that it's going to make life a little bit more difficult. It's got the Alfa Romeo RLTF of Christopher Mann. That's a 1923 car. That's one of the youngest cars in this race, in fact, 1923. There it is, the Alfa Romeo. Looks more like a kind of racing car in some ways, doesn't it?
It really does, and the next age of racing, Alfa Romeo's had huge success. And the other red single-seater up there is, of course, one of the 2 Hudsons, the Super 6, the American cars in this race, both days being run very, very well indeed. Car 66 with James Collins, but up front and pulling clear, he was nearly 2 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap. Julian Majub in that sort of alley-bodied Sunbeam Indianapolis at the front of the field. Bear in mind, that was racing in 1916. Extraordinary.
Ben Collins, you're looking at now in 2nd place in the Blitz and Bends, another land speed record car of its time. But also, he's being very effective going around the Goodwood circuit here. The car that's leading actually would have raced, or did race at Indianapolis. They started their racing in 1911. It was a few years later than that. But here we are watching Mark Walker, and he is getting a little bit closer to them. I think, Alice, he's got a chance, actually. He's beginning to close up on the next one. There is another chance to gain a place here.
Yeah, still a very short... Oh, someone has lost a tyre there. So we'll have a look to see who's lost that as it's parked up on the side of the road. But there's still 3 laps left to go. So that is enough time for Walker to still close the gap. Because it was around about this time where he started to really open up and close the gap with full throttle down the straight. You can see all the movement, all the body. It's a physical ride, I can imagine, for all these drivers.
Oh, it really is. And I was just thinking that for some of these cars, losing a tyre probably doesn't make much difference in terms of handling, because the tyres are very narrow, very, very solid. But Mark Walker's having to work his as hard as he can. Going into St Mary's, he's catching the 2nd place blitz and bends of Ben Collins. He's got past James Collins in the Hudson, and the target is just about to turn into the first part of Lavant up ahead, so we could have the battle rejoined with Julian Majou, but he's going to have to get past Ben Collins very soon indeed. They've both got an awful lot of grunt, so out of Lavant, that's precisely what you want.
Here we go then. So this is the view from the second placed car, the Blitz and Benz. The camera on the back of it is looking at the man who's putting him under pressure. That is Mark Walker, who won yesterday, and again he's fighting his way through the field. Look at the straight line speed that it's got.
It's amazing. Me and Bruce are sat here waving our arms saying, look how much he's having to control the car. He's fighting with that wheel right now. So now he can get his head down and go towards Julian again. Such a close race they had yesterday, so I expect Julian's going to want to make sure that he wins this race and doesn't lose it by inches over the line like he did yesterday.
Well, let's see what the gap is. It was 2.2 seconds between first and second at the end of lap number 2. The end of lap number 3, the charging Mark Walker with white helmet with the cross of St George over the top is now up into second place instead of Ben Collins. What is the gap to race leader Julian Majou? Just waiting for that to come on the screen. 2.5 seconds, 2 laps to score it in. He can do this. He just banged in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he has. This is the tyre coming off, apparently.
Off the Oakland Romano, presumably.
Yeah.
Would be. Oh, of all the places to lose it, going into Woodcote, and of course it's the outside tyre.
Yeah, it's not going to be the most comfortable ride, but I don't know if they've pulled in, or like you said, it might still be actually okay going round just without it. But back to the battle for the lead now. I mean, yeah, it's fantastic. The gap is already visibly, you can see, is closed now as Mark Walker charging down that straight.
But the absolute point is as the fastest part of the circuit for Mark Walker in the second place, Darragh is out of Lavant and down that long straight to Woodcote. They haven't got there yet. They're just going through the dip after St Mary's, and then a car that just warms the cockles of everybody's heart. The beat of Turin, almost 2 meters from base to tip. And it is super powerful, but actually, to be honest, he's outgunned. 28-litre engine. Yes, I did say that, but it still makes me smile.
It is a remarkable machine. Everybody, when they see it, they just can't quite believe how enormous it is, how tall it is, and narrow it looks. But this is all part of the development. They went for bigger and bigger engines initially. A lot of these cars that you've got here have got engines from aircraft from the First World War, because that's what they then fitted them into cars to try and make them go faster. Then they learned that perhaps reducing the engine size, lightening things up, that actually improved the driving ability. But it's wonderful to see machinery like this. This was a car rebuilt not so many years ago now. A lot of work putting it back together. Wonderful to see it running.
Yeah, and tucked in behind it, another car that really doesn't have a lot of bodywork is the Moors. And again, Ben, we were looking at these cars when they were stationary. Just the ability to see so many of the moving parts doing what they need to do. And Charlie Martin driving that very well indeed, just at the tail of the top 10. But the gap between first and second was down to 1.4 seconds as they started the final lap. It's a question surely not when, but where.
Well, that was exciting times. We haven't quite managed to show you to the very end of it. It was a very exciting final lap because the bikes are back on track now. And just to let you know what happened there, it was actually victory for Mark Walker, who made all that progress. But that second race, he only won by 0.15 of a second as he accelerated out the chicane. James, we're back to the bikes being on track, and we're now going to get a bit more of a picture of which bikes are really setting the pace now as we look forward to the Hailwood and the Barry Sheene Trophy taking part later today for one of the first races of the whole weekend.
Yes, well, interesting. We've got Glenn English on the little TZ350. He's number one at the moment on 130.5, and behind him is one of the F750s. So we've got one of the Hailwood bikes in first and one of the Sheene Trophy bikes in second. So it just shows how closely mixed these bikes can be. But you'd expect this last 5-6 minutes, as the tyres are coming back up to temperature, the brakes are working better, for it to for those times to sort of tumble. We expect to see them in the high 20s at the least. So their fastest lap is a 130.2 at the moment. That's now Jackson. So Jackson on, obviously he had a really good showing last year. He's won before here, and Jackson absolutely flying there. So a good lap from him.
Yeah, absolutely right. He won in 2022. He was third here last year. But actually, Glenn English has done a good job here in the past. And though they both did a very similar lap on that last lap, he's gone back down to second, but it's still very rapid.
200ths of a second in it, so it's really, really close, as you can see there. as we just had a little look at Dan Jackson there, number 55, just coming into shot. And as we say, it's such a lovely difference between these these light 250, 350 Grand Prix bikes. So we have another look at Jackson there.
Yeah, we might actually see these two racing against each other. The pace they're doing is so similar at the moment, Jackson and English. So you're looking at Dan Jackson at the moment, number 55, but he's chasing up after Glenn English, number 25. They are the top two fastest riders so far. They could end up racing later, and in fact not far behind them is Whitty as well, number 70, the third fastest, and that's the four-stroke bike, the bigger, heavier bike, but with a bit more straight line speed.
Yeah, and you can see Michael Rutter there, he's on the Hadley Honda, number 65 as well. So actually this is very interesting because it's 4 of the real quick guys all in a row, so that really is, you want to be at the back of them really, and using them as pinching a bit, and you can see that Whitty there just outdrove. I don't know whether Rutter looked like he might have missed a gear just coming out the chicane, because Whitty drove straight past him, and you can see English there has gone through. Jackson 129.5, Higlett now there 125 as well, Whitty 129.6, and then English 130.0, Rutter 130.1. So really close, the top 6 within a second, as you can see there. So, and they're all pretty much on track.
They are.
It's English that's doing all the work. He's towing everyone around.
Oh, we've just seen a very good lap as well from Michael Russell. We saw him down in the pits, and he's just done a 129.4 on the Norton, the Manx Commando. So that's an impressive run. But he has been quick here before. Actually, he was on pole position here last year, but he had some misfires in the race, and it didn't quite work out.
That's the man we're talking about. That is Michael Russell, and yeah, he's been fantastic. Obviously, son of Sally and Gordon, who are so instrumental in the bikes and the sidecars here at Goodwood. His dad Gordon's also out there racing. As you say, this is a Norton Manx Commando, so it's like a 750 Commando Norton engine, but in a Manx chassis. It's got about 65 brake horsepower, 4-speed. I spoke to him earlier and said, I haven't got a chance. It's not going to be this, it's not going to be that, but it handles really nicely. And here he is, top of the pile, and looking really, really good. As he just...
Yeah, that's very impressive. Andy Hornby just going through there. He is currently not quite as quick as sometimes. He's 7th.
Yeah, fast, pretty close. And look at Michael on the brakes there, really good coming into this final section. Hornby there in front, number 42. So we're just closing up a fraction there. Hornby on one of the RPS Triumph Tridents. So and again now we're looking back. That is English on the orange and white TZ 350. And look at the inside there. So number 55, Jackson has just got past this lot. Will he tow him on? What have we got left? We've only got, we're just under 3 minutes to left.
Gosh, so Russell's just done another really good lap, because Higlett had gone fastest again. Look at this group. They are all so close together. It's like a race at the moment. But Russell has just gone even faster. He's now in the 128s. He's in the first one in the 128s.
He is indeed, and there he is. He's just going to go underneath Maria Costello there. Number 89, Maria Costello, MBE. What a great ride she's done. Isle of Man TT. She's a great ambassador for the sport, and she does a terrific job. Where is Maria at the moment? She's in 14th, 134.0.
And just to let you know, Emanuele Pirro down in 22nd at the moment, loving his time out on the bike. So Russell still the fastest, but 70 is on a good lap. So Whitty here, we saw him earlier on today, didn't we, briefly, and he's pretty happy with the way the bike's working. Let's just see if this is a quicker lap. Yes, Rob Whitty goes second fastest. He's in the 28s. A lot of them into the 128s.
Rutter as well there. You can see he's in the 28s as well now. So Rutter on that. Chris Wilson, Hadley Honda. That's the CB 750. And that's number 65, the man we're talking about. Obviously, Michael Rutter needs no introductions. 29 British Superbike wins, 7 Isle of Man TT wins, and now we're back with the TZs. It is Jackson, and behind him English. Real battle. So at the moment we've got the first 3 or 4 strokes, and then we've got 2 or 3 TZs. And as we say, the TZs are lighter, more nimble, easier to stop, more modern. And here is Pirro, so let's have a look. Pirro is currently, where is he? 23rd at the moment, 139.0, but he's looking like he's enjoying it on that Exact World TZ 250 as he flips it through the chicane, gets tucked in, and out he comes.
Yeah, he'll be seeing the checker flag next time around because we've got just over a minute to go, and as you can see, it's about a minute and a half to do a lap on the bikes around here. That lap here actually didn't improve his time. It was about, maybe a slight improvement, but he stayed pretty much in the same place. So it's still Michael Russell leading the way at this stage, number 66, there you are. Rob Whitty, number 70, second fastest currently. There's been an improvement there for the number 1 rider of Phil Atkinson. You mentioned he's had a lot of success in the past, and Phil Atkinson, he's on one of the 2-stroke Yamaha, so we've got that mixture really in there, although now it's all changing again as more and more quick laps are coming in, and we've got Dan Jackson on top.
Yeah, Whitty there, number 70, he's in the background there, so he's doing really good. He's on the Honda Heritage, which is basically a CB750 Honda frame, but it's a copy of the factory French frame from 1970. But, you know, he's won the F750 Championship 3 times. Rob Whitty, he's won the Power Bikes Championship twice. He's done Hornet Cup, Supermotos, Mini Twins, Thunder Bikes. So he's been round and about. He says he's called to mechanic, and you can see him in the background really pressurising these TZs. But look at the ground clearance of them compared to that. His is right on the deck, everything touching. The little TZs are that little bit higher, being purpose-built racing bikes. But now watch him, he might be able to drive along, use that 750 power and drive past the 2 350s in front.
Fascinating to see. Whitty was a little bit of smoke from the exhaust there, and he's backed off. There was that a bit of a worry. There was definitely a bit of a smoke from Whitty's exhaust as he was following them then. I do hope it's all right.
Yeah, these top 2, so 27.6.
Oh, look at this, into the chicane! My goodness, would you do that in qualifying?
Glenn English, he's laying down the gauntlet already as they cross the line, and there's going to be the checker flag as well. And let's have a look at English, 127.2, so he just pipped him on that last lap. So that he beat Jackson there by 4/10, and he just followed him the whole lap, drafted him, got past him, and so English doing a really good that 127.2. Jackson on so the first 2 TZ 350Gs from 1979 to 1980, and then we've got Whitty, the first of the 4 strokes, 127.8 on that on his Honda CB750. Then we got Atkinson again on a 350, so a real mix. Michael Rutter right up there, but nice and close. That top 8 separated by just 1.8 of a second, so really good.
Oh, lovely. Really good.
Look how tight that was coming in the final chicane. That is great stuff, and but it made the difference. That's what got him fastest in this session.
Yeah, that was tight. I mean, I think we could end up seeing that in the race, but of course he got a great lap out of it. It's still a very rapid lap time, so he will be starting on the pole position.
Yeah, beautiful line through there. Look at the front. You see that front suspension really pattering away as he gets that bumps. He's on the turn. He's just getting on the power. Got to watch the left-hand side of the tyre as you come out of there, but he really nailed that. Very, very nice indeed, Glenn English. I mean, he's been a star around here anyway, whether it be at the Goodwood Revival, whether it be at the members meeting. He's a guy that really does know how to hustle a bike around here and everywhere.
Well done to Glenn English. That was a fabulous performance right at the end there to take the fastest lap from Dan Jackson. Rob Whitty, 3rd fastest, and we've got that wonderful mix as we hope to see always in the Hailwood Trophy, featuring the Sheene Trophy, the mixture of the 2 strokes and the 4 strokes. Emanuele Pirro ended up a decent 20th in the end. We've got a full grid of over 30 bikes. And that was impressive indeed, that Emanuele Pirro having his first proper experience at a full pace on the 2 wheels as opposed to on 4. I think he would have thoroughly enjoyed that, and I do hope he has fun when he gets out for the racing a little bit later today. And of course that is going to be the race that we will be enjoying later on this afternoon. It will be the first race of the members meeting. It's due to take place at 4:45 this afternoon. They have a second race tomorrow, and it's the combined result that ultimately gives you the finish, if you like, the combined result of the 2 races. So you can't just win in one and then give up on the second one. You've got to go for it in both. But that we will get the first race today.
Yes, we will indeed, and the sun's starting to come out as well. It's all burning off, so that was a good start, and it will be very, very interesting to see what's going to make the running there. Where we've got a nice mix of the Sheene bikes and the Hailwood bikes, the 2 strokes and the 4 strokes. So it's set up nicely.
It is excellent stuff, and bikes all heading their way back in now after that important practice session, important qualifying session, and we shall see more of them later on. So lots more to look forward to as we're getting ready for more action coming out on the track. And in fact, we will be seeing fairly soon those old vehicles that we were enjoying some highlights from earlier on from the SF Edge Trophy. But first of all, James, let's just look back at some of the highlights of the bikes that we've seen, some of the slow motion and some of the real control that's been going on.
Yeah, well, here's Jackson. He's on a TZ350G79. Behind him is Phil Atkinson. That's a little TZ250 L there. That's Mark Linton. Beautiful bike, wonderfully prepared when you have a look at it. And then we're seeing some of the two-strokes come through. Number 65, that's Michael Rutter on the CB750 Hadley Honda. He's going to be a man to watch. There is Emanuele Pirro. He's on the Exact Wells TZ250. As I say, that 1984 bike, really ahead of its time, with that gorgeous all-enclosed bodywork. This is Perkin, again on another TZ350, really on that old Yamaha America colours. There was Michael Russell just coming through the shot just a little bit earlier on. And as we look at number 8 there, we've got, that is Robin Lamb. And then we got the one of the Rob North Tridents. But this was the man on pole, Glenn English. Watch his front suspension hopping as he just hits that apex there. You can see he's chattering away as he gets on the power. He was the quickest man, 127.2, and really flying.
Fantastic stuff. Really well done. And that was really exciting to watch. So we've now got the cars ready to come out for the SF Edge. And we are looking forward to these massive beasts coming out onto the track, and the noise that you're going to get from some of these is unique, of course. You've got some huge engines, not all of them huge, but there was a period over 100 years ago. We're looking at a lot of cars from the sort of 1910s, into the teens, into the 1920s. But there was a point where they just thought the bigger you made the engine, the faster you went, and then realized that actually lightening things up, that would sometimes work, and go slightly smaller with engines again. And that's what sort of happened into the 1920s. Now, earlier we were looking at the highlights of last year's SF Edge, the 2 races that were going on, and it really was tremendous. Let's just take a little look back again at what was happening there, because we had this remarkable battle towards the end. The race had been led most of the way by the Sunbeam, but being chased all the time by Mark Walker with the Darracq. And it happened in both races, in fact. The first race, this was how close it was as they came up over the line. On the right, you're looking at Mark Walker, and he took the victory by 0.3 seconds from Julien Majoub. And then in the second race, we thought Julien, oh, he's got it this time. He's got enough out of the chicane. But no, Mark Walker, the acceleration of that 25-litre V8 engine, and he went over the line 0.15 of a second ahead. And I had to feel for Julien, I have to say. Bruce, you're with me again, and we were commentating on this with Alice last year, but it was so close, wasn't it? So tight.
It really did look as though the order was going to be reversed. But, you know, 2 totally different cars. And what I love when you go and look at these cars, they're exquisite to look at. They're peculiar shapes, all shapes and sizes, nothing aerodynamic apart from the long tail of that Sunbeam Indianapolis. But it's just the way they put their powers down in different ways. And go and look at Mark Walker's car. I like to check the colours of the car. I had to put against that no bodywork. As you could see, sitting high and proud and handsome out there, but super effective. But these were cars, many of them built to go and conquer the land speed record. This is on board, in fact. This is the view that you can look at just how much is shaking around on the Darracq. And, you know, all the top tools on that one, a bit of chicken wire to just keep those feet away from moving parts. And this is a car that Mark also drives on the road. People must be swerving off when they see this thing coming, because it basically doesn't really stop very well, but it goes very well. And that's the essence of the mighty Darracq from, get this, 1905. I really have to pinch myself when you look at these cars and the performance they were achieving. But that's seen through the prism of modern day eyes versus what it must have been like in the early 20th century. One of those came past. Might be the first car you've ever seen, and oh my word, a bit faster than a horse.
I rather love the way that quite a few of these cars get driven here from home to Goodwood. I saw one yesterday. It hadn't come as far as some. That was the Bianchi of Luke Roberts. We'll see that out there in a minute. Number 28. He said he'd done about 100 miles. Did take a little while. I think he had to refuel a few times.
Well, talking of that, Duncan Pittaway drives that enormous 26-litre Fiat, the Beast of Turin from Bristol, and it's only 11 petrol station stops. I just thought he had a bad habit of eating a lot of bouncy bars or whatever, but just quite extraordinary. And in fact, that Beast of Turin was the fastest vehicle on the planet at its time. It was faster than the fastest aeroplane. So there is a little fact.
It's a water tank that sits on the top there, isn't it, of that rack.
Yeah, one of the beauties about that car, A, you can see everything, and B, it's the fact that basically it goes into one gear and stays there, so it's poor off the line, but once it gets a bit of momentum, that's that. And in fact, the rest of his job is holding onto that steering wheel and turning it wherever possible. But again, we talk about modern racing cars, the driver being cocooned. You couldn't see any more of the drivers in this period. Sitting on top, all the cars with 2 seats, of course, was the essence, albeit the second one often quite diminutive in comparison, but it's all on display.
Well, we're going to walk down to the Beast, going past some of the other cars here, some beautiful machinery as we head down. But there is the one we've been talking about already, so-called Beast. It's the 1911 Fiat S76. Duncan Pittaway is the driver of this one, and it was a machine that achieved a land speed record of 116 miles an hour in 1911. Yep. 1911, and as you mentioned, it's got a 28-litre engine. It's only 4 cylinders though. Just imagine how big each of those cylinders are if you've got 28 litres in a 4-cylinder engine.
Those are buckets moving up and down, and when you stand next to it, when the engine is fired up, actually you don't want to stand next to it. It's very, very spectacular. Stand back quite a few paces, but you sit on top of rather than in this car. And certainly at the Festival of Speed, many people have been lucky passengers going up the hill with flames belching out of the exhaust. Chain-driven, yes, chain-driven like a bicycle, but just a little bit faster. And again,
the height.
The height is extraordinary. A shorter driver would not see over the top.
Yeah, me probably. I wouldn't. You would, but I wouldn't.
Yes. But again, look, it's about to fire up. We may just have, I would suggest, a little bit of pyrotechnics coming out of those 2 vents on the side of the engine. Little puff, it's getting there.
Isn't this fun, seeing the driver getting onto the crankshaft at the front? The difference to Formula One these days, you know, where the guys plug in the computers, plug in loads of things, get it fired up for the driver. No, in this case, the driver just winds the crankshaft and gets in.
Now, just look how high some of the drivers are sitting there. I think there was that Zus going through. Then you've got the bodywork. Everything is changing, but they've soon worked out. You talked about the large aero engines, but then they didn't all go with aero engines. They realised they could start going smaller and nimbler, and this really was the passage. But the horsepower of these cars, very few of them had more than 4 gears, and it was just torque all the way.
It's interesting, the aero engine special. I mean, a part of that, of course, was the end of World War I. There were the creation of quite a lot of aircraft in World War I with big engines, but of course then they suddenly didn't need them. There was no use for them, and that's when racing people thought, well, let's put them into a car, and that's how some of these things were created, isn't it?
Now look at this fabulous view of the chain going around on the side of the Beast of Turin, looking down low. Look how narrow those tyres are up front, all that horsepower, and they've got to get them around the corners. And again, look at that very rudimentary suspension. This is on a smooth piece of racing tarmac, but bear in mind a lot of these cars went and competed on events like the Targa Florio road race around Sicily. Those roads wouldn't have been at all smooth to be driving on, but just such exciting days it must have been back then.
Yeah, absolutely. Great views, and there you are watching from the outside this time of that massive Fiat with Duncan Pittaway at the wheel, and he first appeared at Goodwood in 2015. And it really is the largest car engine that we've got here. It did race at Brooklands in 1911. Wonderful place, Brooklands, of course. I'm sure many of you have been to Brooklands over the years to catch up on some of the history from the circuit that was very much the pre-war track of motor racing in the UK. A rather different track to this one at Goodwood that was created soon after the Second World War. And there's the onboard view, watching his feet at work as well. We've got some great views on board this one.
So obviously the car's going around, they'll get onto their first flying lap of this official practice, but listen, we talked about the bucket-size cylinders going up and down, putt, but as the speed builds up, clearly it'll just, it's been quite sensible now, but it sounds agricultural, but that was the fastest car in the world of its time.
Yeah, it is remarkable, isn't it? It really is. And he's catching up quite a big group of cars heading down towards the last corner at Woodcote before they will start on to another lap. We haven't got any times in yet, obviously. So we've got 12 minutes, plenty of time to set some times and see who's going to be rapid. but we have such a mixture of machinery. We've got some names that we know very well in this crew. So I mean, you've got names like Mercedes, we've got Vauxhall, we've even got a Peugeot. It's a bit of an odd one, Peugeot Indianapolis.
Well, what's forgotten in those very early Indianapolis 500s, almost all the cars were European at the front end of the field. Peugeot, Sunbeam, it was a day even back then of industrial espionage as various manufacturers took a look at others and came along the next year with near identical cars. Nothing is looking like the Darroch though. There we are with Mark Walker, very quick. You see what I mean about absolutely no bodywork, tiny bit of paint required, a little bit of chicken wire just to keep Mark's feet away from spinning, moving parts in front of him. And again, you can just see this would be a car that you have to really feel the performance through the seat of your pants.
I love the way you can see the valves in the cylinder heads popping up and down, inlet and outlet of the fuel mixture and the exhaust. It's wonderful. And normally, of course, that's all covered up on an engine, but you got a tremendous view. He's coming up to the chicane now, and we know that this is a very rapid machine in a straight line. It's out of this chicane where we saw last year how rapid it is, and there you've got another view on board, and you can see how the feet are working. Now, what's he doing? Doing a bit of pumping there. That's probably a bit of fuel pumping.
Yeah, exactly so. But just talking back about this fabulous Darroch 200 horsepower car, the performance only comes once it's really got going. So out of the chicane, in that battle at the end last year behind Julien Majoux, he seemed to fall back, but then it came and it came and it came, and by the time he got to the finish line, you know, he had more performance and was going past, albeit by what was it, 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, that was all so tight. It was fantastic. So looking a little bit something slightly smaller, this is the number 1 Delage.
Same family as Huey Walker on board this one, and he's been hugely successful in the SFH race as well, keeping that family bloodline. But how narrow would you like your tyres to be on that 1914 GP Voiturette from Delage? Pale green, absolutely lovely livery. I took a look at that yesterday. And Delage was such a make back through to the 1930s. They really were among the pioneers, but just great to see. This is one of the earlier, smaller cars, if you will.
Yeah, this is effectively the style of the Voiturette car. The Voiturette was the smaller group of cars at the time, and that's when they started using smaller engines. And in fact, they started doing very well, and that's started to convince people that actually we don't need engines quite so huge. A version of this car actually won at the Dieppe circuit, apparently back in those early 1910s.
Yeah, 1908. It was the third French Grand Prix, the first one 1906 at Le Mans. But when we talked about going to smaller engines, by the way, that very elegant little Voiturette still has 8 litres under the hood.
Yes, they're still pretty big in comparison to modern days. Number 13, just going through as well in the middle of that little group. That's one of the Talbots, and the Talbot, of course, in this period, 1914 that we were talking about, very, very critical part of competition, wasn't it?
Yeah, and competition wasn't just on circuits. In fact, at bar Brooklands, there was nowhere else to go racing. You could do sprints, you could do hill climbs, and this one, in fact, in 1914, won every single major hill climb in the UK. And obviously, hill climbing is still very much with us, but back in the early days, before we had the circuits that we all take for granted, a lot of those came into life after the Second World War, old airfields that needed the usage, you know, here being one of them. You know, the hill climb scene was massive. Now, we have had fragile cars, but over the years of having the SFH trophy race, they've got better and better prepared. And a lot of these cars, bear in mind, were found in small parts in all regions of the globe and have been assembled lovingly over many, many years. But bit by bit, each year they become a little bit more refined in the way they're being looked after.
It's one of the Vauxhalls, I think, but I'm not sure which one it is. We'll have to have a little look in a moment as to see exactly what number. Is it 25 that's pulled off? Oh no, that isn't that.
No, that's a blue car. So I've lost my Vauxhall on my list for a second. I will find it.
Yeah, there's the 1930.
Oh right, I think it's number 5. I think that could be Rob Hubbard's car.
Yeah, I think
the oldest surviving 3098. And okay, a bit of variety. This was a hydroplane engine.
Wow.
That's fitted that after a mere, get this, 40-year restoration project.
Incredible. And here you are looking at another one of the older cars as well, the number 100. This is the KRIT, and we've got Neil Goff, and this has got one of the bigger aero engines again. This was an aero racer, small-time car manufacturer based in Detroit, in Michigan, in the 1900s, early 1900s, between 1909 and 1916. And they think the name came actually from the company's main financer and designer, Kenneth Crittenden. That's why they end up with the KRIT name. And this particular car has actually come over to the UK from the States back in 2006 and has been completely rebuilt.
and it builds it very, very well indeed, because it's now the second fastest car on the circuit. So we're looking at car 100, Neil Goff, the 1911 Crit racer, but the fastest car is car number 18, nearly 2 seconds clear of the field. It's the car that was pipped not once but twice last year. It's Julien Majoub in that fabulous streamlined Sunbeam Indianapolis from 1916. That's the one with a long, long tail. I'm sure we'll pick it out of the bunch of cars. He was always going to be one of the drivers at the very front end of the field, but certainly looking at that Crit from Neil Goff, that has really started to perform very, very well indeed. So it's great to see the mixture there with that long, long tail. You don't want that reversing into you in the paddock. Is the Sunbeam Indianapolis, and again going back to the success of the European brands over in those early runnings on the Brickyard, when of course it was lined with bricks. Now we only have the little strip across the finish line.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's good to see Julien Majoub, but no surprise, right up there again in terms of pace. The man who did get beaten by that huge Darracq last year, just those couple of times, but he's doing some good lap times once again here. And this is very much a smaller engine. It's a 5-litre, well, it's 4.9 in fact, very different in comparison to the 25-litre machine he was up against. But let's just see. He's probably thinking, how can I get through the chicane just a fraction faster this year so that I can hold on if I'm up in front? We shall wait and see. At the moment, Walker has just jumped up a little bit, actually. He's up to 4th now because, as you said, it takes him time for that car to start doing quick laps.
Yeah, it really does. And again, every time, actually, as Julien Majoub goes faster still, he's now 3.5 seconds clear. That was a very, very good lap from number 18, Sunbeam Indianapolis. But, of course, when talking about tyres, and Duncan Pittaway saying, yeah, thank you very much, again, track position is quite important, but he's slowed down, he's let someone pass. Beast of Turin, he's just moved up to 3rd fastest. So
that's good. Yeah,
he closed right in. But just going back to Julien Majoub, he has his own tyre company. So he is a man who's very, very conversant with what rubber works on which cars, and he has such a diverse range of cars. He probably therefore has to have a diverse range of tyres for his own collection, and he does race them absolutely brilliantly around here.
Interesting. Well, he's doing a great job again. He's got 5 minutes to go, but Majoub, there he is with that Sunbeam Indianapolis. It's working extremely well, about 150 horsepower, and he's got gear shift on the right-hand side. It's got that long tail, as you mentioned, and this machine actually got restored up in East Anglia by Ian Paulson. He put it all together. Originally it was owned by the Duke of Grafton in 1933, but it did get scrapped, so it needed a lot of rebuilding. But Sunbeams at Indy, as you said, was a big part of the Indy 500 in those years.
Yeah, and this car came 4th in the 6th running of the Indy 500. That was in 1916. But I love the fact you talk about Lord Grafton in 1933. So at that point, when he had it, it was about 17 years old. But cars get tucked away and eventually they come out. And Goodwood has been phenomenal for encouraging people to get cars of all sorts of ages back out onto the circuit. It's our joy to watch them. Just that head-on shot showing 4 cars that could not be more different in terms of their appearance. Now, we talked about Neil Goff going really well. He's up to 2nd place. He's staying in 2nd place. Car 100, he's the fastest through the speed trap. So he can't out Julien Majoub. He may be 2.4 seconds clear at the top of the field, but at various points on the circuit, the taller Crit racer is outdoing you.
Yeah, let's just see what the lap times are this time. Majoub on a 1:58.4 currently. Yeah, so that's a good lap by him. Let's just see if Goff goes any quicker with the number 100, just coming across the line now. He's on 2 minutes 8 at this stage. Can he get under that 2-minute barrier? No, I don't think he can.
No, he didn't. He missed it by 6 1/1000ths, his own previous best. Okay. But through the first speed trap, 89 miles an hour, just over. Through the second speed trap, he's hitting 90, but other points in between, I think it's faster still.
Ben Collins has moved up. He's a regular here, of course, at Goodwood. Very much part of his life is Goodwood. And he's in the Mercedes. That's moved up into 3rd position, car number 7 now. That's no great surprise.
Not at all. I mean, Ben's absolutely excellent around here, knows these cars, forwards, backwards and sideways. This car was a test mule for Mercedes-Benz back in 1907, as they were getting it ready for the French Grand Prix the following year. And of course, that was one that gets driven to the meeting, and 180 miles. But let's take a look at the shapes and sizes and pick up some cars going around, other than the very, very front runners. And
this is the Oakland Romano. This is the one that lost a tyre, didn't it, last year?
Had to walk through the chicane to collect it. Julian Grimwade. Now, he wasn't the man on board, because up until now he's been racing Fraser Nash's. He's moved forward in time, or back in time, I suppose, in many ways. He's now, this is his first event in an Edwardian. So, very different machinery, and sitting far higher than he's probably accustomed to. And look at him. I mean, half of his torso, almost all of his torso, is up above the bodywork. High and proud, and
Yeah.
Puttering, in fact, going well just outside the top 10. Last lap was his best lap so far, and that's what it's all about. It's just working your way, getting accustomed to the car. If he looks in his mirrors, of course he hasn't got any mirrors. Oh, he has little vestigial ones on the side. He'll spot the sun is going down behind him because the mighty Fiat is coming up behind. You know, so much taller, so much more machinery to look at.
So currently 11th fastest is Julian Grimwade with that machine, just outside the top 10, but a good opportunity to get some experience. And here we are, another nice big older machine. This is the number 10. This is a Monarch GT100, and this is actually Duncan Bitterway's car, but of course we've got Duncan out in another machine. So this is from that 1913 period.
Yeah, and I talked about how a lot of them actually did more hill climbs than they did races, but we have historic hill climbs now as well, and recently at Davos in Switzerland, not there for an economic forum, but there to win a hill climb, and that was precisely what was achieved. Les Searle, or the car, the 1930 Monarch. Now, this is not unlike a lot of the other cars because they it only has brakes at the rear.
Right, yes, quite a lot of we haven't really talked about that, but you're right, a lot of them only have brakes on the rear, don't they? Yeah, it is amazing. And it's lovely to see that Monarch back out. As you say, Pikes Peak hill climb in 1915. I mean, the Pikes Peak hill climb is still a big deal in motorsport, isn't it, in America?
It's still phenomenal. I mean, some people might be a bit sniffy. They've got tarmac on some of it now because of course.
I know, it didn't used to be. Yeah,
but it's also just until you go there or until you watch it. You know, it's just wholly different. Now, we talked about Ben Collins, and he's just in the background of that shot, the cream-coloured Mercedes, picking his way up. He just moved up to 4th place. We knew he'd get faster. He's got to find it just over half a second, and he'll have a shot at Mark Walker in the 200 BHP, the 200 HP Darrock, the last year's double winner. Because, of course, 2 races. Again, we're having 2 races, one this afternoon and one tomorrow. 5-lap races for these cars, but they certainly cram the action in. It looks so Ben Collins may... No, a little bit of traffic just rather obscured the first part of his lap, but he's got... Well, the checkered flag is out in 10 seconds, so this will be his final run to it. Looks so 4th place will be his. So Julian Majoub, Neil Goff, Mark Walker and Ben Collins, and then Duncan Pitaway, the Beast of Turin, the mighty number 76 Fiat in 5th place. But there will be changes, I would think, but probably not among the front runners, because they tend to get their times in early on, the ones really accustomed to the cars, and other people are gaining speed as they get used to their machinery, or maybe just not being drivers of quite the very top caliber. But don't forget, Ben, of course, we've got this enormous spread in terms of performance from these cars, however good the drivers are.
So there's Ben Collins then. Let's just see whether it changes at all from 4th place for that 2:02 that he's done. I don't think it is. The sector times are looking pretty much straightforward, that he's going to probably stay where he is. Yeah, that was a 2:04 that time. So not any quicker, but he's still going to be well up on the grid. He's 4th fastest in this session as the checkered flag has started to come up. But nobody has managed to match Julian Majoub with that brilliant Sunbeam Indianapolis that was leading so much here last year, but just missed out on victory. Well, he seems to have got even more pace out of it right now, because he is 2 seconds, nearly 2.5 seconds faster than anybody else. There is the number 18 Sunbeam Indianapolis, and Julian has done an excellent job so far. We shall see whether it goes like that when we get to the race later today. They've got 2 races over the course of the weekend, and once again it's the combination of the 2 that gives the outright victory. But great to see, and some beautiful, wonderful cars from such an early era, and bravely driven by some very experienced historic racers. Julian, one of those, of course, but also some youngsters who've grown up in families and have had an opportunity to learn to drive things like this from a young age.
Yeah, Huey Walker being an example of that, following on from Father Mark. But the drivers of these cars and the people who prepare them, often they are the same, are just so enthusiastic. As you said, Ben, these cars are so visual, so many moving parts on display. So it's just been a great place. Go and talk to me if you can in the paddock. But it's a really interesting qualifying session.
So let's have a look back at some of the highlights of these remarkable machines coming out onto the circuit. The fuel pumping that has to be done, noise from some of these, and the fire that always bursts out of the Fiat. We've seen that on many occasions in the past. And I do hope if you're here at Goodwood today, you get a chance to walk around the paddock. They're based down towards the aero part of the track, and they're all lined up in there. And if you do get down there, when they fire them up, ready to go to the assembly area, you get a completely new kind of sound.
And you get angles and onboard cameras on these cars take you places you've never been before, because they offer so many different mounting points, up high, down low, and again with all those moving parts to look. And just look at the movement coming up the column to the steering wheel.
That's frightening, isn't it? See it moving like that.
Yeah, that's the Monarch 100, and then we had the Romano Special. Great colour. He's but again, the moving parts on display. So that has been a massively entertaining practice session. But in the end, it was Julien Majoub, the Sunbeam driver, the Indianapolis model from 1916, competed in the Indy 500 and here and getting to the top of the charts in the end, and quick lap at the end, put him 1.6 seconds clear.
So there we are, lots of great action for the SF Edge. Now, as we know, we've got all new house system captains, so it's a great opportunity to meet up with them now.
And what good fortune to be stood here with all the house captains. Thank you for joining us. I mean, where do we begin? Well, with David.
Well, I heard this is the new guard, the young blood, hey? This is the first time of seeing the 4 new captains.
I think we should start with his jacket.
With me.
You've almost gone the full Anthony Reid.
Yes, absolutely. I've been trained by Anthony. He told me I have to wear this to bed, I have to wear this to the gym, I have to wear this to the hotel, and I've got to wear it for the next year.
When are you going to get a race suit with the actual stripes?
Yeah, that's another level of commitment, I'm afraid. But and what about my teammates here? They look very pretty.
Guys, where's your stripy jackets?
It's in a coat hanger in a cupboard over there. It's a bit difficult to get in the car with it on. It's not fireproof.
In all seriousness, it's a bit of a high accolade to be a house captain, isn't it? Are you quite happy with that?
I'll let Flash answer that one.
It absolutely is. You know, I've been, and all 4 of us have been here for many years and been part of some great events, and you know that element of competitive spirit lives well amongst us. And like you say, a new generation, a new guard, and I'm sure we'll have some fun and some antics along the way.
Well, you're smiling, but I know you guys. You're going to want to win.
Certainly the dog herding and the tug of war. I think that comes to speciality from let's say a Danish Viking. So at my team, that's something.
Oh, he's invoked the Viking already. Oh.
Which we will probably try to implement into the team, taking over from Jochen Maas. And we had a good year last year, but I can feel the spirit from, as you said, the youngsters are being felt already. And now we are going on track in lovely Camaros.
Well, I wish you all the best of luck. I just want to finish with one question, just so you're all concentrating on your house. Dario, why is your house called the house?
Torbolton. Good question. Don't know. But
you failed massively.
It's an ancient Scottish title, yes. Yeah, thank you. But the good thing is everybody's really into it. All the members of the house are really into it. So we're looking for success and to beat these 3 jokers.
Well, we'll let you get on your way. It's double points for the captains, so best man wins.
Oh, dear. I didn't know that.
All right, fantastic.
Can I give you...
Well, it's lovely to hear from the captains. We're going to be seeing them out on track for this next one, for the Gordon Spice Trophy practice session. And Alice Powell has joined me for commentary for this. Alice, it's great to be working with you once again and looking forward to some of our most competitive racers competing in this event.
No, it's great to be back, and of course, alongside you, Ben. This is one of the races of the weekend, isn't it? We've got so many VIP drivers racing in this race, and of course, they're racing on sustainable fuel as well.
Yes, that's right. 2 races this weekend are on sustainable fuels, and this is one of them. And I was talking to somebody down in the paddock yesterday, and they were saying it's great to be running. They're very happy to be running it, but you do sometimes need to just adjust somehow how the engine's running. Occasionally, normally they'll run pretty normally, but of course you're looking at quite a lot of historic vehicles, so there may be a little bit of engineering work to make sure that sustainable fuel does work for you, and you just got to get used to running it. But that's fine, and I know everybody is very positive about using it, and it's great. And as Goodwood goes forward, there'll be more and more vehicles using sustainable fuel.
Yeah, well, Ken Miles Cup is racing on sustainable fuel as well, but it's the way we're going. But as you said, the teams, we've got some very, very experienced teams here that are running these cars, so fine-tuning of course, but a lot of the racing will be done on track.
And as you mentioned, some great star drivers who will be competing in these events. So the entrants of each of the cars have been teamed up. Sometimes it's with a driver they know very well, sometimes perhaps a driver they haven't actually worked with before, but we've got a tremendous combination. We've got numerous touring car champions. We've got winners from the worlds of sports car racing, from, as we saw, Dario Franchitti from IndyCar racing and the Indy 500 itself as well. Multiple winner. His brother, Marino Franchitti, is also competing in this with Ollie Bryant, who's always a star here at Goodwood. We've got the great rally driver Stig Blomqvist making a return this weekend, which is wonderful to see. And Jamie Chadwick. Now, there's someone you've raced against a lot, Alice. She's done Festival of Speed, but actually she hasn't competed on the Goodwood track yet. It's lovely that Jamie Chadwick's going to be racing this weekend.
No, it's great. She's come over from America, racing in the Indy NXT. Doesn't live in America, but obviously she's racing over there, so it's quite busy hopping back and forth. But I know she'll be super excited to be out there racing in what is such a competitive field. And we had a great race last year, didn't we? It was Rob Huff that eventually took the win, but the format is slightly different, isn't it, Ben, this weekend?
Yes, it is. That's right. So we're going to be a slightly different order of the way that we're running this race this weekend. It's going to be an interesting combination between the two drivers, and just see how they get on with them. And what I love seeing as well is the mixture of the machinery. That's Chevy Camaro that you're looking at there, the number 7 machine. That's the Gordon Shedden Jack Young car. Right behind you've got one of the Rover 3500 SD1s. And we're going to see David Brabham. I'm not sure if that was the one that he's actually in. David Brabham's going to be competing in one of those. You've got another one of the Rovers there in the background. BMW, I think we've only got the one BMW in this, the 530i. Yep. That's the James Sadler and Nicholas Padmore car. A couple of Triumph Dolomite Sprints. You can see those in the background on the right-hand side there. The yellow one we saw out earlier. That's the car that's being shared by Anthony Reid and Martin Overington.
Yeah, great shots of the cars getting ready to head off. And in terms of the format, last year there were 60 cars taking part in this race, so it was super busy. They had 2 heats and a final. This year we only have 30 cars on track. I still think that's plenty of cars to be running around this circuit. In the trophy, in a 45-minute 2-driver race. And of course then we've got the sprint, which takes place tomorrow, with the owners, or the entrants, will compete in Sunday's reverse grid sprint. So lots of racing, on-track action for these cars. They're patiently waiting to head out on circuit.
Yeah, and we'll get an idea of just how rapid they're going to be and who's going to be near the front end. It's going to be interesting to see, of course. We just saw number 77 Rover there. Alex Brundle is competing with Miles Poulton with that Rover. And we've still got several of these Chevy Camaros, and in fact quite a few of the house system captains. I think they're all 4 of them are actually in Chevy Camaros, because it is the sort of favourite car, particularly in the dry. It can be a slightly different story if we get rain and a wet race, but in the dry the Chevy Camaro has so much power, doesn't it?
Yeah, race winner of course last year was Rob Huff behind a Chevy Camaro, and there was a bit of a strange race end to the race last year. It was actually Fred Shepherd crossed the line in first, but the red flag put him back to second. But we had 2 Chevy Camaros in the top 3, with Rob Huff winning the race, and then Oliver Bryant was in another Chevy Camaro in 3rd place. Fred was in a Ford Mustang. So very competitive field, a lots range of cars. We see the number 7 there. That's the Jack Young and Gordon Shedden car that we mentioned earlier in the Camaro.
And it's a replica of the car that James Hunt competed in the 1973 Tour of Britain winner. So it's quite a fun thing that James Hunt competed in a car that was just like this. This is a replica of it. And of course James Hunt, 1976 Formula 1 world champion, and we will be talking about him a little bit further on today when we're talking about his big competitor at that time, Niki Lauda. We'll be celebrating Niki Lauda, an anniversary for him later on today, and I'll be joined by John Watson, which will be a lovely thing. We'll be talking about Niki Lauda, but of course both of them raced against James Hunt, who was predominantly in Formula 1, but he would go and do 1 or 2 slightly different things. In fact, he also did compete in a Can-Am car, and we will be seeing the Can-Am demo cars out in a little while too. So James Hunt in that 1970s period, mainly Formula 1 and that key 1976 world champion, but he competed in a car just like this in the Tour of Britain in 1973. So very different. but fun to see, and all these different liveries and styles of cars that are going to be coming out on track shortly. Fun. And we do have a few of the smaller cars in this group, so they're not, like you said, in the past, like last year, we had them in a separate race. So the minis obviously were up front and dominating. Slightly different story here. So Jamie's there and getting ready to come out, but obviously the other driver's going to be in the car first.
Yeah, exactly. Touch on those minis. They're labelled the giant killers, really taking up against these much bigger cars, but really excited to see the minis get out on track. We've got 3 minis that will be heading out, so exciting to see them get going. And the crowd, it's really busy. I love coming to it was my first members meeting last year, and actually when people say, are you excited to come back? I said, actually, you know, I spend a lot of time sort of with the Formula 1, but these are the exciting races, and it's great to be back. And one of the events, of course, I'm really looking forward to, along with the revival as well.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be great fun all weekend. And we're, at the moment, touch wood and all that, the weather's pretty good. A bit of a breeze, but it's lovely to see some sunshine. And although we've got a touch of cloud at the moment, it's lovely that we've got some good weather and everybody can have that opportunity to wander around. Okay, now cars are firing up. They're being given the note that this session is about to get underway, and they start pulling out, and so you can really enjoy watching these cars. Group 1 salute cars that raced between 1970 and 1982. That's what this is all about, the 1970s and early 1980s, and getting out on track to see just exactly what it's like to handle these machines. Some of the top drivers will probably not have had much opportunity to actually get in these cars and have some fun, but now's that opportunity.
Exactly, and I love these camera onboards. As we saw in the SF Edge Trophy, we get the real onboard. It's Jack Tetley, the Jack Tetley car, and you can see some of them actually now, like you said, used to racing. Jamie, for example, single-seaters, paddle shift, and we've got the touring cars where it's sequential. Having to go back to the old style, heel and toe way of driving a car fast around a racetrack, manual gears, as already we see people just sorting out their space, getting a bit of track space. 28 minutes remaining of this session. Hopefully no red flags, but yes, all trying to jostle and sort themselves out early on this session.
It's funny actually that Jack Tetley, we've got the onboard camera, because Jack was driving really well here last year, but he had a rather big shunt coming through Woodcote, I remember. The car was damaged. I was talking to Tony Sinclair, who's involved in the prep of that car, and it's only just been completely rebuilt. Here we are, back on board with it. So you're on board with Jack Tetley. This car has not been, I mean, it wasn't completely wrecked, but it was quite damaged, and they've had to repair quite a lot of it. But he said, actually, being able to repair it and repaint it, we've got it back into a really good condition. It's only just been finished, and Jack is going to be sharing it with one of our house captains, Tom Kristensen, the 9 times Le Mans winner. So what a great combination that's going to be, because I tell you what, Jack is a very talented driver himself, so this could be one of the main front runners, I think, in this race.
Took the words straight out of my mouth there, Ben. I would certainly put this car down as being one of the front runners purely as well, not just because of the beast of a car it is in the Chevrolet. We touched on that they'd winner of last year, this brand of car, but just purely for the driver lineup. But we've got so many strong driver lineups throughout the field, plenty of them VIP drivers. All our captains, of course, will be racing in this race, and this is what I love about Goodwood. You can get some fantastic drivers from all over the world, all different kinds of disciplines, racing in one class, going up against each other. It just produces fantastic racing.
Absolutely right, I totally agree. Let's just sort of analyse the track itself a little bit from this lovely view that we have on board here, because it's an intriguing track. We're about halfway around. We're coming into what's called Levant. A bit of understeer on the car behind. You can see the front wheels are turning a bit more than you expect, aren't they?
Yeah, snaking as well, desperate to make a move, jostling one way and the other, trying to sort themselves out as they make their way now down to Woodcote Corner, where Jack had his crash last year. And then, of course, we dive down after that into the chicane. But it's actually a very long run between Levant to Woodcote. Slightly uphill as well, but a good part of the track if you need to get in the slipstream of the car in front of you, as those cars that you can see on screen now have made their way through Woodcote, and then into the very tight final chicane. You want to get a nice clean run. One of the cars behind there, that's the number 17 car, snaking all over the road ever so slightly.
Yeah, that's the Timo Bernhard Fred Shepherd. That's going to be very... Oh, this was a bit wide. I was just thinking, we're going to see that quite a lot as we go through the course of this weekend. That's the James Thorpe car, the Chevy Camaro, being shared with Andy Priaulx. I saw Andy yesterday, and he's certainly all looking forward to getting involved once again. He did a brilliant job here last year in the wet, in the E-Type in a different race, but it was remarkable. And meanwhile, we're watching one of the Rovers here as well. The number 77 car, this is the Miles Poulton Alex Brundle. I think Alex might be in it at the moment.
Well, the way the car was behaving and snaking around the corners and being absolutely pushed to its limits, I wouldn't be surprised if it is Alex Brundle behind the wheel.
Could well be. So the number 19 is the car being shared by Michael Whittaker and Tom Ingram. Oh, a bit close.
That was a big slide there from Tom Ingram. Sorry, Ben.
No, it's good. Pick it up. And we've got the Minis in the middle of all this. It's a bit challenging for the Minis being hauled down by the Chevy Camaros, isn't it?
Yeah, there's moving out of the way on the straight, letting them through. And it's only practice, guys. It's not race time yet. We've already had a demonstration of a bit of racing from the bikes, didn't we?
Yeah.
Earlier on, as Tom, you can see, working extremely hard behind the wheel, really fighting the number 7 in front of him, which is the Chevrolet Camaro. Getting a bit of a tow from the Camaro down the straight, and now they're heading up through. They've gone through Ford Water.
Oh, a little look down the inside. I'm surprised how well it's going with the Rover. It's got good pace in a straight line. There's no doubt about it. Tom Ingram, I think, may well be in it at the moment, because we shall see how this all works out. But Michael Whittaker, to be fair, is also very rapid in this car as well.
Yeah, that's Tom Ingram, who is driving the number 19, desperately trying to make his way. I doubt he'll use the touring car style push to pass at any point in these old cars, but we'll wait and see as they're heading up now to Woodcote Corner. Is he going to try the outside? He's doing hill style backing off, allowing him to get a little bit of space with just over 23 minutes of the session remaining.
Yeah, I was impressed though with the straight line speed the Rover had up against the Chevys. Was more than I expected. I thought it might struggle a little more, but going well at that point. You've got the Oliver Bryant Marino Franchitti car here. I think Marino's in it at the moment by the looks of things. Fastest lap so far is for the number 17 Ford Mustang, and that is the Timo Bernhard Fred Shepherd car. That is currently fastest. Second fastest is the Marino Franchitti Ollie Bryant machine, and currently third fastest, as we can see, is the Ashley Sutton Craig Davis Mustang. So the Mustangs are putting in some good performances so far.
Yeah, that V8 really powering up the hill. This car actually had a shock win on Fred's debut in Goodwood in 2020. Ran up the Goodwood Festival Speed Hill as well last year. So a strong car, a previous winner here, and Fred is extremely handy behind pretty much any car that he steps into. And it is giving us a very, very handy demonstration of that right now.
Totally, yeah, it's putting in some good times. It's all pretty close. He's got just under 7/10 of a second advantage. One of the Capris doing a lovely slide behind. And we're going to see a few mixes, I'm sure, as we go through this session. Plenty of time. We've got over 20 minutes still to go for them to get the cars working. Of course, they are swapping drivers during this practice session, so each gets a certain number of laps to get in, but it will be important for the top drivers to try and put in the quickest laps they can, because it will authorise the grid lineup. Now, this is the car that Jake Hill is competing in this weekend, number 1, 2, 3 Ford Capri. I think Rick Wood's in it at the moment. Yeah, Rick Wood is in the car at the moment, the owner of this Capri, but we've seen Jake do some remarkable work in the past. Oh no! We're on board as he gets on the grass. Thankfully, he saves it.
What a save, Rick. Great save, and it was just when the rear of the car stepped up on the grass. Luckily for Rick, it's a nice sunny day here at Goodwood, so the dry grass may have potentially stopped him from spinning around if that was wet. And there we go, just got on. Good car control from Wick. And this is possibly the only Capri that has competed in every members meeting. So a car that's well known around this incredible circuit. And Jake Hill, teammate, not at the wheel at the moment. He'll be hopping out in the car very shortly. Very handy round Goodwood.
Absolutely, yeah. Didn't do so well on that lap. Down in 16th place at the moment. Obviously lost a bit of time on that lap. Actually only cost about 3 seconds by going off onto the grass. But yeah, when we see Jake in that car, I think it will be going very, very rapidly indeed. And Jake Hill really looking forward to the start of the British Touring Car Championship. We're almost there. And he is feeling very positive about what's going to be going on in that, but he always goes brilliantly well. Now you're looking at the Mini here, the Nick Swift car that Alex Buncombe will be sharing with him as well. And it's always delightful to watch the little front-wheel drive Minis here at Goodwood, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. 1978, 1275 GT. They will struggle ever so slightly. It's called them giant killers, but as you can see there on the screen, they just don't quite have the oomph compared to some of the bigger cars around them, but they do look fantastic to drive and fantastic to race. Produce the Minis themselves, the one make series of these Minis, they produce incredible racing. Getting
nice.
some shots. There is the 77 car.
Alex Brundle.
Oh, and then an even closer demonstration of the number 15, just brushing those poor tyre barriers that at the start of the weekend look lovely, but by the end look a bit tattered and bruised.
Indeed. Yeah, the Craig Davies, Ashley Sutton car. But yeah, back to the Mini. In fact, coming back into the pits, in the 1970s when touring cars was on, you raced in different groups, and you could actually, as Mini did, win the outright championship as long as you won your class, as it were, by enough points. It was always a bit of a funny mix to try and work out. But yeah, the Minis were a key part of British Touring Car Championship at one stage in those 1970s. Now, Rover still flying around. The number 19 is third fastest. Tom Ingram, I'm pretty sure, as we said, is in the car. Off goes the Camaro. Oh, and we've got a Rover off further up. Is there oil down or something? There may be oil down, yeah, because that's Anthony, isn't it? No, it's Alex. No, it is Alex.
It's Alex, yeah.
Alex. So there must be oil down here. You can see how everyone's slipping and sliding. There's another car off in the gravel trap as well. That's the Matt Green, Josh Cook machine. Red flag. Yeah, no surprise. Look, this is where it actually went wrong. You could just see it. So it looks like the engine seized, doesn't it, almost, the way it's the back end seized up, and then it's just left oil down.
Yeah. Rovers get up the Ghost and dropped oil down, and then you can't see it. It's so hard to see. And then everyone's coming in, not expecting it to be there. Of course, there is a flag that will sign to the drivers that there is oil down, but sometimes that is a bit too late.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? And trying to spot it as well. You can actually see the line of it. Oh dear, another couple of cars have gone off as a result. So the number 20 Capri, that's the Nick Jarvis, Stig Blomqvist car. So it's clearly very, very slippery down there right now. No surprise, there was a big launch of oil from an engine. It did look like an engine seizure, and you have to say, it seems a bit unlikely, sadly, that Capri is going to be racing this weekend. Whether they can get the engine rebuilt overnight, that would, I mean, in the old days when they were racing, that was something that he tried to do, and it can be done, but it's a bit of a tough one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. These cars will take a while to get out the gravel. The marshals, big shout out, of course, to them, always doing a brilliant job wherever they go and keeping everybody safe and keeping everybody racing. Now, this is where I expect, Ben, many of the drivers that haven't yet been out on track will make the most of hopping in during this red flag, but it is a very narrow pit lane. We actually got a shot of it there riding on board. Jake Hill, he is in the car now. Expect to see that car maybe going more sideways than it is in a straight line at the hands of Jake, as some cars are deciding to make out and queue at the end of the pit lane. As I just take a look outside the commentary box window.
Yeah, no, it'll be great to see Jake in that, as you say, in that car, just to see exactly what he can do. But of course, these cars, swapping drivers is going to be a little bit more of a challenge. The marshals doing a fabulous job as ever. Many thanks to the marshals for always keeping things going. They'll get those cars out of the gravel once they get some support from some of the other vehicles here. So they will be coming back out. So we've got some drivers to talk to. So let's go down to Ed Foster in the pit, see who we can find.
Well, here we are. You were just talking about the pit lane being quite cramped. I mean, you can see you can't even open the doors properly. So let's have a wander down We've got Al Buncombe. Al, how is it in the Mini? I guess you just never lift.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still learning the car. It's we did a bit of pre-season testing here, both in the wet, so it's my first time in the dry with the car. But Nick's, giving me all the pointers he can, and I drove a Mini a few years ago and really enjoyed it. So, yeah, I've been doing a rain dance all morning, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
No, although tomorrow it might be wet for the sprint, but you'll be out and Nick will be in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still fantastic to be here. We've got great weather, which is the main thing, and let's hope we can put on a good show for everyone here.
Well, enjoy it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, stay with me, Ian. We'll close that. Who have we got here? So, Ollie, how are you doing? Have you been in the car yet?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
And how is it?
Yeah, track's okay actually. It was a bit of a delay getting going, but it was fine. It's quite a lot warmer than we were expecting. But just bedding in some tyres and some brakes. So let Marino have a go now. It's his first time in the car, so see how he gets on.
You were saying you're bedding in the tyres and the brakes, but I think you're right up at the top of the timesheets.
Well,
you're second, I think, something like that.
Managed to get an all right lap in, but we're a few tenths away from what we can do in the car. So they know there's more time in it, and I'm sure some other people will improve. But great to be here on a sunny day. So fantastic.
Cheers, Ollie. I'm gonna try and jump in, chat to Marino. Oh, blimey, that is a heavy door. Marino, that door must weigh about 40 kilos.
It's surprising. I went to open it for the first time yesterday. I was like, oh, that's it sums up the rest of the car, I think. But I've not turned a lap in it yet. So,
have you had any advice?
I just think that the controls, the steering's quite light, so it's power steering, but the brakes take a bit of pushing. So hopefully, I've had my porridge this morning and ready to go.
And a bit of needle between your brother and you, both in a similar car?
No, not really. I mean, I think neither of us know the car, so I don't think we're going to be up the front. We'll just see how we get on.
Yeah, Tim, I thought you'd say that. You'll be up at the front, Marino.
Thank you.
Right, let's close the heaviest door in the world again. Oh, there we go. Okay, follow me in. We're going to wind our way down. We'll see who else we can find. It is a very busy pit lane, and obviously this is a two-driver race when they do go out this evening. And you'll see it's absolute chaos in the pit lane because they can't get in, they can't get out. There's some of these cars, especially the Camaros, are left-hand drive, so they're opening the door into passing cars. So it is very busy. So let's see who we've got here. Got Nick Padmore here, let's just jump in. Guys, you've been out. How does the car feel?
Good. It feels good. Yeah, it's going well. But hopefully Nick can put some good times in now and get us somewhere.
Nick, obviously no pressure. You know this car very well, though.
Yeah, I love this car. It's my baby, although Jay owns it, but I love it. But so now there's a load of oil down at Lavant, apparently, so that's going to make it quite lively. But it'll be all right, be good.
I'll be flat through there.
What, the MGB? Do you race an MGB?
Right. On that note, let's watch out. We've got Tom Kristensen being pushed through. Right, let's carry on. We're clear. Got the Jordan car here. Jake, we had a chat to Jake before he went out. He's always pretty near the front. There's one here in the past. Rick, well, you've been out, haven't you? So let's talk to you. The car's obviously looking pretty quick.
The car was pretty quick. I'm not very quick. We tried to. What you should never do is a setup change just before you go out, and that's exactly what we did. So we'll fix it for the race. No doubt Jake will pull something out of the bag now, because he always does. He'll drive around it. But
what did you change?
Spring rates.
Well, that's way above my pay grade.
Just how hard the car is in the for the turn-in on the corners, and I think we went the wrong way. But you got to keep on trying these things. Just like a testing, I suppose. So our test is our race.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be quick. We'll squeeze through. Enjoy. Best of luck to Jake. Okay, who have we got? We got Tom here. I think Tom's been out. Swapped over. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry. Tom, how was it? All good?
It was all good actually. Yeah, really enjoyable. So hold on. I'm just trying to flick through my book of excuses as to why I got traffic. The wind was from a more northwesterly region. I've tested everything on southwesterly, so it's changed the opinion on the circuit a little bit today. But
that was the difference really between pole and not pole.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, really enjoyable. It's difficult in a day like that when you've got different cars coming out at different times. You get traffic, but we're there or thereabouts. Hopefully the guys are all okay. I didn't see what happened. I came around the corner and saw a few cars all stranded in the gravel. So hopefully they're okay and they can get out later on, which will be good.
No, everyone's fine. I think it was all on track, which caught everyone unawares.
Wonderful, nice.
Right, best of luck. Let's carry on cruising now. We've got Dario with the bonnet open there, with James, his teammate, heading up to the top of the pit lane. So while they go up, let's go down. Ian, follow me. It's always quite busy here. Jason Fong here, excellent photographer. Who have we got? I'm trying to find a Shepherd because I think this is the car that's on pole at the moment. So why don't we wander this way? Fred, can we walk and talk? Let's try not to get run over. Car's obviously going very well.
Yeah, it's very nice actually. I didn't think we'd done a lot between last year, but yeah, no, we've made some improvements which I hadn't expected.
And I have to say, I didn't hear a single word of that because of this SD1 going past. Very unthoughtful. But is it always a sort of a bit of an odd feeling handing your car over to someone else?
Yeah, it's a little bit. Timo, bless him, has been thrown into the seat quite late notice with not a lot of lap time around Goodwood at all, never mind in one of these. But he's inherently capable as a driver, obviously. So he'll get it in no time.
Fantastic. Well, enjoy it. Okay, who have we got here? We've got a couple more cars. So let's see who we've got here. I think this is Guy Smith, 2003 Le Mans winner. Do you mind if I crack on in? This is embarrassing, can't get in. There we go, much lighter door than the Camaro. Guy, lovely to see you, father-son team. Have you just jumped in the car or have you been out?
Just jumped in now, so yeah, it's always exciting at Goodwood, always a bit crazy in the pit lane. But yeah, what a great event. Looking forward to having a good race today with my dad.
And has your dad been asking for any advice?
Not really, no.
Or have you been asking him?
No. Just asking really how the car was. Obviously from the first session. A lot of oil just been dumped down now, so it sounds like it had a few scary moments, but yeah, looking forward to getting this qualifying out the way and see where we end up for the race this afternoon.
Right, Guy, best of luck. Right, who else have we got left? We are pretty much at the end here, so let's just see who we've got. Yeah, let's do one more interrupt. I'm getting better at these Capri doors. So it just jumped in the car?
Yes, nice and warm in here.
It's absolutely boiling. It's actually rather nice. I'm just glad I'm not wearing a helmet and a race suit. But you've driven this car before?
Andrew and I brought it down. We did a test day here. We came away with a list as long as our arm of jobs that we needed to improve on. He's literally just had his first run. Let's see.
Did the list include acceleration, braking and cornering?
I think you've nailed it there. It was no brakes, no power, no steering. So yeah, we made a lot of changes. We're not going to be right at the front, but we're here to have a lot of fun.
Well, look, enjoy it. Look, I think that is everything from us because we are now down at the bottom of the pit lane. So let's go back up to the comms box.
So there we are, looking forward to these cars coming back out onto the track shortly. It'll be a slightly reduced second part of this qualifying session. It'll be 10 minutes, but I can understand that with the sorting out of the oil, and they will get it cleared up fairly soon. Hopefully not long before we will be seeing these cars going back out on the track.
Highfield Princess. She's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from back to Cheval on the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
So much to look forward to at Goodwood over the rest of this year. But right now, we're still looking forward to seeing the cars for the Gordon Spice Trophy going out for their official practice session. We've still got a little bit of a delay while the oil is being cleared up down at Levant after that mishap for Alex Brundle, which is a bit of a shame, but it looks like it has pretty much been done now. As you can see, it's been dusted down well. Everybody will now see where the oil is. It is pretty much online, Alice, isn't it? So, especially on the entry. Let's have a look at what happened again. Just remind us what went wrong.
There we go. We're looking in the background of shot. Alex Brundle's car. Yeah, looks like a proper sieve, dropping all the oil. And Alex did a great job, in all fairness, of immediately removing the car off the track, staying off the racing line, and did the best thing that he could possibly do in that situation.
Absolutely right. Some people will just go slowly and continue
on the racing line,
yes,
which is not fun for the drivers behind. I mean, of course, it's hard to avoid the oil because you just can't see it. So several
initially
drivers
there, you can see he is on that racing line, just no braking.
Yeah, the marshals at the side of the track telling the drivers to move over, but once you've acknowledged what they're doing, you're in the corner. But a clear indication now when these drivers are heading back out on track now will be the dust that's down. But because Alex did a great job of removing the car, they can take sort of the natural line on the inside of Levant, but it'll just have to stay a little bit tighter on the way into the corner.
It is going to be harder for some of the drivers to improve the lap times. I mean, obviously some of them will, because we've got some of the super talents going out now. Some of the super talents ran early, some are now running in this part for this final 10 minutes. Jake Hill, for example, we saw him getting into that Capri, but it will be harder to do the ultimate lap time because of that section, won't it?
It will, it certainly will, but I do expect this order to change ever so slightly. Maybe not so much at the start, but you can see one of the minis there really is that the Alex Buncombe car kicking up the dust. Some of the drivers opting to drive early on the dust, and you can see the number 15 car. That's the Ford Mustang, the Sutton and Craig car, getting ever so slightly sideways. So I would personally, if I was driving, stay off that dust for now.
Absolutely. And it is difficult when you're coming into an area like that and the vision suddenly disappears because of the amount of dust flying around. It won't take too long, a few more laps like that, and actually it would have cleared up reasonably well. But it just takes a little bit of time. Look at that view. We weren't expecting it to be quite that lost, but very easily done. And when you've got a group of cars all heading down there together, it could make life a bit tricky. There is Jake. Here you see he's gone completely inside line. Totally sensible.
Yeah, very sensible. You can see he's pretty clear on the exit of the corner there, so they can then go full beams and get the exit on the run down to Woodcote Corner, but very busy final 8 minutes of this session remaining. The beautiful, beautiful BMW there. We're riding on board with Tom Kristensen car as he's filtering his way through the traffic, trying to make some gains.
Yeah, let's see how this goes for Tom, because this is certainly a car that's going to be very, very competitive. It's currently sitting 6th on the list for the laps that Jack Tetley did. He's always very rapid as well. Potentially Tom might even find a little bit more pace. Lovely onboard view. Watch his feet on the pedals.
Yeah, we've got a great camera on board here. So he's gone through Woodcote Corner, down into the chicane, finishing the lap ever so close to the tyres on the right and then the left. Foot to the floor now, smooth gear changes you want heading up the slightly uphill straight, but back with the number 60, Swift 2 Mini, who's going for a little bit, Alex Bumpkin's going for a little bit of a grass cutting session. There you can see the flag on the left-hand side, the red and yellow striped flag, just indicating to the drivers that there's slippery surface ahead.
And there we are on board. And this is Jake, who's in Jake Hill in the Capri right now. So we're seeing how much oversteer, and here's where he's got that inside line and staying well away from the dust on the entry to the lap, but then power on, lovely slide without too much oversteer.
Now you're constantly making corrections, especially in these old type cars. The concentration there from Jake as he's making his way now up through, slightly up through up to Woodcote Corner, slight bit of traffic, jumping on the brakes, keeping it smooth. And we've got Jordan that was on a very quick lap, but now being blocked ever so slightly as he heads through into the final chicane.
Yeah, well, Andrew Jordan, always very, very rapid. He's had some remarkable victories here at Goodwood in some of the single-make races that have been carried away. Let's just see where this puts him if it moves him up the order. That car currently down in 19th position, so I think he just lost a bit, as you said, on that last part of the lap. And in fact, Jake Hill is up behind him, isn't it? So we've got the two Capris with two of the top drivers here are actually on track at the same time.
Yeah, we've got a few personal bests flashing up on the board, so the order's certainly going to change. We continue to ride on board with Jake, frustrating trying to make his way through the traffic. Coming into the first part now of St Mary's, then he'll swoop to the left. You can hear the tyres squealing as he's constantly making corrections, and whoever's getting that in front is getting ever so out of shape.
That is Andrew. That's Andrew.
That is
Jordan.
Andrew, yes it is.
So this is a brilliant, you're watching a fantastic onboard view of two of the best drivers. You've got a touring car champion up ahead, and you've got a driver who's come close to winning the British Touring Car Championship and is really going for it this year, and he's going around the outside and overtakes on the main straight.
Yeah, the Van straight there, overtaking on the outside. He's pulling perfectly back, braking in a straight line, so you don't follow the road. Keep the car nice and settled as much as you can, at least, on the way in. You can see what a beautiful shot, Ben.
That was amazing, but it does imply that maybe the engine power in Jake's car is a little bit more than Andrew Jordan's. Certainly accelerating very well out of the corners and got a lot of straight line speed, and across the line they come. Now that's put Hill up to 5th now, so that's good news. Gordon Shedden, by the way, has moved up into 6th position, yeah, Andrew Jordan's down in 12th place, so that car perhaps, I gather it's had a bit of work done on it recently, so maybe they haven't had a chance to test it quite as much as they would have liked to make it already, but maybe there's just a bit more to find out of it for Andrew Jordan.
A good first sector for the number 7 car that you can see on screen now, and that is the Shedden car. Looks like Gordon possibly behind the wheel. An impressive first sector, passing the speed trap as well. He's heading now, and will cut the beam to come into the second sector, so we'll wait to see that time on screen. But I'm expecting, if he continues, doesn't look like he's got any traffic in front of him, Ben, so this should be, and yeah, not a bad middle sector, so this should be a pretty decent lap.
Well, this is interesting to watch then. Let's see whether Gordon Shedden's going to get right up towards the top there. 127.1 is the target to beat so far. Oh, big slide, but he keeps just off the grass, nicely over the curbing on the exit of the chicane. Let's see where we've got to second place. Gordon Shedden goes second fastest, 0.6 of a second off the pace.
Yeah, so he jumped up, lost a little bit of time compared to the fastest time, which is a Shepherd car in that middle sector, which of course is where the oil is. But a lovely slow-mo. How there's a little bit of room between him and the tyre barrier. Maybe he'll want to get slightly closer to that next time round, but a nice car control on the exit there. Just managing to keep it on the off the grass. Precision driving.
Remember, he is now the captain of the House of Methuen here for the Goodwood battles. If he gets points in the race, he gets double points because he's a captain. So he's up there at the moment. He's not on pole, and whoever gets pole does get 50 points. At the moment, that's the Bernhard Shepherd mix.
Previous winner of this race, of course, is Gordon, and actually set another good first sector as Jake Hill has a little bit of a lock-up going to Levant, and it continues to basically drift round the entire corner, showing off his car control there as he's set not a personal best in the first sector. So we'll wait, he's going to come through and cut the beam, finishing sector 2. Personal best in the middle sector, but several tenths actually off the sector that Gordon Shedden previously set last time round.
The Capris usually don't have quite the same speed as the Chevy Camaros in the drive, but let's just see. This is a good lap from Jake, keeping it well balanced. And he's heading up towards the line now. Let's see, he's currently in 7th place, and now he moves up into 4th, so that was a good lap.
Yeah, it's very tight, isn't it, between, we've got Shedden in the number 2, Pop's position at the moment, and then we've got the Franchitti and the Hill car, the Ingram car. They're all separated by around about 0.3 of a second, as it's a bit of jostling for position there.
We think Jamie Chadwick's in the car at the moment, so number 18 in the Rover.
So she'll have to not only get used to driving the car, but also dial into the track as well. But of course, very experienced driver, very fast driver into the final chicane now. Whereabouts are they sitting in the times at the moment? Down in 18th place. No personal best at the moment on this lap. Of course, she's had some traffic to go through as cuts the timing beam. Will there be an improvement? Not at the moment.
Jake Hill's still on another good lap. He's done a good first sector, so we'll be watching that. But the time, as you say, is ticking away. We're going to get the checkered flag pretty soon now. Gordon Shedden's on a good lap as well, once again. Can he take that pole position? He needs to gain 0.6, a little over 0.6 to take that pole position, to try and get the pole position points for his house. Let's just see if it's going to be enough over the line, and not quite. He gets closer. He's brought it down to 0.3.
Yeah, he improved in the sector there, but Ben, we've got to keep an eye on for Jake Hill because he set personal best in the first and the second sector. A couple of tenths down what is possible, fastest in the last sector, and cuts the beam and jumps up to 3rd place, just a 10th behind Gordon Shedden. Andrew Jordan is setting good lap times further down the order, has just actually taken the checkered flag. He set fastest overall in the last sector, but will stay 10th for now.
Jake Hill's backed off now. You're on board with him briefly. Interestingly, Timo Bernhard not doing quite the same laps that Freddie Shepherd had done in the pole car, and Fred did tell us that he's not really driven the car before, so trying to get up to speed, and hasn't really done much around the Goodwood track. He's done a bit more at Festival of Speed in the past. He's just done a 1:31.9, but yeah, still learning how that car operates. But it does look as though the number 17 Ford Mustang of Fred Shepherd and Timo Bernhard has taken pole position for the Gordon Spice Trophy. Nobody has had that chance at the end. It may have been different if we hadn't had the oil down, but that was the way. And even with that down, Jake Hill and Gordon Shedden have done a fantastic job to move up. Shedden into 2nd, Hill into 3rd, and we're going to see a wonderful battle. And what's quite fun, Alice, the two Franchittis. We've got Marino and Dario Franchitti 4th and 5th on the grid, which is fun to see. So Marino Franchitti in the number 21, the number 21 car. There's some interesting tyre flex going on the Rover there with Jamie Chadwick.
Yeah, skipping across the road. There, Jamie fighting her way on the exit of the chicane. But yeah, stress for the Franchitti family, I would say, having the two brothers that will possibly be starting alongside each other as Jake Hill sticks his hand out the window. Great job by Jake. Third, he'll be starting on the grid for the race later on today.
Yeah, that will be very exciting. It's a 45-minute race. Both drivers will be competing in that race this afternoon. Tomorrow it'll be just a single driver, the entrant driver, who will be doing a shorter race. But this evening, I tell you what, it's a way to be around this evening. It's going to be, what I think, one of the most exciting races of the weekend. And I do hope everybody here at Goodwood, or if you're watching with us online, that you can be with us later on this evening and enjoy what should be a close battle all the way through, due to start at 6:45 p.m. this evening.
A huge fan favourite, certainly one of my favourite races of the weekend. But it is the Fred Shepherd. He got on with it, didn't he, at the early stages? And that is the sort of the risk that you have with these type of old cars. They can quite easily drop oil, so you do not only need to acclimatise quickly to the track conditions that you've got dealing in front of you, but also you need to try and get on with it just in case you do have these issues. And that's exactly what Fred did to take pole position, 3/10 clear of Gordon Shedden in P2.
Andrew Jordan ended up in 10th place, so yeah, that's not quite where I think they would have hoped. Just behind Rob Huff, actually, interestingly enough. Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram. We've got a whole group of British touring car stars who are in this sort of lower group of the top 10. Stopped off on the track, the Rover of John Saunders and David Brabham. So I don't know what's happened to that car. But clearly it's not been able to come back to the pits. It might just have run out of fuel, but it's unlikely because they only had 10 minutes. They had shortened this session, so I rather doubt, yes, that it's still running again now, so hopefully.
Thinking about it, maybe a little bit of a spin somewhere, but it's got going now.
Good news, good news. So most of the cars are heading their way back into the pits now, the end of that Gordon Spice Trophy practice session. Let's take a look at some of the highlights and some of the action on track of these 1970s and 1980s Group 1 saloon cars. This mixture of the big powerful American beasts like the Chevy Camaro and the Ford Mustangs, the British cars that were rapid in the higher levels like the Rover and the Ford Capri, and then the Mazda RX-7. It's lovely to see this here this time. We haven't seen that before. Alex Taylor and Sebastian Priaulx are sharing that Mazda RX-7 1980 car, and we did see a few moments, of course, a few incidents, particularly later on when the oil went down. The Mazda, by the way, down in 20th place, but this is when all the oil went down, Alice.
Yeah, Alex Brundle moving the car safely off track, keeping it off the racing line. Unfortunate end to the session for Alex, but then it was back on track action, and Jake Hill showing off his drifting skills, but it's the Fred Shepherd car that takes pole position.
Fantastic effort by Fred Shepherd. They have got pole position. That's 50 points for them straight away.
I'm here stood in a field in Goodwood. We're showcasing as much homegrown produce from within the estate. Festival of Speed lands in July when the British produce at its very best. see, hear, and I think smell the cars as well. Technically I'm working, hopefully I can nip out for 5 to 10 minutes. If people are into cars at that level, they're going to have an eye for detail and an eye for quality, so it's important that that's replicated in what I serve as well as what's on the track. I'm Ollie DeBoo, cooking at the Surtees Pavilion at Goodwood. Do head to goodwood.com to find out more.
Well, I'm here just beside the Great Hall, and I've come to the membership area where you can find out how to start your membership at Goodwood. So this is the GRRC Fellowship actually now, and I'm going to go in and find out a little bit more because I think we all want to get our heads around. Hello, Fiona. We all want to get our heads around how does one get the prestige of becoming a member at Goodwood? What is the first step?
So first step is to become a fellowship member, which is what we're signing people up today. Becoming a fellowship member and a member in waiting is the only way to join the Goodwood Road Racing Club. Due to popularity, it is around a 3 or 4 year wait, but during that time, being a fellowship member, you get lots of benefit and get to come to members meeting, which is the biggest one.
Well, that is quite a thrill to come to the members meeting. But tell me, what else can you get with the fellowship?
So Revival and Festival Speed tickets, you can get 10% discount on your first 2 entry tickets and grandstands. At Festival Speed and Revival, we also have a pit stop enclosure, which is available to GRC and fellowship members. So it's got nicer toilets, catering, a lovely place, a nice base to be. Really, really great, especially if it's super hot or raining, perhaps. Also, you get Goodwood shop discount year-round, 10%, and we do run a full calendar of events for our members as well. So everything from a fellowship track day to regional drives, and also you can enter ballots to win tickets to factory tours like at McLaren, that sort of thing.
Okay, this does sound pretty good. Now, can anyone sign up for the fellowship?
Yep, absolutely anybody, young, old, just have an interest in motorsport. That's all we want, and wanting to be close to Goodwood. We are running an incentive this weekend that if you're a current fellowship or GRC member and you bring someone new over to the stand to sign up, we have a refer a friend competition and you can win a prize.
All right, and now we've been talking about the house shields, we've met the team captains. How do you sort everyone into the houses?
So everybody who's a new member gets assigned a house, and here on event we have a wheel that you can spin. Would you like to find out what house you're in?
I think that's a great idea. So this is the wheel here?
Yes, it is. Give it a spin.
So is there a certain way we should be going for good luck, or?
Any way you like.
Off we go. Who I landed on?
Darnley.
I don't mind a bit of Darnley. There we go. Fantastic. So, oh, goodness. I even get my sticker.
Show off.
Fiona, thank you so much. It's great to have this information about how to be a member. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So much on offer here at the Goodwood Members Meeting. Changing the commentary box, my name's Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is Bruce Jones, and we are gearing up now for the Derek Bell Cup practice underway. And this is for 1000cc Formula 3 cars built between 1964 and 1970. First car out on track is that number 25 car. I mean, Bruce, this is my second time back here at the Goodwood Members Meeting.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's nice to be back, but every time it just has a special feeling, doesn't it, when you walk through the entrance and the grounds are immaculate, and thankfully the weather is playing ball so far this weekend.
Yeah, what we wanted this weekend was dry. We're getting dry. Now, one of the very early cars out. This is 60 years since they started the 1000cc Screamer Formula. You know, so many manufacturers taking part. And all, you know, a lot of the Formula 1 teams today, they made their bread and butter money by selling cars. This is a Brabham. This is Andrew Hibbert. He's already won this event, the Derek Bell Cup. Derek, one of the stars here, 3 times. He won at the 74th meeting, the 75th members meeting, and the 79th with the Brabham Ford BT18. Just nipped down in the paddock. We're talking Derek Bell. Scored his first ever win here 60 years ago in 1964. He's here. Son Justin, who makes fantastic movies now, has flown over from the States. Hopefully they'll come up in the commentary box later. Derek doesn't look a day older from the days he was winning them all in the 90s, 80s. Absolutely extraordinary, but it's quite a thought. Turned up here, scored his first win in his first race. Hey, why don't you become a racing driver?
Why not? Absolutely fantastic. Called the 5-time Le Mans winner. As you say, made his Goodwood race debut 60 years ago. 6th running of this at the Goodwood Members Meeting, as we take a look at the number 83 car, all in yellow, making its way through. Eagling at the wheel of that. Fastest time so far, 1:26.0.
Yeah, Dan Eagling, and it's a car with a great name on the side, one of the big characters of Formula 3 at the age. Pico Troberg, a Canadian, a Swedish racer, super enthusiastic. He then ran Formula 3 teams later. And always when I think of Pico, you think of a big smile under a massive curly-edged moustache, a real character from the paddock. And the drivers used to travel around Europe, and I remember Pico just talking about doing the Monza Lotteria in the days before the chicanes. He said there were packs of 10 cars slipstreaming around the amazing circuit down at Monza. But right now, here and now, at Goodwood, this is a circuit where you've got fantastic flow, and one of the drivers who gets the best flow around here is John Milicevic. He's won this event back at the 76th meeting. He's always a feature in these races. John in the number 3 Brabham Ford BT21B. So that's from 1968. The first car we saw was Andrew Hibbard's Brabham from 1966. Not an enormous change. The cars were small, of course, 1 litre engine in the back, cigar tube shape, and of course by end of 1968 was the point at which aerodynamics and wings arrived on single-seaters very much. The Techno at the side of the circuit there, it's unfortunate for the Merble Arnold team. I think they only wallpaper manufacturer to sponsor a team in Formula 1. A little fact there. But Fritz Burkhardt, he's got it going again. So it's been a little loop around and rejoin. That's at St Mary's.
Yeah, making his way back onto the track. That car from 1967. And this, of course, ahead of the race, which will take place, the Derek Bell Cup, tomorrow from around about 9:40 in the morning, all being well. And that is what happened there for Fritz Burkhardt in the number 1 1967 Techno Ford. Losing the rear end, bit of smoke kicking up at the back and letting it roll off the track just to get out of the way before he finds himself back on again.
Well, the important thing there, he kept travelling towards the outside of the circuit, second part at St Mary's, where he was trying to turn to the left over a bit of a crest. He didn't come back towards the apex because we're 2 rivals there, so that's a very good thing indeed. Right, top of the charts is car number 8, just called it on screen there. It's Michael O'Brien, son of Mike. So this is a Titan. So I said there were many manufacturers competing, constructors competing in the championship back in the 60s to make the bread and butter. Either Tim Schenken or David Brodie were the drivers who starred in that car. But again, you had massive fields, and these cars, you look how small they are. They could get huge numbers side by side around Woodcote, for example, at Silverstone. Brilliant slipstreaming battles. And it is about momentum. You don't have a lot of horsepower from a 1000cc engine. Get it wrong, oh my word, you're going to have to play catch-up big time. It's like you or I, Harry, if we're in a car. It doesn't work.
It just does not work. 2 tall people in any kind of racing vehicle does not work. But that number 8, restored over the past 2 years by Mike O'Brien at Speed Sports. We've got another car off there, grass on the tyres, but looking to rejoin. Just trying to get a better look at who that is.
Yeah,
if we can see a number on the side, we'll hope to get a better look.
Chevron, which is white, red and green, which is Mike's.
It's got Kermit the Frog on the back. That would have been the signal, wouldn't it? Did you spot a Kermit the Frog on the back? We'll come back to that one and figure out who that was. But the number 8 still fastest at the moment, a 1:22.5. O'Brien at the wheel of that.
Just taking a look, we're getting towards the end of the period. 1970, you had the marches, when March had just been launched in 69. There is one, car number 61. It was in your programmes as number 2. Andy Jarvis driving that for Lindstone Classics. And also we saw the team Patonia car, white and red, another March 703, just going through shot before with Thomas Jamin. Not Thomas Jamin, sorry, I beg your pardon, but it's the car that Tom Walkinshaw used to compete in. So the spin goes, it's giving us the numbers there.
The 84 car, so that's the Brabham, that's Martin Whitlock at the wheel of that in the 1967 car, restored by Martin back in 2021 over 2022, but not been raced since 1975 in America. So I think he managed to get that back around and going again. So great to see that Martin Whitlock. Where is he on the time? He's been a little bit further.
He's way down in 29th position, but of course most of them have only got 4 laps on the board. That means an out lap, 3 flying lap. There's the team Patonia red and white March being passed around the outside by number 3 that's going increasingly well. John Milicevic, we talked about him in his 1968 Brabham, that's the BT21B, just so small, so neat. And John has frequently raced cars of this ilk. He understands underpowered cars, a lot of Formula Junior racing as well, and keeping the flow around the circuit. And here is such a rewarding track if you can do just that. He's 3rd fastest at the moment. He's 2.3 seconds down on Michael O'Brien's best, so a mountain to climb. particularly as the clock is counting down to just over 7 minutes remaining in this official practice session.
Yeah, the time really does fly, doesn't it? The number 8 car, Audrain, currently fastest, a 1:22.5. Then it's the number 25, that's Hibbard, up in just gone faster actually, 1.8 seconds back at the moment in second. And then the number 75 is Peter De La Roche, set that lap time a few laps ago, up in third at the moment. Now he's in another Alexis Ford Mark 17, a period team Alexis car, and found in Germany as a basket case and then restored. That's what I love about seeing some of these cars, is the background and where they've come from to then be raced in full anger around this Goodwood track.
This is absolutely the essence of historic racing. Cars are contemporary, then they're not, and then it takes a while for a historic class to be created for them, and it's great to have these cars. These have always been brilliant to race. Now, you don't see too many Alexises out there these days. This number 75, driven by Peter De La Roche, great historic racer. It's a works car, driven by Dick Barker, then Ken Sedgley, but, you know, there were so many Formula 3 championships. It was such a success in the mid-1960s. Sweden had its own championship, but then the championships fizzle out, the cars get put away. But these are such rewarding cars to drive. You can understand fully. They look brilliant, they sound brilliant, and the racing is going to be super, super close. So what a great way to go racing. Historic F3.
And beautiful colour as well, the sun glinting off of the number 75, all in yellow as it comes across the Rhine. Peter De La Roche not finding any time that lap around, still sits third fastest behind Hibbard and O'Brien. Milicevic and Eagling round out the top 5 as it currently stands with just over 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, the gap first to second was about 2 and a bit seconds. It's down to 1.6, so we saw right at the start of the session Andrew Hibbard very quick out of the box in Father Michael's Brabham, an ex-Chris Irwin car, actually. And that has 3 Derek Bell Cup victories to his name. Car number 28, and clapped eyes on that one.
Jason Timms, I believe, in the Brabham from 1967. Oh, we've got a spinner though. It's the number 63. That's Christoph Widmer. Yeah, absolutely, another Brabham only car to have completed and finished all Derek Bell Cup races held at the Goodwood Members Meeting. A nice spin and back on the power straight away. Lovely and controlled there from Christoph. Let's see how it happened. We got a bit of a squeeze actually from the 57. That's Simon Horton in the Chevron, and squeezed on the inside, had nowhere to go, and then off he went.
I never like to see single-seaters with interlocking wheels, but luckily in so many ways it went off to the infield, but everyone else continues. It's still Michael O'Brien fastest, 1 minute 22 seconds, 22.5 seconds flat. Best of the rest, Andrew Hibbard in his Brabham, 1 minute 24.1. So 1.6 seconds. It's really a very, very big gap by Formula 3.
This is
the car that he hit,
yeah,
57, coming in slowly. That's the Chevron, the B15 of Simon Horton.
I wonder if he's got a little bit of damage from that as well. So this is the Chevron Ford B12 from 1969. Yeah, Simon Horton at the wheels, got his arm up as well. Problem there after his coming together. This was raced in period by René Ligounet, including 2 Monaco Grand Prix support races and all of the European Formula 3 races in 1969 and 1970 as well. Kept the car running until 2017, having done the historic Monaco Formula 3 meeting, and age 78, René sold it to Simon in the car at the moment. So the car has only had 2 owners in about 54 years, but picking up a little bit of damage there from that incident just a few moments ago.
Just looking, one of the cars going through shot, running a livery that's very famous indeed. Not 10, it's the car that's just in front of 10, running the gold leaf livery, therefore it's a Lotus from 1968. But car 10 is a De Sanctis Ford, so again, more manufacturers. Austin Widmer racing this at the moment, and it was raced in the Italian series, which was super strong in the late 1960s. I mentioned earlier the Monza Lotteria. Pack as many cars as you want onto the grid and send them round to racing groups around Monza circuit, again with great flow. Oh, what fun it must have been. But don't forget, a lot of these drivers in the 60s did these events in Formula Junior beforehand to pick up the start money, which was a factor then. And if they could just have a good enough season, they could pick up enough money to be these sort of motor racing gypsies travelling around Europe. What a dreadful life it must have been.
Oh, just awful. Fastest lap time at the moment with 2 minutes and 47 seconds remaining on the clock is Mike O'Brien, a 1:22.5. Got 1.6 seconds clear of his next rival. So that Titan from 1968 going well around this Goodwood track. Hibbard, De La Roche still the top 3 as it stands.
And unfortunately, for the rivals, Michael O'Brien just banged in the fastest first sector. He's fastest by quite a margin. By 1.6 seconds, he's stretching it out. And looking to see who's making moves. I talked fleetingly about the gold leaf livery on car number 41. That's the Lotus. Enrico Speggiari goes up into 5th place. He's on the move. who else is making the jump.
I just want to see who's languishing at the back, who's not quite had the run of it at the moment. We've got the number 6 right at the back as well. That's the Brabham Ford BT28. Leif Bosson at the wheel there. And this is the number 8. This is the Titan with Mike O'Brien, the fastest car on track at the moment.
Yeah, Mike O'Brien, you know, the fastest first sector of anyone. Unfortunately, traffic in the past 2 or 3 cars. He's still got time. He's got just under 2 minutes to go through, do this lap and one further lap before the checkered flag is unfurled. Now he's got, as far as I can see, clear track up ahead of him, so he'll pick up pace. His best lap was 1 minute 22.5. With the traffic there, 1 minute 25.7. But I'm sure if he had that pace at the start of the last lap, he can do it all over again, and then hopefully, for his sake, get further clear. But it's down to 1.1 seconds. I said Peter LaRoche was starting to...
He found a bit of time there, didn't he?
In the Alexis, that's car number 75, the ex-Dick Barker work car. That's up to second place. He's deposed Andrew Hibbard. He's deposed John Milicevic. Enrico Spaggiari in the Lotus, car number 41, up into 5th place at the moment. But this has been beautiful driving for the Speed Sport prepared Titan.
Tell you what, the wind is suddenly picking up as well out there. We're looking at the number 41 at the moment. Enrico Spaggiari won the one-off, as you say, for the Works Gold Leaf team, Lotus for the 1968 season. And this is the 141 out there on track at the moment in that iconic Lotus livery. Werner Percher at the wheel of that, making his way through in the 41. Little bit of traffic round through the chicane and across the line. Spaggiari currently in 5th, crosses the line. He'll get another lap time around, but couldn't quite do it on that occasion. Hibbard had a great sector 2 last time out in the number 25. He currently sits 3rd fastest, so might be Hibbard one to watch if he can get across the line again. But the 41 and the 25 going toe-to-toe at the moment. Spaggiari and Hibbard trying to find all the lap time they can around the right-hander.
Well, Hibbard goes through past the Lotus, but I must say, just looking at that Lotus, of course, at the start of 1968 was the time that Lotus went from green and yellow, the sort of colours of Norfolk, the colours of Lotus, and had that first commercial livery. Not the first one in Formula 1, but the first for a works team, and all changed thereafter. You think of the start of that season, Jim Clark winning so beautifully at the start of the season, then alas, just straight after that, the start of 1968, unfortunately not getting away from a Formula 2 meeting, and that was that for the driver of his age. But the driver of the day today thus far in the Derek Bell Cup has been this driver, car number 8, Michael O'Brien, second generation, of course, raced his father Mike O'Brien, ran some fabulous cars, got some great results. Looks as though pole is going to be his. It looks like the closest challenges have all hit traffic, and that margin, nearly 1.2 seconds, looks though that is going to last.
Yeah, Milicevic takes the checkered flag as well. He can't improve his time in the number 3 Brabham from 1968, so he stays 4th. And looking at the sector times at the moment, Hibbard, Delaroche, they're not doing anything. Hibbard actually takes the checkered flag. He cannot improve. Delaroche as well coming into the final sector now, but his first couple of sectors haven't quite been enough. O'Brien across the line then in the number 8 doesn't improve his last lap time, but stays fastest, takes the checkered flag, and will start from pole position the Derek Bell Cup tomorrow. And when we see, I mean, we've seen some close quarter action already in this practice qualifying session. What we're going to expect for the race tomorrow, Bruce?
Okay, traffic could play a role in official practice. You'll come across some of the slower cars, but looking at Michael O'Brien's stream of laps, he's been not just quick, he's been consistently quick. Other drivers maybe got the worst of traffic, their times are up and down, but Peter Delaroche, all his experience, got up into second place, but the fact he got to just with 1.2 seconds was quite a mountain, because Michael O'Brien was absolutely supreme in that number 8 Titan.
Absolutely, and waving to everybody around the track, enjoying some of these fantastic Formula 3 cars, 1000cc, built between 1964 and 1970, as we gear up for the Derek Bell Cup, which you can watch the racing action tomorrow. 20-minute race from around about 9:40 in the morning, all being well. But it will be Michael O'Brien in that number 8 you see making its way around in the Titan Mark III from 1968, which will lead the field away with Delaroche in the number 75. Alexis Ford alongside him. Let's take a look back then at some of this close quarter action, getting oh so close to the walls in the final chicane. We even had some wheel-to-wheel contact as we witnessed these 1000cc Formula 3 cars built between 1964 and 1970. We got a whole mixture. There were Marches, Brabhams were the talk of the town. Titan, though, going quickest in the hands of Mike O'Brien pretty much early doors, and he never really stayed away. That was the first bit of contact, getting so close, side by side, wheels nearly interlocking, and you can just see how hard the 30 drivers in this field were absolutely pushing these machines. So we look forward then to seeing the racing action later on, but in the meantime we can head down to the pits and catch up with Ed.
Dario, I'm going to read this. You're the executive product and brand director. You're a very important man now.
Yeah, somebody tell my kids, please. Yeah, I've got a real job, got a desk and everything. It's but this is the fun part, getting to drive the cars.
Now, look, tell me about the T50S, the Niki Lauda car, because when you were last year, you had the T50, and I mean, anyone who remembers that, it's an amazing bit of kit. What's the difference with this?
So this is a track version. T50 was always built as a road car. Those lovely roads we know up to Scotland, the car was built and designed for that. This is designed purely for the track. Less than 900 kilos, 770 horsepower V12, 1,500 kilos of downforce. The words I used to Gordon the first time I drove it fully on the power was it's unhinged. It's just madness. And it's a load of fun. So yeah, I'm looking forward to running it here.
And there's also the T33 as well, 2-seater rather than 3-seater, and that's sort of a baby supercar, isn't it?
Yeah, so Steve Hayes is going to drive, our test driver is going to drive T33. That's the second series road car, and it's just wonderful. Imagine a Ferrari Dino or a rear-engine Lotus Elan with that V12 in it. It's that level of nimble chassis, lightness, and just that incredible engine. So I've really enjoyed driving that too. T50s now is in production. So it's like the kids have left for university. And we're getting to play with that and 50S, so life's pretty good.
There are a lot of very jealous people, Dario, so enjoy it.
Thanks, pal.
Thank you, Ed, for catching up there with Dario Franchitti, of course, one of the new house captains, flying the flag for the Tor Bolton side of things across this weekend. And fantastic to see it absolutely packed out here on this first day of running for the Goodwood Members Meeting, the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting, and those on the Ferris wheel getting the best view in the house. So much on offer at Goodwood as well, not just on track, but around it as well. So if you are here with us, do make sure you take the opportunity to have a wander around and explore all that there is on offer in this fantastic circuit and the surroundings of Goodwood House, of course, has to offer. My name's Harry Benjamin. Up in the commentary box with me now is Alice Powell. And Alice, we're gearing up for a demo, which we'll see on track shortly, the Gordon Murray Automotive demo celebrating the dynamic debut of the GMA T.50s, which we're really looking forward to. Have you had a chance to spot it in the paddock yet?
I haven't, but I cannot wait. We just got some brief shots there of it. I can't wait to see this on track. And actually, I might even take my headphones off just so I can hear the noise of it roar past us here in the commentary box.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. So we'll get that underway shortly as we are celebrating. And as I said, it will be the 10th anniversary of the modern members meeting taking place. There's so much on offer on the track. 13 races, including 11 car, 2 motorbike races, plus the sidecar shootout. You saw some sidecar action earlier on today as well. 5 demos, this being one of them. And this is what we get the chance to look at. And I'm very pleased to say that also joining us up in the commentary box is Director of Engineering at Gordon Murray Automotive, Nick Boyle. Nick, welcome to the commentary box. Fantastic to have you and your insights along with us. I mean, tell us first of all, what are we seeing right now on our screens? This is the T50S.
That's right, T50S. Now this is our track version of the T50. So what we've done here is the most exciting track-focused supercar from our point of view. We decided we wanted to make something as cool as we possibly could to give the drivers the most exciting experience on track we possibly can. So hopefully you're going to enjoy hearing this, as you say.
Absolutely.
a bit in shortly.
One absolutely getting geared up and ready. Dario Franchitti, who was just speaking to Ed a moment ago at the wheel, the 4-time IndyCar champion from 2007, again in 09, 10, 11, of course, the Indy 500 winner from 2007, 2010 and 2012. So, Nick, this is the first time ever that the car is running in the public, is that right?
In public, that's right, yes.
So how's it been in the build-up to this and getting ready for members?
Yeah, it's been very good, very exciting. The car's been running a little while. You might have seen some of the YouTube vlogs where we did the shakedown and commissioning at the end of last year. And since then, the car's been doing some more lower speed, lower load work, working up to this point now. And then after this weekend, the car goes off and does the most intensive development work of the programme, getting the car ready, signing it off, making sure the setup is just so, before we hand over to the customers in production.
Now this T50S, paying homage to Niki Lauda, of course.
Yes.
I mean, it seems like a stupid question to ask, but why? What was the inspiration behind making this all about Niki Lauda and having his legacy support the car?
Niki was a great friend and obviously a driver of Gordon's at Brabham, and he won the Swedish Grand Prix in '78, didn't he, driving the 46B fan car. And here we have a track car using that very, very similar fan technology. So T50S does have a fan like the road car does, and providing additional downforce, so it's spinning up around a 7,000 RPM. As I said, providing downforce and sucking some air from underneath the car.
A fantastic feat of engineering and machinery, isn't it? And the driver, Dario Franchitti, sat at the wheel, little bit of a shake of the steering wheel, and sat in the middle as well. So it's very much sort of racing design, middle cockpit style, single-seater style almost.
Yeah, that's right, driver-centric. So we put the driver right in the middle of the action there. It's the best place for him to sit. So again, following on from T50 road car, just to make sure he's got that, the best view out, the most interactivity with the driving experience, and as you say, like the race car.
Well, just hearing as the doors slam shut on that T50S, we'll be seeing them out imminently. And if you're down by that paddock area, you've already got your cameras out taking a beautiful picture of this T50S Niki Lauda. Hundreds of parts changed over the road-going T50 supercar to optimise the car for track use, and as we've been discussing, named after the legendary 3-time Formula One world champion and Gordon Murray's former Brabham teammate.
Duke's down there as well, having a good look at the car. I think they're going to need some ear defenders, aren't they, when
they are, yes.
when this car leaves the pit.
I've been told 120 decibels, so...
Wow. That is mighty impressive. So everyone around the circuit, get ready to cover your ears, or maybe not, or take in the incredible sound.
Representing really sort of pure driving, isn't it? Especially as it tackles this Goodwood circuit. Just over 3.8 kilometres, 2.4 miles of iconic track. And absolutely the Duke getting the closest look in the house, just on the left side of your screen if you're watching along with us and hearing the engine rev. So talk us through the processes happening now, Nick. What is going on as we await for it to get moving?
Yeah, they're just making sure the engine fires and the systems are working as they should do. And there's always a little pause here, isn't there, while everything gets ready. So we just make sure there's as much heat as we can into the engine, because we're starting from cold, before we go onto the track. And actually, it looks like the first car out here is T33, the mule car we call James.
And why are we calling it James?
Because by some quirk, we choose to call them after kings of England. So the T50 mule George, and then we also got Henry. Yeah, here's Steve Hayes, our test driver. And this is also the public track debut of T33, which is our brand new sports car, road sports car. Beautiful, really pretty car, as you can see. And what we're really saying here is that we're taking that same attention to detail, the same exceptional engineering and attention to detail from T50 and applying it to a car that's slightly more comfort-oriented and slightly more effortless performance for more day-to-day usability. So we like to say that if you only had one supercar, T33 is the one to have.
Well, it looks absolutely stunning, that T33 mule car called James, and it's wrapped in a sort of camouflage livery as the T50S.
Yeah,
makes its way out as well onto the track with Dario Franchitti at the wheel. And I mean, Nick, the first thing you notice really is that huge wing on the back and the fan. Talk us through how that's working and driving the car forward.
So for a track car, we want to make sure you've got decent grip all the time. So go on, listen to that, and provide plenty of downforce. So we've got aero systems from the very front of the car, from the splitter down the barge boards at the side, as you say, to the large delta wing at the back, the diffuser and the fan. And we're producing 1,500 kilos of downforce, 1.5 tons of downforce at 150 miles an hour, which is really good. In fact, as we started the program, some of the early designs in CFD were showing about 1.9 tons, 1,900 kilos, but because it's important for drivers of all experiences, whether you're a pro and experienced or whether you're just any other ordinary driver, maybe like myself, to get the most out of it, we need to just drop that peak off a little bit to make it just that more usable.
Flames coming out of the back of the exhaust as well, lighting up this Goodwood track. Alice, would you like to get behind the wheel of this? Can we have a word? Can we get Alice behind the wheel?
Is Dario allowed to give it some beans? Or has he been told, keep it calm, keep it steady?
Oh, no, you can't give the good guy down, can you? He's been told to give it everything, and as we'd expect. So expect a bit of a show as he comes past the pits now, I expect.
Making his way into the final chicane, coming on to the main straight, foot to the floor.
He's still moving up that thing.
Let's just have a little listen to what this car sounds like on track. Just listening there to a lap of the brand new Gordon T.50s, Niki Lauda with Dario Franchitti at the wheel, and that was a symphony. And joining us in the commentary box is the Director of Engineering at Gordon Automotive, Nick Hoyle, has been talking us through this car, the first public demonstration of it, and even just the sound of that, a lap around Goodwood.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Fantastic.
Spine tingling, I think, and look at the flames out of the exhaust there. Phenomenal.
It's a beautiful car and how much of a joy has it been to work and craft something like this and get it out there in public?
Yeah, it's rare, isn't it, in an engineer's career that he can get involved with something like this. But all of the team are complete petrol heads who developed this, and it means as much to them as it does to myself. So yeah, a big well done to the team under Tim, who've been working on this for the last couple of years. A phenomenal achievement.
Well, as we steer away from the T50S for a moment, we can pick up the car that actually went out first, the T33 mule car. I should say, nicknamed James. Steve Hayes driving that. This is the all-new T33, Gordon Automotive's second all-new supercar. And well, we haven't really spoken too much about this, have we, Nick? So talk us through the inspirations around this car as it makes its way down the main straight.
Yeah, so This is taking T50, the road car, into our next product. So it's a two-seater side-by-side instead of a three-seater, but it's still very much driver-focused and with the attention to detail to engineering, but a more everyday proposition, perhaps. It's also got our first of our own primary structure, so T50S, T50R, carbon fibre monocoques, very much LMP race car style. This is our new primary structure, aluminium and carbon fibre, a super light architecture, which we're very proud to bring to production in this car. We've got a development of the T50 engine, the V12 from Cosworth, which is utterly phenomenal. We've made a few changes, particularly to the top end of the engine, and we've got a 11,000 RPM red line. Still that phenomenal responsiveness that you get from this engine. 52,000 RPM a second we've measured, which is extraordinary, making amazing horsepower, over 600 horsepower. A little bit more torque than T50 to aid that usability, and a six-speed manual gearbox, because a sports car should only have a manual gearbox. That's how you get the most interactivity, the most involvement as a driving experience, to have a clutch pedal and a gear lever.
When you're sitting down with almost a blank slate in front of you to create something like this, what are those first inputs that you're making?
Well, we're thinking about how the driver's going to feel. So we're not about numbers. It's all about how the driver feels. So it's a very subjective experience. Gordon's always leading this from the front, so he comes to us with the vision. This is how we're going to produce a car. And then, as you say, we work out exactly how we want the driver to feel in the car, and then we work about putting objective numbers on that afterwards.
Well, the T33 mule car then completing a lap and making its way back into the pits as we celebrate Gordon Murray and his achievements with these two fantastic cars that have just been out on track. The T50s, Niki Lauda, and that was the T33 mule car. And we can take a look back at these cars. Dario Franchitti at the wheel of the T50s Niki Lauda car, named after the legendary three-time F1 champion and Gordon Murray's former Brabham teammate. That is the T33 mule car, nicknamed James. Gordon Murray Automotive's second all-new supercar. It's actually the T50S's first public debut of that, and you can just see how beautiful it is. And look, when you get a picture of the rear as well, that rear-mounted delta wing, inspired by the front wing of the 1983 Brabham BT52 F1 car. Looking absolutely splendid. Welcome back to the Goodwood Members Meeting, the 81st Members Meeting, and we are immediately back with cars on track and guiding you through the next couple of bits of track action as myself, Harry Benjamin, and Bruce Jones is back alongside me. And Bruce, well, it wasn't too long ago, we were looking at Formula 3 cars. Now, in the Parnell Cup, we're looking at Formula 2 cars and Voiturette cars that race between 1935 and 1953. This practice ahead of the race tomorrow morning, and already a bit of smoke being kicked up by one of the cars coming into the final chicane. So very different kind of cars, these, from earlier.
Yeah, there's a huge historical spread because, of course, Of course, the Second World War interrupted, so a lot of the cars that raced immediately post-war were from the 1930s. Just seeing the white car in the background, that's the number 7 ERA B-Type. Arthur Dobson drove this in 1936 in the Modern Grand Prix, but it was the first British car home at the Donington Grand Prix behind the Silver Arrows, the Mercedes and the Auto Unions that just took Grand Prix racing onto another planet. But again, we can see exactly what the driver's doing. Quite a lot of Cooper Bristols in the race, car 36 being one of many of those. That's Eric Stace. He lets them by. Again, good manners from the driver. If they see someone faster, it's no damage done. Let them pass. The official practice session, effectively qualifying for the grid, is only 15 minutes long. We've only got 11 and a half of those minutes left, but it's about getting the heat of the tyres, getting the driver onto their tiptoes and going around. But the driver who's setting the ultimate pace at the moment is car number 32, and it's Will Nuttall. Car 53, we've got we're looking for this crew. Julian Wilton enters the car, daughter Stephanie Wilton, and she's competing the race for the first time. So she's in one of the Cooper Bristols. There it is with the white nose, and that's car 53. And then 121, another Cooper Bristol. That's Ian Nuttall, who's going very nicely indeed. But it's Will Nuttall, top of the charts, the first flying lap on the board, 1 minute 35.0 seconds. That is quick out of the box, and that's in another of the Cooper Bristol team 23s from 1953. Dark blue with the white nose. 121, another Anthony Halliwell's car with Ian Nuttall on board. So 2 Nuttalls, but at the moment only one of them has set a flying lap, and it's Will Nuttall, 1 minute 35. He's 4 seconds quicker than the best of the rest, but only half a dozen cars have set the tyres. They're coming in, but that has really, Harry, put the marker down very early indeed.
Yeah, just up into second spot at the moment. About 4 seconds back, though, from that early time from Will Nuttall is Nigel Batchelor in the 1954 Keith Climax Grand Prix car, built to compete in the new F1 Formula in 1954. Engine was brand new, V8 to be designed and built by Coventry Climax, and that's currently just gone with a 1:39.308 after 2 laps around this track. But Will Nuttall, as you say, Bruce, in that number 32, fastest at the moment, as we get another look at the number 32. That is Will Nuttall, fastest car out on the track, the Cooper Bristol Mark II. And we got an off, actually. It's the number 24, all in blue, making its way around. That's the 1934 Bentley. I think it's David Little at the wheel of that.
Yeah, it's the Bernardo Hassan special, built for Wolf Bernardo, the man who basically got Bentley winning at Le Mans. They started their amazing run in the 1920s and set great records on the outer circuit at Brooklands. And again, big car. Then it was converted to a 2-seater. Not all these cars stay as single-seaters. They become sports cars with the addition of bodywork. And they chopped and changed. And of course, the World Championship was run for Formula 2 cars in 1952 and 53. A lot of these came in, and then they put the engine size back up, and we carried on in 1954. And of course, Formula 1 has never stood still. The World Championship has never stood still. It keeps on changing. So are we going to see a replay of the spinning Bentley Bernardo Hassan special?
We are.
Most certainly we are. Getting almost to the end of the lap, down to Woodcote, one of the trickiest corners. You've got that kinked approach to it, and great avoidance from those behind. David Little looking to check all was clear and getting going again. Tyres perhaps not quite in tip-top form after that, but he did a very good job of keeping it very near the straight and narrow.
It's a bit of a beast, isn't it, that number 24? And just the sheer difference and contrast in shapes that we're witnessing out on track, showcasing the different levels of history going on.
Yeah, and that car, as I said, made principally for the outer circuit at Brooklands, the fast bank circuit, and it set an unofficial 143.6 mile an hour average lap in that, so it was all about power and speed, and obviously here it got caught out one of the tighter corners, so the handling not quite commensurate with the tighter corners.
Another Cooper just gone to the top of the timings in the hands of John Muir car. That is a Cooper Bristol Mark II, entered by Peter Mann. That's gone fastest by 1.7 seconds, a 1:33.274 last time around. That car originally built as a Cooper Alta in 1953. Raced at the British Grand Prix that year, fast, but was unreliable, and proving, well, so far so good. Fast at the moment as we get some nice politeness out on track. No, please, you go through first, thank you. That was the number 8, I think rebadged actually as the number 8 coming into this weekend. That would have been Klaus Dold in the 1936 Maserati, as it gets a little bit tight with that's John Muir coming in down the inside of Klaus Dold in the Maserati, as it all gets a bit hairy down the main straight. 3, 4, nearly 5 wide at one point, but John Muir just tucking in, heading into turn 1.
That would have compromised the start of this lap, but the speed differential that John Muir, such an excellent racer of historic cars of this sort of age, he knew where to put the car, and his rivals were looking in their mirrors, which would be shaking around like mad not a lot of rigidity in a lot of these cars, but he's made his way through. He's got time aplenty, 7 minutes, but at the moment he's clear by best part of 1.8 seconds from Will Nuttall. And bear in mind that Will was clear by about 2.5 seconds early on, so the pace is coming. But for John Ure in that number 6 Cooper Bristol from 1953, he sort of paid the price there because the start of that was compromised, but he is still going to be quicker than I suggest everyone down to third place. And the third place at the moment is number 3. It's Charlie Martin. The Laverton Boxgrove Motor Club entered Connaught. So again, great spread of chassis manufacturers there.
Yeah, just looking at that number 6, Doug Nye in his book on Cooper cars reckons it was probably the most successful sports racing car in the early 50s, and so far it's proving the one to beat, with Will Nuttall behind by 1.7 seconds, Ian Nuttall third in the 1-2-1 car.
But just going back to the history, I was talking earlier about cars chopping and changing. This number 6, which is fastest, the Cooper Bristol, the T2425. Tony Crook, the man who went on to own Bristol Car Company, raced it, and he actually had cycle wings added. It became a sports car. Interchangeability. Will it catch on? Well, it certainly worked back then.
You don't really get that versatility anymore, do you, from that kind of from modern day races?
I think it might be a little harder where you put the barge boards. Now, car 19, haven't seen too much. Another Cooper Bristol. This is Paul Grant. Car raced in period by Rodney Nucky. Looks fantastic in that dark blue livery with the dark red nose. At the moment, in terms of pace, try and see where number 19 is on the charts. Moving up the charts, just into top 10. An improvement there, but it's 9 seconds down the ultimate pace because John Ure keeps moving that target a little bit further forward. 1 minute 33.2 seconds at the moment. Best of the rest, 1 minute 35 flat for Will Nuttall. Again, traffic is an issue, but if you're quick, you've just got to be patient and be prepared to lose a few tenths.
Yeah, Nigel Batchelor in the number 14 Keith Climax Grand Prix car has just got a little bit closer to the top, but he's just put Ian Nuttall down a place. Batchelor up into third now in the 1954 Keith Climax Grand Prix car. You're looking at the number 19 at the moment. As you say, that has now actually just been put down to 11th because I think the number 93 car has just jumped quite a few cars up the order. That is, who's at the wheel? That's Simpson at the wheel.
Yeah, and just going back to the number 19 for a nanosecond, one of its 2 best wins came at Crystal Palace, a circuit within London. What a shame that doesn't still exist. It closed in the summer of 1972. Super tight, and some of the races over the years were brilliant there. Coming to number 14, metallic green, Nigel Batchelor. We were just mentioning him, the Kieft Climax Grand Prix car. Coventry Climax pulled the plug on the FP-V8 engine, and unfortunately that was that. And why did they do that? Because they heard the amount of horsepower that Ferrari was getting from its engines, thought, well, give that one up then.
Yeah, can't compete with that. Just under 4.5 minutes left then of this practice qualifying for the Parnell Cup, which will be race 4, so the first to get going on Sunday here at the Goodwood Members Meeting. That you can see and hear all of that from around 9 o'clock in the morning, all being well. We're currently looking at a Grand Prix Formula 2 of Votrep cars of a type that raced between 1935 and 1956. The fastest at the moment being John Ure in the number 6, 1953 Cooper. John Ure at the wheel of that. Will Nuttall in second in the number 32 car. That is another Cooper, Bristol Mark II T20, Bristol Mark II T23, and Nigel Batchelor in the number 14 car. Looking out for that one, the Kieft Climax Grand Prix car. Top 3 at the moment. This looking at now, Bruce, the number 47. Now that's a little bit lower down. Hitchett at the wheel, down in 20th at the moment.
Looking in the cockpit there, that's a Delage 3-litre B-Plus 2-seater. So you could pop someone alongside, but in fact, maybe that's what Volker was looking for. Where is my passenger gone? But looking down, but again, people would taking different approaches. And just one thing I want to pick up, we were just talking about the Kieft a few moments ago, car number 14 going so well for Nigel Batchelor. We talked about cars racing period. It never raced because Coventry Climax pulled the plug on the engine. So a little bit of history coming out to play finally at last, but great to see the mix. It's just seeing the way the different constructors and manufacturers went about their racing. And the Delage, you can see the driver isn't sitting in the middle, he's sitting on one side because it is a B-Class, a 2-seater. But tucked in behind, absolutely clearly a single-seater with a one driver, bang centre. Just wait to see
It's so fascinating to see so many cars from different years gone by, just even down to the seating position, the slightly different wheel, and obviously the bodywork and the shaping of it. Just absolutely witnessing the different levels of automotive and aerodynamics going in at the time. New leader at the top now, number 32. That is Will Nuttall, who's just gone fast as he's pipped John Yaw in his 1953 Cooper. Fastest lap time, 1:31.9. So 7/10 between himself and Yaw, but Yaw going again at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of traffic has interrupted a couple of them, but certainly I thought John Yaw had laid down the marker. I thought, could he go below 1:33? Yes, 1:32.6. Will Nuttall got closer the next time around. 1:31.9 for the number 32 Cooper Bristol. It's dark green with the yellow nose, and it's working its way through the traffic very nicely. Who else is making moves? What often happens is the quicker times, the people setting quicker times at the end, the ones who aren't so on top of their cars coming through. Now, it's not just Maseratis and Coopers, we've got Talbots in this race. We've also got the Alvis Goodwin Special. I saw it go past a second ago. Bright red car, car number 93, a one-off. So we have a car that has no brothers or sisters. It races alone, and it's still out there now. So it's great to see. I think it was just going out of shot. No, not that one there. Again, the traffic for Will Nuttall, he gets through. Slightly interrupted into Woodcote, so if you can get a clear exit from this, the chicane, and then get into Magic without being interrupted, you can carry the flow down towards Ford Water. Looking in his mirrors, acknowledging the pit wall, 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, so this will be the final lap for him. The checkered flag will be out next time. His margin is now out to 1.0 seconds. He's done a 1:31.3 to follow his lap of 1:31.6, so he's picking up the pace, and even that was with a bit of traffic in front of him.
Further down the field as well, just looking at one of our frequent Goodwood competitors, Patrick Blakely-Edwards, currently down in 13th. He's just on an outlap at the moment, so he might make it in time, but it will be tight in his 1935 Fraser Nash, but he's currently down in 13th position in the number 15.
Yeah, but he hasn't had as many laps on the board. He's only had 5 laps on the board. He was late out of the pits, or possibly even popped into the pits, but the others, the front runners, have had 7 or 8 laps under their belt. But this will be the last lap for pretty much every single one of them. 20-odd seconds until the checkered flag will come out to end official practice. At the moment, it's Will Nuttall from John Yaw and Nigel Batchelor. Cooper and Kieft at the top of the charts.
The Alta F2, you're looking for the number 21 car. That's Alexander van der Lof at that car. The car is one of the few original cars in existence. He actually just made up a couple of positions. He's now rounding out the top 10, but he's just been put down a few positions because of Simpson in the number 93 has just put in his Alvis from 1948 and got himself up into 8th spot.
Pat Blakely-Edwards has his own driving styles. I mean, there was a fabulous book written ages ago called All Arms and Elbows. So second fastest driver John Yaw is not going to take pole because he just pulled into the pits. But Pat Blakely-Edwards, he had been in the pits a lap before. That was an out lap. Front radiator taped up the front to try and just get exactly what they want out of the engine. Just a sudden push from him. His best so far for Pat Blakely-Edwards, car number 15, the Fraser Nash. Unfortunately, the checkered flag caught him just as he crossed the line. Just another lap, and I think we'd have also. He certainly should be above 13th on the grid, but alas, that for him, that's where it's going to be.
Well, it'd be great to witness how quickly he could carve his way through the field come race day tomorrow then. We're looking out for the number 32 of Will Nuttall in the 1953 Cooper Bristol Mark II T23 car, entered by Anthony Kuehl, and that is currently set for pole in the 1:31.395, a second clear of John Yaw in the number 6 in the end, and Nigel Batchelor rounding out things in the top 3. A bit of late drama there for the number 53. Stephanie Wilton at the wheel of that Cooper, just having a little pulling off and having a helping hand for the marshals there.
Good chance just to see the Alvis Goodwin Special a short moment ago, bright red, car number 93. The last few cars coming to the finish line, someone who made a good gain at the end, car number 37, the AC Bristol Monoposto, Charles Clegg, aboard, moved up to 5th place. But the top 2 cars are second apart. Nigel Batchelor another second and 2.5 seconds back further back. So it really has boiled down to Will Nuttall against John Yaw. What I've learnt over the years as he coughs his way with excitement is is the fact that racing will always be closer than the practice.
Absolutely, we look forward to that. The Parnell Cup from a 20-minute race from 9 o'clock in the morning, all being well, tomorrow on Sunday for the Goodwood Members Meeting. And it will be Will Nuttall in the 32 car who will start from pole position in the 1953 Cooper. Alongside him will be John Yule, who for so long in that session looked like he had it in the bag, just pipped at the end in his 1953 Cooper. Will go from second, and then in third will be Nigel Batchelor in the 1954 Kieft Climax Grand Prix. But let's take a look back at some of the action we just witnessed. So this, the Parnell Cup then, practice qualifying getting underway for Grand Prix Formula 2 and Voiturette cars that race between 1935 and 1953, named after the Emperor of Goodwood, Reg Parnell, winner of the Goodwood Trophy back in 1948, 49, 50, and just seeing some of these spectacular cars, Maseratis, Connaughts, Coopers, and of course the Coopers finding the pace early doors with the number 32 of Will Nuttall stealing pole position at the very end from John Yule in the number 6. And there is the pole sitter for race 4 of the Parnell Cup, coming up 9 o'clock Sunday morning. Well, as we take a little bit of time, we'll head down to Ed, who's in the pits.
Jim, Steve, what a race we've got coming up. Now, Jim, you've driven a lot of historic racing cars, but Steve's sort of slightly different teammates, isn't he?
Yeah, no pressure, huh, Steve? But it's fantastic. It's so much fun just to hang out with him. He's such a legend around the world, actually, and such a treasure. To have him in the Mustang on the 60th anniversary, it makes me really happy.
Now, Steve, I mean, you know these cars very well. What's the secret to going quickly?
No, I don't. Talk to me afterwards, and I might know. But at the moment, I think it's going to be very competitive. I've got no idea where we're going to end up. The car seems good and seems okay, but there's a lot of good drivers and a lot of good cars. So if we can get in the top 6, I'll probably be happy.
Jim, I mean, there's so many amazing Fords, but the Mustang really is, you know, that's what we all had on our bedroom walls, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, my first car, I drove across the country when I was 14 with no license or insurance with a 66 Mustang, a notchback just like this, to my parents' dismay when I showed up at our house in Michigan. And they're like, "You're supposed to fly here." I said, "No, I drove across the country." So I kind of feel like I came of age in a Mustang just like this.
Fantastic. Well, look, guys, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is where he lost it all, or he could have lost it all. Morris is right up into the lead again. Can he find a way through? It's going to be over the line, side by side, but I think the Gulf just nicks it.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
It's like motoring heaven here. motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
Welcome back to beautiful scenes here ahead of the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. Well, we're already well and truly into it and enjoying some spectacular machinery out on track. The sun is peeking out from the blue sky. It's a little bit overcast as well. Actually, you're sort of lulled into a bit of a false sense of security in the commentary box because we have tinted windows, so it always looks like it's about to rain. But that is not the case. It is beautiful weather to see some beautiful cars out on track. And, well, we're really treating you ahead of this weekend. 13 races, including 11 car, 2 motorbike races, including a sidecar shootout as well, 5 demos, including historic motorsport and manufacturer displays, and even looking to the future as well with 2 grids of cars fueled entirely by sustainable fuels. This being one of them, the Ken Miles Cup, presented by LGT Wealth Management under the governorship of Grant Reid. And we're looking at first generation Ford Mustang notchbacks ahead of the race tomorrow, which will be 45 minutes, 2-driver race as well, celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. And to talk you through this practice qualifying session is myself, Harry Benjamin, now joined in the commentary box by Alice Powell, who has returned. Alice, looking forward to this one with these Mustangs. The grunt from some of these engines just absolutely spectacular to hear. And we've got some pretty good drivers in some of these cars as well.
Yeah, many of these drivers you would have already seen on track today, previously in the Gordon Spice Trophy. So, yeah, most of them, we all got our house captains out here as well, Harry. All racing, as you said, in the same car. So they're all Ford Mustangs, all produced in different teams, of course, but really looking forward to this one because, again, it's one that gets highlighted as one of the races of the weekend. And as you said, which makes it even better, is racing on sustainable fuel as session is underway. So it starts. I've got a 30-minute qualifying practice here, and the sun continues to shine, and some of them getting ever so sideways, getting those rear tyres up to temperature as they leave the pits.
Yeah, speaking of house captains, got Dario Franchitti out there representing Tom Bolton, Gordon Shedden for Methuen, Tom Kristensen for Darnley, and Andy Priaulx for Albany, all out there. And points are up for grabs in this practice qualifying. 50 points awarded to the pole sitter come the end of the next half an hour or so. Already down to 29 minutes as they make their way out in and kicking off the Ken Miles Cup, named after Ken Miles, the Daytona 24-hour Sebring 12-hour winner and Le Mans runner-up, took the first significant race victory for the Ford Mustang. A one-off race. This is previous one-make races have included the likes of, if you've been to the members meeting before, the Revival. We've had the Porsche 911 Ford Water Trophy last year at the Revival. That also raced exclusively on sustainable fuels. We had this time last year the All Lotus Cortina race at the 80th members meeting, and the All NGB Lavant Cup at the Revival back in 2022. Just some of the one-off races that we've had, and this year enjoying these first generation Ford Mustang notchbacks, heading out on track before they start turning up the pace and putting in some fast laps on the board. Just getting up to speed on this, their first out laps, Alice.
Yeah, they certainly are. The oil has died down now with the Lavant corner. And similar to the Gordon Spice Trophy, we will see drivers come into the pits at some point during this session because this is a 2-driver race. So both of the drivers have to go out during this session, and they will want to get out in this session just to get themselves fully equipped with their Mustang and dial into the track.
Yeah, we're just having a little look there at the 184 car. That's the Ford Mustang from 1965. Michael Van Thiel and Jerome Bleekmolen, a name you might recognise from DTM, GT1, A1 GP from back in the day. Relatively unknown, actually, that Ford Mustangs were assembled at the Ford plant in Amsterdam. Jerome Bleekmolen flying the flag for the Netherlands. This is one of those Ford Mustangs raced by the likes of Jan Lammers and many other Dutch racing drivers. I wonder if Max Verstappen might try and get his hands behind the wheel of one of them. He tends to like having a different cockpit to get to grips with quite quickly. And of course, Ed Foster caught up earlier, just before we had Jim Farley and Steve Soper at the wheel of the number 7 a little earlier. They're out there, the CEO of Ford, out on track as well as at the moment we take a look at the 179 car. Tiff Needell sharing that with John Spears as well. Tiff Needell, 2 Grand Prix in Formula 1, former Top Gear host, of course, in F1 with the Ensign team in 1980, British touring car racer as well. This car was actually raced at the Revival by Alan Mann and Sir John Whitmore, but making their way out there in the all blue with the rear just slightly kicking out as he makes his way around the right-hander.
Yeah, certainly getting those tyres up to temperature. That's one way to do it. Get the rear tyre sliding. Got a little bit of traffic going on. We've got the number 14, so we've already got a car stopped on track. That's the Ashley Sutton car, so I'm unsure who is behind the wheel, whether they've had a little bit of spin coming out of Woodcote. Doesn't look like it, so that may bring out the red flag if the car can't get going. And yes, according to the timing screen, red flag has come out, so an early stoppage in this session. So we'll try and find out who is actually at the wheel of that number 14.
Red flag then, so cars will all make their way back into the pits once they reach the end of the lap, and that is for the number 14 Ford Mustang. Ash Sutton at the wheel, 4-time touring car champ, 2017, 2020, 21, 23, so finding himself stranded on the side of the road. Fastest car so far out of only, well, we only had time for 2 laps really to be set, and it's Jim Farley sharing that car with Steve Soper, the CEO of Ford, board member of Harley Davidson as well, racing with a former Works Ford driver across the weekend in Steve Soper. We caught up with them just before, a little earlier, with Ed down in the pits. Fastest lap time from them, a 1:31.234, 2.4 seconds clear of the number 9 with Darren Turner at the wheel, the 3-time Le Mans winner in the GT1 category in the GTE Pro. Used to an Aston Martin. This time, though, behind the wheel of a Ford, 2.4 seconds back in their Mustang. But those, the only 2 cars on the board at the moment. I'll tell you who was going quickly, though, before the red flag came out, and that would have been the number 99 Ford Mustang, which went fastest of anybody in the middle sector. Andy Priaulx at the wheel of that, of course, the new house captain for Audrain, and that car been competing since 2017 in races like the Spa 6 Hours, the Silverstone Classic, the Goodwood Pierpoint Cup as well, driven by the owner's son Alex Taylor, and regular guest drivers including Andy Priaulx, who was going quickly but then had to come in due to the red flag for Ash Sutton finding the side of the track. Haven't quite seen how it happened, but as all the cars come into the pits, red flag conditions for the time being, so good time then to check in with Ed, who's down in the pits.
Right, everyone, strap yourselves in. Let's see how far we can get down the pit lane this time. Number 45 car, I recognise that frame. It's Matt Neal. Matt, I saw you in a Mini earlier. This looks a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I felt like Mr. Incredible in the Mini. But yeah, it's a little bit different, and at least it's not wet for these, because it's a bit about survival if it's wet.
Have you driven these before?
I've done a handful of laps in it. But yeah, they're quite different. They're very agricultural and fast.
It's a very polite way of putting it. But are they quite nice to drive?
They're different. They're okay. You've got to muscle them a bit. Yeah, and there's a variety of different cars of different prep or, standard up and down the grid. So it's going to be interesting. If we can make it into the top half, I think we'll be really pleased, because it's a competitive grid here today.
Right, Matt, well, best of luck.
Thanks, Ed.
I'll tell you what, rather than trying to squeeze round, just doing some tyre pressures here. You always want all cars basically run with a certain kind of best tyre pressure. So every time they come in when the tyres are hot, because you set the tyres beforehand, but all the tyres are cold. So you have to wait for them to come up to temperature, and then the pressures rise, and that's why they're all running around. You said everywhere, they're checking tyre pressures. Right. Andy Priaulx, you're looking very trim. You've obviously been on the treadmill.
Hey, I love you too.
How's it all going?
Very good. I've just had an outlap. She's a great little car. Super nice moment for me, because we're celebrating 60 years of the Mustang now with Ford, so to get out there and have some fun. of course, it's also a beautiful day for all the members, which some great racing, some fun qualifying, and a lovely race to end with this evening, the Gordon Spice.
I mean, you've got lots of happy memories of Fords, haven't you?
Absolutely, did Le Mans with them, won their first World Endurance Championship race, and of course still involved with the Mustang program now. So very close to Ford and Multimatic as well, so it's lovely to be here in a Ford, in a Mustang, and I've been driven this car a few times now. We've had some fun times together, so I'm really looking forward to having a good go in qualifying.
Putting all that success aside, you know, the World Touring Car Championships, the Le Mans, the World Endurance Championship, really the pinnacle of your career is the Members Meeting house competition, isn't it? Because you are now a house captain.
Listen, I've got to go away and win this. I mean, look, I've got Dario Franchitti, I've got Tom Kristensen and Gordon Shedden, all house captains. I've got to go home a winner. So I'm really pleading with all the members here today to get out there. Let's go ferret racing. Let's go clay pigeon laser shooting, tug of war at 2:30. I need you all to get involved in as many activities as you can so we can get out there and win this year, because Albany has been bottom of the grid for the last 3 or 4 years.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Take care.
Right, I'm probably going to get in trouble now from the other house captains for giving Andy too much airtime. Let's work our way down the grid. Excuse me, just squeeze through. Right, who have we got here? It's quite difficult to actually see who's in the car, because obviously none of the drivers, they've done 2 laps, so none of the drivers have changed. And it's always a bit... Sorry, guys. What can you tell me? Is anything exciting in your clipboard?
Nothing yet, because we haven't been out really. We've got 1 lap and someone's gone off or broken down.
Yeah. But car seems to be running okay?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Alex is in at the moment, and he's a good peddler.
Fantastic. Enjoy it. Right, let's crack on down. We've got Gordon Shedden here. I'll tell you what. Gordon, how are we doing? You haven't been in the car yet, have you?
No, so James has gone out to start with, and obviously we've got a bit of a session stoppage, but it's going to be pretty manic out there now, because I hear that they're going to reduce the session length to 20 minutes. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky for everyone to try and get a lap in.
Have you driven one of these before?
I did 3 laps in that car maybe about a month ago. So at least I know that I've got to get in from the left-hand side, but that's about it.
I think it's 3 laps for you is the same as sort of 40,000 laps for an amateur.
Oh, no, it was 3 laps of adventure as well. So, you know, hopefully we can have a good run at it later. Sun's out, great day, so we'll have some fun.
Cheers, Gordon.
Thank you.
Right, let's crack on. I'm sort of trying to move down a little bit further because I saw a couple of very recognisable helmets down here. Sorry, guys. Right, well, why do we stop here? 2 laps only. How's the car running?
Car is running pretty okay. It's my first time here at Goodwood, so I have to see what's going on here between all those other ponies. Yeah, but it's really enjoyable. Looking forward to go further on the track and to have to race tomorrow. Yeah.
So first time here, I take it you now know when it goes left and when it goes right.
We did the track walk yesterday, so that was absolutely necessary, but it was really great fun. And now, so I did a little bit of sim at home as well. So how the track goes, I know, but in real, it's always different behind the car.
It's always faster, isn't it?
Always faster, yeah, but it's nice, yeah.
All right, good luck. Okay, just try not to break any of these doors. Got Mike Jordan here, Mike and Andrew Jordan. Andrew, how are we doing? Haven't seen each other yet this weekend. Not only are you driving, but you're also running a lot of cars, aren't you?
Yeah, we've got 5 here this weekend, so yeah, busy, but all under control for the minute.
And which Mustang are you in?
I'm with Mike Whitaker Jr., so I think we should be towards the sharp end, I think. So these sessions we had the same in the Gordon Spice. It's just a bit tricky then, because obviously everyone goes out with reduced time towards the end. So you know, if we get a pretty clear lap, we'll be somewhere near, I'm sure.
And it can all change, because obviously there's kind of pro-am drivers, and it's all about making sure you got the pro in at the right moment, and there might be a safety car, and there might be a red flag. So what are your team tactics?
Well, am I the pro or the am?
I think we can all accept you're the pro. So no one's really listening. What are your tactics?
You know, we come here to try and win the race, so you'll always do the tactics to try and do that. But equally, I'm always aware that the owner of the car is paying for the weekend, and they need to have a race as well. So, but you know, we're here to try and win this. We won the Cortina race last year. We won the Porsche race at Revival as well. So these one-mate races kind of suit us a little bit. So yeah, we're here to try and win, obviously.
So what are the tactics?
drive as quick as we can and win the race.
Okay, perfect, that's what we need. Cheers, Andrew. Right, let's carry on down here. I recognise that helmet. Hi guys, how are we doing? You all right? Craig.
Hello, Ed.
Another Goodwood. Sun's shining, you're in a Mustang, waiting to go out on circuit. Life could be worse.
Well, you've just said it all perfectly well there, Ed. Perfect, isn't it? What a beautiful weekend we're going to have.
And you're in kind of 2 Mustangs this weekend, aren't you?
I am, yeah. Both Alan Mann cars. This one, Henry's dad, Alan, this is the last car that he drove, so I'm very proud to be in this car at this event.
And obviously they're quite different Mustangs, but do they feel similar when you're driving them? One's obviously got a lot more grunt.
Yeah. They do, really, to be honest with you. Yeah, Ford's, a nice balanced car anyhow, and they're just, but it's similar traits, definitely, yeah.
Both as scary as each other?
Both that, mate, you said it perfect.
Well, good to see you. I'll leave that open, I think there's a bit of heat. Right, let's carry on down. All gets through. I can see Darren Turner down there. Why don't we go and have a chat to Darren? Because, thank you guys, sorry, thank you. It is Darren's 50th birthday today. Darren, just been saying, many happy returns. There are worse things to be doing on your birthday.
Honestly, I think for any birthday, this is the best place to be. So, yeah, I'm just looking forward to getting out. I'm sharing a car with Craig Davis in the Mustang. Looking forward to getting out and just enjoying my day, really.
And I take it Craig's probably going to go out, do a lap, come in, and you'll jump in because it's a shortened session now.
I don't know. I'm just ready. You can see I'm like a coiled spring, ready to go. I don't know. See how many laps he does, but as long as I get a lap in before the end of qualifying, I'll be really happy.
All good. And so, how much do you rely on the owners of these cars, because they know the cars? So do you sit down and quiz them beforehand, or just let your talent sing, as it were?
No, not at all. Like, as soon as you get to sort of meet the owners and understand their car, you try and get as much info as you possibly can from them, because you don't have much time. It's a qualifying session straight into a race, so try and absorb as much as you can from their knowledge. And Craig's like mighty fast in these cars, so I'll be really happy if I get within a second of his pace, but we'll see what happens.
Well done, Darren. Happy birthday. I think I can see cars starting up, so we'll hand back up to the commentary team.
Thanks, Ed. Great work, as always. I could watch Ed do that all day long, to be quite frankly. He's a master of that pit lane, but he's absolutely right. The engine's being revved up, and they are being sent back out on track. We'll get 20 minutes of running remaining to set our grid for the Ken Miles Cup. That will be tomorrow, racing it out from 12:55, so just before 5 minutes to 1, Sunday afternoon, when we can see them in racing anger. Only had 2 cars go to any kind of meaningful lap time at the moment. Steve Soper, the fastest, with a 1:31.2, and then Craig Davies, the 1:33.6, the second car, before the red flag came up for Beau Parry in the number 14 Ford Mustang, sharing that with Ash Sutton. But we'll get back underway then. The Ken Miles Cup, presented by LGT Wealth Management under the governorship of Grant Reid. This for first generation Ford Mustang notchback, celebrating the 60th anniversary of Ford Mustang, and there's a lot at stake in this particular race, and a lot of pride at stake, especially a lot of house captains, and indeed in all of this, no movement there from the number 19. That's Tom Ingram, I think, at the wheel of that car, the Ford Mustang, sharing that with Jack Ruddle. I think Ingram's the first car in that, unless they've swapped out now.
Yeah, it was Ingram's helmet.
Yeah, so Ingram in that, not being able to get started. We're back on track then, but I mean, let's talk us through these Mustangs and the power that they hold around this Goodwood track.
Incredible power. They really do pull, and they create such an incredible sound as well. Around 430 brake, weighing about 1,200 kilos, and even though that's a fair bit of weight, they certainly do shift, and that is why a lot of these drivers, VIP drivers in particular, love racing these Mustangs, and why you are seeing a lot of them in this race here, as they're all trying to make their way and get some clear space. But the session has been shortened ever so slightly. Each driver does have to go out on the track at least once, so usually it is the pro driver, of course, that does set the fastest lap time. But even though we have got just over 17 minutes left of the session, that will fly by And if you do have a mishap somewhere along the line, and we saw, didn't we, in the Gordon Spice Trophy, there was some oil dumped, and that sort of ruined the session for some of the drivers who just weren't able to then get onto Shepherd's fastest time. But it all seems good and well at the moment for the majority of the drivers out there, Harry.
And speaking to a few of the drivers beforehand as well, this one of the only 2 races that all the cars are being ran on sustainable fuels. And speaking to the likes of Alex Brundle, who's racing it out at NIS, sharing the car with David Bradford, but also chatting to Nigel Swift, who's in the Gordon Spice Trophy, saying that actually everyone thinks, oh, maybe you'll lose performance. They're seeing gains in performance, if anything, small margins, but running on sustainable fuels ahead of the revival going fully sustainable. And I think we've got a little bit of an out-of-control Mustang making its way through, well controlled in the end to get back onto the track. That's the number 7, Steve Soper, in that car, sharing it with Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford, with a former Ford Works driver. And then, as you say, Alice, the number 45, Matt Neal, off. Can we see how it happened? Let's take a look. Oh, this is the number 7 just beforehand. So this was Steve Soper running out wide on the grass. We see many cars do that. And then this was Matt Neal, as you spotted, Alice, just driving off, it seems. I wonder if he lost the rear end and just came to a halt, or that's more of an issue there.
I think that looks like more of a mechanical issue. Matt has pulled over in a safe space, so Ford engine in that maybe not too happy about something. Could be another technical problem, of course, but at the moment, this timing machine, the timing board, keeps changing quite rapidly. Look at this bird's eye view we get of the drone flying around there, but at the moment it's the number 15 car of Buncombe. The Buncombe car is fastest right now, but I'm seeing purple sectors flying everywhere on this timing screen, Harry. So we've got purple sector for the Soper car at the moment, another for the Franchitti car as well. So these times are constantly going to change. Is at the moment jumping to the top of the times will be Rob Huff, the 116, who's just gone nearly 4/10 clear of Franchitti in the number 6 car.
Yeah, the touring car, multiple champ, currently leading the way, 1:29.760 for the number 116 Ford Mustang. And it was Dario Franchitti who was going very quickly through the middle sector, crosses the line, goes up into second, make that down to third, because Buncombe has just come across the line yet again and gone fastest, but not by much. 0.034 of a second. There's 4/10 back to Franchitti. Priaulx in the number 99 is fourth, and then the Rockenfeller car with Mike Rockenfeller at the wheel, the DTM former driver, in the number 63, rounding out the top 5 with just under 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so one of the cars peeling into the pits, just trying to see who that might be, but out on track, the times continue to tumble. So that is the car 56 that has come in. So Andy Yule, he'll be jumping out, I'm assuming, and it's Jamie Chadwick who's going to hop in. She's racing in the Gordon Spice Trophy. First time here racing around this circuit for her. Used to racing at the moment in the Indy NXT Championship. Bit of words of advice there from Andy as the mechanics wander around, check the tyre pressures, as more changing going on at the top. Rob Huff just closing the gap to 0.03 of a second between him and the number 1 car in pole position at the moment, which is actually the number 15 car of Alex Buncombe.
Absolutely, and that car, James Chadwick, just getting imported by the late Bruce Stevens, and named Jolene after, in memory of Jolene, who was so involved in that car. So we get a little bit of running out wide once again from one of the Mustangs. Was that the number 15? Indeed it was. That's the Buncombe Mustang, currently fastest at the moment, a 1:29.726. Then it's Rob Huff in second in the 116 Ford Mustang, and then Dario Franchitti rounding out the top 3 as it currently stands. Just having a look down our timing screens further back in the pack as we get a couple of driver swaps happening in the last few moments. Jamie Chadwick's just subbed in for Yule in the number 56. She's currently now down in 22nd, looking to get her first proper lap times on the board, but we have another stoppage. That this time it's the number 23. That was Mark Owen, sharing it with Emanuele Pirro.
Yeah, so again, just looks like possibly a technical issue, pulled out of the way. Just waiting to see if they're able to restart, or we could end up seeing another red flag, but it is quite out of the way. So hopefully that'll all be okay. Now, the bottom of your picture there's more changing going on with that Alex Brundle. Was he having a look now, getting into, nicknamed the Brustang? Hopefully I've pronounced that correctly, otherwise I'll be in trouble with Alex. As he'll be 1-1, and actually a really good pairing in that number 10, Alex Brundle and David Bradman. So I really do expect them to be challenging for the wins. Impressive drivers there. Now we're going to see the 179, Harry. Have a little bit of a knock-up. That looks like that's coming into Woodcote corner. Try and release the brake if you can. Luckily, you've got some tarmac on the outside there, which will just allow you to stop the car a little bit easier instead of skating over grass or into gravel. So a well-thought corner there. And are we going to see some contact here between the 66 and the 7? No, just the 66. The Jake Hill car getting over so slightly out of shape.
Yeah, that was earlier was Tiff Liddell in that 179 car, who was in it initially in that 65 Ford Mustang. This the all-Mustang Ken Miles Cup with just over 10 minutes remaining to set. The fastest lap times are 2 drivers per car can. And it was interesting when we were down in the pits with Ed talking about, the strategy. It is very much a pro-am setup. So when is the best time to send your pro? Because realistically, they're the ones that are going to put in the fast lap time, because we've already had 1 red flag, and there's been a few red flags today. So it's all about timing it right and making sure you're strategized.
That's a good question for Alex Brundle and David Bradman. Who's the pro and who's the am?
Oh, good question.
There we go. We'll have to find out, won't we?
You can ask that one.
As it's Rob Huff now, change at the top of the timing screens into the 128, 7/10 clear of Priaulx in the 99. So times are starting to tumble, driver swaps are taking place. Jamie Chadwick continues to try and get equipped with the number 56 Mustang, but personal bests and bests overall are starting to appear on the timing screen.
Yeah, Gordon Shedden down in 60 at the moment. Personal best in the second sector, trying to find a bit of time, down in 16th. He's just behind Tiff Liddell in the 179. We're currently looking at that 116. Fastest Mustang on track at the moment, in the hands of Rob Huff, sharing that with Martin Matheson. Rob Huff, the 2012 World Touring Car champion, and was absolutely on fire here last year as well. He loves an American beast around this Goodwood track, and absolutely wringing the neck of that Mustang as the rear end steps out, controlling it, easing onto the throttle as he exits out of the corner. And you can just see how hard he's fighting the steering wheel coming through the chicane. Gear changes as well as he backs off and comes into the pits.
Yeah, so a driver swap will take place now. You can see it's still really busy down there in this narrow pit lane, as even hard for him to see where is the best place to pull in. And actually, it's trying to find a good gap. If your pit crew are stood and you've got already a car in your way, because it is so tight and narrow, you're kind of slightly screwed. But Rob Huff continues down the pit lane at a slow pace, trying to find somewhere to pull in. As you can see, that's Tom Ingram pushing the number 19 car back there. And Rob is struggling to find a parking space down there in the pit lane.
He's found one, though, at the very end as he pulls in and gets greeted by his mechanics. Flames firing out of the 99 Mustang Andy Priaulx. Now, riding on board with Jamie Chadwick, who is back at the wheel of the number 56 Mustang. Just see, even in a straight line, you're absolutely working the steering wheel all the way through around the lap on board with this Mustang. Gear change from Chadwick as she heads uphill.
Yeah, you'd never got a moment's rest hustling one of these Mustangs, and particularly around this Goodwood circuit, as she continues up the Levant Straight now into Woodcote Corner, braking as straight as you can. You can see, and what a camera angle this is, you can see her feet constantly working, her hands constantly working, head up, looking as far as she can down the road. Some nifty gear changes as she goes in through the chicane, all crossed up on the exit, just about manages to keep it on track. She'll be hoping to go slightly further up the field. No, continues to stay in 21st place. Did have a slight bit of the traffic there, but we have got a little bit of change higher up the order. The Bunker cars jumped up as well. The Shedden car has 2. So even though we've got pit stops coming, Harry, for driver swaps, we still have times continuing to be set. Good lap times in particular. The 166 at the moment seems to be on a pretty decent lap as well, as the 49, the Jordan car, jumps up into P1 and a whisker ahead of the Huff and Matthewson car.
Yeah, that 49 Mustang, Michael Whittaker and Andrew Jordan sharing that. Andrew Jordan, the 2013 British Touring Car champion, with 26 wins to his name. That Mustang rebuilt and run by the Jordan Racing team, and Andrew sharing it with the owner. First time at Goodwood for the car. It's run at the front in the Masters Prix 66 touring cars over the last 2 seasons, and Michael Whittaker learning his trade in that car, going fastest at the moment, less than a 1/10 of a second though, between Andrew Jordan at number 49 and Rob Huff, who was fastest, now displaced down to second in the 116. He came into the pits and is now back out again. Driver swap, I would predict, in that front, with Matheson getting into the car to finish off the rest of the session. Darren Turner car is going quickly in the first sector. That's the number 9, fastest of anybody in that first sector. Is Darren Turner still at the wheel of that Mustang, making his way into the middle sector now?
Yeah, and you can see on screen the 166, the Shedden Thorpe car, down in 5th place. Not a great middle sector for the Turner and Davis car though, so they'll be hoping for an improvement in the final just to try and better their position as cars continue to try and make improvements out on track, and they do. So even though they didn't have a great middle sector, was enough in the final and the first to jump up just under 1/10 ahead of the Jordan and Whittaker Jr. car.
Less than a 10th, covering the top 3 as it currently stands. Darren Turner going fastest, the 126, 647 in that genuine Alan Mann Mustang, raced by Alan Mann himself in his last race, and Sir John Whitmore at Goodwood, a previous winner here at Goodwood. Much work done by Henry Mann, the now owner of Alan Mann Racing, and Ed caught up with Craig Davies earlier, who was at the wheel initially, saying what an honour it is to be a part of racing in that car, as on track one of the Mustangs, the rear end stepping out quite dramatically, and the control to keep that pointing in a straight line. It's just the car tucked in behind the number 9 car that we're looking at the moment. That is Darren Turner at the wheel. It was I think it was the 66, is that, which had the bit of a step out, while the red Mustang with the white stripes down the middle having a little bit of a moment. I know, which red Mustang? The one with the white stripes down the middle, I think it was, but still able to keep that Mustang pointed in a straight line. There though is Darren Turner, fastest of anybody at the moment, ahead of Andrew Jordan in the number 49. Rob Huff fastest that time from his 116 Mustang. That's the top 3 as it currently stands. This setting the grid ahead of the Ken Miles Cup race, which will get going tomorrow. Race 8 on Sunday, 5-1 ahead of that 45-minute race. And of course, points up for grabs here. We've got many house captains taking part in this, and they will want to score some points. 50 points you can take away for pole position with 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, the Shedden car, which we've got on our screen at the moment, set a really good first and middle sector, but just got a little bit of traffic at the end there, at the last sector. So frustration for them, because that certainly would, like, looking at it, possibly put them up in the top 3 at least. So Gordon Shedden will go again as he heads down the hill, then up the hill once again, heading into St Mary's. You'll go right, kiss of the curb on the inside there, getting it back as far as you can to the right for the left. Does he stay away from the grass? Just about, getting ever so sideways. Then you'll go up the slight uphill into Levant, and he has just done the fastest first sector of anybody. I said he was on a mission, and he certainly is, as he's heading through Levant now. You can see the oil has disappeared. Head down now to the Levant straight, but he's got a little bit of traffic, Harry.
Yeah, further down as well, Anthony Reid in the number 75 Mustang just jumps up 6 places, gets him and Shepherd up into 12, but it's all eyes right now on this machine here, the Gordon Shedden car making its way through. Fastest in the first sector, fastest in the middle sector, but it's going to get traffic coming into the final chicane. It's going to lose time behind the 63. John Davison at the wheel of that, gets out of the way as quickly as he can. To the line though, what can Shedden do as he comes across the line? Does find time, goes in with a 1:29.332 to put himself up into 4th, but I wonder if there was a little bit more he could have squeezed out of there. Half a second adrift from the cars in front.
Yeah, he was definitely stuck there, wasn't he? Had no option but to sit and wait behind, and certainly would have been, I would have say, jumped up at least into the top 3, possibly pinching top spot as part of the tyre barrier there, part that's holding in the tyre barriers has been clipped a few too many times down there at the final part of the chicane. But that won't trouble the drivers, they'll just drive straight into it. Not going to do any damage.
Gordon Shedden then getting within a whisker, but just missing those last couple of tenths in the final chicane with traffic. Got himself up into 4th fastest. It's Darren Turner currently fastest in the number 9 Ford Mustang, but just over a tenth now separating the top 3. Andrew Jordan 2nd, Rob Huff setting that quickest lap time for the 116 Mustang in 3rd, then Gordon Shedden and the number 66, which is rounding out the top 5. Jake Hill, who so loves it around this track, currently finding himself in the top 5, sharing that car with Rob Fenn with, well, 1:13 on the clock. So if you're crossing the line now, you're going to get one final lap in to extract the absolute maximum you can out of your Ford Mustang and try and get yourself as high up the grid ahead of the race tomorrow. Anthony Reid just found some more time now, again up into 12th, having been shifted down a few spots with a 1:37, couple of seconds off the pace in the number 75. Further down, there was issues earlier on with the number 45 of Matt Neal was at the wheel of that, finding the grass and carrying on. They seem to have managed to get back out there. Luke Davenport in that car as well. They just shifted themselves up into 19th spot. So fighting for a few tenths of a second to get themselves up the order a bit more, but they're down in 19th. Shedden is going quick again, fastest of anybody in the first sector in the currently 4th overall, fastest in the first sector. To see what he can do and see if he can bring it back in the second sector. We were looking, we had a fastest first sector, a good personal best first sector from Andrew Jordan. So it's not done yet, Alice. This is going to go to the very wire as the clock times down. Final laps on the boards, and at the moment, Gordon Shedden is looking good. He's lost a bit of time, though, in the middle sector. Timo Bernhard gets up into 4th fastest. Darren Turner currently has provisional pole. Can he hold on to it? Can anybody light up the timing screens as we come across the board? I think it's going to go the way of Darren Turner. Shedden looked like he might be able to find something, but just couldn't in the end. Andrew Jordan going quickly as well, cements 2nd in the number 49. To the line though, Rob Huff can't improve either, sharing that car with Masterton in 3rd. Neither can Shedden, he can't improve, fastest in the first sector, but it tailed off towards the end, cements 5th. So at the end of all of that, Alice, it will be the number 9, which will start from pole. Darren Turner, Craig Davies kicking things off with the best view in the house for tomorrow's race.
Certainly is, and tomorrow's race, as you said, Harry, is going to be an absolute cracker you look, take Gordon Shedden for example. Technically you could say he looked the fastest on track, but didn't quite, due to traffic and maybe other issues out on track, didn't quite get his sectors together to boost him up into pole position. So he'll be starting down in 5th, but he still has the speed to win the race. And so, you could count any of those really in the top 10 has some kind of chance to make their way up the field and possibly take that win. Race tomorrow at 12:55, and it's one certainly not to be missed.
Yeah, it's looking really tight, isn't it? I mean, what, 2 seconds covering the top 12? Just about a second covering the top 8. It's looking tight, and it's gonna be nip and tuck come race day tomorrow for Sunday here at the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting, and this, the Ken Miles Cup for first generation Ford Mustang notchbacks. We're looking at the moment at Jamie Chadwick at the wheel. She ended up in 22nd spot, about 4 seconds adrift, but again, even at the back of the pack as well, there's just hundredths of a second covering several cars, so every tenth, every millisecond matters as she pulls into the Parc Fermé area and opens up the door and will make her way out of that car. The three-time W Series champion, and elegantly gets out. Quite nicely done. That can always be a challenge, can't it, getting out of a race car? I've never done it well.
Certainly, if you wouldn't get in a race car, Harry, you're far too
No, I can't get one foot in. Luckily, no one wants to see that anyway, but that is the Ken Miles Cup official practice. They're done and dusted after that with a little red flag interval in between, and in the end it was Darren Turner who managed to get that fastest lap time on the board, a 1:28.647, less than a tenth between himself and Andrew Jordan, battling it out for that coveted pole position.
One car to keep a note for is the Sutton car as well, and the Parry car down in 30th. They'll be looking to come through, but here's some highlights from quite a busy session.
It certainly was. 30 cars or so out on track for this, the Ken Miles Cup, presented by LGT Wealth Management under the governorship of Grant Reid. A couple of early offs as drivers got up to speed. Lots of VIP drivers racing it out in this session for the fastest lap times possible. It was Steve Soper who managed to set the early timing on the board, but the likes of Tiff Nadell in this field as well, coming up with lockups, finding the grass and the runoff area, but it was nip and tuck at the very top for this all Ford Mustang race. 45 minutes of racing action coming up tomorrow as we celebrate the 60th anniversary of Ford Mustang, and all of these cars running on sustainable fuels. And in the end, it was this man, Darren Turner, who managed to get on for pole, and we'll start the Ken Miles Cup from the best place in the house.
I'm here stood in a field in Goodwood. We're showcasing as much homegrown produce from within the estate. Festival of Speed lands in July when the British produce at its very best. See, hear, and I think smell the cars as well. Technically I'm working, hopefully I can nip out for 5 to 10 minutes. If people are into cars at that level, they're going to have an eye for detail and an eye for quality, so it's important that that's replicated in what I serve as well as what's on the track. I'm Ollie DeBoo, cooking at the Surtees Pavilion, Goodwood. Do head to goodwood.com to find out more.
What a great ride from Tom Ingram on Quickthorn, who wins the Audrain Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Cunnington from back to Deval the run towards the line. It's Cunnington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Okay, well, you joined David and I in the paddock, in the Shadow garage, at a desk. What are we doing sat at a desk? Something tells me this isn't an ordinary desk, David.
Well, you're absolutely right. It is a bit strange to have a desk in the Goodwood paddock, but this is no ordinary desk, as you say. This is actually part of the prototype Shadow car. Now, Shadow were that team in the early 70s. They were in Formula One, and they also entered Can-Am, which we're celebrating now. And as part of the regulations, Tony Southgate was telling me they had to get rid of a part of the car. So they hacksawed it off, and what better thing to do than make a desk? So they brought it all the way over here for us to see it and for us to sit at today.
Ingenious. These are clever guys. Now, tell me more about Can-Am.
Can-Am was this wonderful series, the Canadian American Challenge Cup, that existed in the late 60s, early 70s. And it was essentially de-restricted cars, huge engines. And these cars, as you can see, some of the engines were over 8 litres in size, pushing out over 700 horsepower. When you think of 50-year-old cars doing that, they were faster at some circuits than Formula One cars on their day at the same time, contemporary cars. So amazing cars, amazing noisy championship. And that's what we're celebrating here at Goodwood this weekend.
And do we know what they're like to drive? How
Scary.
are they to handle?
I think scary. I think that would be the thing. Every time I spoke to people who get out of these cars, they go, yes, it's scary, especially if it's raining. I mean, you have to be a certain type of person to get in one of these cars and take it to its limit.
And that's the race that a lot of people over this weekend are going to be looking forward to seeing. I mean, it's quite an exceptional race to watch.
Absolutely. We're going to have a demonstration of some of the finest Can-Am cars through the years. And, at the time they were driven by the likes of, Dan Gurney, Parnelli Jones, John Surtees, and Jackie Oliver, who won in the Shadow that's sitting next to us in the 1974 series. He's going to be here demonstrating that car alongside some of the modern day greats like Tom Kristensen, Timo Bernard in a fantastic 917 Porsche. So it's going to be fantastic demonstration, and the crowd are going to love it.
And the crowd are loving it already in the paddock, getting a lot of intrigue, a lot of interest. I think the guys here have been answering thousands of questions. For you, when you're seeing these cars in real life, because I know you've done all your research watching the images, but what is that feeling? I mean, can we try and share the sounds and...
Well, you're right. It's absolutely the sound. And I think, it's probably the busiest part of the paddock at the moment. These cars are really getting everybody's interest. But when we hear them fired up and going around that track, that's when you're going to see some real excitement. It's going to be brilliant.
All right, fantastic. Well, thanks for explaining why we're sat at this desk in the first place. And actually, we've now got a bit more about the dark and mysterious story to Shadow.
The Shadow knows.
And some say he was never heard from ever again.
That's not even scary.
That's nothing. They were black. They were powerful. Their domain was North America, the circuits of the United States and Canada. They were feared. They tried to be successful. Those that competed against them were fearful of these black monsters. They were exciting to ride. They were called the Shadows. I met Don Nichols, who was the owner and the spirit behind the Shadow Can-Am series. But I said to Don, why are they called the Shadows? He said, when I was very young, I used to listen to the radio, and there was a program called The Shadows, and it used to be a detective who was trying to get to the truth. And there used to be the Shadow was the man that lurked in the evil opposition.
Where's he gone? Jackie? Did you see him?
I think he's playing with us.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, to take on board the Can-Am cars as they come out onto the circuit. Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones back with you in the commentary box right now. And you are watching a fantastic group of cars that would have raced in America in their time, never been really in a collection like this in the United Kingdom. And here we are with this remarkable collection. The shadows are an absolutely major part of this collection, but we've got all sorts. We've got McLaren, which dominated the world of Can-Am in the late 1960s. We've got Porsche as well, which took on their dominant form in the 1970s. But these shadows that we're looking at right now, they are absolutely remarkable, aren't they, Bruce?
This is something I've been waiting for a very, very long time. But for Jim Bartell to have this collection of 8 shadows covering from when they came in as those strange, tiny front wheel challengers to the McLaren sort of steamroller through to the conclusion when they became more normal-sized Can-Am cars. But the thing is, we've seen illustrious people we've known with huge racing history walking around the paddock. They've never seen these cars before. Unless you were coming over from Canada or the United States, you didn't see them in race. Some of them did race fleetingly in the early 70s in Interserie in Europe, but this is big-time debut for so many of these cars in Europe coming over here. But the sights, the sounds, and look at the shot on those screens, those massive trumpets, big V8 engine cars. But the key is, everyone says, oh, they must have been vicious to drive. Apparently not the case, because they may be enormous in bodywork, huge amount of power, but they were light and they were remarkably nimble.
Wow.
Now, looking at the cars coming through the lane, look at that extraordinary front wing sitting high above the nose of the shadow that just went through. You can see the evolution of the cars. And certainly with that fabulous trailer coming in, we got to see the evolution from the tiny shadows that were super quick in the front line because they were so remarkably small. The cars coming around to form up on the grid is going to be absolutely phenomenal, and I cannot wait for them all to leave and get the revs going. One of the beauties, Ben, of the demos at Goodwood, the idea is you want to hear them operating very close to how they would, so it's not pussyfooting around once they get going, but it's going to be big time down on the grid. This is very, very special moment. Can-Am, we love it.
We do love it. Absolutely amazing. You're on board one of the shadows here with the James Hunt name on the side, and that's because it was actually raced briefly by James Hunt. It was mainly Jackie Oliver who raced it in 1973. It was the year that Porsche were actually dominating, and you're seeing the Porsche coming down, the blue and yellow, the big Mark Donoghue Porsche that was the dominant force. There's another Porsche nearer the front, the green, mainly green machine with some orange on it as well, but it is that blue with the yellow stripes on it. That was the Mark Donoghue dominant car of 1973.
Yeah, well, they called it the Can-Am killer because it just won everything. But when you have, get this, listen to this number, 1,500 horsepower to play with.
That was the maximum they get to in qualifying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember Roger Penske saying we got that high. I mean, generally it was over 1,000 horsepower, but turbocharged. That was Porsche, of course, with turbos. By the time they were already running 911 turbos by then on the road, but they were very early to get. There were several other. It's interesting reading about the history of Can-Am that quite a few of the teams were trying to run turbocharged Chevrolets, for example. They just could not make them work. But Porsche got that turbo to work really well.
Yeah, they were a step ahead, and also to have it run by Team Penske, which was the gold standard team. It, sort of jumped out of the professionalism that was when Roger Penske was racing. He then started running cars in Trans Am and White, cleaning up in that, and then he took on the McLarens to dominate. Can-Am started in 1966. It was won by Lola's. The Chaparral won a race that year, Chaparral 2F with Phil Hill. But from 1967 onwards, it was the Bruce and Denny show, the papaya orange McLarens. Each year got a little more nimble, a little larger, more aerodynamic devices. Plenty of those here as well. But it was the big prize money that was so important.
Great stuff, yeah. Bruce and Denny show. We've got the Bruce and Benny show going on here today. But we've also got Ed Foster down on the grid. So let's go and join Ed, who can catch up with some of the drivers.
Right, here we are. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when there are no rules in motorsport. I say that Can-Am, the Canadian American Challenge, did have some rules but they were pretty limited. You were free on engines, on aero, on dimensions, you name it. So what you see here is the most weird and wonderful mix of cars. This is the Mark 1, the Shadow prototype. Amazing machine with, I'm pretty sure they stole the wheels and tyres off a dinky toy. They're absolutely tiny. But what we're going to do, follow me. These are always quite fun because we've got all the Goodwood Road Racing Club members coming onto the grid. We've got Marino here. Why don't we just jump in? Marino, I'm sorry to interrupt. I slightly feel you should have been born a bit earlier because you would have loved this.
I agree. I mean, the 917 10s and 30s are my favourite car of all time. I was lucky enough to drive the Sunoco car up the hill at Goodwood. And from when I was watching Dario race, I think Vauxhall Lotus in 92, 93, I saw an inter-series race. And the ground just started shaking. I'm like, what is this? And it was these. And I've been obsessed ever since. Read all about them and just a complete anorak about Can-Am. And to get the opportunity to drive this today, I mean, I've got to thank Jim and Kyle and all the guys at ERA for bringing all these cars. It's awesome.
The 91730 that you drove, we'll go and have a look at it in a bit. Was it everything that you hoped it would be? Because sometimes when you meet your heroes, they're not as all they're cranked up to be.
It was better. I mean, it was unbelievable. I got full throttle about twice on the hill, but it was amazingly light and responsive and easy and just like all these legendary cars, very intimidating with 1200 horsepower, but just lovely to drive. And getting to drive the big block Chevy today, I literally left the pits and I tickled the throttle and I was like, it's ridiculous. I can't explain what's going on behind you. It just feels like a bomb started going off and you can't really control it.
You racing drivers are always complaining about not having enough power, so this is perfect.
Yeah, I think it's maybe the first time we're okay.
Yes. Excellent. Cheers, Marino. Let's carry on down here. I don't know if you can actually see, so there's actually these rear wheels. I don't know, let's see if you can get around the back. There's two on each side. Again, this is what happens when there aren't the regulations. You can kind of try everything and see what works. Obviously, the big star here is Jackie Oliver, who won the championship in 1974, and he is on the grid. This is the car that he won the World Championship. Here you are, Ian. This is the car that he won the World Championship with in 1974, and they sort of dethroned Porsche and the 91730 because the fuel regs, the fuel restrictions were brought in. And the 91730's advantage was kind of taken away, and then this Shadow, which is a fantastic car, then won the championship. Let's go this way, because we've been talking about this 91730, and this is the car that sort of, well, it's called the car that killed Can-Am, because it really was, this cost spiraled, there was a recession. I'm going to try and reach in. This is sort of quite a high-risk procedure. This, for me, is such a star of the show. Everyone says it's quite nice to drive, but is that really true?
It is. It's not a difficult car to drive. I mean, I haven't driven it at 10 tenths, but at 9 tenths, it's quite an easy, nice car to drive.
And what a wonderful piece of history, because everyone talks about this in Can-Am, but this also held the closed circuit record, didn't it? Was it 200 and something miles an hour it did?
Yes, Mark Donoghue at Talladega did 221 miles an hour average speed around the track. That record stood from about 1973 for about 30 years.
Amazing. Well, look, thank you. My glutes are going to start seizing up, so I'm going to stand up straight. Right, here we are. It's always quite fun trying to find everyone on this grid. Let's delve in here. Sorry. We've got BRMs, there's McLarens further back. Now McLaren obviously dominated the series and did lots of their testing here at Goodwood. So there is that kind of wonderful historic link between the Can-Am series and Goodwood. They do look daunting, there's no getting around it.
Just a little bit, yes. They need waking up every now and then though.
Well, waking up or you being woken up?
Well, a bit of both, really. Yes, and it's just getting used to it again. It's smooth power. It's a lot of power, but it's quite smooth. So, yeah, it's quite good.
And are they all right on the brakes and cornering?
Yeah, this one is better than that one. But yeah, they are. It's very stable. Very stable.
I guess it's all relative, isn't it?
That's it, yeah. We're not going at 10 tenths, so I think it'd be a different story then.
Well, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Let's, how are we doing? You all right? Let's carry on down here. Dan Gurney famously said that a car should always have a bit more power than its grip can handle. And I think in Can-Am, they nailed that. Let's carry on through. It's great to see so many members on the grid. We've got the Duke of Richmond here. doorstep him. Sorry, everyone. Your Grace, do you mind if I jump in? What a wonderful weekend. You've organised the Sun and this amazing grid of Can-Am cars.
I know, great day, but made even greater by having all these fabulous cars here, which we all loved all our lives, dreamt about, and now they're all here, so it's fantastic.
Now, I know you're a big bike fan. It must be great seeing sidecars out on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're very keen to do things like that and put surprising kit around the circuit. And obviously, we run sidecars up the festival speed for many years. In fact, I've even ridden the odd one on the festival speed. Never again. And to see them here, I mean, going to Madrid at 150 must have been absolutely amazing. Anyway, they look wonderful.
You're a braver man than me going on that sidecar.
Yeah, no, I didn't have much choice. I was just stuck on it, and it was Philippe Mock who stuck me on it. But no, it was amazing. And maybe here one day, who knows?
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, thanks so much.
Now, I think Imi's with some members to talk to at the moment.
I certainly am. I'm here with Ralph from Germany. Now, Ralph, a big fan of the Can-Am cars.
Oh, I'm very, very, very big fan of the Can-Am cars. My whole life spent to the Can-Am cars.
And what do you make of the grid that we've got here? I mean, look at this absolute beauty. You wanted to stand next to this one because of the colour, I think you said.
Yes, I like the color for this car. It's a beautiful car with this color. It's a German car, look here.
And have you had any experience behind the wheel of one of these, or imagine the sensations of what the drivers are going to be going through?
Oh, sorry, I understand.
Oh, sorry. What kind of driving are you usually doing, Ralph?
What I am driving? Yes, I'm driving a Can-Am car at home. Not on this very great place, only at Germany racetrack.
Oh, well, fantastic. Now, tell me how the rest of your day at Goodwood has been going. I mean, seeing these out on the grid like this, the sun is shining here.
Yeah, I do the rest of the day. I pick this girl and go home.
Well, we'll see about that. But that's been fantastic talking to you. Thanks so much, Ralph. And enjoy the rest of the grid.
Yes, I enjoy the rest of the grid and the day.
Fantastic. All right, well, back to Ed then. See who steals you away.
Well, thanks, Imi. I'm now stood behind, we talked about the McLarens earlier, I'm now stood behind one of those. Back in these days, McLaren, sponsored by Johnson Wax actually in Can-Am, and they got more money for that in Can-Am than they did with their Formula One sponsorship, so which gives you some idea of kind of how popular this series was. But when a lot of us think of Can-Am cars, we think of the papaya orange of McLaren. Now, I think you've just come around in this, haven't you?
This is correct.
Yeah. And is this your car?
This is my car, yeah. We race here now for the first time ever with this car here.
And so you haven't had it very long then?
We have this car in the family now for over 20 years. My dad drove it before me, and I take it when he passed away, and we keep it on the track as he always wanted, not in the garage. So, and now we got the big chance to race here. It's quite a big thing for me.
It must be amazing when you pulled out of the assembly area and gave it a bit of throttle.
It is. To race these cars around this wonderful track here is one of the top 3 stupidest ideas I've ever had, but it's absolutely fun. It's marvelous and great to see so many cars and so many great spectators around here. It's just a wonderful event. We're very happy to be here.
Great. Well, look, thank you and enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Right, so let's go and see what David's been up to.
Well, Timo, I'm not going to take too much time because I can hear the bells and whistles going to get you in the car, but are you looking forward to driving this splendid car?
Well, 100%. I mean, the 91730, the open cockpit version, as you see, it's a car with a huge heritage, and it has over 1,000 horsepower with the beginning of the turbo technology. And so when the turbo kicks in, you know, the car really accelerates like crazy. So it's like a rocket ship. But you have a small turbo lag, which you have to time very well. You're shifting with and everything. So it's quite a demanding car, but it's a car with a rich heritage and very much fun to drive. So
I think everybody who loves cars loves a 917, but I think the Spider version, it must be fantastic to drive.
Yeah, it does. I drove also the coupe version, and it's you're almost on the roof with your helmet. So with this, it's more free, and you have a much better visibility. So I love this kind of car, and it's surely demanding. So it's for me, it's always an honor and a big respect to drive this car. You know?
Well, of course, this car was quick straight out of the box. It won on its debut in Hockenheim, and it's so splendidly turned out today. The colour scheme is fantastic.
100%. I mean, this it's a chassis number 001. It was running in different liveries, and this is in fact the last livery, the green, the Weiland livery is the last livery the car ran with at Hockenheim, and one with Herbert Müller, and that's how the museum kept this legacy. So.
Peering inside there, it's a little bit more basic than your other office, the 919 Evo that you set the lap record at Nürburgring. A little bit more different to drive than that car?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, it's a similar amount of horsepower, more than 1,000, but for sure the delivery is different. I mean, the 919 Evo was a hybrid car, you know, with active aerodynamics. I mean, for sure, a different step in tire development. But remember, this is 50 years ago, 72, 73. This 917 had a similar power. Delivery is a bit different, a bit rougher, but that's what I like about this car. You know, it's really raw to drive. You know.
Well, you're still smiling, so you look like you're looking forward to it.
I do, definitely, yes.
I'll let you get your balaclava on, get your helmet on, and get going in this lovely, lovely car.
Thank you.
Thank you for time.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, we have got a member here joined by his guests. How have you been finding the day?
It's absolutely fabulous to get right down here on the grid, right next to the cars, like nothing in the world is coming to Goodwood.
And it's Dan, isn't it?
Yeah.
How is it for you to see these Can-Am cars up close?
Oh, it's great, especially with the weather as it is. I mean, you can hear them coming in from miles away. Even as we were walking up to the track, they're all just, I mean, as you can see by all the engines, they're all coming out of the cars. It's ridiculous.
The sound is absolutely insane, isn't it, Ben?
It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it at all. I mean, I'm looking at the machines now and it's mind-blowing. But no, we absolutely love it here. It's amazing.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Great to see you. Enjoy the rest of the grid. Thank you.
Cheers.
Always lovely to see so many members coming along to this event, but what an incredible collection of cars. And it's lovely hearing from the drivers and experienced drivers getting so buzzed up, so excited about the opportunity to drive Can-Am cars here at Goodwood. It really is a very special time. The challenge was inaugurated in 1966 for sports cars with fully aerodynamic two-seater bodywork. Wheel cover was one of the rules, wasn't it? There were only a couple of rules in it. You had to cover the wheels and you had to have space for a passenger. They didn't carry passengers. Was there much else in terms of rules?
No, effectively, as Ed Foster said at the start, unlimited formula.
Yeah.
It was bigger, it was better, it was louder, the prize money was greater, and some of the greatest shapes were there. And the McLaren Formula One team effectively continued past its first season because it was making really good money. The prize pot was great, and in 1960, the second season onwards, 67 onwards, Denny Hulme and Bruce McLaren, they sort of took turns to win the title.
Yeah.
And the money came in and they sold endless customer cars.
Yes, which we're seeing some here now that have got that heritage.
Yeah, but these were huge things. There's Marcus Pye down in the prototype shadow. This will be a massive moment for Marcus. I've lost count of how many cars he's driven, but this will be something very, very special. Look how small those front wheels are. And the broad wing, we saw the spare tail end as a desk in the paddock.
I was reading about how it's knee height, but look, you look at the gentleman standing alongside, that front of that car is well below knee height, and you see that little bobble next to the number 1 on the front, where Marcus Pye's feet will be. See that little bobble there? We're just closing in on it. That is there because his foot is sideways on the floor, and he has both the accelerator, which he has to do virtually horizontal, and the brake, which is just above it. And that's, when he's pressing the brake, that's where the top of his foot is, but it's still at an angle. He can't put it fully up because it is so narrow. It's only it's about 3 inches deep in there for the feet. So you can get your feet in sideways, but you can't put them upright, which is what the normal way is in a race car. Those
Designers, honestly, just thinking about themselves, but exquisite. And soon, they did actually move up. You can see a later shadow in behind. They became more normal in shape. Alongside is the red version, which was the Motorsport knee height, the Mark 1. And look on top of the rear wing. What's that? Radiators attached to the top of the rear wing. Again, they didn't have much height to put it in, but this low frontal area meant they were much quicker in a straight line than the McLarens that were winning everything as you went into the 70s. But, clearly the package overall from McLaren was better. But what you forget is also that the design at this time, Shadow was only just thinking about going to Formula One. It was designing 1 or 2 different Can-Am cars each year. There is the trio of radiators attached to the rear wing of the Mark 1 Motorsport car, and yet within a few years they had a team in Formula One. They were winning. They won the final Can-Am championship with Jackie Oliver in 1974. They were super busy, and yet the number of people employed by Shadow would have been remarkably small, probably the same number that work in the canteen at McLaren today.
It was Trevor Harris who designed these, and they had little 10-inch front wheels. Those are 10-inch, and they had to get special tyres to be able to fit those 10-inch front wheels, and it was all part and parcel of a lot of the complication of getting it to run in the first place. That's why the black car at the front there, number 1, the prototype, did not actually have a race, particularly, and you'll see this as it comes out. And in fact, I'm going to go quiet in a moment. Just when they go off the grid, I want to hear this, and you're not going to hear our voices, because this sound is going to be amazing. Just to remind you, these are majority Chevrolet V8s, but you've got Porsche turbo engines in as well. Basically, they are all massive V8 engines with immense power, and that's what we're listening to now. I think they're all getting fired up, hopefully. one or two more just to fire up. But that car at the front, which never actually raced but was the prototype, you will also see some aerodynamic movement when it's going around the lap, because originally you were allowed aerodynamic movement. You could use things to flick up to slow the car down when it was going down towards the end of a straight and needed to slow down. Because it had such tiny front wheels, the brakes were rubbish, so they thought, right, well, let's put up flaps. And we will see that. It's only going to do a lap, that number 1 car, and we will follow it because it's going to be fascinating to see the little aero devices moving around. Unfortunately, when they then built the orange car, that was one element that had been banned from the world of Can-Am racing. Right, so we're getting ready for the cars to set off. We've got a lot of lovely rumbling going on at the moment as we prepare for the actual launch off the line. And this is going to be a demonstration, so it's not a race, it's not a qualifying session. It's out there to have some fun with the cars, to show them off and to create noise. I'm going to go quiet. Let's listen. Oh, I say that, but Marcus Pye's got a problem. He can't get it running. Let's hope that they can get it back out again. Everyone else can be very aware that he's there and get past him. But remember, that prototype never raced. It was only going to do 1 lap. They know it's a tricky car to run. I just hope they can get it running.
You do, and it's again also looking at the famous helmets. Tom Kristensen's tucked away. Haven't talked too much about the crowd. A trio of them going through. Lola tucked in behind. Of course, Lola won the inaugural series in 1966 with John Surtees, and the Ford Open, this car, number 2, developed by Alan Mann over in the UK. Many people saw the prize money, thought, let's have a slice of that. For the Ford open top, it wasn't something that really worked. There's a great big march in there as well, and we've got a couple of static display cars, including a Lotus that was designed to go to Can-Am to get that prize money and was never taken racing. But just enjoy the tiny knee-high shadow with the massive rear wing, with those radiators tucked onto the very top. Kyle Tilley with Audrain Motorsport, they've been preparing these cars, bring them over. Tucked in behind is Emanuele Pirro, who will be smiling like a Cheshire cat as this field rumble, and they'll be picking up the speed all along. They'll get this demo really going, get the sights, and most notably the sound of these massive V8 engines are rumbling just how they're supposed to be.
It is lovely seeing these shadows, particularly the orange car up at the front at the moment. We were hoping to see Marcus get going. We'll find out whether he does actually get the car running. I'm not able to quite see it at this stage. They may be able to get him back out. But yes, that little Can-Am Mark 1 there, the number 16, the orange car that's leading them round, it is so remarkable. It was driven by George Follmer, who went on to become a champion in Can-Am. But he said it just felt like a kart. It bounced around a lot, but incredibly rapid in a straight line. Those tiny little wheels, and as I say, your feet, the driver's feet, really kind of squashed in there. This was the kind of second version they created with a new build chassis that Trevor Harris had worked on, and they had to mix about with the radiators. Originally the radiators were in behind the rear wheels, but then they wanted to shorten the bodywork. There was nowhere else to put the radiators but up on that rear wing, and it seems amazing to me that you're going to carry something quite heavy up there. But what they did decide was that downforce was the most important thing.
Absolutely so, but have you ever seen a car of that ilk with an engine sitting so high? The only reason it's high is because the bodywork is simply so low. But it turns out that wasn't the way to go. But you know what? Do different. And as we said, this was an unlimited formula, so it gave the designers amazing scope. Now, we talked of Lolas in the field. There's a BRM at the back. In fact, 2 BRMs. The one with the white and green and red stripes is the earlier BRM. So Tony Southgate designed that, and then he designed some of the shadows at the end. So to have worked for 3 marks, have been at the front end. But I absolutely love a quote from him in the programme. It says, Can-Am was a really good formula. Almost anyone could get involved. You'd build a car, paint it some funny colour, you'd have yourself a team. It really did work very, very well indeed.
It did indeed. We're looking at the Shadow DN4B, the sort of multicoloured one. That was actually powered. It was used for testing of a Dodge engine because they were focusing on a Formula 5000 engine. So the one with the black but with the colours on it, there you are looking at it. That was used for testing, wasn't it? And it was actually driven by Alan Jones. You can see the Alan Jones name on the side of it. But he was the 1980 Formula 1 world champion, but he did give it a run in the late 70s.
Yeah, so Tom Kristensen, 9-time Le Mans winner at the wheel of that. He'll be chalking up yet another car that he might have seen pictures of. His father was a very keen motor racing fan, so certainly the history in that family runs very deep. And as we know, Tom just adores Goodwood. But the sounds are starting to pick up the pace a bit, and Of course, the manufacturer that was most successful for so many years was McLaren. From 67 onwards, they just kept on winning the title.
That's right, Bruce McLaren was the first McLaren winner. So it was John Surtees, a British driver in the Lola, who won it in 66. Bruce McLaren won it in 67, as you say. Then his teammate Denny won it in 1968. Back to Bruce in 1969. The tragedy in 1970 of Bruce McLaren actually getting killed here at Goodwood because the rear bodywork flew off of one of these Can-Am cars, and that ended up in a horrible crash, and that was the end for Bruce McLaren. But it didn't end Can-Am, it didn't end McLaren. Denny Hulme went on to win the championship in 1970, and McLaren continued with 1971. That's when Porsche started to play the game. Porsche and Penske got together, and they became the major threats. Porsche dominated the next couple of years, but then Shadow were involved at that point in the early 70s. You're looking again at some of the Black Shadows, and then they went on to take the final win of this part of Can-Am, which we do call it the true part, up to 1974, even though the championship came back later in a slightly different format. But Porsche and then Shadow taking the final championship with Jackie Oliver. So that was lovely to see. And it really is a fabulous mixture of cars that we've got out there.
I'm loving the sights, I'm loving the sound, but it's the history that's really, really getting to me at the moment. It's the fact that these cars, unless they came to compete in Inter-Series, were concentrated racing in the States and Canada, and to see them here in such number, but also to be replete with the 8 Shadows, it's something very, very special. So hats off to Goodwood. This is, for me, the highlight of the Saturday at the members' meeting.
It's a wonderful opportunity. We've got some amazing pictures, but I tell you what, the noise is something really very, very unique. That rumble that you can hear through that section. Let them go on to this next lap. We're going to go quiet so that you can really hear them. Sound from the massive V8 engines. It's such an enjoyable thing to listen to and to watch as well, as we still see the Shadow little group up at the top end there from that mixture of cars that started and then went on to win the championship. We've got the BRM you mentioned as well there, Bruce, at the back of that little group. BRM, of course, were a big part of Formula One, but they did a couple of key seasons. They also raced in some of the Inter-Series. Howden Ganley had a wonderful win. Was that Nürburgring, I believe he had one in the BRM, in one of these Can-Am style cars.
And again, it wasn't just for the fun of it. There were good prize pots to be picked up there, but I was doing my research on the Castrol livery car. In fact, I think the last time it was out on a circuit, it caught fire in Austria when Pablo Montoya was driving. It hasn't been put off. He's desperate to go and have another go. He was doing a demo there. But Pedro Rodriguez was the star BRM driver, and apparently he came in and told Tony Southgate, this is the worst car I have ever driven. But obviously it developed, and we heard from Andrew Hepworth on the grid talking about the yellow car, the sister car from the year later, the P167, and he said it really became a wieldy tool. It's a shame they didn't race more, but certainly they were very handy at picking out the prize pots in Inter-Series.
And then we're looking at the Porsche again now, number 6. The winner of the Championship in 1973 with Mark Donoghue. Mark Donoghue was a brilliant driver, but also a brilliant engineer. He's actually allowing them past, even though they're not meant to on a demo. They're meant to sort of just follow each other, but he's very happy to let them go through if they want to. And we'll see if that happens. But this Porsche, and Mark Donoghue was a key part of that. I remember looking through some of his notes, and he really helped Porsche develop this turbocharged engine. He said the first time he ever drove it, it was impossible, because the way the turbo worked, it only worked basically on idle or full throttle. If you had any half throttle, part throttle, it just would not run properly. And he worked with Porsche on the whole fuel injection system until they got it right. Once they got it right, my goodness, as you said, they got up to 1,500 horsepower in qualifying with it. A remarkable effort.
So Porsche weren't just incredibly clever with getting the turbochargers to work, but they also built it as an adjustable length chassis, and that really helped them find the sweet spot. Now McLaren, the Bright 3, McLaren from the latter end of the range, that was 1972, it's an M8F. Each year the M8 moved on from the M6 to the M8. The aerodynamics became more extreme. There's also an M20 in the paddock, which was the customer version of that. It was the sort of final end of the run, because McLaren went through winning until 72, and then Porsche took over, then Shadow in the final year. But a great looking car, and that's Allard Kalf, very popular Dutch racer turned race commentator in that, and he was saying the beauty about this car, effectively, drivers of all sizes, including large owners, can hop off board. The cars are nimble, they're not scary at all, and effectively you've got 2 gear changes. You put it into third, put it into fourth, and torque is king. But what he was saying, actually, a quote from Alan Wardropper, engine builder from Scholar, who said, horsepower sells engines, torque wins races, and that very much is the ethos of what works in Can-Am.
And behind as well, you've got another of the McLarens, the white car, that's the McLaren M8E. Warren Briggs is in that car, the white one there. And I was talking to Warren yesterday, and he raced Formula Ford and stuff in the 1980s, but he came in, he worked for McLaren actually, partly on some working part on engineering, very briefly. But he, in more recent years, has got more into historic racing. But he said driving this is just incredible. And one of the things he said is the length of the throttle movement you get is more than you expect, because it's such a powerful engine that you actually, he says, if you go just from right up to right down with your foot, he then has to push his leg further down to get all the throttle to full throttle. He says it is amazing to feel the performance in a machine like this. So this is the McLaren, as I say, the M8. So this was a little later, that's 1971. It was still a very successful time for them, no doubt.
Now the dark red helmet with the white and striped visor. This is Jackie Oliver, the winner of the final Can-Am Championship in 1974. Just looking at the acceleration, you can't hear all the sound, but past the pit he's punching it down. He'll be just going back to the muscle memory of that season, because of course each year the Shadow got better and better in Can-Am. It tried to take the racing to Porsche in 73, didn't have the horsepower, but running its way through Madwick. Yeah, Jackie's not holding back. This is the way a demo should be.
But he had a huge battle with his teammate George Faulkner that year, didn't he? And you know, George complained that they were going to let Jackie win, but actually they had some massive battles together.
But they really, really did. And oh, what a great shot! You know, I just love it when a driver keeps their classic racing helmet livery. This is Jackie back doing what Jackie does, and he was such a fearsome competitor. Went over to the States when his Formula 1 career wasn't quite doing what he wanted it to, and then of course he moved on from Shadow, formed the Arrows Formula 1 team. He is Mr. Racing through and through, so it's fantastic to have him back driving this car, which of course he would have tested over here.
And I think actually James Bartel, the owner of a lot of these Shadows, the American who has brought them over, he and Jackie have worked very well together to make this Can-Am display happen. They've actually worked together on it, and that's lovely to know. And as you say, I mean, Jackie Oliver started off in Can-Am with a team called Auto Coast, a designer, a mechanic called Peter Bryant, who's brilliant. He's written a fantastic book. If you ever get a chance to read it, please do. Peter Bryant, wonderful engineer, mechanic, who created Can-Am cars, and he actually brought Jackie Oliver in first into Can-Am, and they raced together, and they didn't get the reliability, but they had pace, there's no doubt. And then when there was an opportunity, Peter Bryant went to Shadow, so they ended up together, because Peter Bryant was designing the early Shadows that Jackie was then racing for Can-Am as well.
It's funny. It's just funny how racing works like that. McLaren M6, look at one now, of course that was a beautiful car, but of course the aerodynamic aids became greater and greater, so that was really quite simple. In behind, at the back of the pack we got the latter of the Lolas, there it is, with the Aspire race livery on board that, and that's the T222 from 1971, and again, you look from an angle, you squint slightly, you think, well, there's a McLaren M8F or thereabouts. Of course, they were going a similar route, but these cars are just so much more nimble than people realise from the outside. Another M6B.
Chris Goodwin,
Chris Goodwin on board, prepared by his Garage 59 Enterprise, and tucked in behind is the Open Sports Ford. David Brabham should be at the wheel of that. Was just going out the back of the shot. So again, that was another attempt, because people all wanted a crack at Can-Am because the prizes were there to be won, but it was very, very hard to topple McLaren. And there were many sort of evolutions of McLaren by privateers. They made their own little twists and turns.
I was amazed, as you were saying, because they were customer cars. So the M6B, like the one we're seeing Chris Goodwin in, we've got a few of the M6B. That was effectively the customer car the year after the M6A, designed by Robin Hurd, had been the first sort of dominant force for McLaren in Can-Am racing. But they built 26 customer versions to make the M6B, 26 of them. So the income that McLaren were getting out of Can-Am racing, and also the winning, because the money that they won, it actually helped fund their Formula One, didn't it, in those days?
100%, and they didn't have space in their unit at the end of the runway at Colebrook near Heathrow, so they farmed it out eventually to Trojan down in Surrey because they had the space. They were making bubble cars, which were a declining number of road cars, and they took it on board. So right up to the M20 McLaren. So just a chance. There's Brabs, David Brabham in the Open Sports Ford, number 2. That high rear wing, you can see how people just realised they had the power, now they needed aerodynamics to try and keep them on the ground going through the corners.
Yeah, no, it's rather lovely that David Brabham is out in this machine right now. It was tested here at Goodwood in its original days by Frank Gardner and Denny Hulme, and it got a third place in Texas in the 1969 Can-Am Championship when it was being driven by Jack Brabham. So there's the connection between David and his dad. They've both now driven this car.
Yeah, taking a pitch. This was a Ford engine car, obviously with the Open Sports Ford name. There's a bit of a clue there. Majority, that was a 4.9 engine, sort of normally raced in a Boss Mustang, but still power aplenty. There it is, Boss 429 on the back, so that's 7.2 litres thereabouts, and perhaps, just joining the dots. Don't forget, when his father was racing these, he was only a very young individual back in Australia.
Yeah, indeed. As you say, these are big engines. I mean, a lot of them are 7 litres, then we go up to 8, and some are even up to 9 litres.
9.2, I think March ran at some point in his career.
Yeah, so very high level, huge V8 engine sitting right behind the driver's head, as you can see those air inlets, very, very close to the driver. So all that power, all that noise, and actually when I was talking to Warren Briggs yesterday about the noise, he said the amazing thing is when you're sitting on the grid and everyone fires up. I mean, your one is loud, but then you almost lose the sound of yours because the noise around you is so hard.
Disconcerting. Is my engine running or not?
Yes.
I'm getting vibration, but is that from the exhaust of the car next door? But
absolutely,
it's just great to see these cars. I mean, it was the big show in town as it went across the best of the tracks in the States and Canada through the tail end of the 1960s. If I could go back in time, I think I would probably go to about 1967 or 68 to Bridgehampton. The track snaking through the sand dunes, brilliant scenes. Probably about 1968, because I think a few more customer cars were in there. Everybody has something they want to see. For me, seeing these cars going around in this amazing Can-Am demonstration has really ticked a massive, massive box.
Oh, it's lovely to see. It really is. And such a mixture of some of the great vehicles from that time. From the unusual ones like this, which was really very rare, the Open Sports Ford being driven by David Brabham was a lovely fire coming out of the exhaust, but there's nothing, actually that's not a problem. That would be a fairly normal thing quite often for these machines, so I hope there isn't any engine problem there, but I don't think there would be. So from a fairly rare one to plenty of the McLarens, McLaren winning 37 races in 43 starts between 67 and 71. Amazing. They only lost 6 in that particular period, earning the equivalent of some $8 million nowadays. But of course then we saw Porsche dominating in the early 1970s before we saw Shadow. So there's some lovely shots of some of these cars. That wonderful Porsche 917 30, and a real mixture of cars that were competing in the American sports car series in the late 1960s and early 1970s, where engineering using downforce, of course, downforce, it was pretty early, because even Formula One was only just getting into the use of downforce in the mid to late 1960s, and Can-Am was just as on top of it, really. And the design, particularly of McLaren, the way that they designed the cars to get that downforce and try and reduce the drag, absolutely brilliant.
Big, powerful, but surprisingly nimble, and lots of money to be won. But for me, it's just the shapes and the evolution through that time. In 77, it came back, Can-Am, but they used single-seaters with wings put on it. Wasn't quite the same thing, but it was the biggest show in town. It had huge promotion, huge prize fund, and it was a magical time. And don't forget, all the manufacturers in this who also competed in Formula One, they paid their bills through the Shadow. So what a fantastic display it's been.
Very, very enjoyable seeing Can-Ams in style here at Goodwood.
This is where he lost it all, or he could have lost it all. Morris is right up into the lead again. Can he find a way through? It's going to be over the line, side by side, but I think the Golf just nicks it.
Good morning, hello and welcome to Goodwood 2023. This is the Action Sports Arena.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Ollie, it must be nice coming to Goodwood, being in a car you know really well, it's dry. There shouldn't be any stresses, no?
No, it's fantastic. Lovely thing to drive. I've driven this 9046 on a couple of occasions, once at Members Meeting and also in the TT a couple of years ago. So it's always great to get back in it. And Historica, who run and own the car, you know, it's always great to drive with them.
No, I mean, there's a lot of cars on this grid with a lot more power. Are you just trying to hang on to their coattails?
Yeah, certainly all the cars in this race, very varied. You've got TVRs, Cobras, E-Types, Pizzerinis. So they'll all do their lap time in a very different way. The Porsche's good in the corners. Most of the other stuff's very good in the straight line. So it'll be really ability to string a lap together to see where we end up on the grid and then sort of hang on as best we can.
Just don't lift.
Well, exactly, yeah, that's the plan.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, here we go then. The cars are just heading out onto track now for the Graham Hill Trophy, for the closed cockpit GT cars of a type that raced up until 1966 when racing stopped here at Goodwood. So that's the period we're looking at. And these closed cockpit GT cars. So you've got a lovely mix of machines from AC Cobras, Jaguar E-types, as you can see coming out. Some of the slightly less common ones, if you like. There's a couple of TVR Griffiths. We've got a couple of Lotus Elans as well. Several, in fact, Lotus Elans in this. Some of the Ford Shelby Mustang GT350. So a slightly more powerful, faster version of the Mustang than the fleet of Mustangs that we've already seen on track here today. Corvette Stingray, you can see that up in the background. We've got a couple of those in the display. There's another one just coming out onto the circuit as well. So it is a lovely mixture of machinery. US and UK based machinery, and different performances in different conditions on different tracks, dry, wet, whatever, and we will end up with a pretty close battle, I'm sure, with a wonderful mix of machinery.
I'd like to sit back and enjoy it all. It just looks so fantastic from those nimble little Lotus Elans. Car 333, treble 3 will be carrying our onboard camera, riding around, going to St Mary's, trying to find some heat in the tyres, again, not very wide tyres, get the flows to this circuit, the little crest, and then you drop into the dip, and then you're already thinking about, is my car on the right line going into Lavant Corner? It's a double apex right-hander, and of course the Lotus go right out towards the edge and positioned beautifully, and of course so nimble, the little Lotus Elan, didn't carry a lot of race, and Nigel Greensaw at the wheel of that. He's had won races with it with Ben Snee, including the Autosport 3 Hours last year, so absolutely on top of his game in this, but it couldn't be more different from the way you'd have to drive an AC Cobra.
Brilliant driver, of course, Nigel Greensaw, who has been in the world of national and European racing. He's won 15 national and European championships in his years. He's won a rally championship. I saw him rallying at Snetterton again earlier this year. He does a bit of everything, does Nigel. Teaches drivers too. But I was talking to him, he's really hoping to get that qualified in the top 10 here, which would be a big gain again, because the Lotus Elan 26R does not have the power of some of these machines like the Cobras and the Corvettes, for example, but he feels that there's a chance to nip in there and put in a decent performance. I don't think it's going to be a winning car, but if he can get in the top 10, he'd be delighted.
No, absolutely so, and there's no way it should match the pace and the flow of a Jaguar E-Type. Looking at a couple of them there, finding their position around the track. The dark red one driven by William Paul, who's one of the governors of the Goodwood Members Meeting, and then the classic shape of the Ford Mustang. These are not the notchbacks, these are the fastbacks, the coupes, if you will. We've got the notchbacks competing in the Ken Miles Cup to celebrate 60 years of the Mustang. Now, the first flying lap on the board, and it's car 180, first to the finish line. Miles Griffith in Carl Tilley's TVR Griffiths from 1965. Its wheelbase is effectively 4 square, and with that big 4.7 litre Ford under the bonnet, certainly it's like wrestling with something that really doesn't want to be wrestled with.
We saw last year in the wet, the E-Types actually had a bit of an advantage. They had a little bit more grip in the wet, but the Cobras in the dry can be very, very difficult to beat. So we're just going to have to see how it all comes together. 180, there is the TVR Griffith there, of Miles Griffiths, who's set that initial pace. So that's a brilliant first effort.
And you can see, it snakes around even as it's trying to go straight, but it's about harnessing the power, just getting the heat in the tyres, trying to get the tail out a little bit, but not too much. But this would no doubt be the twitchiest car out there. 1 minute 27 seconds flat, 0.129 advantage over one of the mighty Iso Bizzarinis. It's Adrian Wilmot, car number 81 there. It is bright red. He bought the car about 5 years ago. COVID got in the way, and he said getting it to this state has been a bit of a story, but it's one of 3 that were really rather special. There were 3 glass fibre cars from the Iso Bizzarini range, and they all have independent rear suspension, and he said that is what you absolutely need. So look forward to those. Much more rigidity than some of the others which were bolted together. The rivet monsters, I think they were called.
Interesting, right. Well, Griffiths actually went even quicker on that lap. Doesn't have quite the straight line speed of the Bizzarini, as you can see there. He wasn't able to actually overtake it going down into the first corner, but he was still very quick through the corners themselves. So out of Madgwick, he's right up with it again through Ford Water, the flat-out right-hander.
Yeah, but what's interesting there is Adrian Wilmot's got past him. Adrian's second fastest. He's moved ahead now on the track. Maybe Miles Griffiths is doing a quick lap, a slower lap, whatever. They are 2 of the quicker cars out there. which is the best of the AC Cobras? Probably, I think we're looking at it now. No, number 64, sorry, he just moved down the charts a little bit. That's one of the Buncombe. 64, that would be, well, Jack Tetley was down to drive that car, but a Buncombe is never slow in a car, so that is on the move, Tony Sinclair's car.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's just gone second fastest, actually. So I didn't know Alex Buncombe was going to drive that car, but it certainly looks like he's in there now. And yeah, he's going very, very well indeed. So that's put him into the top spot for the moment. No, Griffiths has gone back. So 126.2 versus 126.8. The E-types in the mix. That one there, we're watching Richard Mines. That's a little further down. That's down in 12th place as it gets passed by. That's second place now, Alex Buncombe. You can see that in that top 10, actually, Nigel Greensall's got that Lotus up there at the moment. He's in 9th place, just ahead of Murray Shepherd in another of the AC Cobras, so he'll be pretty happy. Ollie Bryant's up there too. We saw Ollie about to go out in the Porsche 904 Carrera GTS, and a little bit like Nigel Greensall. It's not necessarily the most powerful car, but fun to see. We're watching the Bizzarini. Bizzarini, the name you might not know it, but actually Giotto Bizzarini, who was the man who created them, he worked for Alfa Romeo and then for Ferrari, and then a whole bunch of Ferrari people got knocked out in the early 60s, and he kind of created this, didn't he?
He was angry with Ferrari, and what did he want to do? Want to beat them. So this is 5th fastest at the moment in the hands of James Thorpe. The sister car, 81, is 3rd fastest for Audrain Motorsport. So they're both red, but the yellow tail of these are both two of the 3 carbon fibre model cars of the Bizzarini, but certainly when I was talking to Audrain Motorsport, he said as soon as he saw one of these here at Goodwood about 10 years, he thought, I want it. He got one, and he's coming out to play. But James Thorpe going very, very nicely indeed for this. And this is its first race after a 2-year restoration, so no cobwebs on this car, but just finding the form, finding the fashion and how it works, but certainly working very well, sitting in 5th place overall, 1.5 seconds down on the ultimate pace at the moment.
Yeah, it's beautifully done. So Buncombe fastest on that 125.7, with Griffiths up in 2nd place with the TVR. That's still going well. 3rd fastest at the moment is the number 81, and that, of course, is the Bizzarini that we were talking about. That's the Audrain Motorsport. So the Bizzarini going right up there in that top group. The car off on the side of the track. That's Murray Shepherd, but I think no damage done, although he is kind of indicating I can't carry on. I think he's pulling off somewhere safe. So maybe that's a mechanical issue that is hurting at this stage.
Yeah, so the car with one of those famous number plates, 13 Cobb, Bell and Colville have owned that number plate for eons and beyond, but hopefully it's something that can be fixed for Murray Shepherd and the gang. He did exactly the right thing. Don't just poodle back to the pits. He was 7th fastest, so he was in the mix, but clearly something's delayed it.
So Alex Buncombe still putting the pace together at the moment with this AC Cobra. It's working well for him.
Slower lap for him that time, 2 seconds down. That's why he's got someone else on his tail in bright orange Cobra. But Buncombe has been very happy to dip a rear wheel off the side of the circuit here, there and everywhere. But as you can see, just looking through the window, you can see he's working very, very hard indeed. This is coming out of the chicane. How much grass would you like? Maybe just 2 inches of grass, and then of course suddenly there's no more curb to drive over, so get back onto terra firma, back onto the track.
Certainly doing a good job, and he's gone well here at Goodwood in many other cars over the years. He's always been very successful, been a top endurance racer as well. Last year he was actually leading the first part of the Freddie March trophy in Jenson Button's C-Type, but then they had a non-finish sadly with the car later in the race.
The advent of drone photography is incredible. Having won, following a quartet of cars coming out of St Mary's, going towards Lavant. Now we're looking back from trackside cameras, but to me this is one of my favourite races here, because these cars are loud, they're powerful, but they don't have particularly wide tyres, so they do have to move around a bit. And whenever you get a rear shot like they're going through Madrid with the McLaren, the tail has to just swing out a little bit. It ticks an awful lot of boxes for racing fans.
You're watching Nick Sleep in the number 72 Ford Shelby Mustang GT350. So this was the more modified version of Mustangs than the ones we saw out a little bit earlier, and they raced in period very, very successfully actually. They got a lot of victories in America, and that race history included apparently Bobby Rahal raced this car in a more historic race later on in life, and it's done well, this car, at the Spa 6 hours. It's been 3rd in class there, so this is certainly a rapid machine, no doubt about it. And Nick Sleep's an experienced, very experienced racer here at Goodwood, very much a part of Goodwood as well, isn't he?
Absolutely so, but bad news for everybody else in the field because Alex Buncombe has gone faster still. He's a whisker under a second clear now. He's in that the number 64 AC Cobra, the metallic blue, owned by Anthony Sinclair. He is making that absolutely sing. But as we've seen in the replays, he's running it out to the edge of the circuit, that little bit beyond, but it has the confidence from all those years racing historics to know just what the tyres these cars run and how much you can abuse them.
It is interesting you talk about the tyres, because the tyres they all have to use here at Goodwood do not give a lot of grip, and it's something that the drivers have to adapt to, get used to, and get the feel for. They're all treaded tyres, but they're quite a hard compound as well. So let's take a look now. Ollie Bryant, so this is the lovely little Porsche, and he's still going pretty well at the moment. He's sixth fastest. Let's just see if this lap is any good. It is slightly quicker, but it doesn't actually move him further up the order, so he stays in sixth place, but that's a good effort. Ollie Bryant always very, very rapid around this Goodwood circuit in all sorts of cars. His family have been historic car racers for many, many years, and they've got a wonderful collection. But this one is a very, very beautiful little Porsche, and he's getting it up there amongst the more powerful machinery.
Yeah, and the car he just moved past is the dark green or mid-green Morgan +4 SLR. Keith Arler's been racing that for a long time, but that is definitely short in horsepower in comparison. But the Porsche and the Morgan cars that you have to be careful with, whereas the ones you can really chuck around if you're brave enough are the AC Cobras. They're the ones with the most grunt in the field. Car 47, Bill Shepherd, and he knows how to prepare cars with the big American engines on board. This was the very essence. The AC Cobra sprung from the AC Ace once they decided, let's replace the small English engines and put in something rather fruitier from stateside. And this car apparently is one of the longer restoration projects. 20 years or so the project's going on, so the drone shots as it goes out to St Mary's, the preparation has been very, very good indeed, and Bill Shepherd has been working on this 20 years, but it was a frequent winner in the 1980s, which is when cars like this had fallen out of popularity. They didn't have a sort of contemporary championship to race in, and people probably picked them up for a song. You won't now.
No, they're worth a fortune now. And in fact, a lot of the cars that are out on this track right now are worth an absolute fortune. For example, those Mustangs, those Shelby Mustangs, they are worth millions, aren't they? I mean, and the amount of money, it always amazes me that the owners will get their cars out there, racing them hard when they're worth millions. Incredible.
Well, let's see this lap about to be completed. 20 years in the making. Bill Shepherd about to come through. Is he going to be propelled up the order? At the moment, he's in 9th place. He improves his time. He doesn't improve his position. But get this. Autocar magazine had a 0 to 100 miles an hour to 0 challenge. And this car, bear in mind it was from the early 1960s, held the record from 1991 to 2004. Wow. I don't know how many people took part. But, you know, for a car at that point, which was 40 years old, that's pretty magnificent.
Yeah, that is incredible, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. So just going back to the number 86, Mike Whitaker.
He took time in the pits. He was very quick initially, not as quick as Miles Griffiths, but his is the TVR that's been making the progress, and he's really, really picking it off right now.
Yeah, this is actually a Goodwood period race car. So it was racing here at Goodwood in the 1960s. And in fact, it was raced by Tommy Entwistle, who was a fighter pilot in World War II. And it's still running to pretty much period specification. They haven't modified it hugely. It's won the Graham Hill Trophy here in more recent times. 2017, it took the victory. So it's definitely a front runner again. Okay, it's not quite on the pole position. It's off by 1.6 seconds at the moment. He's on a good lap. So let's just see. Might be a little closer. I'm not sure it's going to be enough to snatch it, but he could be closer.
Yeah, he's trying to take a chunk out of a 1.6 second margin that Alex Buncombe is sitting on in the number 64 AC Cobra, but quickest in a straight line, quickest through the second speed trap, 152 miles an hour, about to cross the line. His best so far, 1 minute 26.2, 1 minute 20.6. But I think the interesting thing for him, he's got 5.5 minutes remaining, is what's sitting ahead of him. A lot of clear track. Maybe this lap will be better.
Yeah, you could do with a little bit of a toe down the straight, and maybe the tyres are getting a bit too warm now. That's the only thing. It may be that the grip is just beginning to melt away a touch. Hard to say. They've still got just over 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session to set up the grid for the Graham Hill Trophy and see how it all comes together.
So at the moment we're sitting AC Cobra from TVR, and the best of the rest is that very nimble Porsche 904 Carrera GTS with Ollie Bryant driving. That's the silver 147. So very different ways of cracking this nut. The better of the two Bitzerini is Adrian Wilmot down in 5th place. 6th place, the other Bitzerini, the number 1 of James Thorpe. 2x2 to some extent, but again, different shapes, different sizes, different amount of horsepower and grip.
Unusual car he's just gone past as well. That is Keith Arler's in the Morgan +4, and you don't often see a Morgan looking like that, do you? Keith Arler's is a fantastic Morgan collector and fan, and he's often racing here at Goodwood, but it's lovely to see it. It's not as rapid as we could see, but still lovely to see that rare green Morgan. Back with the Bizzarini though, and these are still going well. This one is currently 5th fastest at this stage, with Adrian Wilmot driving. So that's running at a good pace, but we've, as we know, we've got other Bizzarinis also going strongly in this qualifying. We'll just have to keep an eye on them and see. Thorpe is down in 6th place now, actually.
Down in 6th, but sparing absolutely nothing on the exit of St Mary's, right down to the edge of the circuit now, positioning it for the two right-handers that form Lavant, and then you go on to what is described as the Lavant Straight. Anybody who's been there will know it's not straight, and it has a stricture before you get to the end. If you're on the right-hand side coming down towards Woodcote Corner, suddenly you're presented with grass. If you're on the left-hand side, you can have a straight line, but Adrian Wilmot is really making this slab-sided cam-tailed racer sing, and he said it's been a 5-year project. He said when someone describes a project as a journey, you understand there have been trips and stumbles along the way, but it's working well. We were talking of Nigel Greensall in the little treble 3 Elan, trying to get in the top 10. Hats off, he's in 7th place.
Wow, that is impressive that he's up to. He'd be very happy with that. I know, having spoken to him, he didn't expect it to be that straightforward to get into the top 10. Let's just ride with him here. Let's just watch. I'm going to go quiet for a moment. Let's listen in as he comes into St Mary's. Lovely control. He's not letting it get too sideways. Let's watch into Levant as well. You can hear the sort of throttle control, couldn't you? A little dab on the throttle, and then when it gets the feeling right, full throttle. Lovely.
And of course, what he has there is a car that's well balanced. What he doesn't have is a car that could thump him out the corner with that big V8 charge. He does not have that in the Lotus Sedan. But look, cool, calm, collected. Is it going to be an improvement this lap? Well, possibly. His first sector was the best that he's managed so far.
He is such an experienced, talented driver. A little bit of oversteer. He doesn't let it get too sideways, though. It's all about control on the throttle as well as on the steering. You're watching him through the chicane. That's perfect. He was on the curb. You could hear the curb underneath. If you go over that curb, you're on the grass, and you can easily then hit the barrier. But that was just perfect.
Well, he stayed in 7th place, but he has improved. He's now, 3 seconds flat down on the ultimate pace. Still Alex Buncombe, who just has got this under control. He's actually only 0.6 of a second clear, because you know what? Miles Griffiths is getting closer. The number 180 TVR has moved into 2nd place and moved ahead of the other TVR, the Mike Whitaker-driven car, which is number 86, the metallic blue Griffith 400. But that was a real example of poise and balance on the Lotus Elan when we rode on board with Nigel Greensall.
Yeah, and it was actually his best lap. It hasn't changed position, but that was his best actual lap. So we're looking at another of the Cobras here, the number 7. This is Saif Assam. It's improved a lot in the last lap, in fact, up to 14th place now.
Yeah, Saif Assam, you know, sometimes you just have to build your confidence in the car, just sort of get the feel for the day. Of course, you know, a temperature swing can just transform a circuit. You know, where once you had grip, if it goes down a handful of degrees, it doesn't. But Saif Assam going very nicely. And again, that rear shot going to St Mary's, it's just the drift. So wonderful.
It is, of course, the AC Cobra, a very popular car with so many people over the years. It created so much excitement. The fact that it was built via AC, but making it into a real full sportsy racing car. Well, we may see a bit of a change here, apparently. We're looking for Greensall perhaps to be going a fraction faster across the line. Let's just have a look. No, in fact, I think he got a bit held up towards the end. Was there a change for Griffiths on that lap? Yes.
Yeah, he's closing. He's now just a third of a second down on Alex Buncombe, so look out, being driven very hard indeed, the number 180. As short as it is wide, it's one of the 2 TVR Griffiths. This is the white one with the black stripe. This is the one that's second fastest, a third of a second down on the fastest car in the field. Still that number 64, Alex Buncombe driven AC Cobra. But not for want of effort, but up in front there is traffic. 2 of the faster cars up. He's quicker in the TVR, but unfortunately the clock's running down. In fact, 15 seconds, a checkered flag will come out. This will be the final lap for Miles Griffiths. Has he improved in the first sector? No, he hasn't. Now he's got traffic. So I guess we've seen his best shot, but it was a really good push to see if he could take pole. He hasn't managed.
No, it's running out of time now. There's too much traffic around. You're back on board with Nigel Greensall. I think that he's going to hold on to that 7th place. I don't think that's going to change much, as you say, over this last lap of qualifying here. And it looks like Alex Buncombe is going to be the man on pole position, which is an impressive effort indeed. Still a decent margin in the end there with the AC Cobra. And we shall see how that works. But we've got a mixture of cars up there. We've got this one as well, which is the TVR Griffith, or the number 180. So that's going to be right up there.
Another car that made a big improvement at the end. He moved from 6th to 3rd was James Thorpe in the red Bitzerini with the yellow cam tail on it. So Keith Arles waves out of the window, acknowledges the checkered flag with the Morgan SLR, and that final lap was for 180. Yeah, it was a fair bit slow with the traffic, so Miles Griffiths has to accept the 2nd place. And one of the E-types has clearly had something untoward and pulls very wisely to the side of the circuit. That's treble 1. That's driven by Richard Mines. That's an ex-Paul Vesti car, but he's doing the right thing to stay off the track.
Let's see if there was anything going on here. That's the Bitzerini, the 81, locking up the right rear behind another car and ending up very wide, but nearly lost it again on the grass. Did he get it together? Yes, just about in the end. So Adrian Wilmot sorted it out, but it was all a bit hairy, wasn't it?
Hairy, just what the doctor ordered. Fabulously spectacular. The fastest car has been parked in the pit for a while because Alex Buncombe did the job in this blue metallic number 64 AC Cobra, but it got a little tight there, down to a 1/3 of a second to Miles Griffiths in the TVR. The last of the cars just taking the checkered flag now. The end of the Graham Hill Trophy practice. That was fine, and one of the best drivers out there in terms of a lack of a horsepower, but plenty of handling. But riding on board with him now with Nigel Greensall, great job, and he did hold on to that 7th place overall. That was a real David against Goliath charge.
Absolutely. He said to me that if he could get in the top 10, he would be absolutely delighted, and he's actually well inside the top 10. So well done to Nigel Greensall. Good effort indeed, and we should be on for an exciting race. Now this race will take place tomorrow afternoon, due to take place at 3:15, the Graham Hill Trophy, and it's definitely going to be a one to enjoy with this mixture of drivers and cars, some of the most exciting GT, closed cockpit GT sports cars of that period of the early to mid 1960s. Wonderful stuff. So we shall see how it all goes.
That was really great, and again I think it's one of the races that has this diversity between cars with power and not so much handling, and cars with handling and not so much power. Different ways to take the lap at certain points, some are quicker than the others, so it will go ebbing back and forth, but certainly Alex Buncombe looked mighty in the number 64 AC Cobra. But let's see what tomorrow brings. We don't know what the track conditions will be. It should be slightly cooler, I'm understanding. Right now we've got spring sunshine at last here in West Sussex.
Yes, it's definitely warmed up quite a lot, there's no doubt about it. It's gone extremely well. So we'll just have to see how the race goes tomorrow, and we will enjoy the mix. Let's take a look back over some of that qualifying. The bright Bitzerini right up there in the mix in that both cars of both the Bitzerinis in the top 5 at the end. Nigel Greensall fighting in the slightly smaller Lotus Elan, but beating some of the very powerful AC Cobras, Mustang GT350s that are out there, and also the Chevrolet Corvette Stingrays, which are out there as well. They're a little bit further down the order, I notice. A little bit of work to be done for them. Rob Jarvis, for example, in the number 2 version of that, he's down in 25th place, so they don't necessarily have a lot of cornering speed, but it's still lovely to see them out there. And some great action on track as well. We saw Alex Buncombe in the number 64 setting the outright pace, but we also saw some other great driving, Ollie Bryant, for example. But Alex beating everybody by over 3/10 to ensure that he will have pole position for the Graham Hill Trophy taking place tomorrow afternoon here at the Goodwood Members Meeting.
Well, it's not all about racing cars at members meeting. One of the traditions, or you could say quirks, of the members meeting is the houses go against each other on the tug of war. And right now we've got Andy here from Albany is going to take on Flash over there. How are you feeling?
Well, this is the one thing I think I can win this weekend, so I am gone full out for this. I've got a really good team of guys. I've gone for the biggest I can possibly get, apart from Seb Priaulx here, who's a whippet. But Gordon, with no planning at all, seems to have quite a strong team over there.
I think he's pulled a couple of ringers in.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned. I was really hoping we'd win this, but we'll have a good go. And
where did the initial confidence come from?
Well, I've been putting on a lot of weight purposely for this. I've been eating
well done, by the way.
And really, that's been my training. So I was thinking I would probably win it, but we'll have to see whether he comes up with the goods. I'm not sure whether he's going to actually have any power enough
Well, great commitment. I wish you all the best of luck. Gordon, yes. Methuen here. We're looking. You pulled a few ringers in here, by the way.
I think my team is the best of the best, and it's amazing how unplanned things come together. But I see the worry in Andy's face. I see the grey hair, just getting worse and worse every minute that we.
He was initially confident, but I think he's had a look at your team. If I challenged you to know the name of all your team, would you know them?
Yeah, I've got team member 1, team member 2, all the way to team member 6.
Well, this is for points. This is for the big stuff. I'm going to let you get psyched up because I can see, you're raring to go.
Get warmed up.
And may the best man win.
Thank you.
Take the strain. Hold on. How many of them were there? Are you kidding? Like 20 of them.
Well, I think I'll just let me get the two teamers. A couple of skid marks on the back there.
I tell you that.
I think that was fairly clear who won that.
I think the balance of performance was totally out. He turned up 5 minutes ago with just one guy. Hang on, he's got massive guns. I think we need another go at that. That was
calling rematch.
A rematch, definitely. But no, fair play, mate. Well done.
All good. It was worth it just to see the look on your face as you're sliding down the ground on your backside.
Well, first win of the weekend. I'm not sure how many points it goes for, but it's a win in the bag.
I think I turned up with the wrong shoes, but anyway, next year I'll be even more prepared.
Well done, guys.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Goodwood Members Meeting, and it has been an absolutely beautiful day. The sun has come out. It was a little bit grey and cold to start things off with, but it is properly nice now. Before we get set for our next bit of track action, we can catch up with Ed Foster, who's speaking with Alex Brundle.
Alex, lovely to see you. And you are driving the GT40 behind us, which is actually your car, which is fantastic.
Well, I'm 50s with Gary Pearson on it, actually. But yeah, it's a car we often run at the Spa 6 Hours, which is a sort of another historic event. And Goodwood, lastminute.com, I don't know if somebody dropped out or they needed a car or whatever, don't mind, don't care, asked us if we'd bring it here. So here we are in a GT40 around Goodwood. Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
It really doesn't. We were talking before the camera arrived, that you probably lost half a second now that you own it.
Yeah, the gear changes take a bit more time. It breaks down much less. No, I still go for it, but yeah, I'm a gentleman driver now, an owner driver, relaxing into a world of broadcast commentary and gentleman driving, as you can see.
Fantastic, and you don't need a gurney bubble.
No. As you can tell, I'm very much a man of average height, and therefore fit in beautifully. In Gary's seat, I made a nice, really tight seat, but they kind of move around too much, so I like Gary's seat better, so I sit in that.
Now, just quickly, I should ask you a serious question. It's quite a strong grid, but the GT40 should be up at the front, shouldn't they?
Yeah, we'll be close to the front, so we give away around 150 kilos to a little T70 Spider thing, or something like that. We've got about the same power. But a lot of people are here, having fun in their various bits of sports car stuff, owner drivers going at their own pace. So I don't know where we'll end up in terms of the grid, but it could be a good race for us.
Enjoy it.
Brilliant here from Alex Brundle there, the 2016 European Le Mans Series champion. Of course, this year launched Brundle Motorsport. Huge passion for classic cars. And you can see there his historic racing team in a modern style, putting broadcast and social media stars behind the wheel. He's already raced with the likes of Chris Hoy, Abby Eaton, Jimmy Broadbent, just to name a few. So he'll also be at the revival as well. So great to see him chatting away there with Ed. But we are just then getting set for the Surtees Trophy for sports racing prototypes that race between 1960 and 1966, with the race getting going tomorrow from around about 10 to 12 in the afternoon. Guiding you through the next part of the coverage is myself, Harry Benjamin. Alice Powell is alongside me. Looking forward to this one. A lot of big hitters in this next qualifying session that we've got ahead of us.
Yeah, and as Alex touched on, it's a competitive grid. He should be up the sharp end. As you said, a Brundle Motorsport owned Ford GT40. So, but plenty to see here, as well as the GT40s. We've got quite a few actually on the grid here. We've got some McLaren M1As, the Lauda T70 Spiders. So there's a nice variety of cars that we're going to see take on track. Third running here at Members Meeting. Previous winners were Simon Hatfield in the Lola T70 and Chris Goodwin in the McLaren 1B. So there's lots of cars to check out and head on track, and usually it's fairly close here in the Surtees Trophy, so we'll expect lots of jostling for position as they're coming out of the pits. 20 minutes is this practice session, qualifying practice should I say. Their race is tomorrow at 11:50 a.m, so plenty to dive into during this session.
Absolutely, this is the third running of the Surtees Trophy at the Members Meeting, named, of course, after John Surtees, the 7-time motorcycle world champion, 60 years since he also claimed the F1 World Championship as well, doing it on 2 and 4 wheels. Just one of the iconic names of motorsport history. But we've got Alex Brundle yet lining up in the GT40. We've also got James Cottingham out there as well. He'll be in the McLaren Oldsmobile, the M1B, the British GT star out there as well, a regular at the Goodwood Revival and Members Meeting winner as well, actually. And lots of things to get involved with outside of watching the track action. So much on offer at Goodwood. How do you fancy your drifting skills in the wet? And you can even earn yourself some house points taking part in this as well. And of course, Tolbolton, Methuen, Darnley, Albany, the houses that make up the battle for the Goodwood House Cup, headed up to Tolbolton by Dario Franchitti, Methuen, Gordon Shedden, Darnley is Tom Kristensen, the house captain, and Albany, Andy Priaulx. And there are points up for grabs for the pole sitter with the fastest lap, 50 points as we get underway then, 20 minutes and counting for the Surtees Trophy, kicking things off. Sports racing prototypes between 1960 and 1966. So we've got the GT40 and the McLaren, as I say. We've got a couple of GT40s there, actually. The Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider. We've got a Chevron, a couple of Chevrons in there, along with a Marina as well, powered by Rolls-Royce in the number 23. Look out for that one. Simon Ashworth at the wheel there. That's the number 29 car. That's an Attila Chevrolet Mark III. Carl Jones at the wheel of that. But just as soon as they head out on track, just an absolute array of slightly different designs, different aero styles as well, complementing throughout the different years that we are representing here, and the sun glinting down them. Just a perfect day, Alice, to witness some sports cars go around this magnificent Goodwood circuit.
It is a wonderful day. Contrast compared to last year. I remember my walk from the car park to the commentary box, very muddy, destroyed
I had to throw out my shoes, yeah.
Yeah, I destroyed a pair of mine. So it's different to what we're seeing here today as the drivers are making their way further round, some now starting their first flying laps, and it's vital to try and get as clear track position. So first car across the line is the number 99. Pearson jumps up in the 27 to start the first proper flying lap of the session. Alex Brundle already, it's early on, but he's already setting purple sectors. When I spoke to him earlier on in the week, he said he will be sending it. So I think there's pretty much anything he drives. He says he's a gentleman driver, but he's not really. He's going to be wringing the neck of that Ford GT40.
You know he's also a broadcaster, though, because his commentary notes were exemplary. He really helps us out up here. But out on track then, he is making his way around Brundle in the number 1 GT40. Having a look at the moment, coming around the outside, the number 27 in front of Alex Brundle's GT40, making its way around at the moment. 5-litre V8, been around the Spa 6 hours, 3 times. Steel brakes, 5-speed gearbox, getting around to nearly 470 brake horsepower. And just such a beautiful looking machine with the 2 white stripes going down the middle as he makes his way through the double right-hander, nice and planted.
Yeah, he's working really hard at the wheel there as well. Hard worker, and hats off to him starting his own team. Brundle Motorsport put a lot of effort and hard work into getting that up and running. So his first owned car that he'll be taking out and racing this weekend, of course, is that one we've already got, a driver, and it looks like the driver's door, should I say, on the number 23 is down.
Ashworth.
That's a Marina Rolls-Royce. Yeah, so Simon might... Well, he could brave it and try and lean over to close the door, but I guess the safer option is to stick your hand up and come into the pits. So let's have a look at the replay. Yep, just decides it's going to pop open, and that looks like that's on the way to St Mary's.
Yeah, so Simon Ashworth there, straight with his hand up in the air, pulling to the side of the car. That car, very unique, the only Rolls-Royce powered sports racing car in existence. That number 23 Marina Rolls-Royce, raced in period at Goodwood by Jimmy Blummer in the past, designed and built by Alan Andrews and Alan Mann at the Beagle Aircraft Company in Shoreham, with a Marine Rolls-Royce engine that was put into the back of that. So the car's been demonstrated before at the Festival of Speed and numerous revival and members meetings as well. So it's always good to see that Marina out on track from 1963, but a little fix to the door, and hopefully Simon will be back out and running on track. First lap times coming through on the board then. It's the number 95 which has gone fastest with a 1:23.766, and that is Ben Mitchell at the wheel of the 1968 Chevron BMW B8 powered, supplied new as the left-hand drive, the only factory left-hand drive Chevron that was produced. More recently competed in the historic racing championships, but going quick to begin with. 0.8 of a second clear of Brundle in second, Spears third in the 96. That is the McLaren Chevrolet from 1965, John Spears at the wheel. The number 99, that's the Crossley Oldsmobile, Matthew Worth, is in the top four, just actually got himself up into fourth with Bellinger in the 129. That's the Cooper Ford Monaco, driven by James Bellinger, rounding out the top five at the moment. Nearly 4 seconds back though from the fastest lap time, with just under 15 minutes remaining.
John Spears now has set an impressive benchmark at the top of the times of 1:22.761, fastest in both. Overall in both the first and the second sector, getting a little bit of traffic now, but he is at the wheel of a McLaren Chevrolet M1B. Actually, he has won around here, or that make of car has won around here with Chris Goodwin, so a strong contender, that car itself. But John will be, of course, looking to continue his form as he started this session. 1 second ahead of Ben Mitchell in the number 95 car.
Pearson's just getting up into 11th, further down in the number 11, just made up a huge amount of positions actually further back in the pack. And the number 27, apologies, I should say, into 11. That's Ted Pearson in another one of the Chevrons, the 1968 Danish Grand Prix winning Chevron BMW B8 in the back of that, as the 96 with Spears at the wheel, fastest overall. Absolutely house the steering wheel coming through the final chicane. Fastest lap time once again, 1:22.761. That is the time to beat, just over 1/10 and a half between himself and Mitchell. And then there's about 3 seconds that cover the top 6 as it currently stands. Just having a look to see if anybody's going quicker. Brundle comes into the pits at the end of this lap, going toe-to-toe into the right-hander as the number 29 makes its way up. Draper up into 7th. Getting a bit feisty out there as well. Well, there is the number 99. That's Were at the wheel of that. Currently in 6th fastest. Visor up, having a little look down to see how he can get back onto the track, but keeping that car running. So I wonder if he's just had a moment and found himself spinning off into the grass.
Yeah, I would say so. It doesn't look like there's any particular damage to see whether it's had contact somewhere along the line. Let's have a look at it. Push from behind. No, just a little bit late on the brakes. Locked the rears ever so slightly and spun politely round out of the way of the fellow competitors behind, and just actually did a great dodge just to make sure those rear wheels didn't dip into the gravel there, and was able to reverse backwards and get underway.
Ted Pearson in the Chevron has just gone 8th fastest a few moments ago. That's in the number 27. Alex Brundle was in the pits, now back out on track in the number 1 Ford GT40. And currently behind, just tucking in behind the Marcus Black McLaren Oldsmobile from 1966. That car still running in period. Further back, the number 83 making its way around. What I love about just looking at sports cars from this kind of context, Alice, is just the different shapes and sizes that you're seeing and the different ways that each car and designer has been allowed to sort of work within the aerodynamic rules of the time and coming up with different designs, but ultimately still chasing roughly around the same lap time.
No, I think it's incredible. Much better back then compared to the limitations, I would say, that you have now. Just the variety, like you said, of the machines, but also what's underneath the bonnets of these cars, from V8s to four-cylinder mid-engines. You've got a variety of shapes and sizes of engines, but you know, they all have their own characteristics and handling characteristics as well.
We need a modern day Can-Am, don't we? Back in the world, unlimited technical regulations, and off you go. Still fastest is Spears in the 1906. That is the McLaren Chevrolet from 1965. And in this gaggle of cars, they're just trying to find themselves a little bit of space on track. With the 129 stuck in the middle there, further back. That's James Bellinger in the Cooper, just with a hand up in the air. How difficult is it to judge the balance when you're, because you can gain a lot of time behind somebody, but then when does it start to become a hindrance?
Well, if they're slower than you, that's certainly a hindrance. But because there's so many variety of cars around here, it's almost judging. Let's say you're on a similar pace to that of another car that's a different type of car for you. It's judging sort of where they might be a little bit quicker, where that car might be best suited compared to yours around the circuit, and then just trying, especially in the race, to try and make sure that you snap at their heels when they're at their weakest around the track. Because Alex Brundle is really not happy, really, is he, in that fall back into the pit. So hopefully Alex will be back out again. He's starting to slip down the order now in P6 currently, but was sitting up in P4 for a little bit of a while. So we continue to see some drivers just trying to find a little bit of gap in the traffic to make sure they do get a clean lap set in. We have got 9 minutes of the session remaining. As you can see, the rest of the field coming through the chicane, but continuing, Harry, we continue to see quite a few improvements down the order, which is good to see. It constantly keeps changing. It's hard to keep up with the timing screen, certainly if you're looking outside the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, it is chopping and changing. We just saw a little gaggle of a trio of cars there. You saw the red number 5 Lola, driven by Tony Sinclair, which was, I think, rather just slightly holding up Bellinger down in 7th. That Tony Sinclair Lola, driven by the likes of John Surtees, Jackie Stewart, and later Mario Andretti. So it's had some pretty good peddlers behind the wheel, but times are starting to change and improve. The 117 car has just got up into 3rd. That's Ian Simmons in the Lola. And that is currently actually just been knocked down to 4th now because Yule in the 81 has just slopped into 3rd. Still 2.4 seconds adrift as Spears though. Brundle was going for another go, but then he went back into the pit. So Alison, I think you're right, not all happy with his setup just yet of his GT40. Still fastest of anybody at the moment is John Spears in the McLaren Chevrolet. Currently fastest by almost 2 seconds out in front.
So more changes now happening towards the sharp end of the field. Simmons set a really impressive final sector, which did boost him further up the order. Comes across the line now. No movement and no change there, as we've got a little bit more. Simmons has moved up the order, breaking into the 122s, 122.926. Bellinger has moved further up as well in the 129. You can see they've got the number 81 there as well, trying to make improvements. So there's constantly, wherever you look on this timing screen, Harry, it really is changing.
It certainly is, isn't it? As the 81 coming into the chicane now, really hounding the wheel of that, even, I think, almost touching the wall. And on the exit, on the inside, almost looks like the windows aren't properly up, but they are. And that is the design of the car as it makes its way now, coming down the main straight and through Madrid Turn 1. I think if you can hear it, we know, yeah, we absolutely clapped it.
Definitely made contact with that last part of the tile wall there. No damage to the car, I would say. Maybe just a little bit of the bodywork. Let's have a little look. Actually, doesn't look too bad. I think that maybe the tyre wall has come off worse.
There's Yule at the wheel of that 81, just touching the barriers, and third fastest at the moment. Late entry this, not even on our entry lists coming into this. So Yule though, a late entry, but a fast charging start, not afraid to absolutely wrestle that car through the final chicane. Fastest lap time from him so far is a 1:22.0, 1.3 seconds back, third overall. Spears still heads things up with just under 6 minutes remaining. Spears, Mitchell, Yu, Simmons and Bellinger the top 5. Sykes, Draper, Martin, Brundle and Were the top 10 as it currently stands. Draper actually in the number 29 has just moved himself up a few more positions in his 1966 Attila Chevrolet, painted in the colours of Guernsey, where he's from. So let's take a look here. Hearing there might have been a little bit of contact. Let's have a look as they make their way through turn 1, and it's a late charge to the inside for the 99 versus the 129. Matthew in the Crossley and James Bellinger in the Cooper. I think they just about got away with that one. And no harm done there, no bit of paintwork coming off, but another car off. This time it's the 83 car. Speeding off, carrying a little bit too much speed, Alice, and just making its way around, or do you think there's more of a problem there? Oh, a bit of fire out the back as well. I wonder if that's an engine issue. A lot of fire out the back. Yeah, actually, it did look like it was a slight lock-up initially, but actually said Harry pulled over, and there was a lot of fire coming out the back of the number 83. Charlie Martin at the wheel, bringing it now totally and going straight into the pits. So that's probably for the best with 4 minutes remaining of the session. Spears continues to head the field by 1.2 seconds. And then we've got two chevrons, so Mitchell and Yule. Yule is in the pits, so he was actually doing a personal best last time round, but decided to come into the pits. Whether that's just to bleed the tyre pressures, head back out again. Not looking out my commentary box window, doesn't look like there's any gains going out yet. So Alex Brundle is back out there now. Brundle fans will be pleased to hear, so he'll be looking to try and make his way further up the order. Not very long left to do it though. No, he's fallen down to 10th at the moment after starting off quickly. Just noticed the number 30 car, that is Adam Sykes in the Chinook Chevrolet, built in 1966 in Toronto in Canada. Just got himself up in to the top 5 in gone fifth. He's about 2.6 seconds off of Spears. His fastest time at the moment. No one has come close to John Spears with his 1:26.59. He makes his way around once again. Brundle back out, trying to get in a final lap time in these last 3 minutes and 15 seconds or so. He's currently down in 10th spot, so we'll wait and see if he comes back out again, or has he come back into the pits already? I know that's him right off track, I think. So making his way down the main straight, tucking in behind the 129 of Bellinger, currently sitting in 6th spot.
So that beautiful Cooper there, fitted with a Ford V8 by Carroll Shelby in 1963, storming now up the hill. You can see how low the front, that nose almost through the compressions is nearly touching the floor as he takes the first part of St Mary's, then into the left-hander, drifting all the way out to the circuit. So looking not a bad lap, personal best in the first sector, a few tenths off the fastest overall, which is held by Spears. So if he continues with this form on the lap, as we'll get the sector 2 time very shortly as he closes the part of sector 2. We'll have a little look, see if it is a personal best, and it is a second down though from Spears, who holds the fastest in all the sectors apart from the final one. So only a tenth he needs to jump into P5, but at the moment, Harry, the way he's going, he just clips that loose part of the tyre barrier there. Should pop into the top 5.
Making his way. And he does indeed so, goes into 4th spot, does James Bellinger in that 1963 Cooper. The Cooper Monaco, fitted with a Ford V8 by Carroll Shelby back in 1963. A lot of grunts in that car, but outside of Bellinger, no one's really finding a huge amount of time on these final runs. You could get another lap in still. Notice the wind's actually picked up. You see the flags on the main straight, absolutely bustling in the wind. I wonder how much wind can have an effect on these kind of cars, Alice, around this track.
Yeah, it will. It certainly will. It is looking a bit more blustery, isn't it? You're right there, Harry. There's a little bit of a wobble there from the 96. Spears is still pushing to try and increase the gap at the top of the tyres. No personal best at the moment, so this shouldn't be an improvement. Not many people are improving. We've only got one. Actually, Alex Brundle's back in the pits, so clearly something's not going well for him in his Ford GT40. But at the moment, with only 30 seconds remaining on the clock, not many improvers. As I say that, actually, Yule in the Chevrolet, or Chevron, sorry, should I say, has improved in the first sector.
Yeah, personal best in Sector 1 for the 81 of Yule. Currently third fastest, but now making his way through the middle sector. You're looking at the current leader of the pack, looking to bag 50 points as well for taking pole position. John Spears making his way around still in the McLaren Chevrolet. This is the car that's making the moves, though, at the moment. 25.4 in the first sector, losing a little bit of time in the middle sector for Yule, making his way through the double right-hander of Woodcote, and now approaching the final chicane. This will be the last lap, counted down to 0. Checkered flag is out. Can Yule find anything coming through the final chicane? And he's completely backed out of it as well. So we won't see what Yule's got in the tank.
No, maybe a little bit of a mistake there in the second sector. Wasn't a great second sector in terms of pace to previous second sectors that Yule produced. So decided, well, do you know what? Instead of driving round and using it life in the tyres and risking anything with the car, best to come to the pits. There's quite a few of the other cars are deciding to do the same, just feeling that they're not quite on a good enough lap to improve, so bleeding into the pits. But the checkered flag is out. A few drivers further down the field. We've got the number 25 making improvements. Livingston Price, good first sector, not a great middle one, but see how it gets on in the final sector. But that's about it, Harry. It's all settled down on these final stages.
Yeah, the other GT40 in the field, making its way to the line as well. That's Karakan at the wheel down in 17th, but checkered flag out then for the Surtees Trophy practice qualifying session, setting our grid ahead of the race tomorrow, which will get going at around about 11:50, 25-minute race to see the sports cars race it out. And heading the field will be John Spears in the 1965 McLaren Chevrolet M1B. And didn't put a foot wrong, did he, Spears? All session long, really was fast from the get-go.
Yeah, very strong performance from Spears. Great first sector, really was where he was able to make the gains on anybody else, really was that first sector and certainly the middle sector too. So he'll be very pleased to start this race on pole position. Gap's a little bit more spread out further down the order, but there'll be plenty of drivers that I'm sure will be looking to make sure that they get a good launch off the line tomorrow and to make gains.
All making their way back into Park for May then. You just saw the 42 of Hugh Coleman in the Chevron, the penultimate car in the all-black, making his way in, down in 22nd in the end after that run. 26 cars out there, so the last gaggle make their way back in. Plenty on offer across the rest of today and tomorrow around this Goodwood Members Meeting, and something for all the family as well, of all ages, to get involved with Rev. You look, there's some brilliant shots. There's a lovely Ferris wheel you can get involved with. I even went down a little roller coaster slide last year.
I was going to say you went on the Ferris wheel.
No, I didn't go on the Ferris wheel, no. But you get a great view if you get to the top of the Ferris wheel, and you get a beautiful view of this Goodwood circuit. And if you're lucky enough to enjoy some of the action from here at Goodwood, it truly is magnificent. And this then was The practice qualifying for the Surtees Trophy Sports Prototype cars from 1960 to 1966, trying to put the fastest lap times they can. It was Alex Brundle out early doors in the Ford GT40 setting the pace, but very quickly ran, we think, into a few issues, spent a lot of the time in the pits, and then really it was John Spears in the 96 that found his way to the top of the timing board and never really looked back for the Yule in the 81. It was a little bit too close for comfort coming into that final chicane, and those others having to deal with the consequences of a little bit flapping off. But John Spears then heading up the field ahead of the Surtees Trophy tomorrow. Let's head back now downstairs to Imi and David.
Well, here at the 81st members meeting, we are paying tribute to Niki Lauda. And David, we are joined with Chris, who is actually going to be driving one of his Grand Prix cars.
Yeah, it would have been the great man's 75th birthday this year, and to celebrate, we've got the car he last won in, the MP4 2B, and you get the chance to drive it.
Yes, fantastic honour, obviously, to drive a Legends car like that. And this is obviously, I've got a lot of history with the McLaren brand. I worked there for 20 years. I've driven this car before, actually, under its previous ownership at McLaren, and now it's owned by a great car collector in the States, a guy called Ken Griffin, who has an amazing selection of cars, and he's been good enough to let us loose in it around a wholly inappropriate circuit for a Formula One car, Goodwood. But
well, at least it's dry.
At least it's dry. We've got some wets. We would have run it anyway, of course. I've raced here in all conditions, and I'm looking forward to getting this thing going.
Well, it's a gorgeous looking thing. I think that iconic livery, the sort of clean lines of John Bernard designed car, and that tiny 1.5 V6 turbo, it's pushing out nearly 1,000 horsepower in quality trim. What are you going to run it at today?
We'll see. There's a knob that I can adjust and a dial that I can, be honest with or not. I think they ran them up to about 4.5 bar. We'll see what feels right. But I know this circuit. This is a great event. We're here just to demonstrate the car. I'll cruise around until the tyres get up to temperature, and then maybe start playing around with that boost button.
Well, you've got the track to yourself, so enjoy.
Well, no one's going to beat me, are they? That's the first. That's good news.
Well, let's enjoy looking more into the life of Niki Lauda with this video.
Words like icon and legend are overused, but in the case of Andreas and Nicholas Lauda, they barely scratched the surface of a life so extraordinary it literally became a Hollywood film. The simple facts: 25 Grand Prix wins, 24 pole positions, and 3 World Championships only tell a fraction of the story. Born into a wealthy Viennese family, Niki was initially dismissed as a lowly pay driver. The dreadful March 721X nearly finished his Formula One career before it had begun. But glimpses of speed with BRM were enough to attract the attention of Enzo Ferrari. In his first 2.5 years with Ferrari, he was comfortably the fastest driver in the world, claiming 21 pole positions, 12 Grand Prix wins, and the 1975 World Championship. Midway through 1976, with the best car and a massive points lead, he seemed on course for back-to-back championships. But then came the fiery crash at the Nürburgring, which would have defined most drivers' lives, but for Niki was little more than a subplot. Returning to the cockpit just 6 weeks after receiving his last rites, he was a different driver. No longer reliant on outright speed, instead he applied his considerable intellect, well-honed development skills, and astute racecraft to become the ultimate driver. It's a measure of this change of approach that he scored more race wins and championships after the accident than before. Despite sacrificing his championship chances in 1976 by parking in the rain of Fuji because, as he put it, "My life is more important than another world championship," he duly took a second title in 1977 but walked away from Ferrari before the end of the season. He joined Bernie Ecclestone at Brabham, but during practice for the 1979 Canadian Grand Prix decided he was bored with driving around in circles and abruptly turned his back on the sport. After 2 seasons away, he returned with McLaren in 1982 and was immediately back to his best.
And as I've not driven for 2 years, my personal challenge is to see where I would end up coming back into motor racing, and that's what I'm going to do.
Having developed the new TAG Porsche turbo engine through 1983, he knew he would have a shot at the title in '84. Although new teammate Alan Prost was faster, Niki's greater consistency and superior racecraft won the day by a mere half point. Through his final season in 1985, despite poor reliability, still there were glimpses of speed. He led his home race in Austria until engine failure and was on course for a fairy tale victory in his last Grand Prix in Australia, only for a brake issue to pitch him into the wall. He beat Prost in a straight fight at Zandvoort, with new sensation Ayrton Senna third, proving that even age 36, Niki could still show the way to the younger generation. Following his retirement from racing, he had spells in team management before, in 2012, finding a new spiritual home at Mercedes. Niki played an integral role in their period of unprecedented success, including their recruitment of Lewis Hamilton. Right to the end, he was straight-talking and always had the courage of his convictions. When he passed away in 2019, the sense of loss was palpable. He was a force of nature, not just a legend or an icon, but truly a colossus of motorsport.
As the McLaren heads out onto the track, today we are celebrating Niki Lauda. 50 years ago, winning his first Grand Prix, 40 years ago, taking his third World Championship title. And we're celebrating a true individual, a man who passed away in 2019, but someone throughout his life made brilliant decisions both in the cockpit and out of the car. And to learn more about that, please welcome alongside me in the commentary box one of Lauda's key teammates at both Brabham and McLaren in the 70s and 80s, John Watson. John, I know you had a great relationship with Niki despite being serious rivals. You were teammates but rivals at the same time. What was it about him that made him soar through the world of Formula One, both in and out of the car?
Well, man, just watching the tribute we've seen on screen a few minutes ago sums up pretty much Niki Lauda, the man, the competitor, the businessman, the legend. And, I mean, he came into international motorsport in 1971, and already at that stage, all those qualities that he was in the point of forming were there, and he's joined March Formula 2 team. Ronnie Peterson was the #1 driver in that team, but Niki very quickly established himself as being almost as quick as Ronnie Peterson, but more critically, he was very, very good at conveying the technical issues with the car to Robin Herd, who was the team boss at that time. And the value that Niki brought to the team, where apart from his inherent speed, was this ability to communicate and not just talk to anybody, the important person in the team. In that time, Robin Herd was that important person. And that's where the progress that started in 1971 continued through in 72, but then critically going to BRM in 73, and then all of a sudden Commandatore Ferrari comes along and decides, I want Lauda and my Ferrari. And of course he jumped at the chance.
So he went to Ferrari, he won the 2 titles for Ferrari, had that horrific accident which we will talk about. But what the car we're actually on board with right now, John, this was the last McLaren he raced. This was the one he took his final Grand Prix in. Although this was 1985 car, wasn't a great season. It was the year after he had taken that final title. But basically this car was very much the same as the car he won the title in 1984. And you were his teammate the year before that with McLaren, with this carbon fibre monocoque. And it was the first time that was the year they started bringing in the turbocharged, the tag turbo engine, which is what, of course, is powering this machine.
Yes, Porsche was commissioned by McLaren and Mansour Roger, the tag D'Avant-Garde company. They went to Porsche, said, build us an engine, a turbocharged engine that we can beat the world with. They also laid down the criteria of what that engine should be in terms of the architecture of the engine. Very different to other turbo engines of that era. And what made that engine so special was the car itself, plus the driver talent that they had in the car, 84 and 85. And that, it wasn't overall the fastest car on the grid, but it had good fuel economy, it was a very drivable engine, and it gave Alain Prost and Niki Lauda the equipment to be able to go out and compete and win. And in particular, in 1984, Niki won that championship by a single half point, which was due to the race at Monte Carlo being stopped before the end of the race. The weather was so bad, they put the checkered flag out.
Lovely riding on board with Chris Goodwin as he takes this McLaren MP4 around the 2B. So this was, as I say, the 1985 car. But you actually drove this car, didn't you? at Brands Hatch for the European Grand Prix because Niki Lauda had injured himself and you got a chance to get back into the team.
Yes, as we would say in Northern Ireland, Niki tripped over a straw and a hen kicked him. He had done something. He'd fallen out of bed or whatever he'd done. Anyway, he couldn't drive, and Ron Dennis rang and said, Niki can't drive, would you like to drive his car? And I thought, why not? It's a great opportunity. But the car, of course, had number 1 on it, which was Niki's number for the 85 season, having won the World Championship. I didn't finish in the points. I was 7th overall. And this is the car, in effect, that I drove at the European Grand Prix at Brands Hatch. Chris Goodwin behind the wheel. I spoke to Chris the other day. We were doing an event together. I said, Chris, you're going to put it up to 4-bar boost? Are you going to give it one? Are you going to light up the tyres? Because these cars, in period, were little more than dragsters. You think about a modern Formula 1 car with 1,000 horsepower. In qualifying, these engines in the turbocharged cars had up to 1,500 horsepower. You know, they were just literally a dragster. And all you do is get into the corner, turn the wheel, light the blue touch paper and hang on until you got to the next corner.
No, absolutely fabulous car at the time. And in 1985, it was getting a bit more threat, but of course, Prost did go on to win the championship. It was only in qualifying they had a bit more threat because there are other turbo engines that were giving more power in qualifying than this TAG Turbo Porsche-developed engine. But overall, of course, throughout the season, Alain Prost held on to take the championship. But it was the year before that Niki Lauda had taken the title. Niki had a bit of a tough time that final year. He did retire at the end of 1985, didn't he?
Well, he had achieved his 3rd World Championship in '84. And I suspect a number of things, but one of which was the realization that Alain Prost was the future of McLaren, and Niki had had his day in the sun in 1984. He was also in the throes of reconstructing his airline business, and of course, motor racing was his profession, but airlines and aircraft was his passion. So he was in the throes of having Lauda Air Part 2. Part 1 had been not a success. Part 2 went on to be a great success, and I think it's a tribute to Niki Lauda, not just as a racing driver, but to his single-mindedness, his determination at whatever he put his hand to succeed. And I've never met another man, person, competitor, race driver who has all the qualities and all the abilities that Niki possessed.
It's fascinating you say that, John. And you were talking about the Porsche turbo engine in the back of this car. Part of the fact that it worked so well in 1984 when he won the championship was that he pushed the team to get the engine in the car but at the end of 83, didn't he?
Ben, there's a story. How long have we got? I can tell you the whole story. Basically, what Niki did was he went to Philip Morris and said, I don't believe that McLaren are actually making the effort to get this TAG Turbo car into an 83 season to some of the events. I want that car to race so that we can see where we are, start their development program. McLaren at that point had wanted to wait until 1984 to produce the sort of the de facto John Barnard final solution Grand Prix car. So in effect, Niki got his way, but it was a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It didn't go down particularly well in areas within management at McLaren. But hey ho, Niki didn't give a you-know-what. That was the nature of the guy. But if he saw something, he thought that's the solution. I'm going to go for it. And if he has to walk over you, me, or everybody here in the audience today watching, he would have done it.
Yeah, and it worked because they'd found some reliability issues at the end of 83, which they were able to solve over the winter of 83 into 84. And then they had a fantastic motor and that huge battle, as you say, between Niki and Alain Prost as teammates. It worked really well and he did come out on top.
Well, one of the things Niki really enjoyed, and you were allowed to do it back in the good old days, was those limitless testing. So Niki always insisted upon, let's get test miles, let's go through the test program, let's resolve issues. We can't do it at a Grand Prix at a racetrack, we've got to do it at private testing. So that was available to teams in this era, and all the issues that had been, well, for example, initially when the engine ran for the first time, there was a lot of throttle lag. So how do you resolve throttle lag? You go back to Porsche at Weissach or at Stuttgart and say, fix the problem, but we need to try it on the racetrack. We've got to see what's the drivability like of this engine. We're not ultimately concerned about out-and-out horsepower. We have got a great chassis, we've got good aerodynamics. Look at the car, see the shape in the rear of the car, that sort of Coke bottle shape. John Barnard introduced that in 1983 for a Cosworth engine, flat-bottom Formula car. And then it continued all. But look, it's what a beautiful car. How clean and simple the line. I mean, that's identifiably a McLaren TAG Turbo. Could I identify any single Formula 1 car today if I saw it on the screen? other than they're all branded up by their sponsors. Beautiful, simple aerodynamic, beautifully engineered carbon fiber technology which John Barnard pioneered. And I mean, I'm speechless. I could go on that forever.
Well, I mean, John, you were such a part of this. And also one of the scary moments I remember is when you had first had a big crash in a carbon fiber monocoque car. And nobody knew at that time just how safe a carbon fiber monocoque. Some argued it wasn't going to be so good. You had a big shunt at Monza and you stepped out of the car.
Yes, I mean, the shunt at Monza at Lesmo too. It was, I call it my Chuck Yeager moment. Chuck Yeager was the first man to break the sound barrier in an aircraft. He didn't know what was going to happen when he went through the sound barrier. I didn't know what was going to happen when you hit the barrier at 120 or plus miles per hour. But the design criteria that John Barnard had laid down, and the manufacturers in Salt Lake City in North America, the Hercules Corporation, built a superb chassis that gave me a car that heavily rear shunts. I was able to step out of Wolfpack and apologise to the team. Sorry guys, the car's a bit of a mess. But that chassis then was used later for sales purposes, and it showed just the integrity of the material in conjunction with the correct design. Carbon fibre was a no-brainer. It was here to stay.
So John Barnard was the designer you're talking about who created that monocoque. Niki Lauda came in back to McLaren, so he'd been working on his flight company, but he came back into McLaren. Did he have a relationship with John Barnard, the designer himself, or would he kind of keep a bit separate to that?
Well, I mean, again, part of Niki's modus operandi was to align himself with the key people in the team. Ron Dennis, John Barnard, and of course Philip Morris Marlboro, the sponsors. So he worked closely with John, and the sort of the criteria of Niki, for example, with his preferred car setup, aligned with very much of how John Barnard would have liked the car to be set up. I was slightly different. I wanted a different centre of pressure and a few other smaller changes to suit my characteristics. But so Niki had a car working with John Barnard. What he liked to do was just sort of get a group of people around him. Frankly, he didn't give a thing about me. I know we were mates and good friends, and I mean, so many laughs, and for me, he was the best teammate I ever had.
You introduced me to him once, and I just saw how close you two of you were.
I mean, there's stories I would love to tell. It's not appropriate. It's only now coming up 20 to 4. Maybe about midnight would be an appropriate time to get into some of the stories. But what Niki did at McLaren was just, I mean, coming back after retirement into a totally different era, because he'd barely glimpsed ground effects in 1979 when he finally did stop.
Well, thank you to Chris Goodwin, who's taken those laps around the McLaren. Beautifully done as ever. You know, really lovely to see him drive that car.
Yeah, I'd like him to get a few more revs on the rev counter. I think he's probably got about 6,000. Chris, that engine revs to 12.5. Give up one tomorrow.
Well, he's done a great job. He's done other displays for McLaren. He's been a part of McLaren for many years, but we used to compete against each other when we both started racing. Me and Chris, we were racing in Formula First days in the early days, and he went on to win the Champion of Brands Formula 4 title and some other good racing. And then, of course, he's got the Garage 59 team now, putting a lot of stuff together. So lovely to watch the car out on track. The last Formula 1 car with which Niki Lauda won a Grand Prix. It was the Dutch Grand Prix in 1985. It was the year after he'd taken his third and final world title in Formula 1. And John, it's been a delight to celebrate Niki Lauda's career. We'll be able to do it again tomorrow.
I look forward to it. And hopefully there'll be a lot more we can discuss, because there's so much more that we could discuss. And well, it's just lovely to see the car, and almost a tribute helmet that Chris Goodwin is wearing. It's very similar to the colours that Niki had on his helmet towards the end of his season. Varied, sometimes white and red, sometimes red and white. But there we are, going through the back of the circuit into St Mary's. And I mean, just look at that. Isn't that a piece of carbon fibre beauty? Wherever you look, from the nose to the rear wing, fantastic.
Beautiful, beautifully shown, and thank you to Chris for showing off. Thank you very much, John, for joining us in this celebration in the anniversaries of Lauda. we're all looking forward to the next stages of what's going on. We've got the Grover Williams Trophy practice about to start in a few moments' time, and some we're going back in period even more with that one. Some really lovely older cars that were competing in the very early days of Grand Prix racing. They're just coming out, and this includes a whole batch of Bugattis, and you can see them on the circuit already. So that's really good news, and it's lovely. Oh, we've got one off already, which is a bit unfortunate. The number 11 car is already Staps in his Bugatti. I don't know if he's done any damage as yet. Bruce Jones is back with you, and Harry Benjamin is just coming back as well. So I'm going to hand over to these guys, and I'm going to watch it from the sidelines.
Thank you very much. Ben Edwards there, so he's obviously turning his back on a field of blue Bugatti Type 35s, some of the most exquisite cars at the Goodwood Members Meeting. I'm just going to throw a number at you as Harry Benjamin sits alongside. The Type 35 isn't just automotive art, it was the most successful racing car ever. It won more than 1,000 races in the hands of a whole host of privateers and works drivers. And there was a replay of the number 11 going around at St Mary's, but look, there's the tyre wall, the tyre in the background. Thierry Staps, I don't think, hit anything. He can't quite fire it up. He may have just got going, but that would have been a big moment. But then he was asking the marshals, can I rejoin and get back onto the circuit? And please. But all was avoided out at St Mary's. So still the first flying laps to be put on the board. The first few cars coming to do that. And looking at number 19, the classic Type 35 shape. That's actually the man who spun Thierry Staps. This is his other car. It's Eric Perouse driving, owned by Malcolm Campbell in 1926. And again, Harry, two-seater cars, but about the narrowest two-seater car you will ever find. You choose your friends by their width, I think, when you're racing, or when you take these out on the road.
Yeah, that might be a one-seater for me, getting into some of these cars. 11.5 minutes remain of this session. This is practice qualifying for the Grover Williams Trophy. These are 1920s Grand Prix cars, celebrating the 90th anniversary, in particular, of the Bugatti Type 35. Named this, of course, after Grover Williams, the first winner of the Monaco Grand Prix in 1929 at the wheel of a Bugatti Type 35B. Previously held in 2014, this was, when it was strictly an all Bugatti race. Not so much the case this time around, but that's great for us because we get to enjoy all the variety that comes with it.
Exactly too, and if you ever want to know the amazing life of William Grover Williams, it truly is extraordinary. A book written by Joe Saywood, Grand Prix Saboteurs, old colleague of mine. Fantastic read, because racing was only the tip of the iceberg. There was espionage. Very unfortunately for him, he ended up in the hands of the opposing side, and literally as Europe was released from the war, he didn't quite make it. He was one of many special agents who, their racing career was the safest part of their career, but an incredible story. So Grand Prix Saboteurs, look it out. And not all the cars running as would be liked. So car number 9, it's a Type 51, a slightly later Bugatti, Matt Walton at the wheel of that. And just in terms of the speed these cars can achieve, this particular one we're looking at, car number 9, coming back onto the circuit, in 2006, hit 139 miles an hour along the Lavant Straight.
What? Are you sure?
Yep, I am sure, because it is written in my notes. So this is a car from 1930, good enough to hit, really lofty speeds down the straight. But the beauty of the Type 35, they're small, they're nimble, they're lightweight. I really, really approve of that. I know I came out strong in defence of the Can-Am cars, which were quite the reverse, but at the time. Now, Duncan Pittaway with the yellow and black helmet, always a spectacular driver in many things. And it's when you look back at the history, Harry, a lot of the Grand Prix that were held around Europe at the time were on circuits that don't exist. They were road circuits, street circuits, and this went very well in Spain, the San Sebastian Grand Prix in 1925, a mere 99 years ago.
Just a mere. Well, it's so fascinating because this is just a great example of what was and how it has evolved over time. Even if you, not just the shape of these cars, but even just things down to the tyres as well, and how narrow and thin they are too, and how much a driver, how big the steering wheel is, and a driver having to absolutely manage that through the course of a right-hander, which could be taken flat nowadays, and how far that technology has come. And this is a celebration of where it all originated, and this is looking rather quick from Pittaway at the moment. Fastest lap time at the moment is Timothy Dutton, 1:42.2 in the 51 Bugatti Type 51. He's the owner of Ivan Dutton Limited, world renowned for their Bugatti restoration services, so he knows how to do this. But Pittaway certainly going quick. Martin in the number 3 has just got up into 4th spot, so we're around the 142s for the quickest time at the moment. Let's see what Pitaway's got across the line as he approaches it. How much time can he find? A fair chunk up into 2nd, 8/10 shy of Dutton still though.
Yeah, he worked the traffic very well indeed. This next lap ought to be faster still, not just as he's getting into his stride, but he has clear track ahead of him. You can see Duncan Pitaway leaning to the right as the cars go around the right-handers, and of course the gear changes outside the car. You just see him coming forward, grabbing the lever, catching another gear as he accelerates along the straight to Fordwater will be the next corner, negotiating that, and then working his way towards St Mary's, finding the flows. So it's Timothy Dutton, car number 51, which is fittingly a Type 51 Bugatti from 1931. And given chase in a car that's 6 years older. Hans Duncan, is in a Type 35, but working really hard, little puffs of smoke. The drivers are slowing it down as they turn into the chicane. Number 20, that's Julien Majoub, not in the Sunbeam Indianapolis. He's hopped over to something a little bit more recent. Not in the SF Edge trophy in this, but double time and twice the fun. Why not?
Is that he's got the lever on the outside? Is that the gearing?
That's the gear lever, yeah.
Wow, and I love the fact that you can, he's got a clear visor as well, so it's just, you're transported back in time. He makes his way, angles that car through the final chicane and then back out onto the main straight.
Again, one of the beauties of these cars, you can see what the driver is doing. You can see, as you say, the driver change, but you can also see them leaning the cockpit to lean into the corners. It's a natural way to go. It's like leaning on a motorbike as you turn into a bend. As you said, not all Bugattis. Car number 25, it's much, much larger looking. It's a Talbot A090. And back in the very early days of the Le Mans 24 Hours, we had the first race a century ago last year. Fabulous celebrations. And just a few years later, 1930, one of these Talbots won some of the classes. Was an index of performance. You were sort of pegged according to the size of your engine and what you achieved with it, and Talbot won that. And that really, again, as you can see, it is just a much taller car at the front end, engine much, much higher in the car, much taller engine, and it snakes away, goes down towards the back. You can see the tonneau cover there. It's a two-seater, as these are all supposed to be, but obviously you don't want all the air flowing around inside the cockpit, so you can just see the driver sticking out of the top of that, John Paulson. Fantastic car preparer and making it go very well indeed. In terms of the ultimate pace, though, he's not at the sharp end of the field. Down in 18th place, needs to find 24 seconds, and he's going to be in the mix.
Well, we can have the faith at the moment. It's still fastest at the moment, just over 1/10 of a second clear of Pitaway. Julien Majoub up in 3rd in the number 20. Set that lap time fairly early on, actually, in the Bugatti Type 35B. Bugatti built a Grand Prix car in customer numbers in the immortal Type 35. This is the 1927 Works car, ran in the British Grand Prix at Brooklands, and then was sold on. But Julien Majoub, a Goodwood regular, not afraid to get his elbows out either.
Yeah, so we've talked Bugatti, we've talked Talbot, now it's turn to talk Aston Martin. Car number 12 in the green livery, semi-works car it was back in period for Lance Prideaux-Brun, but also in those days competed in the rally, the RAC rally around Britain, 32, 33 cars, much, much more interchangeable, but these were the early steps for Aston Martin. Of course, Aston Martin sort of sprung to prominence when they started competing in the hill climbs that were far more numerous than race circuits back in Britain. In the 1920s. Oh, in the background, behind Duncan Pitaway was a bucking Bronco of a ride. Car number 10 went for a bit of a leap and came back. That's Sami Mukherjee's car, Tim Crichton at the wheel, and back on terra firma.
And as he did that, Duncan Pitaway was on for a great lap. Fastest of anybody in the middle sector, fastest of anybody in the final sector. And Pitaway puts that Bugatti Type 35 on top for the time being. 10th and a half between himself and Dutton, but Pitaway to the top of the timing sheets.
And he did well not to lift, because in front of him was the bucking Fraser Nash 1925 model, so he saw it bucking and thinking, come down 4 square, which it did onto the grass, came back onto the circuit, and in behind the driver with the yellow and black hooped helmet, Duncan Pitaway, making it go top, but as Harry said, just a 0.149 of a second. So can Tim Dutton fight back? Hasn't too much time to do it. 4 and a bit minutes remain in this session. But there is the Fraser Nash, so with the aero screen up in front of the driver and down on the side where the passenger would sit if they'd been invited along, but they haven't. Just Tim Crichton going through St Mary's, up the gentle rise and putting it to the outside of the circuit. It's where you want to be as you turn into Lavant, which is a double apex corner with a bit of distance in between. But get it wrong, Harry, into the first part of Lavant, and your apex in turn 2 ain't going to be anywhere near where you're heading.
No. Well, one thing I've noticed as well, throughout the day, actually, the wind, and you can see the flags on the start-finish straight really sort of ebb and flow, but it's picked up a little bit more. That can really unsettle these cars, especially coming into turn 1 off the back of the straight.
Yeah, certainly into Matchwick, but also, you know, my incredibly detailed notes. We saw the white Talbot earlier with John Paulson on board. I put next to it very tall, so that's a big slab-sided car. So if he catches the wind slamming into the side of the nose of that will certainly push it where he doesn't want it to be. So cars diving to pits. Duncan Pitchway about to complete another lap. And he should be going a little bit faster still. No, he was 0.6 of a second down. A few cars in the pits, including the number 51, which was very quick early on the hands of Tim Dutton. It's the black one with the red nose. And in a sea of pale blue Bugattis, it's rather good that there's a different colour scheme on his Type 51. So big tick for him. But really, a lot of people getting out with 3 minutes to remain. They think they've probably got the best out of their cars. Number 3 down there, a green Bugatti, sorry, number 5, I beg your pardon, something a little bit different in terms of livery. This number 9 is one that we saw just keeping out of trouble earlier and had a little moment, but it got back onto the circuit. Matt Walton now trying to pick his way up the order. He needs to get in the top 10 at the moment. He's way down the tail of the field, hasn't done many laps. So obviously reported to the pits, which whatever slowed him. He's got the track almost himself with 2.5 minutes to go, so he's got time for this lap and one further lap. And he's suddenly gone from nowhere, which is 23rd out of 24 cars, to 5th. So he's got an empty track, he's got performance to come, and whatever the problem was appears to have been sorted.
Yeah, further down in the field as well, the number 44 Bugatti Type 35, Bruce stops at the wheel of that, just came across the line and improved up into 16th spot though, so still time to find for stops further down in the field. That car being restored in the 1990s, been owned and driven by the current owner ever since. That though, you're looking at the number 12 in all green, making its way through. Marianne Stock in the Aston Martin International, Semi-Works International from 1930. A little bit of traffic as well building up into that final chicane. You can really spot the Talbots, can't you? Just look for the tall, big front-ended cars, and that's the one that you'll get. This, the Grover Williams Trophy 1920s Grand Prix car, celebrating the 90th anniversary in particular of the Bugatti Type 35.
There was a rumour that all Bugattis didn't have to be blue, and we've found one. This yellow Bugatti Type 35C, this is a car with immense history. Elizabeth Junek, the Czech racer who had some top results. German Grand Prix 1927 was for sports cars back then. Up top, first, second and third positions, the might of Mercedes-Benz, and then came Elizabeth Junek. So phenomenal result for her in the very early days of the Nürburgring, the full Nordschleife. In fact, I better check my notes. It might have been the Nordschleife and the Sundschleife combined. But anyhow, going very, very nicely towards the end of the practice session here. Jonathan Bailey, who owns the car, making it work very well indeed. But what we do have is very close to the front. Duncan Pitaway by 0.149 of a second. We've only got 45 seconds till the checkered flag comes out. Julian Majoub is back on the circuit. He's fallen down to 4th place because
Matt
Walton went from 23rd, when did he get up to 9th, and then bang, he's up into 3rd position. Top 3 cars covered by, well, it's changed because Julian Majoub has gone to the top. He's under 1 minute 42 seconds. The top 3 cars covered by just under 0.3 of a second. That's how we like it.
Yeah, now it's getting into it. In the last 20 seconds, Julian Majoub in his Bugatti Type 35B from 1927, that car. Fastest at the moment, 10th and a half clear of Duncan Pitaway. It's a 1:41.940, the fastest lap time out there at the moment. And now, 112 in the speed.
Wow, that is appreciably faster than anybody else. But when you take the front end shot of this car, looking from the front, look how those front wheels are angled outwards from the bottom. And of course, as the loading goes on, the underpart comes out and it sort of balances them up. But it looks as though I've set up the car in the back.
It almost looks like a couple of years ago in Formula 1, Mercedes introduced a system called DAS, where you would put the steering wheel back and it would just change the angling of the front wheels to just change the amount of surface area touching the track. A little trick. It was banned later in the year, but I don't think that's quite as technology advanced there. But a similar look. A lot of smoke though coming out of the 124 further back. And are we going to get a late lap time, a late runner here for the for number 9? That's Walton. He's currently 4th fastest at the moment.
Yeah, he got up to 3rd place, so in that quick lap from Julian Majoub, put Majoub top, Can't be defended from Tim Dutton, who's down in third place now. The checkered flag is being waved. Was there an improvement? No, very close to his best. Bit of traffic stopped Matt Walton, but still, whatever problem he had early on, to qualify fourth there, that was very impressive. Top 4 cars, so we'll have a 3-car front row, a 2-car second row, covered by 0.846 of a second. Then back to Tim Crichton in the Fraser-Nash. There's a bit of a gap. He's 5 seconds down, but those top 4 are going to have a cracking race tomorrow.
It's going to be one to make sure you're here for if you are at this beautiful Goodwood circuit, or if you are watching wherever you are around the world. It will be getting going on Sunday tomorrow from around about 4:20 in the afternoon. 20-minute race ahead of us there, but left it until its final lap. But Julien Majoub getting the fastest time will have the best view in the house when we go racing with a 1:41.9, 10th and a half, just shy of that clear of Duncan Pittaway in second, Dutton third, Walton fourth, Crichton the top 5, and the last couple of runners just taking the checkered flag now, and no late improvers really. A little bit further down the field, some personal bests being set. Lupton at an all right first sector, but only enough to get himself up into the top 15. But at the end of all that, it was Julien Majoub on top.
Yeah, he picked his form, got confidence in the tyres, and picked his way through the traffic, but very, very tight indeed. A couple of off-track moments, but Duncan Pittaway kept his foot in and had provisional pole until Majoub struck right at the end. But it's going to be very, very close indeed. The top 4 runners are absolutely set for a belter when we get to the Grover Williams Trophy on Sunday here at Goodwood.
Well, let's take a look back then at some of that Grover Williams Trophy action, setting the grid ahead of Sunday's race. These 1920s Grand Prix cars celebrating the 90th anniversary of the Bugatti Type 35, but not just Bugattis out there. We had an Alfa Romeo, there was also a couple of Talbots out there as well, so a bit of variety, and of course the Aston Martin out there on track though, in a field dominated by Bugattis, but in the end left it till very late. But it was Julien Majoub in the number 20, the Bugatti Type 35B, who managed to go fastest with a 1:41.940, just a 10th and a half clear Duncan Pittaway, who will line up alongside him in the number 13. So we look forward to some of this 1920s Grand Prix car action. More tomorrow, and more Grand Prix action on the way in the form of Ferrari. Ed's got more.
Gerhard, it's fantastic to see you back in this Ferrari. Does it bring back happy memories?
Yeah, very nice memories. Great to be back. I don't think I ever been back in this car since '89 when I driven it. And I jump into the car, and I have to say they put out the seat because I get a bit of weight, but all the pedals, all the mirrors, everything fits perfect, like it was yesterday.
I mean, this car was so quick, but was it the semi-automatic gearbox that let you down?
Yeah, it was the first year that the semi-automatic gearbox came in. It was a great development, but was very unreliable in the first year. So the car was a very quick car. When we finished in good positions, but most of the time we didn't finish.
Gerhard, enjoy it. Enjoy it.
Thank you. I enjoyed very much for different reasons. I have to say, to come back here to Goodwood, to see the English spectators is just fantastic. I mean, this country has so much soul for motorsport, and what is going on here in Goodwood, doesn't matter the members meeting, the rival festival of speed, it's just outstanding. It's nice to be part of it.
Gerhard, thank you.
Pleasure.
Reunited with his 1989 Ferrari 640. Gerhard Berger will be out on track momentarily for this next very special demonstration to celebrate Gerhard Berger, all things Ferrari, and that turbulent really 1989 season. We'll talk you through all of that as and when it happens. Alice Powell has joined me up in the commentary box, and Alice, just nothing beats a scarlet red Ferrari, does it?
No, it certainly doesn't. Tyre warmers on there just to make sure that they are nice for when Gerhard goes out on track. But I said when I sat down, when I saw these pictures, I said, wow, what a beautiful car. Looking forward to hear the mighty V12 engine, mid-engine, of course, 3.5 litre, scream round Goodwood, down the main straight especially. And it must be so special for Gerhard stepping back into this machinery. Raced it 6 times in the 89 season. And I'm sure, as he said there, really looking forward to taking it back on track.
Certainly is. Just last-minute preparations then ahead of this demonstration run with Gerhard Berger at the wheel of his 1989 Ferrari. Gerhard Berger with a Formula One career, 10 wins, 48 podiums, 12 pole positions, racing between 1984 till 1997 for the likes of ATS, Arrows, Benetton, Ferrari, of course, and McLaren, going up against some titans and legends of the sport. And in this season, well, he was pitted against Nigel Mansell. It was Mansell's first season with the team in Ferrari. Won 3 races between them and 9 podiums. Mansell managed to get Brazil and Hungary. Berger won in Portugal. But I suppose it was a car that had lots of speed, but the reliability wasn't quite there. I mean, reliability back in those days was always hedge your bets and hope for the best a little bit, just the sheer amount of power and engineering ingenuity that was going into these cars. The engine would often go kaput or the gearbox might break, and this was one of those cars that Ferrari were pushing to the limit, almost a little bit ahead of their time.
Yeah, well, it's John Barnard, the English designer and engineer who actually designed this car. He's actually credited with the introduction of the 2 designs into Formula One, the carbon fibre composite chassis and the semi-automatic gearbox. But he actually started designing this car back in 1987. So 2 years before it ended up hitting the track. And there was intent of it being used in the 88 season, but issues, as we were touched on there, Gerhard said, with the automatic gearbox, sort of delayed this during that season. But you can see there, it's a sharp nose, narrow monocoque, those bulging side pods as well, designed for the radiators with maximum efficiency. So Gerhard's revving the engine, gets the signal from the wonderful marshals down in the assembly area, and off he goes.
Oh, he pulled away and almost got too good of a getaway. I think it almost took him by surprise there, and then a stall, the engine cutting out. So the team will quickly get to work to get that fired back out of there, back out again. So hopefully not too much longer until we can see and hear that Ferrari in all its might. But you mentioned John Barnard there, the designer as well. We talk a lot about, and Formula One fans who watch it avidly today, there's a lot of talk about, you know, the Coke bottle shape of the cars where the engine cover really tightens up on the rear and you get that Coke bottle effect. Well, it was John Barnard who was instrumental in that first bit of rear bodywork design being implemented into the Formula One cars, and we can see it on the Ferrari here right now as Berger is able to get back up and going again and out onto the track, into the sunshine as it glints down on Gerhard Berger's 1989 Ferrari. From that season, a turbulent year for Ferrari. That car was extremely fast, it was extremely quick, but some saying perhaps it was ahead of its time. It really was the very first true sequential style paddle shift gearbox, but it wasn't quite ready. It proved unreliable. Bit of smoke coming out the back as it burns away through this part of the lap, but they still won 3 races between them, took 9 podiums, and pretty much when it wasn't on the podium or it didn't win, it retired.
Yeah. 3rd in the Constructors' Championship as well. So in terms of that, you could still say Grand Prix wins, still a success. Any car, I'm guessing, that at any stage of Formula One that wins more than 1 race at least is successful. And just the sound, not just the look of the car, Harry, but I'm sure everyone else will agree, and certainly those that are trackside here at Goodwood, is just the sound and the absolute roar of that V12 engine.
Making its way around this Goodwood circuit on Gerhard's outlap. That problem with the semi-automatic gearbox was found to basically be not enough power from the battery, which was the overall undoing of it. That was fixed halfway through the season, and then they really got into a stride of things and led on to a fantastic following season. But Gerhard Berger lining up in that car alongside Nigel Mansell. I'm going to stop talking. Let's enjoy this Ferrari around the lap of Goodwood in the hands of Gerhard Berger. as Gerhard Berger races down the main straight through Madgwick in his 1989 Ferrari from that season, which he shared with Nigel Mansell, winning 3 races between the 9 podiums. An unreliable car, ahead of its time, but they got on top of things, and Gerhard Berger absolutely wringing the neck of this Ferrari around this Goodwood Motor Circuit. They just don't, you don't sound like that anymore, do you, Alice? Imagine 20 of those, 16, 15, hurtling down to turn 1 with that huge engine in the back of it. And you can even see the smile on Gerhard Berger's face underneath the helmet as he lifts his visor, gives a wave to the fans. Just absolutely fantastic.
Oh, it's incredible. And the memories that must be flooding back for him right now, as a lovely picture of it going down the straight there, sparks flying from the back. If you're a photographer and you've got a good shot of that, that's a picture to certainly say. But what a driver as well, Harry. 210 races, 10 wins, 48 podiums. A very humorous driver, close friend of Ayrton Senna as well. 14 seasons in Formula One between 1984 to 97. And this is, I'm sure, a piece of machinery that will certainly probably be one of his favourite, one of them up there when you get a chance to drive and race for Ferrari. I'm sure that's special in anybody's books.
I actually interviewed Gerhard Berger a couple of years ago. Some of the stories he has, you know, with the likes of his friend and rival and teammate Ayrton Senna and the things that they got up to is just absolutely...
They were always playing pranks, weren't they, actually? Or certainly Gerhard. I read one somewhere, whether it was true, but apparently Ayrton Senna was had a new bag, a new briefcase, and he threw it out of the helicopter.
That's a classic.
That's a joke saying, you keep talking about that, I'm going to throw it out the helicopter.
And he did. Not that we condone any of that, of course. But they certainly took the pranks to the extreme. And it was a different way of living, a different way of going racing back then in that time period. And Berger, you know, still actively involved in motorsport and racing. And it wasn't too long ago he was playing quite a pivotal role in the Red Bull Junior team. He half-owned that, the Toro Rosso team, as it was then once called. They were looking for the next, well, they found Sebastian Vettel, and he took that win in the rainy Monza, and Gerhard Berger was a pivotal part of that team at the time. And even now, the last couple of years, he moved away and headed up the German Touring Car Championship, the DTM, as that entered a new era a few moments ago, and being reunited with his 1989 Ferrari. And you could see the smile on his face. I think he said to Ed just beforehand down in the assembly area how, you know, it fits like a glove, just as he remembered it. Then he stalled, but we'll ignore that as he puts the visor back down.
Done. Race cars are not easy to pull away in the best of times, and certainly those from many years ago. But a fantastic sight, fantastic scene and sound as he waves to the crowd here. And actually he was the first to drive an F1 car on the new Shanghai circuit in Formula One back in 2003, and it was the Ferrari F2003. And of course Formula One heads back to China next weekend as he brings it now back into the pits, continuously revving that beautiful 3.5 litre engine. And you can see, if you have missed this beautiful display, you weren't trackside today and you are here tomorrow, 2:55 tomorrow, Gerhard will be back on track in this beautiful Ferrari.
Back into the Parc Fermé area after a few laps, and you can see the steam just coming off of the cockpit as well, as Gerhard Berger has been reunited with his Ferrari from the 1989 Formula One season. And we'll take a little look back at it now. Just the sheer sound of this Ferrari 640. Gerhard Berger at the wheel as the sun shines down, a perfect day to take a red racing car around this fantastic Goodwood Motor Circuit. A little bit of smoke as some oil burnt off to begin with on his opening laps, and then Gerhard Berger, 10-time Formula One winner, who raced this season, 1989 Ferrari season, alongside his teammate Nigel Mansell. He's gone toe-to-toe with some of the best in Formula One and was enjoying every minute of it. Ferrari and Gerhard Berger reunited then here at Goodwood. let's head down to Ed.
Gary, we're used to seeing you in Jaguars, and I know a little bit about XK120s, XK140s and things, but this doesn't look anything like one. So what is it?
It is unusual. It's under the skin. It is an XK120, shortened chassis. Guy in America in 53, 54. I think he wanted to race C-type, so couldn't find one, couldn't afford one. I don't know what. So he set two, took an XK120, modified it quite a lot, shortened the chassis to suit this English Mistral body. Basically got a C-type engine in it, XK140 rack and pinion steering, and went and raced that. Just did SCCA, West Coast California events. I believe he enjoyed it, and then I think he moved on to a D-type sort of a couple of years later.
And so you've driven it on the road. You've done a little bit of testing at Donington, and you were saying it actually, even though it's shorter, it still feels lovely.
It feels absolutely lovely on the road. I was surprised how good it is on the road. A few laps at Donington Again, it felt okay, surprisingly good. There's a lot. We only finished it a couple of weeks ago, so there's a lot of potential in there. We're not going to unlock it this weekend, but it's different. I'm pleasantly surprised by it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
You say that now, but I know you, Gary, when you can leave the assembly area, everything changes.
Oh, I'm looking at a lovely little Maserati over there. We're not in that league.
Well, enjoy it.
I will, thank you.
And here it is on the track as we get set for the Peter Collins Trophy official practice session. This for sports cars between 1948 and 1955, and ahead of the 20-minute race tomorrow, named, of course, after Peter Collins, the winner of the inaugural Goodwood 9 Hours back in 1952, and this the 5th running of the Peter Collins Trophy. Gary Pearson speaking there, and now on track in his Jaguar XK120, built and raced in California events back in the early 1950s, and we've got, well, a lot of different cars out there. We've got an Alfa Romeo, some Coopers, a Maserati, a Fraser Nash. You're looking at the number 28 there, making its way through as it currently stands, with the all the yellow black strip down the middle, looking absolutely splendid in the sunshine as it makes its way through. The number 3 just behind that, and that is the 1955 Maserati. Brad Baker at the wheel of that factory car, and you can just see the Maserati emblem emblazoned on the front grille as well. You can always spot a Maserati, no matter where you are, I find. They're quite an iconic-looking car, and that was the reason we picked up on the 28, with having a little bit of a moment coming out of the, that's the final corner, isn't it? Coming out of the chicane, just losing the rear, and then getting back round again, managing to find first, and off he went with not too much harm done there.
No, certainly not. It seemed like an endless spin, didn't it? It kept going round and round. But back on track now. There is number 28, the 2-litre Ferrari.
Scott Redding at the wheel.
Yeah, much success. Won its class in the 1957 24-hour Le Mans, and Sebring as well, same year. And a whole host, certainly, of winning cars in here. Some of the cars getting ever so sideways, going into Levant corner, tricky braking zone, heading into there in any car, let alone these cars from the 50s. As everyone jostling for position, just trying to get a little bit of clear space to set their lap time. A short qualifying session. The race is not today, that is later on tomorrow, 5:35 in the afternoon, in the evening, whatever you'd like to call it. And the car you can see on screen at the moment is the number 78, who is top of the times as it stands, Richard Wilson. And going ever so sideways on the exit of St Mary's there, winner of the Freddie March Memorial Trophy at Goodwood Revival in 2023, so last year. So Richard knows how to go quickly around this circuit, knows how to win as he's hustling the 2.5-litre 1957 Maserati.
Yep, currently fastest so far, that car, 1:32.108. 5 seconds clear of the next best as we get up to speed here. 10 minutes left on the clock, so time does fly quickly. I mean, we talk a lot about this track, Alice. You've actually driven it in anger as well last year, didn't you? You went around, I think it was an Alpine car, right? Can you talk us through just what this track is like from the driver's eye perspective?
I would say this is probably one of the circuits which many drivers will say they really enjoy it. It's old school. The barriers, if you go off, they are there. You will be approaching them very quickly. You've got some challenging corners. You've got rises, you've got falls, you've got off camber. It's certainly got everything. You've got a hard braking zone down into the final chicane as well. So it produces just exciting racing. Doesn't matter what class, doesn't matter if it's a bike, doesn't matter if it's a car, it always produces brilliant racing, and it's certainly a challenge for any driver of any ability wanting to take to the circuit, as Wilson's going to have a little bit of traffic now as he heads through the exit of St Mary's. One of those corners on the exit St Mary's, you're just chasing the throttle to get that exit uphill into Levant. And often you'll see drivers either dip a wheel slightly on the grass. Some may control it, others might not, and end up spinning round. And then down the long Levant straight. And he'll head up now into Woodcote corner. So a small kink in the straight there. And Woodcote, one of the trickiest braking zones on the circuit, because you don't want to follow the road there. It's continuously bending is the road, so you want to try and have the car nice and straight as you hit the brakes at Woodcote corner. And many of the drivers seem to be doing that all right at the moment. It's the number 6 car making his way round now. Madrick.
Yeah, it's Gary Pearson back up at the sharp end, just gone second fastest, 2.4 seconds back from Wilson, fastest at the moment, but that number 6 car making its way through at the moment. Gary Pearson, the 1954 Jaguar XK 120, and finding more and more lap time in that. In fact, the number 8 car as well, that's Josef Rettenmeier, is going quickly, was up into second at one point, not back down to 5th, now back in 3rd, having just come across the line. That's in the number 8, the 1955 Maserati 300S. So Sterling Moss drove that very car in period, an ex-works car that won the 1,000 kilometres of the Nürburgring back in 1956, came second in the 1956 Targa Florio as well. So Rettenmeier showing pace in that, still about 4 seconds back from Wilson's ultimate lap time, who is currently fastest, and that is in the number 78 car as it stands, racing around in that Maserati 250S. But timing starting to change. In fact, Wilson's just gone even faster than his own personal best in Sector 1. Lost a bit of time, though, in Sector 2 compared. Pearson's personal best in Sector 1 on that last lap around. So it's nip and tuck. Pearson could find a little bit more time here. He's got a couple of seconds to try and reel that gap in, with about 6.5, just over that, minutes to run.
Yeah, the Jaguar D-Type in particular, a very successful car in its time, winning Le Mans actually in the 55, 56 and 57. So we've got a few of them out here on the grid. One sitting, of course, in second place, John Pearson behind the wheel. A couple of seconds to try and close up the gap, a couple of seconds to find. Number 11 car there, Wakeman down in 7th place. Personal best in the first sector, quite a way off the Wilson car, who's the number 78. Needs to probably gain a little bit more of a second, really, to be on challenging pace for Wilson in that first sector. But improvements again in the middle sector, so Wakeman will hope that he'll move slightly further up the field in the Jaguar C-Type, so 3.4 litre straight 6. As he hustles the car on the exit there, checking the mirrors just to see the traffic behind, try and have a look to see who that is behind. Does he improve any further? Does. A nice little handy lap there, up into P4.
Yeah, Wakeman up into 4th. John Pearson in that Jaguar D-Type from 1955 in the number 17, currently second. And we got a little bit of contact here. We have, it's the number 44 drifting across to the right-hand side. That's the 1951 Allard with Michael Grosswiller at the wheel. And on the inside, forced onto the grass, is the 55. That's the 1955 Austin Healey. Jack Rawls at the wheel of that. Rawls was looking quick early doors. He's currently 7th fastest. Wakeman has just pipped a few. Mathai in the number 75 as well. Number 44 not too little finger wag in the air, I think, telling cars just to overtake him.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there, squeezed right to the inside, and off rules, had to go in his Austin.
Yeah, 90 units of this car produced, racing under the number 44, because that's where it did its first race here in Goodwood at the 1951 Goodwood Members Meeting, and raced under the number 44. So a tribute essentially to back then, as he's going to peel into the pits. The team will have a little look to see if there is any damage there. Looks like it could be okay, possibly, Harry, to go back out on track, but there's not much time, only just over 4 minutes of the session remaining.
And look at this, the number 21, 1955 Jaguar D-Type. Jonathan Bailey at the wheel of that. Currently 6th fastest at the moment. Personal best sector 1, personal best sector 2, and the shark fin on the right-hand rear of that car. Such an iconic design, this Jaguar D-Type. USA customer car, owned and driven mainly between 1956 and 61. And has driven extensively around Americas, but hand up at the end coming through the chicane. So a rocky end to that lap, couldn't quite finish it off.
That was going to be a good lap,
yeah,
in all fairness.
He made a little bit of a mistake.
And got some traffic in front heading into the final chicane. A pretty decent first sector and middle sector. So, of course, we'll be slightly disappointed not to finish that lap. But continuing now through, we've got a little bit of smoke, like there's that bodywork possibly rubbing there on the number 2 car. It looks like it could possibly be bodywork. That's a 1953 Cooper 2.3 litre 6-cylinder Ford Zephyr engine, making its way up the hill, trying to navigate some traffic ahead. Where are they currently sitting at the moment? Down in 19th place. So certainly getting boxed in with the traffic there. Not a personal best in the first sector at the moment.
Malcolm Harrison in the number 55 Cooper Bristol T25 has just improved his lap time and gotten up into 8th spot, just pipping Wilmot down to 9th. So that number 55, look out for it, raced in the Goodwood 9 hours here in 1955. So that just gives you a little kind of bit of context as to how long these cars have been going racing. This is the Peter Collins Trophy, last 2.5 minutes of it. We're setting our grid ahead of the race, which will take place towards the end of Sunday here in Goodwood for the members meeting, around about 5:30 on Sunday afternoon. These sports cars between 1948 and 1955, as they all find their way and thread the needle through the final chicane, and all being fairly good to each other. There's the number 78, that's Wilson at the wheel. He's currently fastest overall in that Maserati with a 1:31.147. Haven't seen much of this car at the moment. This is the Alfa Romeo with the number 1 emblazoned on the front end. Christopher Mann in that car, the Alfa Romeo 6C Disco Volante prototype, short chassis, shorter stroke, 6C 3000 Disco Volante, was conceived as an Alfa Romeo's challenger to the prestigious 3-litre sports racing Formula cars from 1954 to 57, that period of time. Unfortunately, at Monza back in 1954, it crashed quite badly at the first Lesmo and caused the Alfa Romeo Challenger not to be seen too much of after that. But it has certainly made its way through the ranks, and currently that number 1 car with Mann at the wheel down in 25th as it currently stands. Still Wilson on top in the number 78 Maserati. Couple of seconds he's got in hand over Pearson in the number 17. That's the Jaguar D-Type. So it's Maserati, then Jaguar D-Type, and then we've got the number 11 of Frederick Wakeman in the Jaguar C-Type. So Maserati, Jaguar D-Type, Jaguar C-Type, the top 3 as it currently stands, with just under 30 seconds remaining on the clock.
There's some more improvers further down the order. Number 55, Malcolm Harrison, jumped up in the Cooper Bristol, up now into 5th place. See the number 58, the Jaguar C-Type, currently down in, let's have a little look, there's a long list to look through, in 25th place, but having a little further up the order, Harry, is that the number 15 rules, he's put in a couple of handy first and middle sectors. So hopefully for the number 17, they'll be able to move slightly further up the order.
Well, Jack Rawls takes the checkered flag, does improve, goes third fastest in the Austin Healey. That knocks Wakeman down in the Jaguar C-Type. What about our top two? Wilson's got 2-second gap in his Maserati to the next best, which is the Pearson Jaguar. Currently personal best, though, for Pearson in the middle sector. We're looking at the number 17 car. That's what we will be looking for across the line. This moment is Wilson on screen at the moment with a little bit of traffic in front of him. That's going to hold him up slightly, coming through the slight left-hand kink. Pearson cannot challenge, takes the checkered flag. So it will be Wilson's pole position to take in that beautiful 78 Maserati with the trident displayed on the front grille. Little bit of traffic from the Jaguar C-Type in front, all in white as he negotiates the final chicane, but has looked quick out of the blocks really for that number 78. Richard Wilson in the 1957 Maserati 250S, one of only 2 original factory produced 250S models supplied with a 2.5 litre engine, raced in the US by the likes of Carroll Shelby and Jim Hall. Won here at the Freddie March Memorial Trophy at the Goodwood Revival last year. Podium position at the 2023 Le Mans Classic and the earlier Monaco Historic that year as well. So it's got the pedigree. And Wilson getting the best out of that Maserati.
Yeah, got the pedigree, got the driver as well in Wilson, who cruises now, has taken the checkered flag. So is pretty much everybody. So Wilson, Pearson and Rawls are your top 3. A little bit of gaps between those 3 drivers as they'll bleed off now. Let the cars have a nice cool down lap before they bring them into the Parc Fermé area, which you can go down and have a look. And that's one thing, if you haven't, if you're around the track watching out the back somewhere, do make sure you take some time to come over to the paddock, where you really can get so close to the machinery. You can chat to the teams, you can chat to the drivers, and of course make sure you're checking out the cars on track as well. But so much to do here at Goodwood.
Yeah, there's axe throwing, there's duck herding, there's a little Ferris wheel which you can go on, which if you're looking at the main straight is to your left, running up towards the hill, and lots of fun, exciting stuff to do in between the sessions here. For all ages and for all the family, and of course the jewel in the crown, the track action and the Peter Collins Trophy practice session just finishing up, then setting the grid ahead of the race tomorrow, which will be 25 minutes in length and get going from 5:35 Sunday afternoon for the final day of the 81st members meeting on Sunday. But still lots of action to come later on today as the sun continues to shine across this circuit. And it's Wilson in the Maserati, fastest of anybody at the end of that. Pearson in the number 17 Jaguar was the next best, but Jaguar D-Type, but had to settle for being a couple of seconds behind, and this is how it all unfolded. A little bit of early dramas as well, a couple of cars finding the limits of the track. We're focusing on that beautiful Ferrari 500 TRC in yellow with Scott Redding at the wheel early doors. But the Peter Collins Trophy, sports cars between 1948 and 55. So we had Alfa Romeos, Coopers, we had Maseratis, Fraser Nashes, Jags, and not forgetting that Ferrari as well, even an Allard out there on track, an Arnold too, an Austin Healey, and an Aston Martin. Plenty to choose from with a couple of seconds between Wilson and Pearson, but it's that man in the Maserati who will start on pole for the Peter Collins Trophy.
Highfield Princess. She's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from back to devour the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
Well, what a fantastic day it is here at the 81st Members Meeting. I mean, the soundtrack of Goodwood is just something else, isn't it?
Well, yes, we can hear those two-stroke Grand Prix bikes, and we can also smell them as well. That great two-stroke smell. I'm having a lovely day, you?
David, what have your highlights been so far?
Well, I have to say there's been many. It's only mid-afternoon, the sun's shining, but I have to say the highlight for me was being on the grid with this Can-Am cars. They've never raced over here like that. We've never seen some of those cars. And to see the sort of how happy someone like Tino Bernard was in that gorgeous 917 Spider Porsche. Fantastic.
One of mine is probably being around the assembly area because I'm really feeling the tension, the sound of the cars. They're really showing off art there, and I loved it with those 70s saloon cars earlier. But now the points are going to really start mattering. Racing is about to start, and that house shield is up for grabs. So let's take a look at that.
Part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 houses to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Kristensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the Boar's Head. Triple British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship, Dario Franchitti is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the Harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug of war, where the house captains take a grip. As usual,
there's no I in team. The house shield is about everyone at Goodwood.
Well, there we go. That's looking quite interesting. And I think we have got Team Methuen, which is Gordon Shedden's team, that is leading now with 7,258 points. But I love this angle of competition they've added to the members meeting.
Absolutely. Well, I think Gordon must have got a little flash there, got them in the tug of war. I think that's why his head. There's been a few pints up available now. But now we've had the practice, we've had the tug of war. The races are going to get started for the members meeting. So the real points are on offer and things are going to start high up around here.
Let's talk then about the Hailwood Trophy. I mean, it's so exciting seeing these bikes down there and hearing this noise. But let's get into it. I mean, Mike the Bike from Mike Hailwood. This is where it's coming from, isn't it?
Absolutely, and you know, everybody thinks of cars, I think, automatically when you talk about Goodwood Members Meeting Revival, but motorbikes pick up a huge part of the racing weekend, and the first race of this year's event is the motorbikes. It's those 250cc, 350cc ex-Grand Prix bikes, and they sound wonderful, those two-stroke bikes. We've got some great riders out there, and it's going to be a really hard-fought race.
You know, it's good when you can hardly hear each other, you know, when it's really dialing up here at Goodwood.
Well, you wouldn't have Goodwood without the sound. I mean, you know, we had those Can-Am cars, you couldn't hear a thing. Obviously, Chris Goodwin driving that McLaren MP4, that was loud. Gerhard Berger in the Ferrari 640, that was loud. Everything's loud here, but we love it, and that's why we come here.
So, David, are there any riders there that we should be looking out for on the track?
Michael Rutter is always good to watch in this race. He's always up there at the front, so let's see how he does.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. And I think we've got Ed, who's going to be out and about on the track soon, but he is out on the track somewhere. But in fact, let's get more into this race and go to an explainer.
So we are looking forward to the first race of the weekend. Ben Edwards back with you, and motorbike racer James Hayton, who's with me and who's won here at Goodwood in the past on two wheels, but talking about it today, James, and it's really, we're looking forward to this, aren't we?
Yeah, very much. It's a fascinating race. It's at the two halves, if you like. You've got the early Grand Prix bikes like we're looking at now, 350, 250, two strokes, and they're racing in their own class against the big 750 four strokes. So, and it's very, very even. In that top 10, we got 5 two-strokes, 5 four-strokes. So, and there's really very little in it. Just, you know, 0.6 of a second separates that front row of 2 and 4 strokes. That's number 89. That's Maria Costello's RPS Triumph Trident. And yeah, so next to it is a little 250 TZ Yamaha from 1984. So you've got this wonderful mix.
It is a lovely blend. If you're riding either the two-stroke or the four-stroke, does one work better at the start of a race? And I mean, it's not a long race, this. We're not talking about a very long distance race, but is there any advantage at the beginning versus the end?
Not so much. I mean, the two-strokes could be a little bit harder to get off the line. Yeah, they just take a little bit more sort of slipping into the clutch, but there's not a lot in it.
Okay, well, we shall see. We're going to find out. But let's go down and find out from some of the riders with Ed Foster.
Glenn, I'm going to be very quick here because you've been asked to get on your bike. It's going to be a busy race, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a hard one. Some quick lads out there.
Right, well, Glenn, look, we'll let you get your plugs in. 5 bikes within a second.
Yeah, it'll be exciting, promise you.
Enjoy it.
Watch it.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, you said live.
Well, it's going to be fun to see how Glenn gets on, because Glenn set the pace in qualifying on the Yamaha TZ350G by 0.4 of a second. But Dan Jackson, Rob Whitty up there as well, so we'll be seeing them all coming out on track. Looking at John Good on the Rob North Triumph, just warming up the rear at the moment. Got it fired up nicely.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, these Rob North Triumph factory got Rob North, you know, they weren't happy with their chassis, so they got Rob North to build the factory chassis for them, and you know, and he did, and they went to great success. You know, they won the Daytona in '71. You know, they could finish first, second, third that year. The Boldor, the production TT, the F750 TT, they're a really great bike, and it'll be interesting to see how they compare, because these little Grand Prix 2-strokes that we're looking at now, yeah, that is Dan Jackson. Dan Jackson will be one of the men fighting for it. You know, they're much lighter, they're much more nimble. They haven't quite got the top speed of the power of the big 754 strokes, but they make up for corner speed, and also because they're a little bit later on, the development of the suspension's a little bit better. You know, the way the quality of the internals, the way the rear shocks work, aluminium swinging arms. So, you know, it's a real sort of mix of the two. Number 7 there, that's a great motorcycle there. That's the Harley Davidson. It's lovely to see that out. Had a bit of a problem. He only did 2 laps. Duncan Fitchett, so he's right at the back of the grid, but I should expect him now. They fix it to come, you know, further forward.
And it's lovely seeing a number 7 when this is a Barry Sheene celebration as much as it is a Mike Hailwood celebration, isn't it? Because it's the Hailwood Trophy in honour of Mike Hailwood, 9-time various capacity world champion, but also Barry Sheene, 2-time world champion, winning in 1976 and 1977.
Yeah, very much. Both absolute legends in this sport, and you know, it's wonderful to have celebrated at this fantastic event. The sun's come out as well. It's perfect conditions to be riding the motorcycle. I've got to say, I am.
You'd like to be out there, wouldn't you?
Jealous.
Well, it's great to have you with me, I have to say, to talk about how this race is going to how it's going to form and how it's going to develop as we go through it. And yeah, it's going to be a very exciting battle, I think, just to see how it all goes between those 2 strokes, the couple of Yamaha 350s up front, but then you've got the Honda heritage of Rob Whitty in 3rd place, as you say. Another 350, Phil Atkinson, he's up in 4th place, and then that Rob North triumph of Graham Higlett. Michael Russell, going to keep an eye on Michael Russell, always very competitive here at Goodwood.
Yeah, very much so, and next to him, obviously, Michael Rutter as well. Rob Whitty on the front row, he just dropped a cylinder that last bit of the race. They were racing against time to get it back, so I hope that he's out, because he was looking really good on that Honda Heritage, which is basically a CB 750 inline 4-stroke, and so we hope that he's back out. And number 1, the man you mentioned in full spot, Phil Atkinson, an ex-250 GP champion, and it's his first time at Goodwood, so I think he did really well there to be just sort of, what was he, 0.8 of a second off pole. First time at Goodwood. He races in these 350s a lot, and I think that, you know, he might be a little dark horse there, so one to keep an eye out for.
Because he's still learning all the time, but he's fast already, so that's impressive. Maria Costello, you're just seeing her, 89, just going through. She qualified pretty well, actually. She's 13th on the grid in that RPS Triumph Trident T150. So she's further up than the middle. That's going to be a fun place. It's all going to be getting very exciting there. You just saw the number 22 bike coming through as well. So everybody now just beginning to take their places in the lineup.
Yeah, the first man you see there on that yellow, that is the Hadley Honda of Michael Rutter, number 65. He's probably the most successful and famous rider on the grid. He's got 7 TT wins, 29 BSB wins, and you know, he doesn't matter what he swings his leg over, that boy can ride. Number 55 there, we're seeing on the front row in the middle there, that's Dan Jackson. He's on the TZ350, and these TZ350s, as I say, there's 5 of them in the top 10. They dominated World Championship racing from when they came out. They won 11 World Championships, and the best of the lot was the G model, and those 5 bikes are all the TZ250Gs, which basically came out between 79 and 81.
Yeah,
so,
that's interesting. And Dan who won here, Dan Jackson, who won here in 2022, so he won it overall. He won the 2nd race, not the 1st. I noticed that Levi Day, actually, who was very quick here in 2022 and is always pretty rapid, he had a problem, I think, in qualifying, because he's way down the grid, isn't he?
Yeah, he did. He had a clutch problem, and it really bothered him. So again, he only managed to get a couple of laps in, so they were repairing that, and he was hoping to be, you know, he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, but we ought to keep an eye on him, because he is very quick.
Very much
he's
so.
starting down in 28th place, so everybody keep an eye out on the number 37, starting quite near the back, but he is a rapid racer.
And the other man we've got to quickly mention there is on the Exact World Yamaha is, of course, Emanuele Pirro. He's having his first ever motorcycle race, the car legend. You can just see he's got that red bike with a white stripe on it in the middle of you, just to the right of your picture there. So we'll be keeping an eye on him as well.
So we are getting ready for the Hailwood Trophy and the Barry Sheene to be getting underway soon.
Unfortunately, we see Rob Whitty is not there. They have not that. It obviously was too bigger. They know they lost it. He was hoping it wasn't an absolute fundamental problem, but he was worried as they set off for their warm-up lap. So that's a big shame that he hasn't made it for that. Michael Rutter, a little bit, whether that was just being very gentle on the clutch or not, but he was a little bit slow to get going there, number 65.
Yeah, that is disappointing that Rob Whitty's not there, because we had a good chat with him yesterday. And,
we did.
He seemed to be in good form, and I really thought it was going to be nice and reliable. But what a wonderful view this is, everybody. You can really soak it up, enjoy seeing what we're seeing here as they all come out on track, this mixture of machinery. And yeah, if you're very specific about what you're looking for, the numbers, if on the bikes there, if they've got the blue background to the number, then that's the 350s, the green background's the 250s. If it's a sort of white background, it's more the 4 strokes. But it's just, we'll try and pick it out. Let's have a look at the lineup then. We've seen the front row of the grid, a bit further down the order. Maria Costello starting down in 13th place. Emanuele Pirro starting in 20th place. This is his first ever actual motorbike race. He tried to do it last year, but didn't have the consistency or the reliability, to be honest, with the bike. So that's why he's a long way down. Alan Cathcart also had problems earlier on. So he's right down at the back. I hope he's actually there, because the Ducati 750 SS, beautiful machine, whether it's actually going to be running okay, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. See, it's a very unique thing, that great big V-twin, and it looks like...
But it's there.
DKW, that one was... This is your pole man, number 25, Glenn English, on that TZ350G. You could spec them different. You could have them with mag wheels, you could have them with spoke wheels. They look sort of a lot more classic with the spoke wheels that he's got. And the bike next to him is actually the same model, but with a slightly different setup from the factory when you bought it, and it looks a lot more contemporary.
It does.
Yeah, there's nothing between them.
Nothing to choose, no, that's right. But here we are then, looking forward to it all getting underway. And everybody getting into position now on the grid. As we take a look at Phil Atkinson, who was, as you say, very competitive. He's starting in 4th place, so he's just on the 2nd row. That's going to be a pretty good place to begin. And we'll see how the 4 strokes get on as well. Without Rob Whitty there on the grid, that means that actually Graham Higlett is the top, isn't he, of the 4 strokes?
He is indeed, and he's got a nice clear run, as does Andy Hornby behind him, so no one in front of them there. Green flags are being waved, so they will get ready. Everyone is in gear.
They're all set for the start. And here we go, the 81st Members Meeting underway. The Hailwood Trophy is starting well. And what a good start from Dan Jackson. He's snatched the lead immediately. Graham Higlett, number 51, has also gone well.
Yeah, he did. He came through. And as we saw from the start, Michael Rutter really struggled to get the Honda off the line. So he's just back a little bit there.
Here comes Phil Atkinson on the outside, though, battling away with Glenn English, the pole man, who didn't get off the line, but he's going to battle hard. We know how feisty he can be.
Yeah, he can indeed. It's always a bit careful these early laps. You've just, after sitting on the grid for a bit and in the waiting area, you've lost a little bit of temperature, so you've got to go easy, especially on the left-handers. This left-hander here is the first left-hander you've got to, so you've got to be a bit steady, a bit careful on the throttle. Just coming in there a little bit wide there, just because of exactly that.
Look at this, battle for the lead already, and straight in there. Glenn English has taken the lead away from Dan Jackson. That was brave stuff on this opening lap. Good start by Andy Hornby from 8th. He's up to 5th. But in that little lead group is still a bit away. Look at the speed that Glenn's going with.
Well, Glenn, he just seems, it's like his tyres are absolutely up to temperature. He's got so much more confidence there. Atkinson just going round Higlett there. So the first 1, 2, 3, we got all our TZ350 little Yamahas. Higlett's having a look up the inside, can't quite do it.
I tell you what, though, Andy Hornby, who's at the back of this group, he's the first of the 4 strokes, I think, at the moment, and he's looking for a hat-trick of victories. Have we got another one up there?
Yeah, we just got Higlett there, number 51, just coming through.
Higlett. Sorry, yeah, so he's 2nd in that class at the moment. There you are, he's behind him. So that 51 versus 42 is the battle in the Sheene Trophy, effectively. And the number 42 bike, that man is looking for a hat-trick here in this event over the last 3 years.
Yeah, you also saw Michael Rutter and Michael Russell in the back of the picture, both of whom came from a pretty poor start, so they'll be coming through. But it is English that leads from Jackson and Atkinson. This is the leading four. The second, this is Andy Hornby there on the RPS Trident.
Yeah, he's trying to close up that gap to Graham Higlett on the Rod North triumph, so that it's really going to be a close one. Number 68 trying to fight the way through as little bit as well. Michael Russell. The start didn't go so well for Michael because he started 6th. He's dropped down just a little bit, and now we've got a battle for 2nd place.
We have indeed, or someone's out. Is that 6? Not quite 50. So that is that's George Thomas. So unfortunately for George Thomas, he's given us a TZ350A, a 75, so an early one, and a little problem for him there. But look at that, Phil Atkinson, number 1. He's come past Jackson and he's closing in to me. Looks like he's closing in on Glenn English.
Well, you told us to watch out for Phil, and he's certainly getting in there, but Dan Jackson right behind him there, number 55, is still part of the game. These 3 seem to be getting away from everybody else at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what lap time we did. The fastest lap in practice was 1:27.2. You know, as they come out and they head to the line. Yeah, I think let's have a little look as they cross the line. So 1:26.8 for Atkinson. That's the fastest lap of the weekend. Those leading 3 all in the 27s, and also Hornby was in the 27s as well, 1:27.9. So.
I tell you what, Glenn is great through that first corner magic. He opens up a little bit of a gap there, but there are other places where Phil Atkinson is definitely gaining some speed.
And speaking to Phil, he was really struggling with turn 1. And when you first come to Goodwood, it is such a difficult turn. It's late, it's bumpy.
Look at this. This is a 4-stroke battle.
It is. He had a good look there, didn't he, Hornby? This is where we can see Higlett in front, Hornby just behind, and catching them all the time. Look at that great shot there from the drone, seeing the guys come through.
So the top 3 back down into Levant, about to go onto the long straight here, where they'll be picking up speeds of about 140 miles an hour down towards the end of that straight. Then you've got the gap between them and the 2 triumphs that are battling to try and be the fastest of the 4 strokes. And it's all looking very, very exciting. We shall have to see how it goes. There has been a little bit of an incident, so we'll just have to see if there are some yellow flags out at the moment. The leaders will have to watch that. It's coming up to a section that could be some yellows. Yes, there are some
yellow
yellows.
flags here. I think the guys have got it away. Oh no, the rider, was there a rider there? I can see a green flag on the exit. Oh no, it is a red flag. You see a red flag there in the background as well.
Yeah, so the race is being stopped. It is a red flag. The riders are taking full notice of that, and this race has been a red flag. So they were being cautious, so they saw the yellows going through that section, but they have stopped the race, and that means that everybody else now who's coming through that section, they're not being guided through the chicane. They're being told to go straight on so that they can sort out the situation there. And the marshal's right on target once again to help and sort out whatever's going on. So the leader, Glenn English, had crossed the line with a tiny gap last time they actually officially crossed the line of just 0.073 of a second.
Yeah, 700ths of a second. It was really hotting up there, but it's very easy to do. Just lap 2 they were on then, and the left-hand side. Oh, that is Levi Day.
Oh, yes.
So Levi Day.
We were talking about Levi. He was starting very far back, down in 28th place. He got up to 13th place.
Oh, actually, so I think this is a different thing from the red flag. I think he's just pulled off the track.
Yeah.
Red flag was actually at the chicane, and
yeah, this is somewhere else. So there's obviously been a mechanical issue, I would think, for Levi here. And what a shame, because he had made some good progress. He'd just gone past Maria Costello. She crossed the line in 15th place before the red flag came out. So she's still going well, but and Emanuele Pirro, by the way, he's down in 20th place, his first ever motorbike race. So he's still going at the moment, and he's just trying to learn a bit more each time he goes around. The leaders now obviously taking it very steady, because they went through the chicane, carried on before the red flag came out, so they have to do an extra lap effectively.
Yeah, it was kind of still just under the yellows as they came through, as you say, and then the red as they came out. So. But it is, as I say, just because there's not too many left-handers at Goodwood, and those early laps, you've just really got to respect the left-hand side of the tyre. That chicane is it does catch people out periodically, coming out of there on the throttle. The right-hand side's already up to temperature, but the left-hand side just takes that little bit longer.
Yes, that's right. So the race is being brought to a temporary halt, so the riders are down in the pit lane at the moment. We certainly saw a good battle getting away there with that, particularly the top 3. Glenn English just about controlling it. It wasn't a good start for Glenn. Off the pole position, he really didn't get off the line particularly well, but he fought himself back into the lead very quickly.
Yeah, he did. He had a little bit of wheelie, and it just sort of came down, and that was a problem for Glenn off the start.
Right, let's go down to the pits and join Ed Foster.
Right, well, all the bikes have pulled up into the pit lane. I'm going to sort of walk and talk in, so I'd say try and keep up, but you walk a lot faster than me. So this is kind of a nightmare situation, obviously, for the riders, because bikes were all up to temperature. Oh, Emanuele. Well, we can't not say hello. Emanuele, seems to be going very well.
Yeah, every meter I'm learning something, but it's incredibly exciting. I never rode with all the people around, so I was quite nervous at the start, but it's so cool. It's so cool. I had massive respect for the riders before riding, and now I have even more.
Well, I think we've all got more respect for you now. Cheers, Emanuele. So we're going to keep trying to get down, because what I want to do is try and catch the group of three, the front, Dan Jackson and Glenn English and everyone, because what a battle they were having. So before we bumped into Emanuele there, what I was saying was that everything was up to temperature, everything was warm, the tyres were warm, the brakes were working, and then they've got to do it all again, and you have that first lap. So actually, it looks like all those bikes are actually on the circuit. So let's talk to some of these guys. Forgive me. So you then have that first lap where it's a bit of a leap of faith, and the commentators James and Ben were talking about this, that you just don't know how much grip you're going to have. So look, let's jump in here. I'm sorry to interrupt. It looks like a busy first few laps.
Yeah, a bit frantic, but what you expect, so yeah, no problems. All good.
Bike seems to be going well?
Yeah, running fine, yeah. Nice and noisy, as you want it. Yeah, it's good.
And now these tyres, are they fairly predictable when they're cold, or do you just have to be quite careful?
They get up to temperature straight away. They are excellent tyres, yeah. Avon AM 22s and 23s, brilliant tyres. First lap, you're on it straight away.
Great, because that rubbish is everything I've been talking about. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, right, let's got Duncan here. Duncan, you're looking at how are things? I know you've had a few problems.
Yeah, the bike's going quite well at the moment, but I'm a bit shook up because the ambulance pulled out in front of me at 120 miles an hour. So I've never had that in 40 years of racing. So I'm a bit shocked.
I can imagine. Well, we'll leave you to it. It's good to see that Harley running well. We've got Nick. Nick, it's always a difficult time, this, isn't it? Just sat around sort of waiting to get going again.
It is, but safety is safety, and exactly the right thing's been done, so all we can do is be patient.
How's the bike going?
It's going very well, thank you very much. I had a bit of a water leak in practice, but we seem to have cured it, so no excuses.
I take it those are tears of joy on your face rather than air getting through your visor.
It's beads of sweat.
Well, enjoy the rest of the race. Yeah. Right, so we've got. Here we go. Let's jump in here. Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt everyone. Apologies. When I arrive, everyone disappears. They all back away. Good opening stint. Everything working all right?
Yeah, very good. It's only a 250. Got a good start, so was enjoying it. Just tucking in as best I could. See what happens from there.
I take it, so with the 250s, how big is the difference? I know this is 100cc, but...
There's quite a lot of difference in terms of power, but it's quite nimble. So basically, you've just got to hold the throttle open and maybe where others aren't. But you've really got to ride them to get them around the circuit as quick. They've got a lot less overall power, but also a lot less drive in the mid-range. So it's pretty much, just pin it as much as you can and hope for the best.
So you're probably falling over everyone at the chicane and then you watch them disappear down the straight?
No, equally as quick, but you can catch them in. You lose a bit coming out. But we were going all right there with the big bikes, so it wasn't too bad.
Excellent. Enjoy the rest of it.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
I can see just over my shoulder, sorry, Ian, just deserting that, Maria. A great qualifying session, and race seems to be going okay.
Yeah, I love this bike. I can't thank Sam Broad enough for letting me ride this beautiful Triumph Trident again. It's just really enjoyable, and to be racing here at Goodwood in the sunshine is fantastic. I hope whoever came off is okay.
I'm going to chat to Sam. Why not? Sam, it's your bike. It's always a bit odd sort of watching your own bike leave the assembly area.
Yes, I'm normally used to riding it myself, but it's very nice to have Maria on it for this meeting, and it is odd. Yeah.
And how tricky are these to kind of keep in fine fettle?
Luckily, I know a man who's very good at doing that, such things, who I know you know is Andy Hornby, who's over there, and he looks after the bike for me. So, I'm not allowed near spanners or sharp objects normally.
Yeah, your fingernails are far too clean. Well, look, best of luck at the rest of the race.
Thank you. Cheers.
I can see Michael Rutter walking past. Michael, what was going on the line? Just a tricky bike to get off the line?
Yeah, it just won't go, you know. It's just it just bogs down. I think, oh no, here we go, and I'm scared of getting hit from behind. So it's just a bit of a worry, and everything I've tried it just won't go off the line. But might be just a bit more practice, might get it there.
But once you're going, it seems to be going pretty well.
Yeah, it's good, you know. It's an original bike from, you know, it is the original bike, and it is lively in a few places. But yeah, I'm starting to get used to it a bit, and trying to drag them in, and then obviously red flag came out. So hopefully a better start in the next one.
Well, enjoy it.
Cheers, thank you.
I love that. The master of the understatement. A little bit hairy in a few places. I think it's probably a little bit more than that. Who have we got here? We've got Gordon. How was the first stint?
A bit exciting, with obviously with the red flag and whatever. Track is still beautiful, the sun is out, and it's a pity that these things happen. But I was coming up behind the rider, Alan, who fell off, and there was oil coming on my visor. And I thought, as we came past the pits, I'd wave to them here to say, too late. And poor chap is slid off. But
with the, I know there's obviously there's four strokes as well, but with the, you've been around bikes long enough. But with these two strokes, they're always famous for sort of seizing, and you didn't get any warning. But it must be a little bit better now.
Oh, loads better. I mean, I've ridden two strokes forever in the Isle of Man, and every circuit in the country really. And I think I've had one seizure when I'm going along. They're much cleverer, and the oil is the main difference. Modern synthetic oils, you can run them at 50 to 1, 40 to 1, and they don't seize anymore.
And do you still ride with the fingers over the clutch, just in case?
Picture me riding a motorbike, my fingers are on the clutch lever. And if there was one on an MG, I'd have them on there as well.
So really, even now, even with the better oils, you're still hovering, just in case?
Yeah, absolutely, four-stroke. Anything I ride now, it's just automatic. Ready there.
That's probably because you're paying for the engines.
Also, I have to answer to my wife.
Right, yes, of course. Well, yeah, don't stop doing that. Excellent. Well, look, let's. They seem to be getting bikes back on the grid. We've got Michael here. Why not? Just always bumping into you. It's always a difficult hanging around, isn't it?
Yeah, it's you don't know what to do really. It's a bit mixed emotions, and the adrenaline's still flowing. So, but the track's great. The sun's out. We're still here at glorious Goodwood. So.
Yeah, I mean, you looked as though you're going really well in that first few laps.
Yeah, I am struggling with a lack of horsepower, I'll be honest. It's taking some commitment to get back up.
You've read that book, The Rider's Excuses, I think it's called?
No, I was co-author.
Oh, right.
Co-author, yeah, definitely. But no, it's a privilege to be here, and let's hope we keep going.
Well, I'm sure we can see bikes going back on the track now. So let's go back to the commentators.
Thanks very much, Ed. Lovely to hear from the riders. And what we've heard is Alan Cathcart did step himself up into the ambulance, so I think he's okay. It was a real shame. And it was interesting to hear that there was oil. That's probably what the coming out of the bike that probably put him off.
Almost certainly, it was. As you heard Gordon say there, you could see oil coming off it. So unfortunately, that's what's caught him out. But great news to hear. He walked to the ambulance and. If you want to come off anywhere around here with a bit of oil, that's the corner you want it on.
Alan, a real star of motorbikes for many years, about writing about them, but also riding them and racing them. So
he has ridden probably more Exotica than any other rider in the world, whether it be Rossi's factory
test driving it, or test riding all sorts.
He has ridden just about everything. So that's wonderful. That's the Honda CB750 of Gordon Russell we're looking at there. Gorgeous thing. It's a replica of the originals. The originals are very rare and very valuable, but very similar to Michael's one behind there, Michael Rutter's 65, being based on a CB750 and inline 4 Honda. Having a good look at it. Very nice.
Yeah.
Really sort of classic look, obviously from the early 70s. It's a 72, Michael's one.
It's very much the start of the superbike era, really, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah, this F750 class, and you can see Julian Soper. This was his motorcycle, and he did really, really well on that bike, and he really sort of put it on the map, and it's done a lot of work. That's Maria Costello's Rob North Trident that we spoke about earlier.
It was great to hear her. She's really enjoying it, isn't she?
She says it's one of her favourite bikes she's ever ridden. It's beautifully prepared. You have a look at it. It's a really nice thing. And those Rob North chassis, which were very, very hard to get hold of. The Triumph factory had them made for them and wouldn't give them to anyone else. And in fact, when you actually look at the two, there's the JPS Triumph Trident of Andy Hornby, and I do apologise, the Maria Costello's is the same. They couldn't actually, the story behind those was that the RPS stands for the Richard Peckett Special. He wanted a Rob North chassis, Triumph wouldn't sell him one. And he quit his job as a carpenter and he went to work at Dave Deegan, who already made the Triton chassis, and he developed his own as a mix between the Norton Featherbed and the Rob North chassis, and it went on to great success. And that's what they're riding there. So you've got the both of them there are the RPS. The Richard Peckett Specials, and lovely things there too.
Yeah, and as we were told, Andy Hornby, who's riding that one and is in that battle to win in the four-stroke class, he prepares the number 89 bike as well, so he prepares both these bikes for this event. And Maria's really enjoying it. It's lovely to see her. MBE Brit from Northampton, who held the Guinness World Record for being fastest woman at the Isle of Man TT, until beaten by Jenny Tinmouth in 2009. But her history in motorbike racing has always been good. She's missing riding a sidecar this weekend as well.
Yeah, we had a little chat with her, didn't she? And, she said she'd like to have had a crack on that. She's also helping out young female racers in the UK for Fei Ho, and she's a real star in the sport. She's done a lot for the sport, so it's good to see. This is Michael Russell's. This is it's a mixture. It's got a Norton Commando engine in a Manx chassis, and you can just see there. You can see the oil that's come out the bike. So, as we say, it doesn't look like it was his fault. He's been dropping a bit of oil. He's got it on the left-hand side of the tyre, and he's got to that left-hander, and down he's gone. The guys are on the scene. Great guys here, just getting a bit of cement dust on it, brush it up, and get rid of it.
Yeah. It's a good idea. So, it's fantastic to get it all cleared up. So it's going to be just a few moments, and we will then see them back out in a little while. In the meantime, David Green has been out and about.
Well, I'm here with artist Jason Brooks. You normally got your overalls on. You're suited and booted today.
Yeah, unfortunately not. It's such a beautiful day and it's always such an amazing event. I wish I was racing this weekend.
No cars this weekend?
Not for me, but there's lots of things to watch, and it's good to see some other competition for future on in the year.
Well, of course, you've been a member for a while, Jason. You love coming here to race, but is it just as much fun being a spectator?
It is. It's one of those extraordinary events. I love the members' meeting, probably maybe more so than a revival, just because it seems slightly more intimate.
And you're obviously a house member. We're talking about houses this weekend. Yeah. Which house are you in?
I'm Albany.
Ah, so you have a new captain this weekend.
I do indeed, exactly. Yeah. I think we'll all have to get into the tug of war.
Now, what can we expect to see you in coming up with the cars? You preparing anything you can talk about?
Yeah, I'm just preparing a TVR Griffith, so I'm excited to hopefully race that this year. And there's a few events coming up. So,
well, last time you raced, I interviewed your daughter, and she said she predicted you'd come last in the race, which I thought was very gracious of her. Do you think you've gone up in her estimations with a new car?
Probably not. No. But optimism is a great thing.
Anything you've seen in the paddock today?
There's a wonderful Bizzarini of James Thorpe. That looks extraordinary, and I think it's the first time it's been here, so I'm really excited to see that.
Well, I'll let you go about your business and have a look round, and hopefully we'll see you in your overalls again soon here.
Wonderful. Take care. Cheers, David.
Many enthusiasts and stars here this weekend, but we are now getting ready for the bikes to come back out on track. They have cleaned up the surface, put out some dust, and we are going to be getting them onto the race. And the plan is for them to do another warm-up lap from the pits round to the grid, and then we'll have a new start and a race distance of 5 laps. So we're still going to see some pretty serious racing.
Yeah, it's going to be a real sprint now, down to 5 laps. The guys were also on that warm sighting lap. Just have a little chance to have a look at that oil. They'll just have to cross it for a split second on line, but it will soon wear a groove through that with all the bikes going over it. So it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Jamie O'Brien just about to head off. He qualified 10th originally on his Yamaha TZ350. And now, of course, everybody will be lined back up in the order that they were, presumably, when they went over the line after that first part of the race. We shall see how that goes, and then we'll get into the more serious action. And we saw it pretty close, there's no doubt about it. Glenn English, Dan Jackson, Phil Atkinson were all fighting hard up in the top 3, but they can see if they can. A couple of them will want to get off the line a little bit more effectively than they did last time.
Yeah, certainly Michael Rutter, but he's obviously just struggling with that for some reason. Maybe this time just really try and keep it pinned and just ride that clutch, but then you don't want to burn out the clutch. It's a real compromise, and obviously some of these motorcycles, you know, they only get brought out once a year, but the rest of the time they're in a collection or a museum, so some of them, you know, they can have a few little idiosyncrasies that you need to sort of get used to, and it's a different style of motorcycle anyway. You know, it's from 1971. It's got a different feel to it, and you know, Michael only rides it, you know, once every blue moon. So I'm sure that he'll have learned from that first time, and he'll be looking to improve greatly on it this time.
Okay, well, they're all back out on the track once again, and they will do this lap and then set off once more for a 5-lap race, and hopefully we'll get some more close battles all the way down. It is a wonderful view of these motorbikes from the 1970s and into the early 1980s. So the TZ 250s and 350s from Yamaha, they were very much throughout the 1970s. In 1974, the Yamaha TZ350 saw it really was the introduction of a new class. We've got the lineup there once again, and in fact we are on the original grid pattern there. Remember, Rob Whitty not actually able to start anyway, so it looks like we're on the original lineup, so everybody gets another second chance basically to start from where they did on the first run. And we'll see whether Emanuele Pirro, who's starting 20th, maybe he'll be quite happy to have another second opportunity to get off the line, because it's all so new to him, learning how to ease that clutch on his left hand as he opens up the throttle and trying to get it right. It's a new thing to learn.
Yeah, it's also the lines are, you know, quite different on a motorcycle, and Michael Russell's saying it's Michael Russell's bike that he went out and did a day with him at Donington, and you know, he was just very much to come out very, very late in, incredibly late apex, really forcing on his side, whereas on the motorcycles you come in a little bit earlier and try and sort of get it, you know, peeled in and then up as quick as you can. So there's also a sort of slightly different technique which you're not going to get instantly on your first bike ride, so he's doing an incredible job.
No, you're absolutely right. I remember when watching the bikes go around Brands Hatch, for example, when I used to know the lines because I was an instructor there, and seeing the bikes turn so much earlier.
Yeah.
Something like Paddock Hill Bend, you know, it's
just the nature of the, you know, you haven't got that grip, and you know, you have to do it in a certain way, and you're turning in as late as you can, but it's much earlier than you can in a car.
Yeah, absolutely, very different. But no, I think Emanuele Pirro is absolutely loving the opportunity to do this.
He's enjoying it, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I mean, you can see how excited, you can see how wide-eyed his eyes were when Ed was talking to him in the pit lane, which was lovely to see. So they're all beginning to line up once again, and this time it'll be a second start. Number 45 has just headed into the pit, so there's obviously a problem for Seb Perez on his Yamaha. He's just come straight into the pit lanes, unfortunately, so things are not going so well. We've got a few missing, as we know anyway, from that front row. Rob Whitty in particular missing from that front row, and a few more missing. But we're still going to be in for a good race, I am absolutely sure of that. So as the engines fire up, we've got a green flag from the back of the grid. We're all set to go racing once again. The Hailwood Trophy featuring the Sheene Trophy here at Goodwood at the 81st Members Meeting underway once again, and this time it's a much better start from Glenn English, number 25. He gets away far more effectively this time, but up the inside with Graham Higlet, number 51, making another good start.
Yeah, Michael Rutter had a nightmare off the start there, much worse. It looked like it completely bogged down. He had an initial launch, and I don't even know if he's managed to get it going. I think he has. Whereabouts is he? But he was really, there he is.
Wow, that far down, really?
No.
Oh, see, so sorry, I didn't realise.
Yeah, he just couldn't get it. It just seemed to bog and die. But Glenn English, the man who was leading the first bit, he's out in front in first. You can see it's a little bit closer. Who have we got? Oh.
Andy Hornby's not made such a good start this time, so he's going to have a bit more work to do. Number 42, he's a little bit further down in the pack. But look at the way that Glenn English is getting away.
He's so confident on these early laps with the tyres are that bit cooler. You know, he really is. You can see that confidence. He knows the feel of these and gets going. We've got Higlett in second there on the Bob North Triumph 150, number 51. Atkinson's just come past him, and then behind him, climbing all over the back, was Dan Jackson.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff, and we're seeing some good moves up through the order. Jamie O'Brien's done pretty well, but the race leader, Glenn English, is absolutely flying at this stage and taking full advantage. So Phil Atkinson now up into that second place. Can he start to close the gap? Remember, it's a 5-lap race. They've already done one, pretty much. Only 4 laps to go.
Yeah, sorry, Glenn just had a little bit of movement there, just hitting that little bit of oil coming out on the chicane on that first lap. Let's have a little look what's he got. 1.3 second lead over Atkinson in second. Jackson's now up to third. Higlett fourth. Michael Russell there in fifth.
Yeah, and this is so the leader in the 4 strokes is actually in third place now. So, oh no, it's just been changed because he's just been passed by Dan Jackson. Dan Jackson's come up to third. He didn't have a very good start this time, Dan Jackson, did he?
No, he didn't. But he's coming through now in third. And, that doesn't look like 1.3 seconds anymore either. I think when we see that next split, we're going to see that Atkinson has closed a little bit of time off English there.
Andy Hornby in the background, but also look at Michael Russell. That was a good move.
Beautiful move. He's so smooth and neat, Michael. Again, you know, he rides everything really, really well. That's the man we're talking about, number 68, just coming in.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. Up front, Glenn English is definitely coming under pressure from Phil Atkinson now. So that early lead that Glenn developed, it's not looking quite such a big lead as they're heading around on this lap. Still a good battle here. Jamie O'Brien, 74. Here's the battle for the lead. Look how close they are.
Yeah, it was 1.3 seconds when they came over from the line for the first lap, but that's down to just maybe 2 or 3 tenths, if that, as they come out. Atkinson looking very, very good. About to put him under a little bit of pressure here. Got to watch that little bit of oil, watch that left-hand side of the tyre, and out they come.
And you can see Glenn English is always absolutely on the limit, but it looks to me as though Phil's got a little bit more control. He's just taking his time. That was the fastest lap by Phil. He's just done a 1:26.8. My goodness, that was a really good lap time.
So he really wants to, this is where he could do, we're just learning a little bit from Glenn. Glenn's so good round turn 1. He could do much worse when you're learning this track. You know, he said that's the one place he's really struggling. So to have a little look at Glenn there for a lap or two, get that line right. He looks good everywhere else. But that first turn is tricky, and Glenn has got it now. Glenn can win here at the Revival. You know, he can win on these. He's a great all-round rider.
Down the inside, he's gone for the lead, and he's done it. So Phil Atkinson has taken the lead from Glenn English. Glenn will try and come back, though.
Yeah, he will. He certainly won't be giving up. So he'll be having a good look in. And in the background, let's not forget about Jackson. Jackson's putting a really good lap here. He looks like he's coming right back on these guys as well. That's the man we're talking about, Dan Jackson. Again, these three all on TZ350Gs. These bikes dominated, as we said earlier, the World Championships. For that period, they won 11 World Championships. These TZ350s, they were the bike to have. You could just go and buy them out the store. This is the Hailwood Trophy as we're seeing, and this is that move. Atkinson just ran it around up the inside, and he had the line for the left-hander. A really nice move there at St Mary's.
Yeah, beautiful late braking, but beautifully under control. So Phil Atkinson is now the race leader. Bike number 1, looking to try and take victory. Just 2 laps to go now. 3 laps completed in this restarted race. But as you mentioned, Dan Jackson, number 55, he's really caught the top 2. He's beginning to put Glenn English under some serious pressure.
Yeah, and he did 20. He was the fastest out of the leaders on that last lap at 26.8 compared to the Atkinson's 27.5. So he took 0.7 of a second out of him. Atkinson really just trying to push the pace, though.
It's a good battle for 4th and of the 4 strokes as well. So that's for the Barry Sheene Trophy. That is actually very close. This is for the Hailwood Trophy, effectively. And it is, yeah, you're absolutely right. They're still very close together. Phil Atkinson hasn't managed to pull away.
Now, you've got these the 2 strokes up front, and as you say, then you've got Higlett, Russell and Hornby, and they're separated by just half a second as well. For even though 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in their class, it's 4th, 5th, 6th in the race.
Phil Atkinson now on to the back straight. He's got good speed in a straight line, has a glance over the shoulder, just to see where Glenn English is. Glenn will always go on the attack. We've seen him here at Goodwood in the past, but also Dan Jackson, former winner. Oh, and here we go around the outside. He's trying to go around the outside there, English. Meanwhile, further back, Andy Hornby's now got up into 4th place. That's a really good move from him, because he didn't make the best start. So we've got battles amongst the 2-strokes, but also battles amongst the 4-strokes as well.
Yeah, you can hear those completely different sound. Here come the little parallel twin 350s coming past. That little high screaming revving 2-strokes. Yeah, they rev much higher. They've got pretty much nothing below 8,500.
We're on to the final lap. I have no prediction here. It could be either of these three, couldn't it? Taking the win.
Yeah, very much. And look who's got back in front of turn 1. Yeah, that's a lovely move by Glenn English. So
well, he'd actually done it just before. I think he did it on around the outside down at Woodcote or at the chicane. So he's got the advantage. But I'm not sure he's going to hold on to it, because it looks to me as though Phil's kind of in control. Let's see. But he's going to run out of time, because we've got, what, half a lap? Less than half a lap.
Yeah, so as they come in, you see that big bump there, you've got to watch it as you come out here. They all come in 3 completely different lines there. As he got back in now, it's so tight here, and the slipstream is going to be critical as they come out of Levant onto this Levant straight. This second right, you've got to get a really nice drive, beautifully done. All 3 very, very neat. But it's Atkinson that's got the slipstream.
So Phil Atkinson, he's got the slipstream. Can he find a way past? As Jackson also getting involved on the inside as well. Which way is it going to go in the Hailwood Trophy? All 3 fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number 1, but watch out. Yeah, back up the inside goes Glenn English. Beautiful. I knew he was going to try that. Can he hold on into the chicane? The final run through the right and left of the chicane, and Glenn's holding on to it. Yes, Glenn English is going to take the... No, he's slowed down. Suddenly, problem crossed the line. I don't know what happened. Atkinson takes the victory. English is second. Wow. Oh my goodness, I don't know quite what happened. What's been happening in the 4-strokes?
Yeah, well, it was Hornby that just grabbed it from Russell. I mean, we had some really good battles there. It was Atkinson, English, Jackson come from just 0.4 of a second. Then behind them, that Hornby, Russell, Higlett. And again, there was just a few tenths of a second separating those boys as we look a bit further back to number 36. That's for Mullen, just ahead of Goodings. So some really great battles there. And I don't know what happened to English there, whether he just caught a little bit of drive. Just lost a fraction of drive coming out on Mr. Gear, possibly.
Yeah, something happened because he almost waved his hand.
Oh, that's a shame. That's Luke Hedger.
Okay.
So Luke Hedger there, he's just crashed on the last lap.
That's a shame, as you say. But well done to Phil Atkinson. And you did tell us, keep an eye on Phil, because he's not so experienced at Goodwood, but he's a great racer, a lot of experience.
Yeah, that's right. Really nicely prepared bike. He rides everything. He's been in the British Championship for a long while in lots of different classes, always competitive. And you just had the feeling if he was that close already, he was going to put in a good showing. But what a great race we had to start the weekend.
That was brilliant. And I'll tell you what, also, Andy Hornby is on target for his hat-trick of victories in the Sheene Trophy in the 4-strokes, because he was the top finisher of the 4-strokes. He's finished in 4th place. If he does it again tomorrow, he'll be on for the combined victory, and that would give him 3 years in a row of winning that class.
Which is very impressive, especially when we see, you know, it's hard to keep these bikes going all the time. So it's also such a merit for the quality of how he's putting those bikes together and preparing them.
Absolutely.
And that's the man we're talking about right now. And that is number 42, Andy Hornby. He's on the JPS Triumph Trident from 1972.
Oh, it's lovely to see.
Lovely sounding thing, isn't it? That triple as well.
Yeah. So that's been really fun to watch. And Phil Atkinson doing a great job. So has Andy Hornby done a fabulous job once again, and looking for that hat-trick of victory.
And look at this. This is coming
talk me through it.
Coming into the final turn, it looks like you can see Glenn English is in front. Atkinson goes up, and he goes a bit wide, and English squares him off, and he's now got the run to the line. You think he's probably got this now. But then we come through the chicane, we go right, left, and I think he misses a gear. I think he just misses a gear coming out, and that's what costs him. And he puts his hand up, he's still on full throttle, but it just looked like you saw him almost sort of double tap his left foot, but it was this man, Phil Atkinson, who's done a great job, the South African, and really he'll be over the moon with that first time to Goodwood and snatching a win.
Number 1 on the bike and number 1 in that race. We'll see whether he does the same. Of course, you've got to do it. You've got to combine the 2 races together to get the overall victory, but that is the first heat win, and that is a very important way to start. Mind you, only won by 0.2 of a second, so that could all change tomorrow.
Yeah, very much. very much so. It's also the reliability, it's getting the bikes prepared. There you can see the results on screen, and what good battles we had. The 3 2-strokes up front, and then the 3 4-strokes behind.
Yeah, lovely to see. Atkinson the winner, Glenn English, Dan Jackson, then Andy Hornby, as you say, top of the 4 strokes ahead of Michael Russell, Graham Higlett, Ian Bain, Jeffrey Vermeulen, Grant Goodings and Mark Linton, who completed the top 10.
Yeah, good for Mark Linton on 250.
Yeah, it was. Good effort from Luke Mossy in 11th place. Maria Costello, she was 12th ahead of Tony Perkin. And Emanuele Pirro, in his first ever motorbike race, he finished in 18th place. Very respectable. So lovely watch. We had to have the restart, but we still had some great battles. Let's go and join Ed Foster.
Right, well, what a race that was. Let's dive in to ruin some celebrations. Phil, I mean, you couldn't have scripted that any better.
Yeah, no, I left it a little bit late there. I've never been here before, so coming down that back straight, he defended so well against the grass, my whole plan went out the window. And I tried to outbrake him, but completely outbraked myself. He got back underneath me, and I thought that was it. And as we came out the left, he touched the oil and had a moment, and it was enough just to get by and get him to the line. So lesson learned, not leave it till the last minute. But yeah, great being here first time, and I'm really happy to get the win.
I dread to think how quick you're going to be in 10 years.
Yeah, hopefully if I'm allowed back, and yeah, hopefully we can improve tomorrow.
Well done. We've got Dan Jackson here. So I saw Glenn disappear off into the distance. Dan, I mean, there was a lot going on in front of you.
That was, yeah, I gave myself a lot of work to do at the start. Why I did that, I don't know, especially on a shortened race. But caught him up, and I thought I might just have nipped it on that last lap, last corner down the back straight. But no, good close race. I appreciate we've had a couple of red flags today. I hope everyone's all right, but I'm glad everyone hung on and got a good race out of it at the end.
It was great to watch. Well done.
Thank you.
As on cue, Glenn arrives. Glenn, we'll let you get a garland. What a race. I mean, it looked like you had it in the bags. By the sounds of things, you obviously just hit a little bit of oil coming out of the chicane.
Yeah, I did, be honest with you. First lap, hit the oil and yeah, had a big slide. And that happened again later on. So it knocked my confidence a bit. So last lap, I thought I'd just try and brake Phil. But his bike's got a good low-down drive. And yeah, because my confidence was sapped on that oil, I weren't prepared to, after seeing the 2 incidents earlier. So yeah, I got mugged a bit, didn't I?
I've got to ask, what do you know about cold tyres that no one else does? Because, I mean, you were over a second ahead by the halfway through the first lap.
Yeah, but just, I don't know.
Well, don't tell anyone. Congratulations, Glenn. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll do it again tomorrow.
What a fantastic race. That's everything from the podium.
Thanks very much, Ed. Well, let's take a little look at some of the highlights of that. And James, it was great fun to watch, of course. We saw some fabulous racing going on in the 2 different categories all the way through.
Yeah, we did indeed, and we got off the start. It was we saw that brilliant start by Glenn English, as you say, touched a little bit. We're looking a bit further through the pack. That was the top number 28 there, the green plate. That was the first 250, but it was these men. It was English, Jackson, and Phil Atkinson who really sort of tussled it out throughout the race. Looking number 22 there, that's Tony Perkin on the. Anyway, back at the front, you can see this was just such a great battle. They closed it right up, and they had to be a bit careful of that oil. You heard Glenn English say that he was a bit worried about that and being caught out.
It's amazing. I'm surprised because he's so brave on a bike, I find, and then yet he was being a tiny bit cautious on that very last run. That was the red flag that caused the initial interruption to the race, and then we got it all underway once again. And Glenn made a slightly better start this time on the right there, number 25. He had such a big lead initially, as Ed was saying to him when he was talking to him just a moment ago. But then we quickly saw the battle between him and Phil Atkinson. Phil got through. But then he was able to come back again.
Yeah, it was a really nice move, and he thought actually he might have done enough here. Then this is coming into the final turn, and Atkinson goes underneath. He runs wide, he gets squared off, but he just touches the oil a little bit. I thought he missed the gear, but that little wobble when we saw his foot move, he was just a bit wide. And I think he just puts his hand up, apologising to the team, because he knows he made that little mistake and handed it. But it takes nothing away from this man, Phil Atkinson, who took that win on that TZ 352.
Beautifully done, and we've got more of that to enjoy tomorrow.
I'm here stood in a field in Goodwood. We're showcasing as much homegrown produce from within the estate. Festival of Speed lands in July when the British produce at its very best. See, hear and I think smell the cars as well. Technically I'm working, hopefully I can nip out for 5 to 10 minutes. If people are into cars at that level, they're going to have an eye for detail and an eye for quality, so it's important that that's replicated in what I serve as well as what's on the track. I'm Ollie DeBoo, cooking at the Surtees Pavilion at Goodwood. Do head to goodwood.com to find out more.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
You've got a crazy bloke who's laying head first in something that can do 170 miles an hour, and then you've got another bloke jumping about on the back trying to keep it upright. It's just not normal, is it? I'm Tim Reeves. I'm 8 times world champion, 6 times British champion, Isle of Man TT winner, 4 times Southern 100 champion. And yeah, I've been racing for nearly 30 years.
I'm Mark Wilkes, Tim's current passenger, and yeah, not quite got as much under my belt as that, unfortunately. I've got a world championship that I won with Tim in 2019.
But he is still the best in the world, that's what I've got. It's an LCR chassis, which is Swiss built. It's powered by a Yamaha R6 engine. This is my Isle of Man TT bike. It's a fully tuned engine. That's that the regulations allow you. As long as it's 600cc, you can do whatever you like. So it's putting out maybe 140 horsepower. It weighs 210 kilos maybe. The bikes that we'll be using then will be aluminium monocoque. They're a little bit longer than this. They would be similar weight, 210, 215 kilos, 130 horsepower probably. You would lap the circuit probably 4 seconds faster on that design of chassis than this. The World Championship bike, the engineering is fantastic, and they're a lot more precise. You've got a bigger scope for adjustment. All 3 wheels are adjustable completely in trail, angle, camber, position backwards and forwards. Whereas on this bike, the front and rear wheel is fixed. You can adjust the sidecar wheel by moving it backwards or forwards, which gives grip or drive to the front or rear. I would say I'm doing everything, but you're not. Without a good passenger, you would not be able to go far. I don't control the balance of the bike. I'm just riding it as hard as I can. When I set off, I don't even think about him. Mark has quite a fine balance. He controls the amount of drift and drive I get, a grip on the front, grip on the rear. If you put a bag of potatoes on the sidecar, you could go around the track, but you wouldn't go very fast. A lot of people can get on a sidecar and go fast straight away, and be aggressive, but not that last second. You need to have finesse. They're like ballerinas, really. A good one, you don't even know he's on the bike. I mean, they quite aggressively move about, but when I'm riding, I never feel him. I wouldn't even know he's on it. And then when you turn to a corner, it just feels like you're on your own. Then you know you've got a good balance, and that's what makes you go fast.
There's no better preparation than actual bike time, being on the bike.
I couldn't do what he does. There's no way I could do it as well as him. I was a good passenger, but I was never as good as he is. They're totally different. It's a special job. I shouldn't say it, but there's probably 4 or 5 exceptional blokes in the world that can do this job, Mark being one of them. If we go by flat out, you wouldn't even see him because he'd be tucked up in such a small ball out of the way.
If you're in the wind, you're just creating a drag, you're slowing it down.
And it's just the feel of what the bike's doing because they dance. They don't just drive around like a car.
No, they're not always.
They're sliding all the time, and the art to get them to get real fast is to find the balance between drift and drive. You need a certain amount of drift to steer it, but too much drift and you lose drive. So you've got to find that balance, and it's a float. It's like the whole thing's floating all the time.
So I can move my body weight further forward or further back.
For example, when we come here in April, we'll go out of the pit lane and I'll ride as hard as I can. 5 or 6 laps, we'll have found a balance. 1 lap we might go into this first corner on the front to push, the next lap it won't, because he'll have moved his weight and put it in the right place. And if he's not in the right place at the right time, it can throw him out. And if it throws him out, I'm upside down.
I started on a novice licence, so I had to work up to get a national licence to be able to go do the World Championship. So yeah, there is a progression.
There is, yeah.
You can't just jump on and go flat out straight away.
Yeah, you'd obviously have to pass your medical, and you'd get an ACU licence, which would allow you then to race at club level racing in England, and you'd have to do 10 race meetings
and be within the sets.
Yeah, at 3 different circuits. Then you would move up a level until you get your national licence. Anyone could go out and buy a World Championship bike like mine and ride it. Yeah, even without a driving licence. You don't even need a road bike licence to race one. I was born into it. My father was a sidecar racer, and the day I was born, he dropped my mum at hospital and went off racing. It was in my blood, but then once you take part in it, it's in my opinion, it's the only form of motorsport you can share with someone. It doesn't matter what you do on it. You can be the best superbiking rider in the world, and then he'll go out on the track and he'll come in. He could have had the best race in his life, but it doesn't matter what he tells anyone. He can't share that experience. With this sport, you do the same ridiculous things sometimes, and you come in and you're like, oh my God, what about that? And you've got a bond because you've just done the same thing you've done.
Well, what a fantastic way to learn a bit more about sidecars from Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. And Tim, who has been the 8-time world champion, 6-time British champion, podiums on the TT on 9 occasions. He's had a TT win as well, and it's lovely to see him and explaining a little bit more about the world of sidecar racing. And what we're going to be seeing now in just a few moments is the head-to-head battles that will be going on, building up throughout the course of the weekend to try and set the fastest single lap pace amongst the sidecars. That's the battle to set the ultimate pace. So they're not racing against each other. They're doing effectively a 1 flying lap at a time. They'll go out, do a warm-up lap, then straight into an instant fast lap. That'll be timed, and that will then set the order for how they go up against each other tomorrow, and then that will decide the final group of 4 who'll be going for the ultimate pace. It's a great thing to enjoy.
Yeah, very much. And if you haven't seen it before, you'll be quite shocked. They're this unusual mix almost between a motorcycle and a car. The way they've got grip, these big, fat, sort of car-like tyres. They've got a lot of grip. They're just over 200 kilos with about 145 brake horsepower. They like to slide, they like to move. And we've got 2 different types of outfits here. We've got the long chassis, sort of short circuit Grand Prix bikes, because we've got lots of world champions out here. This is such a high quality grid. As we see, number 6, this is Todd Ellis and Emanuele Pirro. These are the current world champions, by the way. So they were world champions last year and the year before, double world champions. They've also been 3 times British champions. They're boyfriend, girlfriend. They're also doing their debut at the TT this year. So what we're going to see now is they're out, they're going to do a warm-up lap, which they're on right now. It's really important to get going on this lap, get that temperature into your tyres, then a really out-and-out attack lap, and then a slow-down lap. And when they've, then halfway round the next one will come out, and that's how it will work until we've had all of them come down. So they're out first. They're going to be setting the pace, and look, really watch there how hard that passenger works. He's got to climb, or she actually has it's Emanuele, but she's got to climb all over that motorcycle. You see the leg up in the air, these tiny, see that little movement there
Wheel
as well?
spin. Yeah.
Just because he's trying to force the temperature into those tyres to get it spun up, get the temperature in it, and you just saw he had to back off there. When these slide, you want them to be quite progressive, you don't want them to be grabby, but it's really important the passenger gets down, gets in tuck, and then there's moving to the correct side of the motorcycle all the time to keep the wheels pressed into the deck. So as they come round now, it's the final turn, and just as they come down to the chicane to start their time lap. Really important exit here.
Oh, this is fantastic to watch. Trying to get those tyres up to temperature, I think, as you said, on that out lap, because there's been a bit of wheel spin. This is the lap that now matters, because this is the timed lap. They were quick earlier on today. We saw them out in an early practice session to start the day, but now this is where it starts to really count for the way it progresses throughout the course of the weekend. So Emanuele Clement just leaning as far as possible over to the right through that first section, staying over there through the virtually flat out corner forward water. That is flat out in the sidecar, and she'll stay there a little longer, but then she's got to make the transition because they're going right and then left as they come through St Mary's. So a quick shift to get the bike balanced once again.
And if you look carefully there, you see that rear wheel, the side wheel was just lifting a bit. You can see the scraper that she's got on the bottom that just protects her bottom as it skims against the tarmac. And again, really important coming out of here. Get that drive down, get tucked in, keep that wheel pressed in.
Yeah, less wheel spin this time. So John's got a little bit more grip this time and was maybe a bit more cautious on the throttle. The rider, the driver, who is really keeping his head down. She's now trying to reduce the amount of aero drag on the straight, but now leaping across the back to keep the balance and to... he had to give a bit of a lift there.
He did. He was just a bit hot as they come through again now, getting it done, just skimming it beautifully, exit that time, and they come out. Let's have a little look at what sort of lap time they're going to do as they cross the line. What's it going to be? A 1:23.4. So really good. Yeah, it was a good lap from there. That's quick.
That is pretty impressive, you have to say. Just to bear in mind, when Goodwood was really raced on in the 1960s, and everything was timed, the official lap record held by Jim Clark and matched by Jackie Stewart in racing cars was a 1:20.4. And they've just done a 1:23.4, so just 3 seconds off the lap record in those days. I know this is modern machinery and all that, but it's fun to compare.
Very much, and you've got to remember, a lot of these guys, the first time they've seen Goodwood, it's their first time. They did a few laps earlier on, so they're learning it. They're going to get quicker and quicker as the weekend goes on, but I think they'll be quite pleased with that marker in the sand. The quickest lap from earlier was in the 24s, so already they're in the 23s.
I think that's going to be a tough one for anyone to beat, because we saw how quick they were earlier today.
Yeah, although they had just a little bit of a slide on that initial start of their lap coming out of the chicane, which cost them maybe just a fraction, but the rest of it looked very, very neat indeed. So this is them just coming through on their lap. And as you can see, 1:23.491. Great lap there, and he made a little mistake here as well on the actual on his flying lap. But they're coming in now, and we're about to look at Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson. They're on an LCR, that's them, number 111. And they're again on an LCR, Louis Christian Racing, Swiss firm, that's their chassis. It's got an R6 Yamaha engine in it. It's the long chassis again. There are the two different types, as we said earlier. So he's a little bit more steady on the warm-up lap, just taking his time a little bit more. You can see they're attacking that warm-up lap a little bit harder, the outfit before.
Yeah, well, we're looking at a slightly different form here. I think it will be a struggle for them to get to quite the same pace. Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson, but Kevin, who started many, many years ago, back in 1990, competing in sidecars, but still very experienced.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing selected rounds of the British Championship. They're also doing the full World Championship this year. They're off to the first round at Le Mans next weekend, which runs around the Le Mans 24-hour race. So as they come in, get it hard on the brakes, and they're just a couple of corners away from starting their flying lap now. So let's have a little look. And now, one good thing about the sidecars is they do, because of the big tires, they do clean up the track, and actually it's going to be probably advantageous to go a bit later coming out of here, because that oil is going to be cleaned up. So now they start their lap.
So let's get an idea of the comparisons, and we will be able to look at the sector times as well. So over the line they go, down in towards Madrick, leaping across to as far right as possible, Charlie Richardson. It amazes me how the passenger just puts as much weight over the head, almost down to the ground on that, through those right-handers.
It's also having that confidence to grab you. They're tiny little handles or little handholds in places, so you've got to know exactly where they are. You don't want to be holding too high and to pump your arm up, but you've got to be in the right spot, and it really is. And again, if you look at their rear end, you'll see the sliders that are stuck to it. So when they're going around the left-handers in the right spots, like now, perfect shot. You can just see it just dragging along the tarmac.
It's fascinating. I was just thinking about, having a slightly heavy passenger versus a light passenger. There are pros and cons both ways, of course, because a heavy passenger can lean that weight maybe if they're big as well, lean it out further. But of course, when they're in the bike, that's more weight to the bike. So in a straight line, they may be losing a bit of speed. So it kind of evens out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It sort of swings and roundabouts. I mean, listen, the current world champions, there's obviously the passenger, a lady, and quite slight, but she's strong and powerful, and she can do the job perfectly. So as you say, but you can see great big guys doing it, and they all seem to be much of a muchness.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see that difference. So into the final section of the lap now. This is going to give us a direct comparison. Not quite on the same. Look, we've looked at the sector times.
Sort of 27s, 28s, I think, that sort of area when we cross the line. And have a little look as they come round now.
Cross, and it's actually it's a bit slower than we thought that was going to be.
It was, so they lost quite a bit on that last section, 136.7. So as we say, that is quite a difference on that one. But it's all about seeing them. It's all about different outfits. Everyone's trying it and getting used to it.
Well, we gather there was a bit of a contact. So let's take another look at this. I hadn't seen this. There is a little bit of contact up against the wall on the chicane.
Oh,
yeah.
Just brushed it and just brushed the passenger, and that will have cost them a bit of time, but definitely coming out. So just misjudged that a little bit there. But it's easy to do again, as we say. All these guys are learning the circuit, and he's having a little check to Charlie Richardson there just to see, is my slider still on? He probably felt that it looked nice and gentle in slow-mo, but believe me, you feel it when you do it.
Yeah, bit of a whack against the chicane, and then moving back into place. But that's all part and parcel. For so many people watching this for the first time, it just makes you realise the dramas of riding sidecar. But it really is very exciting to watch, and the partnership, the way they have to operate together so effectively, so important.
Yeah, and the trust that you've got. I can understand that. I can understand being the rider. But passenger, it's you really are putting your faith in someone else.
Yeah, I mean, you told us about how you've had this experience of being a passenger on a sidecar on one occasion, going around Castle Combe, a track not dissimilar actually to Goodwood in many ways. So yeah, no, it's great that you've had that experience. So out on track now, we've got Sean Hegarty and James Neve, and this is we've got two of the TT spec bikes, which are, as you were telling us, a slightly different specification in terms of the length and where the engine sits.
Yes, that's right. Well, you can see they're a lot sort of stumpier. They're much shorter. The short circuit racing world championship motorcycles, they have the engines in the rear. These have the engines in the front. Both the outfits we've seen so far, they're on Yamaha engines. This has a Suzuki GSXR 600 engine in it. They've got slightly narrower tyres. They're set up slightly softer. The Grand Prix bikes just couldn't handle the TT. They're too rigid. They just don't work very well. They can also they can tune their engines though higher than the other bikes. And this looks like a really nice start to his lap there by Sean Hegarty as they come out and cross the line. So these should in theory be a couple of seconds slower if really sort of being ridden, just because they've got a slightly better engine, but the rest of them with the slightly narrower tyres, you saw it fidget a little bit, just coming sort of through there, slightly softer, and that slightly shorter, narrower wheelbase as well.
Well, let's see how it goes through the rest of the lap. Sean from Felixstowe, third in the British Championship in 2014. And but he's had victories in the past third British title rather, I should say, in 2014. He'd have won the title back in 1999 and 2005 as well.
Tell you what, I think if I've got this right in the first split,
look at that.
He is up. He's up on the first split, so he really is flying on this. He's on a good lap here. We saw him grab a little bit of dirt. Will be interesting to see, but he's on that first split. I'm making about a saw.
Look at the slide, my goodness, this is really brave stuff, isn't it?
And it is a bumpy circuit, this. It is quite TTS, so in many ways, maybe this little TT outfit is going to be the better suited to this track, because he really is doing a great job here. And I think this could be a 21, around the 21-22, 1 minute 21-22 second mark.
Sean's not a youngster, is he?
No, he's not, but he's doing a fantastic job here. He just needs a really good exit coming through here. He's attacked it. Oh, the little wheel comes off the ground now as they run to the line, and it's not going to be quite that quick, but it's going to be up there. Let's have a look. So it's going to be 25, you think?
Could well be. It's a really good
126.8.
Yeah.
So it was a very good lap. Very good lap. You know, we thought it would be a couple of seconds slower. He was up on the first split, but he lost a little bit in the later on.
Yeah, but that was fun to watch. They were really on the limit, they were, and held it together extremely well. And I was actually very impressed as well, the way that James, the passenger, when they're on the straights, he can really tuck down very, very low to try and reduce the amount of aero drag on the bike. And you can see he's really throws himself out there.
You see him fighting, you see
how the wheel bounces.
Exactly, that wheel just lifting, and again, he's still using this. You know, they all want to practice, they're all getting used to it, because again, just like anything, you can change your setup, whether it's a bit of preload or rebound or compression, or so there's spring rates. So, they want to try and learn to get the best out of it to do it. But I think that's a good time. We know the world champions, the double world champions, set that fastest time of a 123.4. We know in theory these TT machines should be a couple of seconds slower, so they're thereabouts. I'm very
Let's see,
impressed.
I think there was a little bit of a touch here as well at the chicane.
Yeah, you've got to cut it tight, and again, they do. Just cuts it a fraction fine, and it's easy to do. I've done it on a motorcycle, moved my shoulder, and
this was the bit that was amazing. He's actually hit the curb.
Yeah, and look at that! Look at that!
Look at
that!
the bounce on the grass.
That cost him. That did actually cost him a bit of time there, because he was up. Look at that from that angle. What a great shot there from the cameraman.
Really good, and it just shows you how on the limit it can be, and how the passengers doing their absolute utmost to rebalance the machine. So now out on track, we've got the number 29, Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood. And so 2 times the FIM Sidecar World Championship bronze medalist and British Sidecar champions in 2018 and 2020. So we're going to see some more good attempts being made here.
Yeah, now this is back to one of the long chassis. Again, it's an LCR Yamaha, so the Louis Christie Racing. They've just lost their sponsor, unfortunately, so that's why you're seeing it in the plain colours. But as you say, these guys, multiple British champions, really know what they're doing. The driver, Steve Kershaw, had major open heart surgery back in December 2022, but he was out again winning just 12 weeks later, so he knows what he's doing, and it's a good start to the lap.
Let's have a look then. They're on to the timed lap now, sliding into Madgwick. Bit of correction required, but the hold was good. Ryan Charlwood just keeping in there for the moment, making it all work as Steve Kershaw gets onto full throttle now through Ford Water. Keeps over to the right-hand side for the moment, and then there's that switch.
Yeah, it's really difficult. It's because you've got it so fast, this section. You've really got to get back over that other side so quick, get that hold again, a little bit of shifting, and then again you see them swap, grab that hold, and come into the right of Levant. Such an important. Did you hear it just spinning up there?
Yeah, a little bit of wheel spin again. That's the rear wheel you can see that's actually driving the sidecar. The side wheel, of course, isn't powered by the engine.
No, and a lot of people think that's kind of in line with the rear, but it's not. It's kind of, forward of it to give it that balance. They take a lot of effort with that big square car front tire to get it turned in.
Braking is on all 3 wheels, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, all done by your left foot, so you don't use a conventional front brake. Oh, it came through there. Nice little exit there.
Yeah, he just made the move in time, because that was a little bit tight. But let's just see. So it's a good one. It's the fastest that we've seen.
122.4.
Excellent.
It's a great lap. That was a great lap. Well, I mean, that's brilliant. So that's another second off the fastest time, 1:22.4 from Kershaw. But, Kershaw and Charwood, quality outfit, as you say. They can run, they can win World Championship rounds, they can, they can finish in the top. They're British champions, and that's a great effort from them.
Yeah, good stuff indeed, and I think they'll be happy with the way that that's gone for them. Fastest for the moment, so that means we've had 4 of the 8 set their times so far, and it looks like we are going to be seeing Brian Gray and Sarah Stocco out next. But this is the replay of some of that action, because there were some slight scary moments, weren't there?
Yeah, it was, but I mean, that's the fun of sidecars. They really, it was beautiful. They had a little slide coming in there, but they exited that superbly. That's the best exit we've seen, and definitely gained a little bit of time there. You saw it on the move, but it was nice and progressive when he did move. Wasn't too snatchy, wasn't biting back. And as you say, here we can see Brian Gray on the power bike in sidecar. So Brian's bike, so he was a bit of a late entry here into it, and Sarah Stokop, his passenger, she's they don't normally work together. They did have a couple of rides together about 3 years ago, and I said, are you going to be together from now? And he said, well, let's just see how it goes. So they're going to see how it goes. Again, this is a long chassis, Grand Prix chassis, with the R6.
And of course, Brian's been racing for over 55 years.
Yeah, exactly that. 56 years. Is it? 56 years he's been racing every single year. 73 years old, and doing an absolutely brilliant job. Runs a motorcycle shop in High Wycombe, and you can see him just sort of coming through here and just getting used to it as well. He hasn't been round here at all either. He said it was a mad panic. He had to build the bike. He wasn't sure he was coming till Tuesday, so it was a bit of a job, but we'll see what Brian and Sarah can do.
He probably got a late call, because I know there were 1 or 2 pairings that didn't make it, that had been invited and we were likely to see. They didn't make it, so I think 1 or 2 got a call quite late to say come along, so he was one of those. But it's lovely to see him out there with Sarah, acting as passengers. So they will be going on to their flying lap as they come around this time, and we shall see how it all comes together for them, getting used to the Goodwood lineup as well. So you want a good exit out the chicane, and that's what he's focused on. Actually, you could see he went in fairly slow, but just wanted to make sure he was on the power as soon as he came out the chicane.
Yeah, he did, and so he crossed the line, and
bit of vibration on that front end. Interestingly, even in a straight line, it can be a little bit bumpy, I know, but a little bit of more vibration than perhaps you would want.
Yeah, it's looking quite rigid there, isn't it? It looks like it might just want to be a bit more supple in that turn 1 on those bumps. It is very, very bumpy there. Now they come down to this really beautiful part of the circuit, through Full Water, then down to St Mary's. This gorgeous, really fast right-hander.
Sarah holding on tight there. Oof, bit of a wobble in what is a fast, curving right-hander.
Yeah, they're fidgety old things, and you see a very good example of that there. Now you've got to get across this web. Just missed the apex a little bit there. He was just in a bit hot, couldn't get it back. That's cost him a bit of time.
Yeah.
But again, as we say, it's the first time that these guys have been here, so he's learning the track as well. Oh, very, very wide. Gets on the grass. They're just in a bit hot. And again, it's just a little bit of inexperience on the track, but he's got a lot of experience in racing sidecars, so he deals with it.
He dealt with it well, didn't he?
He did indeed, but it will have cost him a bit of time. But you've got to be super impressed anyway. 73 years old, he's not sitting in an armchair. What's he up to? He's racing a sidecar at 170 miles an hour around Goodwood. Legend.
It is amazing. It's fantastic to watch, and Sarah's doing a great job behind as well. On a bike, on a sidecar that doesn't look quite as smooth as some of the others. It's definitely a bit bouncy, and yeah, she's trying to smooth it all out, but it's not an easy one. But they're coming to get over the line, both of them ducking down, trying to get as much straight line speed as possible. It's not going to be one of the fastest as they come over the line, but they have completed it at a 1:36.822. So that isn't the fastest. It's only a tenth away from the one that was set by Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson, only a tenth away, and it was a good effort, but it just looks to me as though the sidecar just almost needs a bit of retuning.
Yeah, it just looked a bit stiff, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just didn't look quite supple enough. Goodwood is very fast, it's got some bumps, it's got some rollers, and it just looked like they'd been probably at a much smoother, more modern track previously, and it just wants softening off a little bit to allow it to move and grip and not be quite as snatchy or as awkward to ride. But as I say, this is a big learning thing. All weekend they're going to be sort of learning.
I was just going to ask you, James, when you were, because I was looking at how Sarah's, moving around on the back of the sidecar, and getting that big wobble. But the view, as a passenger, and you must have had this at Castle Combe where you've ridden on a bike before, but you can almost get a different view from your face is really quite low down towards the ground at times. Sometimes you're not looking at all at where you're going.
Yeah, well, I'm just holding on for dear life, but you're right. You've got to trust the other person, which is the main thing, and that's something that I was quite sort of unused to doing, to be honest. This is Sam Christie and Tom Christie, the brothers. So again, this is another long chassis Grand Prix bike with the Yamaha R6 engine. They finished 4th in the World Championship last year. They won the final round of the World Championship as well. So they're a quality outfit.
Yeah, they were 2nd in the British Championship in 2022, so they are going to be, one of the top competitors here this weekend. Their father, Simon Christie, raced sidecars for 30 years, so it's been a part of the family for a long, long time. It's a lovely looking machine too, and let's see just how this works together for them.
You look how tucked in he's gone in, see him there. Charlie, he was absolutely in it, and then he's timed it, he's out, and now he's giving his brother support, and again, he's cleaning up. They've got to get that really good run. So important to get out the chicane well here, get a really good start to your lap.
Oh, don't go in too
quite on.
Well, that's good actually, he comes out well. And now we're on to the flying lap. This is the lap that's going to count. The target, remember, at the moment is a 1 minute 22.419. That's a very rapid pace that has been set so far by Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood.
Oh, again, he's just hit that bump. It's just threw him offline a little fraction. That might have cost him a little bit of time. And then as they sort of come down, everyone just struggling a little bit. It's an awkward corner anyway. They're learning it, but also the sidecars, you can see they're really wrestling them through that section of the track. A couple of little flashes of fuel ignites there coming through it. Again, these are the rear engine long bodies. And then is he going to get it back? Yeah, he gets it back, keeps it nice and flat as he comes through some areas.
Good first sector, a couple of tenths down on the best, but it's still very much in that region of some of the fastest that we've seen so far. So it's going well, the balance is looking good. Might not be fastest outright, but not far off. Look how low down he goes there, Tom, just to make sure there's no drag. Looking good.
Yeah, he's looking good. It is a good lap, as you say. Got to get this section really right. Hard on the brakes late. You see it just wiggling a little bit, snuggling in, and then you've got to get it back to that apex, get it on this. Where we've seen a few people have slides, but it's nice and neat for him there. 141 miles an hour on the straight. That was the quickest of the guys that we've seen there. So as they come to line, it's going to be very, very close, actually.
It's going to be close. I don't think it's quite there. Let's have a look. No, it goes third fastest, 1:23.971. But as you say, right up amongst that lead group.
Yeah, very much in it, and so one again setting a good time. These guys. So the Christie brothers there, I think they'll be happy with that. They've got some big names still to come, though. You've obviously got, we've obviously got Reeves to come, and you've also got Birchall. So
yeah, true.
Both of whom we got the next two are both. Well, one's a 4 times world champion, one's an 8 times world champion, one's won 14 TTs.
Yeah.
So these guys are, we got some real quality coming up next, and they're in the hunt for sure. I think Hegarty, Cable, and Gray, they're going to go, but the question is, who's staying out that top 3? Or are they all going to stay? Or are we going to find that Birchall and Kevin or Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes are going to get it? We'll see.
Okay, so let's see how this works. So we have got the number 77 sidecar out now, Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes, as you mentioned. So we'd heard from Tim and Mark before this all began. They came down and explained a lot here at Goodwood about riding sidecar. And the great thing is we've got the onboard camera on board this one as well, looking forward, and we've got one looking back at what the passenger's up to as well. So yeah, this is fun to see.
That's brilliant pictures. These guys, what a class outfit. Well, the whole, actually, you're treated, the guys that you're seeing here today are absolutely, some of the best current world champions, multiple world champions. You really are being spoiled to see some of the top sidecar guys in the world, and it's wonderful to see. So they're going to just coming down to a couple of corners away from starting their flying lap. This is Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. As you say, we spoke to them earlier. What a record they have. and they've been absolutely flying for the last 10 years.
Yeah, this is going to be great to watch. Tim from Templeton in Kent, he's in his early 50s now, but as an 8 times champion, he did a lot with his younger brother, Tristan. Won a couple of titles, but in recent years he's certainly teamed up extremely well with Mark Wilkes, who's on board here. Here you are, the onboard, bit of a wobble on the braking down towards Madgwick. You can see, fascinating.
Oh, look how early he's back on that throttle. That's done really nicely, actually. You saw that, he had that really nicely done, fighting a little bit on the brakes, and then as he comes down here to the first part of St Mary's, this is going to be so fast on one of these. I mean, it's just very, very late apex as you come in, and then watch the passenger quickly leap over. It's going to be great to see. You've got to keep that wheel down right over the track, dragging that bottom, and then crack back over the other side as well as you come down to Levant.
Leaning over as far as possible, the crash helmet almost touching the tarmac as you try and get the balance.
And I tell you what, they had the best top speed coming down that bit, 128 miles an hour. Before that was 124. So this is looking like it could be quite a good lap at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be competitive. Whether it's going to be fast enough to beat Kershaw and Charlwood, 122.4, we will find out soon. I think they're maybe just missing out a little bit, though.
They've just lost a little bit. They've lost a few tenths there. They're going to be in the hunt. I think we're going to be in the 123s with it. But the question is, whereabouts is it going to be? As they had a little run to the line, we'll come and see now.
It's going to be close. Over the line they go. 22.4 to beat. No, it's not there. And actually, still a bit of work to do because they've ended up 4th fastest, a 124.594 compared to 2 sidecars now in the 123s, and the fastest still, the number 29 of Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood on a 122.4.
Well, it's all going to come down, isn't it, to what Ben Birchall can do. What can he get in that? Obviously, it's going to. We can see it in now, but it was still a very, very good lap. But he's a couple of seconds off the fastest time. What a time that was by Kershaw and Charlwood as well.
Yeah,
got to say that.
Earlier on,
to be a second clear of everyone else. You can really see the bike just dipping and bobbing, and he's just fighting it a little bit coming in there, the outfit.
Yeah, that was into the first corner, and I think that maybe just cost a little bit of confidence. That little bit of wobble doesn't help when you get a start your flying lap like that, does it?
He had a nice exit.
Yeah, he did.
It just sort of cost him that bit of corner speed, and certainly a lap time around here does come.
These pictures are amazing, and now of course we are going on to the final bike to come out, and we'll see how Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau are going to be getting on with this one.
Yeah, so they are again. So this is only the second one of the lot that's on the short chassis. So this is sort of what they use for the TT. He's the most successful TT rider on a sidecar. Ben Birchall's always done it with his brother, but his brother Tom retired last year, so he's got a new passenger, Kevin Rousseau, the Frenchman. And so they're just starting this new championships. But as we said, he's a 4-time world champion. He's won 14 TTs. He knows what he's doing. These bikes this outfit is shorter, narrower, but you're allowed a slightly more tuned engine. And this is the only one. He's got a Honda CBR 600 engine in his.
Yeah, so that's slightly different. And as you say, that with this different design of the TT bike, he was saying to us that it'll be a little bit more difficult to do the same sort of lap time, but there are some pros and cons to the two different types of sidecar, the way they're constructed. So let's just wait and see. Let's see what kind of time they can put together at the end, and this is going to be fun to watch. You're about to start their quick lap, and Kevin Rousseau, the passenger, he's also a bike racer himself, but he also loves being the passenger. They're making a good team at the moment. They're going to be working together this year. So let's see how it goes. Start of the lap, the final lap for the sidecar shootout here on Saturday, before it ramps up even more on Sunday. And then we go to it's again another bit of a wobble. So we're seeing that not just once, but several times into that first corner.
Yeah, we are getting just a little bit snatchy, wasn't it? Not maybe quite as supple as he'd have ideally liked. As they come down here, remember these engines are just, you're allowed to tune them out a little bit more, so they've got a fraction more power, but with the narrow tyres, shorter wheelbase, it swings and roundabouts as they come in here through St Mary's and then back over the other side. Let's have a look at that wheel. Does he keep that down? Yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does. It's skimming the ground.
That's good. But I tell you what, the first sector was actually just 2 tenths down, on what we've seen as the best, so he's definitely in the fight here.
Yeah, 125.9 as well. Good speed there.
In theory, it has a bit more power, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It does. It does have a bit more power. But he thought, obviously you never know what's mind games, what's not. He thought the shorter outfits were probably a second or so slower than the all-out Grand Prix outfits.
Good speed.
142.1 down there, so again good speed, using all the curbs as he comes down here, as he comes down to the final chicane, and he's going to be in the hunt.
He is going to be in the hunt. Let's see how this works out for Ben Birchall and Kevin Russo. Are they going to be able to? They're not going to quite snatch that top time though. Across the line they go, and they move into fourth place. So it is a very close group up at the top end there. Do give them a wave if you're here at Goodwood, and it's nice to see them shaking hands. They're happy with that, and they're going to be in that battle tomorrow. The gap from them to the fastest, 1.6 seconds, and there's no doubt today that Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood really put it together a fantastic lap. But remember, they're all learning by doing these laps because they've done so little around here at Goodwood. They'll have a little bit of an evening of talking through what worked, what didn't work, what can they change on the setup of the sidecar, and there are so many little tiny adjustments they can make. We could see some alterations in those times tomorrow.
Very much. You'll see all these guys, now they've got some data, now they understand what the track's like at proper speed, and also it's different for them, to do what we would call a Super Pole lap, a lap on your own, all out. It's a technique in itself, and it's something that they'll all be learning from. And Kershaw and Charlwood, to be a second clear of everyone else is exceptional, especially with the current double world champions.
Definitely. No, I think that was a great effort, but well done to all of them, and they've put on a tremendous show for us, I have to say. And there's been some good experience for all of us to watch this, and for those of you who are standing around the side of Goodwood, I'm sure you've seen something that maybe you've never seen before. I wonder how many of you attempted to go and do the same yourself. So let's have a look. In fact, we'll have a look at the positions in just a moment, but it was Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood who set the outright pace in the end on that flying lap. It was all about a single flying lap that they were all establishing, and Kershaw and Charlwood set the pace. Second fastest were Todd Ellis and Emanuele Clement, and that was pretty close. They were just over a second slower in the end. Let's look at some of those highlights once again, and some of those tremendous images of what was going on.
Yeah, this is Todd Ellis and Emanuele Clement, the current world champions, and we saw them just skim. That wheel came up there. We saw them just have a couple of little moments. It wasn't too untidy. They're here. We see Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson.
That was the main contact, wasn't it?
That was the main contact. They did skip, and you saw him have a little check over. There is that little check over. He's like, am I right here? But I still got my bottom slider. Then we move on to Sean Hegarty and James Neve. Again on the looking good there. And you see them brush that. He just clips that. He's difficult to get right. He came on the little short outfit. And then we see Brian Gay and Sarah. And then we're moving along to this is Sam Christie and Tom Christie, the brothers, who again did a really nice job to go third fastest. Number 34, the famous number of Kevin Schwantz in bikes, and they've made him proud today with a really, really good effort. Again, if you watch them come through here, and now we're watching Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes just fighting that, and look at dancing and bucking on the brakes there, coming in from the 8-time world champion. And then we move to the Birchalls, and who we just saw last outfit out there to get into full spot. And then Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood. It was these guys that got it.
Yeah, fantastic job. And we'll see a lot more of this tomorrow when they're battling even harder to see who's fastest.
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Well, it's obviously not all about the high speeds on track. Here we are in a sort of field of fairground delights. It is golden hour at Goodwood, and aside from the race circuit, you've got other kind of racing going on. Take a look at these toy cars. They've just decided to park themselves. This is their own version of the assembly area, I suppose. And then who doesn't love a nice merry-go-round? We've got adults and kids alike hanging out over there on the horses. Over in that direction, we've got a huge stage where music is going to be playing, as you can hear. I mean, they are really getting the party started over here. 9:45, we're going to have fireworks. So enjoy your evening at the 81st Members Meeting.
So yes, lots to look forward to here at Goodwood. So much to enjoy as part of the members meeting. And we've got more to look forward to now on track as well, coming up in just a few moments' time. It's going to be the SF Edge Trophy. Only a 5-lap race, but this is for the Edwardian cars and aero engine specials in the spirit of the early Brooklands races before 1923. So that's what we're going to be looking at. And we can show you a little bit more detail about how the SF Edge race works. And the cars are heading out onto the track already. So here you are, this wonderful view of the really elderly machines. So different in the way that they exist. Some of them so tall, the drivers just sort of hanging on. No harnesses, of course, no roll cages and roll bars, and then sometimes not even bodywork on a car. Bruce Jones is with me. Bruce, you've watched this form of racing here at Goodwood for many, many years, but it's still fascinating, isn't it?
It's still fabulous, and just the shot at the moment showing quite a few of these cars are chain driven. And also there's a little rule in this race: is your car 99 years old or younger, you can't take part. 1923 and earlier, a lot of these cars, as you mentioned, Ben, aero engines, huge engines, and most notably the Beast of Turin, which is on the left-hand side of the screen, tall, number 76 in that dark red hue. Duncan Pittaway sitting atop. He's some distance away from the track surface.
Ben Collins alongside him in the white Mercedes 1907 machine, a car that's been rebuilt using a Mercedes road car and the specification upgraded to turn it into a bit more of a race machine, or like a race machine of the day.
And those are the two cars sitting on the second row of the grid. We have a 3-car front row, 2-car second row, 3-car third row, etc., etc. But look at this head-on shot.
Yeah, this
tall,
is lovely.
every single car a different shape and a different way of achieving speed. And a lot of these cars were made to try and break the land speed record of the time.
And as last year, we are going to see a fascinating battle up front, particularly. Let's have a look. So you've got Julian Majub on pole position, as he was last year, and he was leading right to the end until he got passed by Mark Walker. But what you'll see with Mark is he can't get off the line quickly. So that's going to be a big part of it. Ben Collins is on the second row, and as we look further down the list, you've got Rob Hubbard in the Vauxhall. He's back down on the third row of the grid. The Talbot and the Monarch are back on the fifth row, and it's a real mixture of machinery, as you said. The Delage GP Voiturette, for example, a Huey Walker, that is a little bit smaller because it was a Voiturette style car as opposed to some of these big aero-engined monsters, particularly that Fiat. But that's qualified well this year. Duncan starting fifth on the grid. And then as we go down the list a little bit further, we've got the fairly remarkable Oakland Romano. Julian Grimwade, he's competing in it for the first time this year because it was being raced by another driver. The Bianchi, Luke Roberts, that's in 13th place. And as we work our way down the order a little bit more, we've got the Straker Squire TT Racer and the Sunbeam 1620 and the Scat Type C Racer, Targa Florio. Some wonderful names further down the list there, and then we get down towards the back of the grid. But who knows what's going to happen? Just keeping them running, even though it's only a 5-lap race, is not always the easiest thing, although several of these cars, many of them, have actually been driven here on the road from home to get to this Goodwood event this weekend.
That would certainly disturb your reverie as you're just cruising along, maybe on cruise control and one of these comes past. But again, back to the car that's the middle of the front row of the grid, riding on board with Mark Walker. Lovely bit of chicken wire there just to keep his feet away from bits that are moving in front of him. But the vibration, watching the valves working away. And this is a car that's not so good at getting off the line. But once it gets the torque feeding through, 200 horsepower racer is very, very quick indeed. And as Ben pointed out last year, 2 5-lap races and he won one by 0.3 of a second, another by about half a second. It was exquisite.
It was fantastic. But it was built as a land speed record car. So, of course, actually acceleration off a line was not what it was built for. It was built for top speed. So getting off the line, it didn't matter when it was created if it did that fairly slowly. If you're racing, it's another matter, isn't it?
No, entirely so. And this was the first car to achieve 2 miles a minute, therefore 120 miles an hour at the Florida Speed Week back in 1906. I still find it quite difficult counting to numbers that high when it comes to racing machinery.
It is. No, and it's lovely that some of this machinery has been found and rebuilt over the years, because sometimes a lot of these machines would have been destroyed over the years because they were just, people thought, well, what's this old thing? We don't need this anymore, and they'd throw them away. But it's lovely that so many people have been able to recover them, sometimes rebuild them. So there is the Darracq that will be starting on the front row. But if you're watching that at the start, you will see, I think, that he'll be passed by several other machines. And actually, Duncan Pittaway is behind him. So that's going to be interesting. They will be starting pretty quick. Once they're in position, they'll be getting ready to go. But you've got the big Fiat of Duncan Pittaway is directly behind Mark Walker. Neil Goff is on the outside of the front row with the Crit, the KRIT, with the Curtis motor, the aero engine. So some big powered machines up front.
Yeah, and if the beast of Turin comes past, it's like being overtaken by a small block of flats, certainly if you're sitting like Mark Walker, a little lower in the middle of the front row. Every shape imaginable, a lot of horsepower. These cars all 100 years and older, all set for the first of 2 races for the SF Edge Trophy.
Here we go then, we're getting ready. The last few cars are moving into line. Mark Walker in the middle of the front row, who won here twice last year to take the overall victory, but the man on pole position, Julian Majub, was quicker than everybody by quite a margin earlier on in qualifying today. If Julian can get off the line from the inside, from the left, as we look at it from this camera, then he's going to be in great shape to potentially win when he just missed out last year. Engines are fired up and the race is underway, and again, as ever, look how slow Mark Walker is away, and he gets passed by Duncan Pittaway. Immediately you're on board with that slow getaway machine of Mark Walker, but actually hasn't lost too many places.
No, going into the first corner, double apex at Madgwick, he's already picked off 1 or 2 on the inside, but a brilliant start from the inside, the pole position. Julian Majub getting away, but in the background, the top 5th, 6th, in about 8th place actually, Mark Walker. Lost a couple of positions going into Madgwick. So the leader's pulling away with Julian Majub, leading in that pointy tail of Sunbeam Indianapolis. Then a bit of a gap, the Crit's in the mix, 1, 2, 3 is doing my count. You look for the white helmet with the red stripe up the middle. That's Mark Walker, he's down in about 10th. It's only 5 laps, expect him to be challenging for a podium position.
Yeah, but it does make life a little bit hard, doesn't it, for him to come through when he's got that much work to do. There he is in the middle of that little group, and just going through there as well, Julian Grimwade. He's doing a fine job for now, but let's see how they can keep it all together. And it's great to see the Fiat, the big Fiat, running up near the front as well at this stage. But it is the pole man, Julian Majub, who has the initial advantage.
Yeah, so there's the Fiat in 5th place. Then comes Huey Walker, that son of Mark, in the pale green Delage. And here is Mark Walker with the like bike overalls, the full leathers on board, but they're going to have to see what they can do about Julian Majoub. Neat and tidy so far, but still waiting for Mark Walker to work his way through, pick off some of the others. He'll do it down the Lappin straight. No, probably gain 1 or 2 positions down there. And right on board with him, back to pass the yellow and red helmet of St. Huey. He's got more horsepower. Off he goes down to Lappin. That's one of the 2 I promised you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as you said, you can see the water tank sitting on the top of the engine there as he heads down. Has to brake a bit earlier, and we've seen this before where he has to actually get on the brakes quite early. Just a pair of rear brakes to slow it down into the slow bits, but it is so fast once he gets on acceleration, particularly out of the chicane, and you may well see him manage to get back past Walker on the number 1 machine that's just up ahead of him at the moment. That's the Delage GP Voiturette. It's going well, but let's just see the speed as they come down the start-finish straight and down towards Madgwick. Yep, he's blasted past the Voiturette.
Yeah, past Huey. So the gap between race leader Julian Majoub and Ben Collins going so well in the number 7 Mercedes is 4 seconds. And just looking to see what the deficit is to Mark Walker. He is 10.3 seconds
Look at this,
down the
he's
race
going
leader.
around the outside of Duncan Pittaway in the Fiat, and yeah, a little point, but he's through. So Duncan Pittaway's lost a place, but the Fiat running well, a bit smoky, no surprise. That massive engine that's in there, but it's going all right for now.
How many litres would you like? 20-something, that'll do the job. Aero engine in the Fiat. But now, yeah, definitely Mark Walker hunting down as low as he could behind the bodywork that he doesn't have at all, sitting aboard a car that could not be more rudimentary and made for purpose. Now, the wonderful sweep through St Mary's. Brilliant drone shots. They've been a fantastic addition this year, particularly with the lowering of the light. But what he's seeing as he goes through there is Julian Majoub continuing his escape at the front of the race in the number 18 Sunbeam Indianapolis.
Yeah, and he's putting into some very good lap times, so I think it's going to be even harder this time to get back to him by the end of this race. But let's wait and see as Duncan Pittaway now putting a bit of pressure on the Huey Walker, but you're back on board with Mark Walker, who's been given away.
It's the battle for 3rd place and no resistance at all from the crit racer. That's Neil Goff on board, the dark red racer. He said, come on through, you know, I'm going to see what I can do about staying with you. But he knows in his heart of hearts the answer is he will not be able to stick with the Darrett 200 HP. There it is, the horsepower. All being used, harnessed beautifully by Mark Walker. Down to Woodcote Corner he goes.
So a land speed record machine from that early 1900s, from 1905, is gradually picking its way up. But there's our race leader. Majoub has got quite a comfortable lead. Ben Collins in 2nd place with the Mercedes. And then 3rd position at the moment to Neil Goff. He started 3rd on the grid, but now they're all being closed up, as we can see, by Mark Walker. Getting closer and closer. Down the straight they come. And this is where the speed of that machine can really work. On board, and you can see how close he is now. Neil Goff is his next target.
Right, the figure we looked at, it was 10.3 seconds from the race leader Julian Majoub at the end of lap 1 to Mark Walker. It's down to 8 seconds and coming down all the time, but we've dispensed with 40% of the race distance. 2 of the 5 laps are gone, but still the work's continuing, pumping to get a bit more fuel, get the mixture he wants. So a busy man sitting atop a car that wants to buck him off and working very hard indeed.
Well, beautiful evening here at Goodwood as the sun's beginning to set. We're getting these gorgeous views from the onboard camera of the valves in the cylinder heads all bubbling up and down, and he is still making progress. But I do wonder this time whether he's going to have any chance of catching Julian Majoub as he has done in the last 2 races that we've seen from these cars. But he is coming down to a very important section. There's the leader just going through. Now the 2nd, 3rd, 4th group really all very close.
Yeah, and I need to sort of point out I made a bit of an error. Of course, Neil Goff has not been passed. He's still sitting in the crit racer in 3rd position, being attacked by Mark Walker, and the driver who was passed down the Lappin straight last time in Hudson Super 6 was James Collins. So that's cleared up. I can still tell you Julian Majoub is leading this race by 6 seconds. And no resistance. 1, 2, nothing that Ben Collins could do. 2nd place has become 3rd, and likewise Neil Goff 3rd place has become 4th, because they knew that Mark Walker would be a man in mission. They knew that he'd make a poor start. We didn't expect him to fall down outside the top 10, but he's been fighting back ever since that charge down to Madgwick.
But now, is there really going to be an opportunity to close up the big gap to Julian Majoub, who so far is doing fantastic effort? Let's look back at this again, Bruce, because he had to go one way and then the other. He had to kind of find the gap.
Yeah, on the straight that's not straight, through the kink. He gets the kink and he's already around the outside of Ben Collins, but Ben was very, very aware, which is extraordinary to be able to do so. As he went through the second part of lap, a little glance across, and he could sort of sense the trajectory that Mark Walker was going to be on in the Derrick as he gave chase. So, getting as low as he can while he sits atop that land speed record car from 1905, car number 200, all engine, no body, and a lot of fun.
Yeah, now he was not quite 3 seconds faster than Majoub. We've got 2 laps to go, and the gap is over 6 seconds. So in theory, it's going to be tough, and there's some back markers to get past as well.
Well, that's the changing factor of the whole thing, because Julien Majoub now lapping the back markers. He's dispensed with the ones at the back of the pack, and he just should be okay. But we said that not once, but twice last year. Twice he was overhauled.
Well, very quickly, Mark is also making up that ground. Mark Walker, the other car's keeping well out of his way as he tries to go for another victory. And that chase is on, but is he really going to have enough time? He's got to throw this machine around, and it's wonderful to watch. You get to see everything on board with Mark.
And what's so great at this point as Mark Walker goes down, the sun low in the sky, as he chases down into Laban, is he's got clear line of sight to Julien Majoub. There may be some other cars coming between them, but we've got, what, 1.25 laps remaining. The gap between them on this, actually so far on this lap, Julien Majoub has eked out a tiny bit, but that's because he found the traffic where it was kindest.
And some of the other machines that are making their way around here, and that's what's so enjoyable, is seeing such a variety of cars from different periods that are all competing. The Bianchi, the 1906, the red machine we were just looking at, Luke Roberts, and then this, the number 34, which is at the Oakland Romano. That's a lovely machine as well that had a tyre come off last year. The Fiat is still running pretty well at this stage.
Yeah,
just a few places, isn't it?
Yeah, but it sort of stayed there or thereabouts. Once Mark Walker went through, they were at about 6th position at the time, but he stayed there. And I must say, actually, you just mentioned Julian Grimwade, his first race in an Edwardian car. He's in the Romano, but he's just outside the top 10, and it's certainly a different proposition to the Fraser Nashes in which he's been competing.
The lead gap has come down to 4.4 seconds, so that's looking good, because we're on to the last lap. Looking good for Majoub, I have to say. It looks to me as though this time Walker is really not going to be quite close enough when they get to the chicane like he was last year, but we'll just have to wait and see.
And there are still the back markers being overtaken by the cars that down to 6th place. In fact, the driver just outside the top 6 is Huey Walker, the green car, the red and yellow helmets, the Delage that qualified very nicely, thank you, but the Voiturette may yet pick off Duncan Pittaway, but really all eyes on Mark Walker in the Darragh, car number 200, chasing up ahead. He can see the pointed tail of the Sunbeam in Indianapolis. Surely he can't pull it in. He must be about, he's brought it down from 4.5 seconds to, it looks like it's about 3 seconds as he goes through St Mary's. Look at the gap. Can he pull it down? Last time he did, not once, but twice in the 5-lap race. Oh gosh, even going into lap, he's carrying more speed. But is Julien Majoub just controlling this at the front? He needs a cushion. He didn't have a cushion last year, and this year he's just potentially got enough of one.
It is amazing. I mean, the difference between these two machines, you've got a 20-litre difference in engine size between the car that's leading and the one that's by 20,000 cc of engine capacity. And he is catching, look, he is getting closer, but I'm not sure. I mean, we've seen how he's been able to do it on the last lap several times. He is getting closer, and there is a car up ahead, isn't there?
There certainly is, just trying to pick out who it is, and will they be able to catch it and pass it between Woodcote and the chicane? If not, it's going to be just in the wrong place. In the wrong place for who? That's the question. And it is passed just before the chicane, so Julien Majoub will be thinking, thank my lucky stars, surely I can't be attacked by Mark Walker. It was great to see that kept out the way. That was the Monarch.
He's looking in the mirror. You can see he knows how rapidly Mark comes up this last bit, but this time he can celebrate, having missed out so fractionally last year in both races when he was passed by Mark on the final lap. This time he has held out.
You know, a one-arm salute is good, 2 is a whole lot better, and the sun was low in Julian's face. You could see the beam on his face as he pulled into Madgwick. And in behind, very close, Huey Walker chasing to try and get past the Fiat. It's very tight indeed. Duncan Pittaway ends up going a little wide. Huey Walker carrying a little more momentum. This is the battle for 5th place overall.
James Collins. Oh, James Collins has missed out because he was fighting there as well for 5th place, and something's happened to James as he's come out of the chicane. What a shame for him. He's dropped down a couple of places as a result, and Duncan Pittaway holds on, manages to get that 5th place with the Fiat. So, I do feel for James though. That was a little bit unfortunate, wasn't it?
Yeah, you do all the hard yards, but you know what? We just come to expect exciting racing with the SF Edge. You know, any car being driven when a driver's sitting on top looks a bit more exciting than when you're down low. You can see everything the drivers are doing, but to have one of your front runners fall outside the top 10 and yet still come back and come back and come back and then just end up short. Last year he didn't end up, he just came through to pit, but this year no doubt when we get down to Julien Majoub as the last of the finishers, here's the Romano coming through, Julian Grimwade on board, they'll have had fun, they get to do it all over again on Sunday, but I can't wait. Julien Majoub will be popping and banging when he gets into the collection area. Fastest lap of the race, of course, the final lap, and of course it was Mark Walker. Closed down to 2.2 seconds in the end. What a great starter for them.
Yeah, it was very good, but Majoub must be so delighted. There he is with the Sunbeam to have actually held on this time with the Sunbeam GP chassis. Sunbeams raced at Indy in the 1913s and finished in 4th place. They raced against in 1914 and had a best of 7th place. A couple of non-finishes at Indy in 1915. And then they were back in 1916 with this 4.9 litre engine actually that he's running here. Came home in 4th in a race won by Dario Resta in a Peugeot that time. So this Sunbeam Indianapolis has a lot of history of racing over in America, and this time it has taken the victory here today. So for Julian, who is a very regular Goodwood racer, this was a delightful moment, as you said, both hands in the air.
Both hands, and great to see the applause from people in this evening sunlight. Still got one more race to complete the Saturday action, but there's the biggest smile of the day. Julien Majoub coming in his 1916 Sunbeam. Absolutely fabulous. Sunbeam, Indianapolis, turning right at a rather more gentle pace and about to arrive in Parc Fermé, where a man who's worked incredibly hard all day, Ed Foster, should be down there waiting to greet someone who'll probably almost interview himself.
Yeah, well, he must be so happy after the memories of last year of being beaten right across the line on both occasions. But this time he held on valiantly and, as you said, 2.2 seconds. Ben Collins in getting that final podium spot effectively in 3rd position. But remember, it does depend on the results in both races for the ultimate result. To get the full result at the end of it. But let's go and speak to him now. Ed is with him.
Julian, so much heartache last year, but it's all come good now.
It has. I think it was a bit lucky. I just had to make sure I was as fast as I could be right from the start, because I knew Mark would be behind. And I've got a bit of vibration, so I couldn't quite see properly. I was always looking in my mirrors. I could see him coming. And there was a back marker. I thought I must nip past him so he keeps Mark at bay. But anyway, so we managed it. Yeah.
You were saying before that your kid always says, "Daddy, why do you finish second?" I think he'll love this one.
Yes, why do you always finish second to Mr. Walker? In fact, there he is, over there.
Well, you should go and celebrate with him. Well done.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Follow me, Ian. Let's head down here. We'll find Mark. What a race that was. Mark, I'll let you get your garland. Get the important bit done first. Mark, you're probably going to be speaking to Goodwood tonight and asking for 6 laps tomorrow, aren't you?
Well, I thought I might get him, and then I was, by pure bad luck, I got stuck behind the back marker at the chicane, and it was impossible. But hey, brilliant. Anyway, what a great race. I had a great time.
I know this was never meant to get off the line in period, but surely you're scratching your head as to how to improve it.
Yeah, I do. It's impossible. It's the original. It's all the original clutch. It's a land speed record car. It's meant to do a flying kilometre, not a standing kilometre. It wasn't. This is not what it was designed for. And it's amazing. A car that was meant to do a flying kilometre 119 years ago turned out to be quite a good racing car. It wasn't what they intended. So I nearly got him, but he's only got a little engine. I don't know how he managed to go so quickly with a little engine.
Well done, Mark. It was great to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Follow me. Ben. I said, I'll see you on the podium. You said, oh, no, you won't. No, you won't. But here you are.
I thought I'd be 4th, but I had the best view of Mark and Julian, and, I had the best view of the weekend. Because I knew it's like the inevitable. When's Mark going to overtake me, and he shot past me on the 11th straight. And it was just, I'm so lucky to be able to see it go past it in such close proximity, and then him trying to catch Julian. It was brilliant. Really good fun.
It must be quite alarming. It must feel as though you're anchored to the to the grass when he comes past?
No, I know Mark really well, and when you race these cars, it's nice when you know the people you're racing against, and he's lovely to race with, so I knew that there was no problem.
Well done. We'll see you again tomorrow, Ed, no?
I don't know. yeah, let's see. Thanks very much, Ed.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Well, nice to see Ben Collins looking happy with that third place finish. And as he said, just great fun to watch the top two. We were all watching that to see how it would turn out. And on this occasion, Julian held on with the Sunbeam Indianapolis ahead of Mark Walker with the Darracq. Ben in third place. Then Neil Goff, Duncan Pittaway with the giant Fiat, the S76, and then Hughie Walker, James Collins, Francois van der Straten Pontos was a fine 8th place ahead of Les Searle, and John Paulson completed the top 10 with the Talbot. Just outside the top 10, Luke Roberts and Ian Balmforth, Julian Grimwade, and further down the list, a mix of machines, Peugeot, Sunbeam, but lovely to see so many different vehicles of over 100 years old competing here at Goodwood in the SF Edge Trophy, and we're going to be able to enjoy it again on Sunday. So there we are, and there's a lovely shot. So isn't that great
right.
that
Okay,
this
well,
time
let's go and see what we can find. Hi,
Julian has taken the victory
there we go.
with family being able to enjoy it this time after some criticisms last year. Okay, let's take a look back at some of the highlights, Bruce, and it was a classic start, wasn't it?
A classic start for all involved, apart from the driver in the middle of the front row, the right helmet with the red stripe going backwards. The driver from second on the grid, he knew he was going to have a charge up the pack, didn't want to fall outside the top 10, but that's precisely what happened. But all shapes and sizes. But what was happening was Julien Majoub was escaping car number 18, the Sunbeam Indianapolis. He knew he had to build up a big lead because Mark Walker would be coming at some point.
Mike Farrell
started happening immediately.
It did. Mike Farrell having some fun out there, and everybody with this incredible view sometimes they've got in a car. Look at that. You know, the whole body is above the engine bay of a car from that era. It is such a different view. That's the Bianchi. And yeah, it was going well, actually. It finished in a good position, and I think Luke Roberts was thoroughly enjoying himself. But then it was all about this fight, as you mentioned. Mark Walker soaring past as many cars as possible after the slow start. And even Duncan Pittaway, who has an engine that is fractionally bigger, the only engine I think that's bigger, even he had to get out of the way.
He did, but these drivers raced together a lot. But Julien Majoub knew he was being hunted down. He had to be precise. 4.9 litres, which, believe it or not, is a small engine in an Edwardian racer. But it was about also finding the way through the traffic, catching it at the right moments and not losing momentum.
Yeah, no, and it was very, very stylishly done indeed. We saw some other separate battles, of course, further down the order, but then this was the final chicane, and that's where Mark saw that there was a slow car ahead of him that he knew that was going to cost him a little bit of time.
Yeah, he was closing in. This time it may not have happened for him. Twice he pinched victory from Julien last year, but all smiles all round. That's the first of the two SF Edge races.
That's one of the biggest smiles we've seen here at Goodwood for a while. Lovely to see. Congratulations to Julien Majoub. So we're now looking forward to the final race of the day, but this is promising to be a very, very exciting race indeed. And this is the Gordon Spice Trophy. And we've got a battle of some of these beautiful saloon cars from racing in the 1970s and the 1980s, from the big American powerful machines such as the Mustangs and the Chevy Camaros that are up near the front. But we've got a Ford Capri on the front row as well. And Rick Wood's going to be starting in the car that Jake Hill will be taking over later on. And I saw Jake earlier, and he was absolutely happy with the way the car was handling, even though they were going to change it a little bit. But fascinating to see, and we're going to see some great battles. Interestingly, Timo Bernard is starting in the pole position car. So we'll see. The Mazda RX-7. I wonder if there's a problem with that. That's rather a shame. I do hope that they can get it running, because we haven't seen this in this event until now, and it's a lovely opportunity for it to be competing, but it's not looking as though it's terribly promising. We'll have to see whether this actually does work out or not. The rest of the cars appear to be on the grid. We do not have David Brabham and John Saunders, I'm afraid, because they had an overheated differential with their Rover. So David Brabham will not be competing in this event. Was due to start in the sort of middle of the field, but that's not happening. It does look as though the Mazda is being pushed away, sadly. That was the car of Alex Taylor, being driven as well by Sebastian Priaulx, Andy Priaulx's son, but unfortunately it doesn't look as though that's going to be making a start from that 20th place on the grid. So anyway, engines now beginning to fire up, and we're getting ready for the warm-up lap to get everything underway here, and we shall see whether they are going to be able to put together a fun race to end this first day here of the 81st members meeting. I think this could be very exciting. It's a 45-minute race, 2-driver race, and of course there will be driver swaps. There'll be a time when the pit lane opens, so they've got to go into the race for quite a while before the pit lane opens and they can swap over. Away they go on the warm-up lap then, and Timo Bernhard is the man who's going to be starting. Alongside it's Jack Young, who's starting in the Chevy Camaro, Rick Wood then starting in the Ford Capri, Marino Franchitti, he's starting from the second row in one of the Chevys. Funnily enough, the two Franchittis in theory together on the grid. Alice Powell joins me, but Alice, I noticed that Marino's starting this race, but Dario, his brother, is not, so it's not quite as though the two Franchittis are going up against each other here.
I know, I wonder if that was a family decision or not, whether they said, no, we're not having you two starting next to each other, but this is going to be an incredible race. So those watching at home, I hope you've got your Saturday evening tipple, because this is going to be a good one.
It really is, yeah, looking at the lineup here, and there's that order that we've got, and watch out for Jake Hill, who will be taking over that Ford Capri starting in third place. But I tell you what, Tino Bernhard and Fred Shepherd with that Ford Mustang Boss that's on pole, it was very rapid in qualifying. And then you've got the Chevy Camaros behind, and then some of the Rovers getting in there. The Rover of Whittaker and Tom Ingram are starting in 7th position. Another star, or a couple of star touring car drivers, Rob Huff, Andrew Jordan, they're in Ford Capris during this race that start from the 5th row of the grid. And then some more further down. We've got Escort RS2000, that's lovely to see, and the Mini 1275 GTs, the Nick Swift Alex Buncan car, that's 14th on the grid, and ahead of quite a few of much more powerful machines, as you can see, ahead of BMW, and sadly the Mazda RX-7 that was due to start 18th, been pushed into the pit lane. Whether it gets started from the pit lane is another question. It might do, I suppose. Stig Blomqvist is racing this weekend as well in one of the Ford Capris. That car starting down in 19th place for this one. And then further down, Jamie Chadwick will be doing her first race at Goodwood in the Rover. Further down the list, she actually is doing the start as well. So Jamie's in the car, that Rover 3.5 SD1. And further down, Emanuele Pirro, who was out on a motorbike earlier, he's going to be competing in a Ford Capri. It's a lovely mix. It's a real... we're really looking forward to this, aren't we?
We are, and we've got a good fight, of course, at the front. We've got a whole range of VIP, that we've been told to call them, drivers, pro drivers that have won numerous races in all different kinds of categories, championships, British champions, we've got world champions here as well. And I think that just adds to the Gordon Spice Trophy, how special it is. But also, you don't see this anywhere else, only at Goodwood.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a unique kind of situation, and the cars are now heading onto the grid. So we are getting ready for the start of what could be a very competitive race. And it's a sort of race, because you've got two different drivers. You've got the entrant and then a star driver, and we really do have a number of star drivers, champions from all different forms of motorsport, whether it's touring cars or racing in Indy or sports cars, XF1 drivers as well. We've got a real mix. So what you see in the first part of the race, not necessarily what you're going to see in the second part. And also, if we get a red flag or if we have to have yellows, that can make a big difference as well. Let's look forward to it then. The Gordon Spice Trophy, all set to go underway here at Goodwood. The race is underway, and it's a good start from Timo Bernhard. Excellent getaway. I think he's managed to just about make the start. Not such a brilliant start from Rick Wood in the Capri, but it was a pretty impressive start from James Thorpe in the Chevy Camaro, because started down in 6th place, got up into 2nd position. Fantastic.
Yeah, excellent. Great for them all to avoid. We've got them all heading down now into Fordwater, then into St Mary's, all keeping it nice and clean. It's a 45-minute race, so they need to make sure they stay as close to the leading pack as possible, and everyone seems to be doing that quite nicely at the moment.
Timo Bernhard then, who's not done a lot of racing around the Goodwood track, but really getting into gear straight away, doing a good job out in front. The top 3 pulling away a little bit. It's all the powerful American machines, the Mustang and 2 Chevy Camaros. Then the Capri of Rick Wood is leading the next group, as you can see, and they're all battling for position. And then we've got the Mini. Nice to see the Mini as far up as it is there after a very, very good start. I think it's the Alex Buncombe Nick Swift car that's so far up as we get this race truly underway now. And still, Timo Bernhard, who started from that pole position that was earned by the driver who will be taking over later, Fred Shepherd. There's a bit of movement as they head down towards Woodcote Corner. Thankfully, they're keeping it clean so far.
Yeah, nicely done. Nice to see a great big packed grandstand as well. How long are the tie barriers going to last on the inside there? Been repaired numerous times. This weekend we've got some side-by-side action there. The BMW just ahead of this pack as the gap at the front between the number 17, the Bernhard car, and the 31 of Thorpe is just over 1 second, Ben. So he's managed to eke out a tiny bit of a gap at the moment.
Jack Young, the number 7 Chevy Camaro, just saw it a moment ago, as we are looking here at, it does look like Rick Wood's going to lose another position potentially there. Yeah, he is losing it to the Michael Whittaker coming through with the Rover ST1, and then some on-track action as well that we can get to see as well. Exciting stuff as they're coming through, but can there be a change in this early stages? I did hear someone was just coming into the pits then, but hopefully we won't have too many problems. Down towards the back corner, and Rick Wood definitely having missed out a little bit, but there's every chance when Jake Hill takes over that car that it's going to gain a lot of places. He gets a bit sideways.
Getting ever so sideways, so obviously a car in the pits at the moment. That is the Cook and Green car, so unfortunate for them, pit window opens between 15 and 30 minutes. So we've got a little while to wait until it gets very busy in this very tight pit lane, but just to watch out, the Davison Sutton car is setting purple sectors on the timing screen, so storming through at the moment, but it's all close at the front.
It certainly is, and you're watching Marino Franchitti, and Marino is trying to get past Rick Wood in the Capri, so the onboard camera here with Rick Wood and Marino Franchitti, who's sharing with Ollie Bryan, so that's an important one. Meanwhile, James Cottingham in the number 5 machine, down in 3rd place, but battling hard at this stage with the James Thorpe machine. So the Camaros are really having a good side-by-side battle, but it is the Ford Mustang Boss 302 of Timo Bernhard that has got the advantage up front at this stage. Meanwhile, all trying to come through, Marino Franchitti, I think he's going to get the chance this time as we ride on board with Rick Wood. Yeah, Marino Franchitti has squeezed past the Capri, pushed him down another place, but there's still a long, long way to go in this race.
Yeah, there is. Rick Wood casually adjusting his helmet as he had Franchitti going down the inside of him there. But just looking, the gap's not really changing at the front, but Cottingham is closing down on Thorpe. So 3/10 it was across the line. The gap may have opened up a little bit this lap, but that V8 Chevrolet of Cottingham is really trying to chase down the P2 car at the moment.
Yeah, and there's that side-by-side battle once again. This is great to see, no doubt about it. James Cottingham just at the moment managing to hold on to that position. James Thorpe right behind and trying to squeeze past, but yeah, that has been a swap around, so we shall see how this goes. Cottingham into 2nd place now, having been in 3rd, so Cottingham's got that 2nd, Thorpe down to 3rd, and then in 4th position, we've got Craig Davis in another of the Ford Mustangs. So we're really splitting up the Mustangs and the Chevy Camaros. Mustang 1st and 4th at the moment, with the Chevys in the second and third places in between. So the Bastos sponsor number 5, that is the Chevy Camaro that Dario Franchitti will be driving later in this race. And the number 31 car, that's the one that Andy Priaulx will be taking over. They are both house captains, looking for as many points in their respective houses. So it's important that these cars are running so well in the early stage of the race. Timo Bernhard just sliding around a bit more now. He's coming under pressure, isn't he, in that lead position?
Yeah, it's soon, and just looking at the sector times, it's the Thorpe car that now has set the fastest first sector, but keep an eye on the Davis car as well. It's fastest lap previous time round, so it is bunching up. Some people maybe just adjusting to the car, adjusting to the conditions. Obviously their practice was much earlier on, but we've got the giant, the great mighty Mini having a good look at the rear there as they're heading down now into Woodcote.
There's Nick Swift in the Mini, who's a real star with the Minis, always is, but it's always wonderful. He's sharing with Alex Buncombe. Nick has started the race, but when you see them battling with the likes of the Capris, that's always such a joy. So no change up front, it's still that same order at the moment. Timo Bernhard has the advantage, but the gap only 0.6 of a second back to James Cottingham. And then this group of 4 cars really in an excellent position right now, ahead of the next sort of group of cars. In fact, there's been a change there because, yeah, the number 15 has got up. So the Mustang's got past the Chevy there, so Craig Davis has gained third place now. So you've now got Mustang, Chevy, and then another Mustang and a Chevy. That's our top 4. So they're still swapping around each other at this stage. 5th place right now is the number 7 machine. That's the Gordon Shedden Jack Young car.
Look at that shot. This is the top 4 separated by 0.2 of a second, and they are often swapping best sectors between this group of cars. Any small mistake, which when you're hustling these incredible beasts around this fabulous, fast-flowing circuit, it can be easy. And then that's it, you drop to the back of the pack, and it's all about trying to keep the momentum as there's a little bit of a move, a little bit of a look for Davis as he's heading down into Woodcote Corner. Real tricky, especially in one of these beasts. Any normal high downforce car, and it's tricky, but manages to keep it behind for now. But I'll have a look, I'm sure, heading up through out of the chicane, but he's going to be under pressure by the 31 car.
Yeah, this is going to be tight once again, isn't it? And all 4 are still battling away. Timo Bernhard is just about controlling the 0.9 of a second this time, the gap back to Cottingham. But Craig Davis is doing a fantastic job in 3rd place currently. Let's have a look, and he's being put under threat once more. We could see a change between these 2. Now let's just have a look at the start once again, Salis. This was a good start by the poleman.
Yeah, really good.
Terrible
really good start. It was, and actually a few terrible starts down the order.
That was Marino, I think, who had the bad start.
Yes, it did look like that, but it was good that everyone avoided contact and managed to filter their way through in a tricky lap as Bernhard gets ever so close to touching the grass there. I think actually he might have touched it, kicked up a little bit, and that now allows the Cottingham car to draw right up to the back of him as they're sliding their way through Levant Corner. I just love watching these shots. Not only we've got some fantastic drivers racing, but it's the car control behind the wheels, and we've got the 63 Mini, which is having an attack there on the Marlborough car.
Yeah, Jamie Chadwick's in the number 18. She's definitely under a bit of threat right now from Matt Neal. So the great touring car, British touring car, multiple champion Matt Neal, he's in that little Mini, number 63, and he's up against Jamie Chadwick, who's not raced here at Goodwood in the past. She's done the Festival of Speed. She's racing in America at the moment, and a multiple W Series champion, of course. You've raced against her many times, Alice. She's really adapted to a very different style of car, isn't she?
Yeah, I saw Jamie earlier on, and she was saying, yeah, this is certainly different. As you said, her first time here racing on this Goodwood circuit, and I think she's doing a great job. Slotted in nicely, stretched the legs there on the Matt Neal. How does Matt Neal fit in that tiny Mini? I'd love to know. He's probably nearly
He's a tall chap, isn't he? He's a tall chap, yeah. And he's squeezed into the Mini, and he's loving it. He's having a wonderful time. That's lovely to see. Simon Evans was part of that little group as well in the Capri that he is sharing with Andy Jordan. But the top 4 still close. The top 2 have made a little bit of a break. James Cottingham is in 2nd place, now slightly further ahead of Craig Davis. And Davis actually under a bit of threat this time. from James Thorpe, number 31 there, because he seemed a bit sideways, bit of oversteer there, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. It has filtered out, it has calmed down at the front now, but the gaps between, let's say, the first and second, fairly similar, and then the gap between third and second is a little bit bigger as the BMW, fantastic livery on that car. This is a great battle further down the pack. Ever so close. Do they make it through without contact? Yes, they do. We've chucked another Mini in there. The Duckham's Mini is trying to try its luck around the outside. Might struggle down the straight, try and get in the slipstream as it can as they head down this very long, slightly uphill Levant straight, and then they'll jump on the brakes into Woodcote.
There has been a change for third place. The car that Thorpe and Priaulx are sharing has now moved up into third. Oh, the BMW and the RS2000 actually touching sides as they come down into Levant. Thankfully, there was no actual incident between them, but that was all a little bit scary. Thankfully, they managed to sort themselves out. Kerry Michael in the Escort. So, yeah, that was all getting a little bit too tight, but thankfully they sorted themselves out. Let's hope they can keep it clean. The number 8 Capri, Mike Whitaker, at the wheel of that right now, and he is running in 10th position, being chased all the way down the hill by a real mix of wonderful machines. But yes, that RS2000 Escort is still under pressure. Kerry Michael coming under a bit more threat once again from the BMW. And it's the only BMW we've got in this race. It's being shared by James Sadler and Nicholas Padmore, and he's going around the outside. Nick Padmore has made the move. Lovely move there.
Yeah, and the Ford Escort, I thought that was it. I thought it was going to go round. Now the Mini is going to try and slide up the inside, heading up the straight into Levant corner. Be brave to go around the outside there, but he's giving it a go. Does he make it stick? Yes, great move by the number 60. The Buncombe and Swift car. That was brave stuff there, Ben.
Yeah, Nick Swift's in the car at the moment, and he really made that work extremely well. But when you're into straight line speed again, of course, he's at a disadvantage, and the RS2000 is now coming back past the Mini. But this is what you see all the time, and I love seeing it. And you see how late the Mini can brake, for example, as they come down into Levant. Always closes right up again. Yep, they are. They're all three absolutely together now.
That is just a brilliant views, brilliant stuff as well, and that's going to be very brave to go around the outside of the first part of the chicane there. Of course, thinks better of it, trying to get in the toe, desperately trying to aid its straight line speed, but we haven't got very long, just over 2 minutes time, Ben, until the chaos will start down in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's when the pit lane is open for the driver swaps to begin. They don't have to go in straight away, but that is when they can first go in in half an hour to go, so let's see how that all works out. And what you will see, I think, is this the blue and white Ford Capri. You will see that coming in pretty much straight away, because Rick will want to hand over to Jake Hill, because he knows what Jake can do with that car. Jake absolutely loves that Capri, and he wants to be out there for as long as possible to see how much how many places he can possibly gain in the next part of the race. So we shall see. The other Capri there is of Mike Whitaker, but it's gone through. So Mike Whitaker's made a pretty decent move there.
Yeah, very good. Rick Wood, you can see, great onboard, constantly fighting the rear of that car. This car has competed every members meeting, so the car certainly knows its way around here. He's having a little look, going up the straight into Woodcote corner. No room there. I want to keep it on the black stuff. Of course, lost a number of places from starting third on the grid, now down into 9th place. But like you said, I would expect this car to be coming in possibly next time round. 31 minutes remaining. Pit lane opens at 30, so this may be Rick's final lap before he goes to hand over to Jake.
Yeah, don't come in yet, guys, otherwise you'll get a penalty. That's good, they've stayed out. Meanwhile, Jamie Chadwick, number 18, the red and white Rover.
Older liveries.
Yeah, 2 minutes, that's right. The liveries of the old days, lovely to see, of course. But Jamie's got a fair bit of pressure there from the car right behind, the number 27 Escort, and that is Lucky Christoforu, who is driving that at the moment. Look at this, we've got 4 cars virtually side by side down there, and we're back with the other RS2000 with Kerry Michael, who's at the front of that little pack at the moment. BMW trying to squeeze past. Nick Padmore, who is very quick round Goodwood, he's got some great records here, record speeds around this track, and he's thoroughly enjoying driving this BMW, even if it might not be the fastest car, but I know he loves it.
the poor Mini desperately trying to make gains through the corners to give it any chance of keeping up down the straight, having a little look down the inside of the BMW there. No, thought better of it, and now, unfortunately, little Mini, you're going to have to try and hook a line to the back of these cars down the straight, because they will pull away ever so slightly. Pit window now is now open, Ben.
Okay, great. So we will start to see cars heading into the pits for driver swaps coming up now as we watch the Ford Capri. It is lovely to see these Capris. And when I was talking to Jake Hill about the handling of them, he says it just has such a natural feel to it. Really, really enjoys it. So number 21, Emanuele Pirro, now handing over to Ollie Bryant. They're both very talented drivers. Ollie Bryant's had lots of success here at Goodwood over the years in all sorts of different categories, and it's lovely to see him, who will be heading out onto the track. And as we thought, Rick Wood is in straight away because he's handing over to Jake Hill. So here you have British touring car star, the man who's still looking for his first title win in the British touring cars, but he's going to have a real chance of it this year with the BMW. Let's see, but he's been fighting for the titles for several years, always right up at the top end. He loves this car. He says it suits him so well. Let's see how he gets on with it.
Yeah, you can see it's a job to strap, and often get asked, well, why can't drivers strap themselves in it? You're very restricted with the hands device and helmet. Your vision is not the best when strapping yourself in, so much quicker job for someone else to do it for you. As now I'm looking out, we don't even have to look outside the commentary box window. We can see on our pictures here, we've got Tom Ingram on the right-hand side there waiting to hop in, and eagerly people rushing across the pit lane. And if everybody comes in at once, this pit lane's not long enough.
Yeah.
So you really have to try and time it right. Ash Sutton, now he's jumping in. He'll certainly be one to watch. Four-time British touring car champion will be fighting forward. The Davis car that did have the fastest lap of the race, just missed out now to the Bernard car, will be hoping to make gains further up the order. We've got a great battle on our hands for the win here.
We really have, you're absolutely right. But I have to say that Timo Bernhard did a great job with that first stint, and we know how fast Freddie Shepherd is in that car, so they've got a really good chance, there's no doubt about it. But as you say, anything can happen, and we'll just have to see how it all goes in the second part of this race now. We have just under 28 minutes to go to take us through to the all-important victory at the end of the Gordon Spice Trophy. And we've got a mixture of drivers coming back out. Some of the super talents. We've already had some super talents out there, of course, but now we've got others as well. And Ollie Bryant in the number 21 Chevy Camaro, definitely going to be part of that lead group, as we had seen. Looked like a pretty decent pit stop, and Ollie will be rapid, there's no doubt about it. Out in front at the moment, it is the number 31 machine that is leading, but into the pits it comes now. So this is the Andy Priaulx, James Thorpe car that is now going to be swapped over.
Another fast driver taking over that car in Andy Priaulx, the team captain, of course, and three-time World Touring Car champion. But now, here's the pictures we want to see. Jake Hill hustling this Ford around this incredible circuit. And I can tell you that Ford's not going to be going in a straight line. He's often going to be sliding around the corners, hustling it. So here, at the moment, if we've got our leader currently on the track, the number 28 car, the Tetley and Kristensen car.
Yeah, no, that's right. This is the actual leader now. So we shall see how this goes. Jack Tetley and Tom Kristensen. Tom Kristensen, the driver, taking it on. And we shall see how this all works out by the end of this race, because it all takes a little bit of time to get resorted after the pit stop has been made. Pit window is still open, so some of them will be coming in a little bit later, of course. And that's what we will be seeing. So at the moment, running in second place, James Sadler, Nick Padmore, BMW actually is now running in second, because that hasn't come into the pits as yet either. So this car hasn't come in yet. Oh, and we've got a car stopped at the side, one of the Capris. Is that when he was coming out of the pits, or
like so the number 20 car? The
number 20 Capri has got a problem. That's the Stig Blomqvist Nick Jarvis car. Oh, that's a great shame to see that that's come to a halt on the exit of the pits. Oof, hopefully it can be well avoided. Right, now it looks like the race leader is now in. So Jack Tetley is going to be handing over to Tom Kristensen,
who casually walks around the side of the car. He's not yet in a rush. So already Jake Hill setting purple sectors down in 17th place. Obviously not his actual position because we've still got drivers ahead that are yet to stop. But now we're looking at the shots of Tom sliding into the car.
Isn't it lovely? Yeah. 9-time Le Mans winner. We're watching him swapping into cars, which he's done all through his life so effectively. And they have to be in the pits for a certain time, so you can't just do the fastest. That's why it's relaxed, isn't it? Because it's not like you can do the pit stop as quick as you can. You have to be in the pits for a certain amount of time that everybody has to accept.
Yeah, exactly. I told you wouldn't be see Jake Hill going in a straight line very often, sliding around the exit of St Mary's. Is that the number 10 car? Didn't quite see in front of him, so he'll be hoping to pass fairly quickly, but he slotted straight in, and already, as I said, setting purple sectors, so Jake will know that he needs to get on with it as quickly as he can with 24 minutes remaining of this race.
That's right, yeah, he's got plenty to do still, but let's see how far he can move up the order. We're still waiting for quite a few of the cars to make their pit stops, and at the moment he's way down the list, but he will start jumping up it fairly quickly, not just because he's overtaking, but because other cars are coming into the pits. Lovely use of the road, just out to the curb. You're on board with it now as we head down to first corner. Safety car is out, apparently. Pit window's still open. Now, this could really benefit whoever stops now. This could make a complete change to the outcome of this race.
Yeah, okay, everyone will have to slow down. We have got the safety car there. You can see the Porsche on track waiting for those to come round, and looks like there was movement from the car that was stopped on the side of the track, but there the marshals are coming out now, doing an incredible job as always. But like you said, Ben, this really benefits because everyone's going to cut their speed, so no one will be going at full racing speed. So if you are yet to pit, which at the current race leader, as I say, they've just come into the pits, was the Padmore and Sadler car, but it's the Davis and Sutton car.
Yeah, absolutely. If that comes in, they've actually left it a bit later than some of the others, I believe. So we shall wait and see if this is going to be a real gain for anyone who can make a pit stop now. If you haven't done it already, and you can do it now, then there's a real opportunity to make a big gain, because of course everyone else is having to go slowly, so the time you lose in the pits is a much lesser percentage of time lost than when you're doing it under full race speed.
I thought they pitted. Did they not pit? I thought that they had already come into the pit. Maybe I got that wrong, but according to our timing screens, they are yet to pit. But the back now of the safety car, and you can see Jake Hill constantly weaving to try and make sure he keeps tyre temperatures up. It's not too cold here, but the sun's certainly setting fairly quickly. As what a great addition is this drone. Brilliant shots.
Absolutely. The fact actually that the leader car has been caught by the safety car, they've done a good job here by getting the safety car out at that point before it dived in. So actually it won't be able to gain quite as much, I think, as it would have done otherwise, is it? It's not going to work quite so well for them.
No, it's not, but they'll all have to obviously bunch. I can't imagine it's going to be a long safety car. Just having a look out the commentary box window, and I think actually the car has been removed, so I can imagine that maybe one more lap just to allow those who haven't pitted to pit, and then I expect we'll have racing going. And as I said, that there's another car further around the course somewhere. Is that the same? It's not the same one?
It's the other RS2000, isn't it? That's gone off, unfortunately. So that is a bit of a shame. I think
quite out the way though, so hopefully it won't affect anything, and they won't have to move that car because it's been pulled out into a fairly safe place.
Yeah, when the safety car's out, they may decide that actually they will move it out. Let's wait and see, decide what they do. What this might help, of course, is someone like Jake Hill, because what it does is it will bring the pack together. So let's just have a look here.
So this was the car that caused the safety car, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's still kind of going and then stopping. Presumably that is the car. Yeah,
it was.
Maybe it started from the pit lane again.
Number 20, wasn't it? It was the Ronquist car.
Yeah, that's right. It is that machine. So we've got a few little issues, a few little problems going on. So Oh, right, the pit lane is closed apparently while the safety car is out. Okay, it's just that we, on our board, on our timing board that's in front of us, it says pit window open. So we wondered if the pit window was still, they were still going to be allowed in, but actually, officially, they're not being allowed into the pits. You can see pit lane closed at this stage. So that advantage that you might get from making a pit stop is not out there. So the cars that you've got right up front at the moment, the Craig Davis and Ash Sutton car that's leading, not been able to make a pit stop yet. So that is obviously a bit of a problem for them. They will be allowed to. James Sadler and the Nicholas Padmore BMW is right up there, but that hasn't made its pit stop yet either. So this is going to change things around a bit. But as I mentioned, in a way this will help Jake Hill, although he's still quite a long way down the order, down in 13th position at this stage. And I do think that the Timo Benhard and Freddie Shepherd car that was going so well early on, that's again in a very strong position because of the cars that have made their pit stops. It is effectively leading. It's in 3rd place overall, but effectively it is the leader of those that have made pit stops, and that is a good opportunity. So yeah, it's all looking good fun. There were some great battles in those early stages. James Thorpe was right in that lead group. Andy Priaulx taken over his car, and Ed Foster's catching up with him.
James, what an absolutely cracking start you had. I mean, you rocketed right up from, I think, 6th into 2nd.
Yes, thank you. It was definitely more luck than judgment. And in fact, as I went past the cars, I looked and thought, have I jumped this? But no, it was a clean start.
And I mean, the rest of the opening stint seemed to go very well. I mean, you could throw a net over you.
Yeah, Craig came past me and James Cottingham came past me, and I managed to hang on to them, and yeah, fabulous race.
And now it's this horrible waiting game, isn't it? Because I think, are you 4th on the road? But I mean, you're right up there with the leaders. Andy's in the car.
Yes, I'm 4th on the road, and they're bunched up, so there's no gap there, and I'll just leave it to the professional to bring me a trophy.
Yes, absolutely, no pressure. Although he'll never do a start as good as you.
I don't think I'll ever do a start as good as that ever again.
Well done, and good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you.
Well, the fun to hear, and the car's still following behind the safety car at this stage, and we shall see how this all works out once the safety car is released. But they are obviously sorting out some other issues for cars that have stopped out on track, getting them cleared out of the way before we get the racing back in action once more, and we'll see how it all pans out at that stage. But it is, the lights are on now, the sun beginning to set here at Goodwood as we go deep into the evening, and they can't race all night. There is a sort of deadline, but we're not into that yet. There's a good chance. They've got a 17.5 minutes, just under 17.5 minutes to go in this race. It's going to carry on another lap or so under safety car, but then hopefully we're going to get at least a quarter of an hour of some serious racing. Hopefully once the safety car comes back in, and we'll get some battles back on the way. And yeah, it's going to be fun to see how this all works out. We can actually look back at some of the action that went on. So this was on board the Tom Kristensen Jack Tetley car. Jack was doing the start. What did you think of that, Alice?
Some great avoidance there of the slow Franchitti car, I think we said it was. And you can see Tetley just keeping a little bit. Oh!
Didn't know the Escort had ended up on the grass.
Yeah, the Ford did a good save there, man. It looked like it had a brush of another car. But we'll be back underway very shortly because the safety car, it will be coming in at the end of this lap. So drivers will get ready, visors down, not that they need them down. Now the sun's gone back in. There you go, safety car lights are out. So it'll be Ash Sutton that will lead the cars around, and plenty of safety car restarts in touring cars and other Formula as well.
And as you say, we were a little confused because we do think that car did come in, but it's not being registered as having made the pit stop. So let's just see what happens when they come around this time, and then we can get our full order and see exactly where we're heading off. As the repeat, there are definitely not very many, but just a few cars that are due into the pits. Let's see as the race is all set to get back underway once again. Down into the chicane they will come, and then hard on the throttle and get the race back underway. We have just over 15 minutes to go, and sure enough, actually it's saying pit lane's still closed at the moment, interestingly, so they still can't come in. But we shall see how this all works out. There's some big battles going on further back from cars that definitely have stopped. And in the middle there, number 17, that is a key vehicle because that is definitely in a good position. Freddie Shepherd, who set the fastest time in qualifying, now getting through some of these cars. That BMW has not yet stopped. The number 25 BMW, which is well up on the order, that hasn't stopped. And meanwhile, Jake Hill is going to have a really good chance to gain some big places on this restart.
Yeah, just got to try and make sure he keeps out of trouble, which is a much easier said than done. Looking down the inside there, going into St Mary's, you can see just casually drifting. Looks so casual, doesn't he, at the wheel, does Jake Hill, then through the left-hander of St Mary's. So cleared the traffic. I'm sure he will be aware of who's around him, who he's in the battle with. He'll know the cars, he'll know the numbers, and he'll know the names as we've got some more movement further down the field. The number 10 Ford there that had that bit of a wobble at the start. But Jake Hill, you can see him on your screen now, just over 14 minutes remaining. And he is trying desperately to make his way further forward. And I expect those that have not pitted should really box at the end of this lap.
Absolutely, because actually we're beyond the original time you're allowed to, but of course they've had to extend to that time. If anybody needs to come in, they will be coming in, but most of them have made their pit stop, so we shall see. Yeah, there you are, the BMW is coming in as we thought, so that is now making a stop. But up front, it is still Ash Sutton, as you said, because you'd said you'd seen that swap, as you pointed it out. It hasn't been registered for some reason on our TSL screen, but this car did make it stop. So this is the lead car. It was the car that Craig Davies did a great job with in the first part of the race. And Ash Sutton, touring car, multiple touring car champion, is now driving. They are in a good spot now, aren't they, Alice? Because he's in some clear space too.
Yeah, he is. He's obviously had no one in front of him, so free air in front of him, but he has got the super fast Fred Shepherd, that actually won this race. He crossed the line in first place last year, but a red flag rolled him back to second. It was Rob Huff that actually won the race, who's down in 10th place at the moment. So pit window is flashing open. It won't be open for too long, because it was near the edge, wasn't it, of when it was due to close. So only maybe 2 or 3 laps I expect the pit window to open. And as I said it, Fred Shepherd is setting the world on fire. His purple in that middle sector, only 1.5 tenths though quicker than Ash Sutton in the number 15, so he'll be desperately chasing down Ash Sutton, of course, who has had great success in touring cars. Steams across the line. We've got some traffic that will come out in front of these lead cars who have pitted. So that will hinder the likes of Jake Hill, who was hoping. He has got a bit of clean air, but he hasn't now due to the traffic.
No, that's right. And Jake is down in 9th position. So he's got a bit of work to do. See whether he can gain a bit more. The next one that Jake's going to be up against is Tom Kristensen. So you've got some real superstar drivers out there. Was there a bit of a damage to the BMW? It was just keeping out of the way now that they've done the swap over. So, now we're just hearing, so this was the pit stop. Yeah, that's what we thought. There was a pit stop. You saw that, Alice, so thanks for putting that out. If for some reason it didn't get registered on our timing screen, but that is the car that's now leading. So they've worked this well for now. Their gap, some 3.6 seconds. And then you've got a battle for 4th place going on here between the two Chevys, and this is proving to be good fun as well. Andy Priaulx and Gordon Shedden, so they're both house captains, and they're fighting against each other, going for those double points that a captain can earn.
Yeah, exactly, desperately trying to. And of course, they'll say, oh yeah, we're all friends, but we desperately want to win. No, they really want to win. Desperately times 10, of course. They're racing drivers, they're so competitive. So last time round, it was Shepherd with the fastest lap. That's actually just been stolen by Ash Sutton. So 3.8 the gap, so it stayed fairly similar with just over 10 minutes remaining of this race. We've got the Cottingham branch car there in 5th place, who has set the fastest first sector, but continuous battles further down. The number 7 car having a great battle. That's the Young and Shedden car. It's the replica of James Hunt's 1973 Tour of Britain winner. The V8 underneath that car has passing through the exit there is numerous cars, but also Audrain on the exit of St Mary's.
Yeah, it's great fun. Gordon Shedden is really putting the pressure on in that battle for 5th place, 4th place, in fact. And he was very quick through the first sector, so we shall see. In fact, he's got through, hasn't he? So, yeah, he is. Let's see, this is the overtake. So this is how Shedden did it. Let's have a look. What do you reckon?
Oh, brave on the brakes, how he managed to save that. Beautiful stuff. High speed there through St Mary's, and good driving as well from behind, and he is fast. He's looking fast, is Gordon. He can see the podium positions right in front of him, just up the road, so he is setting the world alight, but so is Ash Sutton, almost going to stretch his legs, I would expect, this lap up the front. We'll wait to see as they cross the line now. 3.9, so only by 1/10 of a second.
Interestingly, Gordon Shedden is now going to be going after Dario Franchitti, another of the house captains, to try and get the extra points, and it's going to be crucial. So we've got some of the great battles of the star drivers here going up against each other in these Chevy Camaros. So this is all great fun to see how it all works out before the end of the race.
Yeah, so Andy Priaulx will have a great view of this battle going on the front. Gordon Shedden has set the fastest lap of the race. That's 0.3 of a second faster than the second fastest place driver on track, which is Ash Sutton. So we've got Jake Hill watch as well. Now he's up into 8th place, also setting some fast times. There you can see him on the exit of St Mary's. Now we hop on board with him too.
Yeah, he got past Tom Kristensen a moment ago. So he's now going to be heading up against Ollie Bryant. I'm not sure that's the car actually ahead of him right now. I think it might be a little bit further ahead. Yeah, that's one of the Capris that's ahead of him. He's going to be up against, in terms of actual position, a Chevy Camaro is the next one. But there is obviously a little bit of a gap that he's got to close. It was quite a big gap last time they came around. It was only 6 seconds, so some work to do there.
Yeah, some work to do, but he gets nicely and smoothly past the Andrew Jordan and Simon Evans 75 Ford Capri. And he'll head down into the chicane. And how close does he get to the tyres? Not as close as some people. So that's Andy Jordan there at the wheel of the car. And there we have one of the Fords has pulled out of the way, but it doesn't look very happy underneath that bonnet.
Oh no, that's steam pouring out of the Capri engine. What a shame that is. And is this going to create another safety car? The BMW has also pulled off to the side of the track. The car that was going well earlier with Nick Padmore, James Sadler now in the car, and that one has pulled over. I do wonder if this means there may have to be safety car.
Like a little bit of damage, sorry Ben, at the back of that BMW. So I wonder if they were, I couldn't tell whether they were fighting together. Just looks like the bodywork's pushed in ever so slightly, but maybe we will get a replay. Maybe there was no contact at all. But sorry, Ben.
No, it's great. But this is the battle for third, and look at this, how close this battle for third place now is going between these Chevy Camaros. This is great stuff. So number 5, the red and white, that is currently in third place. That's Dario Franchitti, but it's Gordon Shedden, who we've seen making passes already, who is right behind him. So Gordon Shedden now is going to look for ways to get past Dario Franchitti. Oh, Dario, of course, so experienced at racing in America, as well as in the UK. And let's see if he's going to be able to fend off Gordon Shedden.
What a battle we've got between Franchitti and Shedden, the two captains, as you touched on, Ben, as they go storming down the straight. Franchitti's not going to want to make it easy at all. I'm sure they'll be nice and kind to each other, nice and clean. I hope I'm just not commentator cursed that, but they'll know, the house captains as well, and it's, of course, as you said, fighting for that final spot on the podium.
Well, we shall see. This is going to be fun to see what they can do. They may well actually be in the battle further up as well, but it is close. Gordon Shedden right on the tail now. So Gordon Shedden is captain of the Methuen house team. Dario Franchitti is captain of the Tumulton house team. So whatever stickers you've got on your passes today, you could decide who to cheer for, but Gordon is putting the pressure on here.
Yeah, he really is. Through Levant, not necessarily a corner you're going to try to get through. You're going to try and get a good exit, though, as you head down the long Levant straight, slightly uphill, sitting in the wheel tracks of Franchitti is Gordon Shedden. Is he going to have a little look down the inside? Franchitti covers the inside line ever so slightly. They're going to be wheel to wheel. Is Gordon Shedden going to try and get the cut back? Let's have a look. No, he doesn't. He's going to have a look down the inside of the chicane. No.
I tell you what, when you're racing the drivers at this level, Dario knows exactly where to put the car at the moment. Even though Gordon's potentially got a little bit more pace in that machine of his, but it's proving to be a little difficult for him at this point to actually get alongside. But we did see him pull off a remarkable move just a bit further around the lap. I wonder if he's going to do the same on the way into St Mary's.
Meanwhile, he's setting his personal best of the race, is Dario Franchitti. So Gordon Shedden hounding him from behind, clearly not putting him off. Of course, he's a professional, but still maybe dialing into the use. But here we go, Gordon Shedden down the inside at St Mary's, Ben.
Yeah, fantastic move. That is Gordon Shedden's area. He has done it. He's managed to get past Dario Franchitti in a superb move, and that has put him into a podium finish, in theory, if it all carries on as is at the moment. Shedden up into third place, getting past Dario Franchitti, and he will be very happy about that. But oh no, we've got another Prix off to the side of the track. So several cars now in stopping points. We've only got 4 minutes to go, and of course the yellow flags will indicate to everybody to just be a little bit careful. There is the race leader, car number 15, the car that Ash Sutton is currently driving, the multi-British touring car champion, who's doing a wonderful job, the 4 times champion. Started his career many years ago in Formula V, and now such an experienced racer. He's in a great position, and he's holding the gap to around 3 or 4 seconds constantly now. But as we've seen, Gordon Shedden is up into third position, but still in second place. Freddie Shepherd's holding on to that second place. I'm not sure he's going to get caught.
No, I don't think so. Gap's slightly too big in the closing stages of this race, but I'd be interested to know how that Sutton managed to sort of jump the Shepherd car, because I'm sure when they boxed, or at least they were around about, or when the pit window opened, should I say, they were probably around about second or third, if I've got that right. Davis obviously did a great job with making his way up, setting fastest lap after fastest lap, and we had that great battle as their dust being kicked up. That's not a pace you want to run too far wide before it can quickly all go wrong. That is a number 31 car, Andy Priaulx behind the wheel there.
Wonderful stuff. Alex Bancombe is now in the number 60 Mini, the car being shared with Nick Swift, who was doing such a startling job earlier on, and it's still racing up against that Rover, which is fun to see. Yeah, Nick sleeps in the Rover now, so that's made a little bit of progress, I think, in this part of the race. We shall see how this goes. They're still a fairly long way down the list in terms of where they were earlier, but Nick Sleep now had taken over from Jamie Chadwick. Okay, this is what we're seeing, is actually the Mini getting past the Rover.
Able to be a bit more light, a bit more nimble, so able to brake a little bit later. I mean, that's a tendency you see with the Minis against these bigger beasts, is that they're just able to brake that little bit later, but of course then they haven't got the power down the straight to keep up. But Ash Sutton, the gap's come down ever so slightly, but of course Ash is a professional. He'll know how to manage a gap. He's got a little bit of traffic in front of him, which depends on what part of the circuit you do happen to catch the track. Obviously the chicane is not the most ideal place, it's the worst place, unless you're brave enough to dive down the inside. So a little bit of traffic for him as he makes his way through Levant.
Further down the order, I noticed that Jake Hill, actually we're right, here we are on board. That's good timing, because Jake has closed up after there was a big gap to some of the cars up ahead of him, but he is now beginning to get a little bit closer. The Chevy I mentioned that he was chasing has actually just got past the Rover that's up ahead. Tom Ingram is in that number 19 Rover, 3.5 litre, so that's the car that's up ahead of him. You've got some top drivers here, of course. Ollie Bryant is now in 6th place, just up ahead in the Chevy. So on board with Jake as he comes down towards Woodcote Corner. Let's watch this. How much oversteer are we going to see?
Quite a lot, I expect. Let's have a look. There we go, nearly crossing his hands. And have we still got a yellow flag out down there? I think we have, so no moves will be able to be made down into the chicane. We've still got that car on the side of the road there. So he's got Tom Ingram in front of him, who's got a little bit of smoke coming out the side of that car, possibly, unless it's just my eyes. But we often see these two have incredible battles in touring car, and it does look like there is a little bit of smoke coming out of the car there, doesn't it?
It does. I hope it makes it to the end. This is definitely looking a bit smoky, but Jake may have a chance to put on the attack on this, what is effectively the last lap. The race time is ticking away. We are on the final lap of this race pretty much, or in fact it goes to 0 and then we'll be on to the final lap. So we shall see how it all comes together, but Jake is definitely putting the pressure on, and this is making life pretty difficult for Tom. There is our race leader then. So Ash Sutton still in control, has come down a little bit more. 2.4 seconds last time they came around, so he added about 3 or 4 seconds for a while. It's now down to 2.4 seconds, and Freddie Shepherd is still holding on to that excellent second position for now. But it is all looking very, very good indeed, even with a car off to the side there, as Ash Sutton comes over the line and takes the checker flag. Ash Sutton and Craig Davis take victory in the Gordon Spice Trophy here at Goodwood with a 2.6 second advantage over Freddie Shepherd and Timo Bernhard. We've got the battles further on, and Jake Hill still attacking, can't quite do it as he comes across the line, but he's had a great fun time. He ends up finishing in 8th position. The fight there is a nice smile on Jake's face, as we can see from the onboard picture. And Gordon Shedden and James Young, they got the, Jack Young rather, they got the 3rd place in the end. So double points for being a house captain for Shedden. That's going to be very useful. Remember, 250 points for the win, 180 points for second, 150 points normally for third, but because Shedden's a captain, that means he'll get 300 points. That's all very useful for his house.
Mini skipping, a 63 Mini skipping across the road there as the rest of the runners come across the line. So we've got a Mustang, Ford Mustang 1-2, and Gordon Shedden coming up there in the V8 Chevrolet Camaro in 3rd place. So what a race. It was always an enjoyable one. We have got more. You will see these cars, of course, on track again tomorrow. You won't see the pro drivers essentially on track. We have the sprint race tomorrow, so just a 1-driver race, and it's at 6:20 roughly tomorrow evening, and it will be a complete reverse grid sprint. So it'll be the owners or the entrants who will be out driving in there. So make sure you, of course, tune in for that.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see, isn't it? But what an enjoyable race that was. And in the end, it was a fantastic performance by both Craig Davis and Ash Sutton. And Craig Davis, I think, in that first stint, really strong. He was right in that lead pack. They then sorted it with an early stop, and Ash just must have done, as you said, a pretty dramatic outlap or something to gain the little bit of advantage that they got at that point. And we were a bit surprised that they had that advantage, but it worked so well for them. And they ended up ahead of the Timo Bernhard Freddie Shepherd car, which Bernhard had led with in the early stages. And we had 4 cars altogether, but after the pit stop, there was a 3-4 second advantage, even and after that safety car period. So it worked really well for the number 15 Ford Mustang. And there it is, that has taken victory in the Gordon Spice Trophy.
I think maybe what hampered the Fred Shepherd car, the number 17 Mustang, was possibly there's quite a bit of traffic, wasn't there, between him and Ash Sutton at this restart under the safety car. But a fist pump from a very happy Ash Sutton, as he'll sure will go and congratulate the rest of the podium finishers, as Fred Shepherd finishing second once again in this race.
Yeah, there's Fred Shepherd being congratulated, and he's congratulating Ash Sutton. And of course, Ash looking forward to the start of the British Touring Car Championship getting underway very soon, which is going to be an exciting time. And he's always a very, very brilliant driver in British Touring Cars. We've seen all those 4 titles won by him now. And whatever he gets in, he's competitive. And that's been proven once again today.
Yeah, he certainly is. Like a duck to water, as soon as he steps into a race car, doesn't matter what he's driving. So he'll be very happy. But also, like you said, Ben, Craig Davis with that first stint has really helped Ash basically to hand the car over as he made his way further up the field. Gets his hat as well, and as I'm sure somewhere down there we'll hear from him. Ed will be floating around, taking on as much water as possible. It does get hot in those cars, even though the temperature's cooled. It still gets really warm.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So cars all coming together, and although We had a few stopping, thankfully not too much damage. Let's go down to Ed now.
Ash, I mean, Saturday evening, there's no one in front of you. What a lovely drive.
It's glorious, isn't it? Sun going down. What more do you want? It's, thank you for Goodwood, Craig Davis, for letting me come here and have a go in the beast, as we call it. And it's just been a phenomenal race.
You'll want a season of this in the touring cars, won't you?
I mean, if I've got that much power, I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, look, we've kind of started off where we left off last year. So, yeah, phenomenal. Craig did a mega job at the start, mega job to get us from P8 on the grid to third, and then hand it over to me. And I kind of had to bring it home. Not gonna lie, felt the pressure from the car behind. He's been quick all weekend, obviously sticking it on pole as well. So we had to dig deep for that one.
Well done. Congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you.
Let's find Fred. Here he is. Fred's going to jump in. He's a hard man to catch, isn't he?
Yes, he seems to be. I thought I was getting close a couple of times, and then it just opened up again. I'm afraid that's what you get when you're a multiple touring car champion, I guess.
But a field like this, you must be pretty happy.
Very, definitely, and I think Timo came in very late notice, and he's done an amazing job getting up to speed. And frankly, I don't think we really expected to be on the podium, so fair play to him.
Timo, I mean, your first time racing here. I worry for everyone else when you come back for the 5th time.
Yes, no, for sure. I mean, I definitely will come back again. But I can tell you, the 10 laps I did after the start, I was driving with my eyes open and not blinking once, because it was an amazing time. But I have to give a big credit to the team and to Fred especially. He put the car on pole, did an amazing job. In the end, we lost it in the pit stop, but still it's a nice race for me. Very good memory,
Well done, both of you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Let's head down, 3rd place, Jack and Gordon. Jack, Gordon, I mean, were you expecting a podium?
Well, a couple of years ago we was, 3rd, so I had a bit of a nightmare at the start, but then if I thought to stand the top 5 and give it to Flash, I knew we'd sort of be at the front. So it's all good.
Gordon, what are you eating? Because I don't know what it is, but the angles that you can get this car to.
It's just an absolute delight to drive. For such a big car, you wouldn't believe how drivable it is. And that was just a race of everything. The sun going down, overtakes, some great racing with Andy Priaulx and Dario Franchitti as we're battling it out, in these Camaros. But lovely to finish on the podium, and what a way to finish another glorious Saturday at Goodwood.
Well done, both of you. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations. And I do hope everybody who's been with us, whether you've been online or here at Goodwood, I hope you've had a lovely day. Let's go through the result. The victory for the Ford Mustang. In fact, they ran 1st and 2nd in the end, but it was, Jack Davis and Ash Sutton did a fantastic job with that win by 2.6 seconds. Further down the list, we saw the battles going on. Shedden managing to move up into 3rd place. Jake Hill up into 8th place, and he did look very happy despite not quite getting up to the very top. Tom Kristensen and Jack Tetley, they finished in 10th place with their Chevy Camaro. And further down the list, you've got some of those slightly smaller cars, some of the Minis and the Ford Escort RS2000s, all having some tremendous fights, often losing out a bit in the straight line up against the big American machines and even the Capris that are so fast in a straight line, but catching up in the braking areas. So we saw some good battles all the way down that list. Jamie Chadwick in one of her early races here at Goodwood, finishing in 16th position. So let's just take a little look back at the highlights of that Gordon Spice Trophy. And it really was a great start by Timo Bernhard from that pole position, who made a good start and then got into quite a group of cars that were fighting up front. Thankfully, we had a pretty clean first lap too.
Yeah, we did, and that's what you want in effectively an endurance race, you could call it. And we also get to see some great shots of these cars, which are forever moving around the corners. Many corrections. Is certainly a workout on your way around this Goodwood circuit in one of these.
Yeah, and we saw that Rick Wood lost out a couple of places early on, but that was going to make up more ground later. We saw this little group up front that were fighting hard before we got into the early pit stops, and at that point the sun was still shining. We've gone through a period this evening where the sun has gradually dropped away, but we've enjoyed some good racing. Some of these cars sadly didn't make it all the way to the end. We did see a few of them and pulled off to the side of the track. Hopefully they can be fixed up for tomorrow when we get the shorter single driver version of the Gordon Spice Trophy race, which we will be enjoying on Sunday. But some great slow-mo pictures of these cars working to the limit.
Yeah, it is, and it always produces fantastic racing, doesn't it? There's the Jake Hill that was trying to make his way further up the field, and even there, when he should be starting to open up the steering, he's having to control it by constantly moving in the Ford. But a great comeback for Jake, but of course, it was the number 15 car, Craig Davis and Ash Sutton, that took the honours.
They did, and they obviously did a really good pit stop. It worked fine, they got out quick. Ash Sutton put in a couple of demon laps, and they took the victory in the end by 2.6 seconds.
I'm here stood in a field in Goodwood. We're showcasing as much homegrown produce from within the estate. Festival of Speed lands in July when the British produce at its very best. See, hear and I think smell the cars as well. Technically I'm working, hopefully I can nip out for 5 to 10 minutes. If people are into cars at that level, they're going to have an eye for detail and an eye for quality, so it's important that that's replicated in what I serve as well as what's on the track. I'm Ollie DeBoo, cooking at the Surtees Pavilion, Goodwood. Do head to goodwood.com to find out more.
What a great ride from Tom Ingram on Kristensen, who wins the Audrain Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from back to devour the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Well, I don't need to tell you, it has been a fantastic day here at the 81st members meeting. Now, David, we've got the lights of the sky have now dimmed, but we've got a nice floodlit stage here. What has been your highlight?
My highlights, I have to say, that race always delivers a Gordon Spice. Loved it. The angles of the cars, a little bit of drama there with the safety car. But my highlight for today had to be the Can-Am demo. Those cars, you know, not a lot of time we've seen these in this country and have that 917s out there, the Shadows cars, the McLarens. It was just absolutely fantastic to see. And of course, hear those cars.
I totally agree with you. And being on the grid like that around them.
I mean, look at that Shadow there and that McLaren and the Papaya Orange. Just fantastic cars. The trumpets there, the shapes, all the different shapes. That's what you get when you get completely de-restricted motor racing.
It seems absurd that that can even happen. And yet, of course, at Goodwood, it does.
Well, to get all those cars on the grid is some achievement, I have to say. And it was absolutely great to see. But more important than that, how was your first day at Members Meeting?
Oh, it's fantastic. Thank you. It's been a joy working with you here, and also to meet all the members and the marshals around Goodwood today that really do make it a special event. I do have my own favourites. I really loved seeing the SF Edge trophy. I mean, to have Edwardian cars out there like that, it seems like they should be extinct, over 100 years old, yet Goodwood makes it happen. I mean, look at this. Absurd. Fantastic.
Well, there's not many places in the world where you get a cut-off for being a 99-year-old car and you can't enter. You see these cars, I think this guy's almost sitting on top of them there. And of course, the beast of Turin, 28 litres, that car. I mean, of course, a lot of these cars were built for land speed records, not going around a track, but they're smiling, the guys are enjoying it. Very respectful racing, and it's always a really tight race. I mean, it's incredible how close these guys are. I love that race.
They're absolutely thriving out there. But also, how fun was it to see the sidecar shootout? I've never seen anything like that. Acrobatic moves going on here.
Little bum touch on the chicane. We were wondering where you got that mark on the leathers, but yeah, it was the bravery that you have to say. I mean, to see the shootout format as well, and the guys were really going for it. But the angles, and I mean, you just hold your breath every time they get over the side of the sidecar there.
It was really relentless, wasn't it? Good on them. Now, we know it's all about the House Shield this weekend as well, so let's get an update on the House scores and see how these teams are doing. Okay, we have got, Tor Bolton. That one, 9,009 points. But that has been such a fun, competitive side of the weekend, hasn't it?
I've absolutely loved it. Great captains, obviously really reveling in that first time they're doing it. Tom Bolton getting a good lead, but we're only halfway through. Lots more points on the table tomorrow. We'll see more tug of wars as well, so maybe Andy Priaulx can get his dignity back after being pulled to the ground quite quickly by Flash Gordon today. So yeah, absolutely looking forward to further competition in that tomorrow.
Well, David, speaking of tomorrow, let's see what we've got coming up. We're going to start off with the Parnell Cup. That's at 9 a.m, so be ready. And look, I'm just looking down, the knockout of the sidecar shootout. That's at 11. Oh, we've got another demo there of the Ferrari 640 at 12:25. And a nice demo of the Can-Am. That's your favourite, at 1:50. And more. There, the SF Edge Trophy, 2:25. And let's look down. Demo of Niki Lauda. I think that is going to be so enjoyable and emotional and such a great moment to be doing that. It's at 3:50 here tomorrow. Then we've got, another sidecar shootout, 4:45. And we're going to end the day with the Gordon Spice Sprint at 6:20. Well, it's been a fantastic Saturday here. It's been wonderful to share it with you, David, and everyone that I've managed to meet here at Goodwood today. We're going to say goodbye for now, aren't we? And join in tomorrow for more fun at the H1st Members Meeting.
Goodbye.